She believed she would meet her end with resentment and bitterness. Yet, how could fortune be so cruel? Even the coffin lid was struck by lightning. Can one truly possess such poor character? It seems there might still be a 5% chance of good fortune. Upon opening her eyes, she thought, what on earth is this place? It is terrifying, her beauty marred, her body lost, her love severed. Is this what it means to have a good character? Heaven, please strike me back to where I belong. The apricot blossoms weep with rain, while the willow's breeze caresses the face without chill. In early spring, one would expect a revival of life, with the sun shining brightly. However, the sky over the capital was unusually ominous, dark clouds looming, casting shadows over the land. Although spring rain was imminent, there was no hint of life. The bustling streets lay in eerie silence. Occasionally, a few figures hurried past, brows furrowed, burdened with thoughts, hastening home, fearful of being caught in the rain. It is the hour of the snake. Prepare the young master for his attire and makeup. A voice, aged and steady as a spirit, thundered across the vacant city, causing the few shops still operating to peek out cautiously, only to scurry back and shut their doors in trepidation. Only the vermilion doors of the Zhao residence stood ajar. The Zhao family was bestowed the estate by the current emperor to the prime minister Zhao Ronda, a grand abode with azure tiles, vermilion eaves, intricately carved railings, and spacious halls truly magnificent. For guards clad in blue robes stood at the entrance, white cloth sashes tied at their waists. A white banner hung from the golden plaque, and white paper lanterns swayed mournfully in the breeze, creating a scene of desolation. Even the most discerning knew that death had visited the Zhao family. Strangely, the imposing stone lions at the door were adorned with bright red decorations, a striking sight. The courtyard within was a sea of white, devoid of any movement, the atmosphere profoundly somber. The path, paved with cobblestones, led to the main hall, where Zhao Ronda sat heavily upon a red sandalwood chair, flanked by an elderly and a youthful attendant. Both bowed in silence, their hearts laden with sorrow. In the center lay the coffin, with a plaque reading Zhao Rong's beloved son, Zhao Tiancheng, beside which stood a woman clad in simple attire, yet exuding an air of distinction, tears streaming down her face as she watched two maidservants dress and adorn Zhao Tiancheng. "My dear child, how could you bear to leave me so?" lamented Madame Zhao, her heart aching more with each glance. Overcome with emotion, she fainted, only to be caught by a beautiful young woman beside her. At once, those in the hall were thrown into a state of alarm, their anxious gazes darting towards the coffin as the two maidservants hastily assisted Madame Zhao to a chair. Mother, what is wrong? Do not frighten me." Zhao Wenxin cried out in terror, her bright eyes clouded with tears that cascaded down her cheeks. Seeing his wife collapse, Zhao Ronda stood in shock, urgently instructing Zhao Wenxin, "Quickly, help your mother to rest. Be careful not to harm her further." With tear-stained eyes, Zhao Wenxin nodded, and along with the two maidservants, they led Madame Zhao to the back hall to recuperate. Zhao Ronda hesitated for a moment, pondering how the steward had become so sluggish. Could he be growing senile? "Steward Lin, go fetch a doctor for Madame at once." Steward Lin, jolted back to reality, realized his oversight, bowed his head, and replied, "Yes, my lord." He turned and whispered to a young servant, who then dashed out in haste. At that moment, Zhao Rong's expression morphed from sorrow to a fierce glare, his eyes burning with anger as he directed his gaze towards the dim courtyard, his gray beard trembling with fury. Is the young master's makeup complete? The two maidservants who had been preparing the body hurriedly knelt before Zhao Ronda, trembling as they reported, "My lord, the young master's makeup has been finished." With a wave of his hand, they understood and retreated from the hall. He turned, his hands clasped behind his back, staring at Zhao Tiancheng's memorial tablet, his murky eyes filled with both compassion and furious wrath. After a long silence, the steward, glancing at the time, stepped forward and quietly suggested, "My lord, the hour has passed. It is time to commence." Zhao Ronda remained silent, lost in thought as he gazed at Zhao Tiancheng's memorial. As the hour approached, he turned to look at Steward Lin, who still bowed his head in anticipation of his command, and nodded, "Let us begin." Steward Lin rose and called out to the gathered relatives and friends, "The auspicious time has arrived. Bring forth the bride to pay respects and wed." Just as his words faded, a murmur of whispers erupted among the women present. "I heard the bride is the second daughter of the Niu family, Niu Yecheng, who is quite charming. It is a match made in heaven for her to wed Tiancheng. Indeed, I have heard they were childhood sweethearts, and Tiancheng was quite fond of her. It seems his wish has finally been fulfilled." Among them, A woman of notable beauty glared fiercely at the gossiping matrons, her hand instinctively brushing against the dagger at her waist. She was the aunt of Niu Yeching, not present to mourn, but rather to save her last remaining kin. At this moment, the voice of the matchmaker, Lu, shrieked, "The bride has arrived! The bride has arrived!" Four servants escorted Niu Yeching, adorned in a phoenix gown, into the main hall. However, Niu Yeching struggled fiercely, causing her veil to fall to the ground, revealing a breathtaking visage that left the onlookers in awe. Her golden crown adorned with phoenixes, her petite frame, tears glistening on her cheeks, skin fair and delicate, she appeared ethereal, like a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. Her flowing sleeves and vibrant crimson attire accentuating her slender waist, enchanting all who beheld her. As Niu Yeching stood in the hall, a profound silence enveloped her. She slowly raised her head, swallowing the tears welling in her eyes, understanding that there was no escaping her fate. Her only regret was that her father's grievances would remain unavenged, with countless innocents from her family unjustly perishing. As a daughter of the Niu family, she could not avenge her kin. How could she face her parents in the afterlife? Bowing her head, the tears could no longer be contained, drenching her garments as she glared at Zhao Rongda. Even in death, she would ensure he could not hold his head high, especially before his so-called friends and family. Thus she began her vehement accusations. "Zhao Rongda, as the prime minister, you betray your emperor, indulging in corruption, framing the loyal, and whispering insidious words to the throne, implicating my entire family. My father was your sworn brother. Niu Yeching, dare to ask you, is your heart truly black?" As her words echoed, murmurs erupted among the assembly. While they were aware that Zhao Rongda was no paragon of virtue, their ties to him through family or favors made them wary. The revelation of his betrayal against his brother-in-arms cast a shadow of doubt on his seemingly amiable nature, leaving them to wonder if he would one day turn against them as well. Zhao Rongda, proud of his reputation, was enraged at being publicly denounced by a mere girl. He hurled the tea brought by the maidservants to the ground, his sleeve flying as he roared, "Commence the ceremony at once. Do not allow this impudent girl to speak nonsense. The Niu family conspired with outsiders to usurp power, and should be punished. My actions are merely an act of righteousness. The Zhao family has always upheld loyalty, righteousness, and filial piety. How can we tolerate the slander of a traitor's daughter?" Steward Lin, startled by Niu Yeching's outburst, cast a fearful glance at the furious Zhao Rongda and hurriedly interjected, "The auspicious time has arrived. Let the ghost marriage ceremony begin." In an instant, the sky darkened ominously, and the rain, which had been held back for so long, began to pour down in torrents. Within moments, the parched courtyard became saturated, the tense atmosphere in the main hall rendered even more eerie by the drumming rain. The air, thick with the scent of incense, felt oppressive, causing Zhao Rongda to cough uncomfortably and wave his hand in dismissal. "Your hypocrisy will be unveiled. Do not celebrate too soon," Niu Yeching shouted. The four servants, understanding the cue, began to escort Niu Yeching towards the coffin. Among the crowd, a woman suddenly rose, brandishing a dagger, prepared to charge at Zhao Rongda, unnoticed by the throng, whose attention was fixed on Niu Yeching. In her struggle, Niu Yeching caught sight of her aunt attempting to intervene, shock flooding her features as she grasped helplessly, her tear-filled eyes pleading with her trembling aunt, "Please no. I have no one left to live, for grant me this one wish. I beg you." Zhao Rongda misinterpreted Niu Yeching's desperate plea for mercy, believing she had resigned herself to becoming his son Zhao Tiancheng's bride, even in the afterlife. A wicked smile crossed his lips. Hearing Niu Yeching's words, her aunt felt as if her heart had shattered, tears streaming down her face as she nodded faintly before retreating, covering her face with her coarse white cloth and weeping uncontrollably. The surrounding women, witnessing her profound sorrow, assumed she mourned for Zhao Tiancheng and turned to comfort her, saying, "Madam, do not grieve, the dead cannot return to life. Tiancheng is not alone, at least he will have a beautiful bride by his side," which is a blessing. Niu Yeching, having discerned her aunt's intentions, felt a sense of relief wash over her. She pointed an accusatory finger at Zhao Rongda, exclaiming, "Zhao Durong, do not rejoice too soon. I shall return to exact my vengeance. I will undoubtedly come back to ensure your utter disgrace and the ruin of your entire family." With that, she let out a hearty laugh before being placed into the coffin. The four attendants began to hammer in nails, each as thick as a finger, sealing the coffin with a resounding clatter. At first, faint sounds of kicking and shouting could still be heard from within the coffin, but gradually, the noises diminished to a mere whisper. As silence enveloped the room, Steward Lin declared, "The ceremony is complete." In that very moment, a thunderous clap of lightning struck the coffin of Zhao Tianxing, shattering the elegantly crafted vessel. Only Nu Yeking's body was left, transformed into a charred remains, with a wisp of ethereal white vapor ascending towards the heavens. The sight sent the onlookers fleeing in terror, their voices echoing, "It's a haunting! It's a haunting!" Outside, the rain intensified, snapping the newly sprouted branches of the young trees in the courtyard. The white banners hanging above appeared forlorn under the deluge, and the once serene sky darkened ominously. Chapter 2. Rebirth in a strange world. In the dense, overgrown forest, a disheveled girl of around 15 or 16 lay amidst a tangle of weeds. Her face was obscured by a black veil, rendering her features indistinguishable. However, the ghastly scars marring her exposed neck, arms, and legs were painfully evident. Some wounds had scabbed over, others were fresh, while a few, untreated, had begun to fester, oozing a pale yellow fluid as the sun dipped below the horizon. The slanted rays cast dappled patterns of light upon the ground, illuminating the girl. Suddenly, her head jerked, her dense, dark eyes fluttered open, and she stretched languidly, inadvertently tugging at a wound. The scab cracked open, blood seeping forth, and the excruciating pain nearly caused her to lose consciousness once more. "Ouch, that hurts," she exclaimed, sitting up abruptly and rolling up her sleeves. The myriad scars crisscrossing her arms left her dumbfounded. What on earth happened? Wasn't I dead? Am I dreaming? Nui Ching. She bit back the pain and pinched her thigh hard. Ugh, it hurts. This isn't a dream. I'm still alive. But how did I end up in this godforsaken wilderness? Covered in wounds? Old scars and new injuries. I must have been assaulted by that scoundrel Zhao. I never imagined he could be so vicious, as her anger simmered. For bat-like creatures swooped down from the sky, landing before her in the blink of an eye. With incredulous expressions, they folded their wings behind them. These were not mere bats. They were humanoid figures endowed with wings. Nui Qing's pupils contracted in shock, and she cried out, struggling against her pain as she ran and shouted, "Monsters! There are monsters!" The four batmen frowned slightly, pondering whether the girl had indeed lost her mind. It was no wonder. After all, she had been used as a punching bag by the demon lord day in and day out. Such a petite frame could hardly withstand the torment of the Qinglong whip, and it seemed she had finally succumbed to madness. Nui Qing stumbled over a stone and fell to the ground. Yet her stubborn spirit compelled her to crawl forward, occasionally glancing back in terror to see if the batmen were in pursuit. The black veil, dampened by streaks of tears, clung to her face as she muttered fearfully, "Don't come near me, don't come near me." The leader of the batmen, upon witnessing Nui Qing's battered state and her frantic attempt to evade them, wondered if she had truly lost her senses. With a mixture of pity and exasperation, he shook his head and hurriedly approached, squatting before her. He intended to help her up, but upon seeing her condition, he halted his hand mid-reach. "Please don't eat me. I beg you, I beg you. I can't die." Nui Qing trembled, gazing at him in terror as she shuffled backward. The man, filled with compassion yet pained, replied, "Enu, what nonsense are you speaking? Brother Dong would never harm you, and you shall not perish." Nui Qing, startled to hear the Batman refer to him as her brother, felt a flicker of relief, realizing he had no intention of devouring her. However, a thought struck her. She did not go by the name Enu. While it was true that she bore the surname Nu, everyone referred to her as the second Mississippi aside from her parents, who affectionately called her Er Yatu. No one had ever called her Enu. Could it be that this man was not addressing her? She regarded the striking, dark-skinned man with arched eyebrows and bright eyes with a mix of wariness and curiosity, tentatively refusing, "I am not Enu. You have mistaken me for someone else." The Eastern Bat gazed at her with incredulity, perceiving the whispered glances exchanged between them. It seemed that Anu had indeed lost her memory. Once, she would sweetly call him Elder Brother Dong, but now, she seemed a stranger, eliciting a wave of melancholy within him. The Northern Bat glanced at the time and urged the Eastern Bat to return to face the Demon Lord, lest they incur his wrath. "Elder Brother, the hour grows late. We should escort Anu back to meet the Demon Lord." The Southwestern Bats nodded in unanimous agreement. The Eastern Bat was acutely aware of the Demon Lord's temperament. Any slight displeasure would summon his cold and ruthless retribution, instilling fear throughout the demon clan. Yet, Anu was different. For reasons unknown, she consistently defied the Demon Lord's commands, only to receive brutal lashings from the Azure Dragon Whip. Leaving her in a state of desperation, Yet she had never shed a single tear. This stubborn girl resembled a winter plum blossom, exquisite yet resolute, which was precisely why he regarded her with such fondness, an irresistible urge to protect her welling within him. Anu, the demon lord has commanded us to escort you to Peach Blossom Dock to await further orders, as there are pressing matters for you to attend to. Yi Qing, lost in confusion, had yet to grasp the full extent of her situation. However, she now understood that she was no longer in the capital of the second year of Zhenyuan, nor was she the original Yi Qing. She had transformed into a mere minion of the demon clan named Anu. Observing the four bat-like figures who seemed to care for her, her tension began to dissipate, though the origins of her injuries were surely of another tale. The tremor in her voice, as they mentioned the demon lord, hinted at a formidable character, undoubtedly linked to her wounds. Now that she was alive, she vowed to cherish this life, to repay the debt owed to Zhao, the scoundrel who had annihilated her family. The unjust deaths of her kin must be avenged, their honor restored to bring solace to her departed parents' spirits. The thought of blood staining her family's threshold sent shivers down her spine, her heart consumed by hatred in light of her current predicament. Her only course of action was to remain resolute amidst the chaos, to inhabit this body while seeking a way back, to exact revenge on Zhao. A glimmer of determination shone in Yi Qing's eyes as she laboriously rose to lean against a tree, surveying the four handsome youths before her, a strained and awkward smile tugging at her lips. Gentlemen, given my current state, I fear I shall impose upon you a bit longer. The Eastern Bat noticed the shift in her demeanor, hurriedly rising to support her unsteady form. Although he did not catch the faint smile at the corner of her mouth, the change in her gaze lightened the burden in his heart. With a graceful princess carry, Yi Qing found herself cradled in the arms of the unfamiliar man, a flush of crimson creeping across her face, hidden beneath her veil. Aside from the affectionate embraces from her father in her childhood, she had never been so close to another man. The Eastern Bat unfurled his concealed wings, lifting off the ground with a powerful whoosh, followed closely by the other three, as they ascended higher into the sky. Yi Qing felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, prompting her to shut her eyes. Yet, curiosity momentarily eclipsed her pain and hatred, and she peered through her lashes to glimpse the majestic mountains and tumultuous seas rushing past beneath her. What a dreamlike panorama it was from this lofty vantage point. Unbeknownst to her, her half-closed eyes widened like copper bells, filled with curiosity as she gazed east and west. Dongfu had long since observed her myriad expressions, a smile blossoming at the corners of her mouth like the fragrant ripples stirred by a gentle spring breeze over water lilies. Time seemed to elapse without notice, and they arrived before the imposing and majestic stone bamboo gate of the demon realm. Nuyeking remained in a daze, enraptured by the beauty of the handsome mountains, reluctant to depart. Anu, we've reached Peach Blossom Dock. Proceed south along Mayuan Road. The demon lord awaits you in the Earth Threshold Palace. I shall take my leave for now. Dongfu gently patted her shoulder, a flicker of concern passing through her eyes as she hesitantly cautioned, "Be careful." Nuyeking, still lost in her reverie, responded absently, with a bewildered glance at the stone bamboo gate behind her, which resembled two enormous serpents entwined in a natural formation of greenish-blue bamboo. She swallowed hard, stifling her astonishment. Since encountering the Bat People, these peculiar sights had ceased to terrify her. Yet, contemplating the demon lord's cruel torment of this frail body, she couldn't help but feel a shiver run down her spine as she caught sight of the whip marks on her arm. Knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in every battle. She needed to discern the demon lord's temperament. Otherwise, she would become like a pig on the butcher's block, ready for slaughter. Hurriedly, she turned around, only to see four shadows vanish into the horizon. Alas, Bat People? I still have questions for you. Nuyeking furrowed her brow, adopting an expression of indifference as she murmured, "It seems I can only proceed one step at a time. As the saying goes, the boat will straighten itself when it reaches the bridge. I refuse to believe that after 15 years of diligent study, I cannot handle a mere demon lord. Humph." Her slight and fragile frame seemed as if it could be swept away by a gust of wind, and she faintly heard murmured voices dissipating within the stone bamboo gate. Chapter 3. A celestial paradise. Crossing through the stone bamboo gate, she was greeted by a scene reminiscent of a landscape painting. 3 towering mountains formed a tripod position, each radiating beams of red, blue, and gray light, coalescing into a semicircular barrier that enveloped Peach Blossom Dock. To the end of Mayuan Road stood the resplendent Earth Threshold Palace, seemingly floating upon the waters, surrounded by the currents of the Sisui River. On either side of Mayuan Road lay a sea of pink blossoms, with thousands of peach trees entwined in a harmonious embrace. creating a mesmerizing tapestry. Occasionally, a few birds flitted across the azure sky, a perfect blend of stillness and motion, dreamlike and ethereal. Could this truly be the abode of the great Luo immortals? She had not anticipated such a celestial realm existed in the world. If only she could dream here for 3 lifetimes, her existence would not be in vain in the past. She would have lamented this without regard for her image. Yet now, her heart felt like a stone submerged in the ocean, devoid of light. Anu, the voice like silver bells pulled her wandering thoughts back to reality. She beheld a girl of the same height as herself, with delicate features, an ethereal beauty, and an enchanting grace. Clad in a pale purple gown adorned with lotus embroidery, she approached with a light, swift step, her excitement overflowing as she embraced Nu Yeking tightly, tears streaming down her face. Anu, I thought I would never see you again. Nu Yeking stood there, dazed, overwhelmed by the fervent enthusiasm of the unfamiliar woman before her. The woman gazed at her for a prolonged moment, seemingly realizing something, and quickly added, Anu, Brother Dong has conveyed to me through thought that you have suffered severe injuries and forgotten certain matters. However, fret not, for I shall take care of you in the depths of her subconscious. Nu Yeking felt an inexplicable familiarity with this person, as if her name were Zillian. Upon noticing the cloud bead necklace adorning Zillian's bosom, memories of Zillian surged forth in a torrent. That necklace had been a gift from Anu during their very first encounter. From that moment onward, Anu and Zillian had shared a life together. Each time she was mercilessly struck by the Qinglong whip, it was Zillian who tended to her wounds, administered medicine, and brought her food. On several occasions, Zillian had even willingly taken the punishment meant for Anu, nearly sacrificing her own life in the process. Due to her unappealing appearance, Anu had often been bullied by the disciples of the demon clan, yet Zillian would always stand in front of her, confronting those who dared to torment her. Nu Yeking gradually merged with these memories. It became evident that her very existence was a gift from Zillian. With tears glistening in her eyes, she looked earnestly at Zillian and expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Zillian, thank you. Without you, Anu would not exist, and without Anu, I would not be who I am today. Zillian, somewhat perplexed by this, nevertheless embraced Nu Yeking with joy. I heard that the demon lord summoned you back for an important matter, so I arrived early to wait here, just to see that you are well. From now on, wherever you go, I shall be by your side. Nu Yeking was deeply moved, never expecting someone to care for Anu so sincerely. And what of her former self? A solitary figure drifting through the void, a fleeting shadow of a lonely swan, she silently mourned. With grace, Nu Yeking strolled along the jade-tiled path, flanked by luxuriant and vibrant peach blossoms swaying in the breeze. Occasionally, she passed by oddly shaped individuals who scrutinized her with discerning gazes. Anu's memories entwined with Zillian's cloud bead necklace, fragments of recollection gradually seeped into her mind, merging seamlessly with her consciousness. It turned out this was a world where mortals practiced cultivation and demons roamed freely, a realm composed of 5 realms. The celestial realm, Shanke, the demon clan, DK, the human realm, Gongke, the monster clan, Huike, and the 9 heavens, Tianke. Since time immemorial, the demon clan had refused to submit to their fate as demons, their ambitions ever-reaching, and thus they allied with the monster clan to wage war against the celestial realm, ultimately targeting the 9 heavens. 3,000 years ago, the demon clan ascended upon the celestial realm, igniting a cataclysmic war that ravaged the heavens and earth. The human realm was beset by calamity, with corpses strewn across the land and rivers flowing with blood. The sole surviving deity of the 9 heavens, Qi Ming, unwilling to witness the fall of the human realm, used the Xian Tian mirror to transfer his 2 souls and 6 spirits into the body of the demon lord, thus securing 3,000 years of peace and averting the impending apocalypse. As she pondered the intricacies of this world, a sudden, ancient voice, slow yet piercing like a sword cleaving through the firmament, resonated from a distance of 1,000 meters, sending ripples through the air that disturbed the peach blossoms. All who walked fell to their knees, not daring to breathe. Beast, do you not hasten to the DK palace to report? The force of the sound struck Nu Yeking with such intensity that she struggled to catch her breath, a wave of fear rising within her. The voice seemed to belong to an elderly woman, and as she swallowed hard, she felt a tug on her skirt. Curiously, she looked down to find Zillian, whose lips moved soundlessly. What are you saying? Do not speak in riddles. I cannot comprehend. Kneel down, quickly kneel down. After much effort, Nu Yeking finally understood her gestures and resolutely refused. Why should I kneel? As the saying goes, beneath a man's knee lies gold. Yet beneath a woman's knee also lies treasure. In this lifetime, I shall kneel only to heaven and earth and to my parents. Kneeling to anyone else is utterly inconceivable. Those around her could not help but inhale sharply at her declaration. A frail voice echoed once more, cackling wildly. What a declaration to kneel to heaven and earth and to one's parents. Zillion, go to the underworld palace to receive your punishment. Zillion accepted the decree, thanking Granny Yin for the reprimand. Zillion's complexion turned ashen in an instant, her body trembling as she collapsed onto the ground. Inyeching, perplexed by the situation, indignantly crouched down to assist her. Why must you accept punishment when you have done nothing wrong? Come, let us seek an explanation. Zillion looked at her anxiously and shook her head. Anu, you have changed. You feel somewhat unfamiliar. Although you were always stubborn, you never dared to confront Granny Yin like this. Nevertheless, I find solace in your words, but you must remember that in this cruel world, the Demon Lord embodies fairness. Always consider your actions thoroughly and proceed with caution. Inyeching felt as if Zillion were delivering a final testament, and before she could inquire further, a sudden gust of wind swept in, carrying her to the hall of the earthly decree. She saw the words awaiting in silence materialize in the center of the grand hall. Overwhelmed by a sense of desolation, she began to examine her surroundings. Despite the hall's silvery brilliance, it felt vast and empty, the cold winds piercing through her battered body, causing her to shiver. She quickly wrapped her arms around herself, trying to preserve a semblance of warmth. Why is it so cold? It is still March, with peach blossoms blooming outside. Yet this hall rivals the depths of winter. Inyeching muttered to herself while surveying the grand hall. She noticed the floor beneath her feet, smooth and glossy, like a mirror reflecting her image, revealing her tattered attire and the veil that obscured her face. Instinctively, she reached to tear it away. She gasped as she beheld a burn on her right cheek. A deep crimson covering a large area. Inyeching, terrified, fell to the ground, clutching her right cheek in horror, aghast at her own ugliness. Realizing her entire body was marred, she wondered if these scars were also the doing of the Demon Lord. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of a small boy, around 5 or 6 years old, huddled in the corner, gazing up at her in terror, trembling uncontrollably. He had thick eyebrows and large, expressive eyes, appearing quite adorable, yet his pallor suggested he was either frightened or cold. Hesitantly, she attempted to engage him in conversation, careful not to frighten him further, shifting the topic away from her disfigured appearance. Little brother, are you very cold? The boy mechanically nodded, then shook his head. Would you like me to help warm you? The little boy stared blankly at Inyeching. Ignoring her trepidation, she stepped forward, only to retreat momentarily to don her veil once more. She sat cross-legged on the ground, tightly embracing the boy in her arms, who made no move to resist. Gradually, they began to warm each other, the boy's bright, innocent eyes fixated on her face, devoid of fear. Do not be afraid. My face is merely injured, and with this veil, I am not so terrifying, Inyeching whispered softly, gazing at his chubby cheeks, unable to resist planting a fervent kiss upon them. If her younger brother, Nu Tianji, were still alive, he would be of a similar age, yet alas, they would never meet again. Should there truly be a next life, she would cherish him dearly, never bullying him, teaching him to read and write each day, taking him on excursions through mountains and waters, and holding him close as they slumbered at night. Chapter 4. The initial peril Inyeching felt exceedingly weak, and before she knew it, she had drifted into slumber. Such a reckless state. How could her frail body tarnish the grandeur of the heavenly palace? A voice, sharp and penetrating like the sound of bamboo splitting, pierced the silence of the grand hall. Accompanied by an icy aura, Inyeching lazily opened her eyes, only to behold an elderly woman hunched over at the altar, glaring at her with a contempt that suggested she wished to tear her apart for soiling the floor. This woman was Yin Shi, the concubine of the former Demon Lord Qiu Qianqian, who had remained steadfastly loyal to him throughout her life. Since the Demon Lord had been sealed by the celestial god Qimeng, she had taken the reins of the demon clan, secretly assisting the current Demon Lord Qiu Xiaotong in managing clan affairs. This formidable figure was both ruthless and resourceful, sitting one rank below the Demon Lord and commanding great authority. To the disciples of the Demon Clan, encountering Yin Shi was akin to facing the Demon Lord himself, and she was often referred to as Grandma Yin. At this moment, the piercing gaze of Grandma Yin sent chills down Inyeching's spine, causing every hair on her body to stand on end. Suddenly, she realized that her little brother, who had been in her arms moments ago, was nowhere to be found. She scanned the hall with her peripheral vision but saw no sign of him. A wave of disappointment washing over her, Perhaps he had gone off to play, leaving her uncertain if they would ever meet again. Grandma Yin approached Nu Yeching with unsteady steps, each of her movements sending a jolt of anxiety through Nu Yeching's heart. She recalled her vow to protect Anu's body amidst the trees, before she had gained any of Anu's memories. Yet now, confronted by Grandma Yan's imposing presence, she felt her confidence waning, as the saying goes. A woman's heart is as deep as the ocean, and deciphering her thoughts can be fraught with difficulty. What trials would Grandma Yin impose upon her next, and how would she respond? However, for the sake of survival and the lives of countless members of the new family, she must persevere. Do you truly refuse to kneel? Grandma Yan's voice dropped a few degrees, her icy gaze making Nu Yeching's skull tingle. Kneel or not to kneel? The words of her father echoed in her mind. A person's knees should only bow to heaven and earth, to parents, to teachers, and to benefactors. One must never kneel before others. If one were to kneel before everyone, what dignity could remain? Her father was her unwavering faith. How could she tarnish that belief? She rose abruptly, meeting Grandma Yan's sharp, disdainful gaze without flinching, and declared resolutely, "I will not kneel." Grandma Yin regarded the defiant little face with interest, a cold smirk curling her lips. "I am the demon clan. No one has ever refused to kneel before me, nor has anyone dared to defy my commands. You are the first. Very well, today I shall not punish you with the Qinglong whip on behalf of the demon lord. You may go to the Inferno Palace to receive your punishment. Remember to maintain your bond with your little companions. You may not have another chance in the future." Within the hall, silence reigned, as if no one were present. The emerald pearls emitted a green glow that fell upon Nu Yeching's face, chilling and somewhat piercing. Suppressing her anger and resentment, she pleaded, "Please, Grandma Yin, do not harm Zillian. She has done nothing wrong. To defy orders and harbor a criminal is to share their punishment. I, Yin Sure, have always been clear in my rewards and punishments, just and impartial. Anyone who violates my commands shall not be spared, and you are no exception." With a graceful sweep of her long sleeves, Granny Yin turned and strode toward the altar, standing with her hands clasped behind her back. "You speak of kneeling to heaven and earth and to your parents, yet I must inquire. Your body, hair, and skin, all bestowed by your parents. You have benefited from the benevolence of the demon lord, who has granted you 15 years of life. Should you not kneel in gratitude for such nurturing?" Nu Yeching found herself at a loss for words. Even the smallest kindness warrants a great return. Though life here is fraught with hardship, all your needs, food, clothing, shelter, are provided by the demon clan. Moreover, considering that Zillian has become entangled in this situation, it is likely that misfortune awaits her. In her heart, she stubbornly recited her so-called faith, yet she understood that Granny Yin was employing both soft and hard tactics. One should kneel in gratitude for kindness received, but would you willingly submit to coerced worship? She brushed the peach blossoms off her gown and approached behind Granny Yin. "Granny, I know you are a person of reason. In the past, Anu, was headstrong and lacked understanding. I hope you can forgive me. If there is something to say, please speak plainly. There is no need for circumspection." Granny Yin was somewhat taken aback. She had not anticipated that Anu would be so forthright today. Previously, no matter the punishment, she had always displayed an indifference akin to a pig that fears not the boiling water. It was well known that her weakness was Zillian, yet she had refrained from exploiting this knowledge, mindful that Zillian was her close servant and acted with intelligence. Had it not been imperative for Anu to undertake this task, she would never have allowed Zillian to suffer. Anu's approach this time was markedly different, but the task was of utmost importance, so she chose not to dwell on it. "Good. You appear to be quite clever." As she spoke, she conjured a bronze token the size of a palm, inscribed with the character for kill, and with a flick of her hand, she presented it to Anu. "This is the demon lord's killing order. You shall personally deliver this token to the demon king, and upon its successful completion, I shall release Zillian, and you shall not face punishment. This is a matter that brings benefits to both parties." Nu Yeching took the token without further thought. What more could she do at this juncture? She turned the token over in her hands, marveling at its golden hue, which could surely be exchanged for a considerable sum of silver, yet it was a lifeline. "Very well, I shall comply. And Granny must also keep her word, as a representative of the demon lord. My word is my bond." However, Nu Yeching found herself puzzled by one matter. Given her frail condition and lack of the ability to soar and subdue demons, what was Granny Yan's intent in entrusting her with this task? Had she anticipated that Nu Yeching would be unable to deliver it, thus orchestrating another trap to ensnare her? Nevertheless, with Zillian caught in this predicament, Her priority was to ensure her safety before devising any further plans. Be cautious, she needed to ascertain Zillion's well-being. I have one more request. May I ask if Granny would be so kind as to oblige? Granny Yin seemed to have already guessed her inquiry. Very well, I agree. Inu Yeching, filled with suspicions, wondered how Granny could know her unspoken thoughts. Yet she reasoned that as a person of great authority within the demon clan, Granny Yin would surely possess the insight to perceive everything, having long ago discerned her intentions. Thank you. After Nu Yeching departed, a sly smile flitted across Granny Yan's lips. It was 3 days later when she finally exited the earthly palace. Astonished at her own propensity for slumber, standing on the Mo Yuan path, she inhaled deeply the fragrant air imbued with the scent of peach blossoms, when suddenly, a maid appeared, claiming to be sent by Granny Yin to escort her to the Purgatory Palace. The Palace of Purgatory is situated atop the Purgatory Mountain, enveloped in a grayish luminescence, thick with ominous energy and the acrid scent of blood. The nausea that assailed Nu Yeching compelled her to retch, rendering her already frail body even more precarious, as if it could be toppled by a mere whisper of wind. The Palace of Purgatory serves as the prison of the demonic clan, heavily fortified and accessible only by the decree of the Demon Lord, who, in a bid to suppress the celestial forces, has incarcerated 28 captured celestial beings within its confines. These captives endure the relentless agony of the soul-binding whip, their suffering suspended above the soul-devouring pool. Furthermore, the Palace of Purgatory is the designated realm for those of the demonic clan who err. Any misstep leads to punishment here, where tortures are merciless, and once one enters, it is feared they may never return. With the command of Granny Yin, Nu Yeching effortlessly ascended to the Palace of Purgatory. The path of the netherworld was flanked by numerous small cells, crafted from dark iron bars, each housing either a heap of bones or a mass of decaying flesh, the stench overwhelming. Struggling to suppress her churning stomach, she traversed the netherworld path to find a T-junction, where she was escorted into the depths by 4 demonic guards from the right. As she navigated through the shadowy corridor, the haunting wails of despair echoed intermittently, sending shivers down her spine. Brother, what is that sound? It is terrifying. Nu Yeching clasped her arms around herself, fear gripping her heart. The blue-haired guard, surprisingly affable, reassured her. Those are merely the new celestial beings who cannot withstand the bone-piercing pain of the soul-binding whip. Fear not. They are shackled by the soul-binding whip and cannot escape. A spindly, pockmarked guard chimed in. It is like this every day. We have long since grown accustomed to it. We are not afraid. In fact, we have developed a strange fondness for these sounds. Indeed, there are nights when the absence of such sounds leaves us restless. Another guard added, their laughter echoing ominously down the corridor. Nu Yeching, filled with revulsion, silently cursed them. Perverts. After a myriad of twists and turns, they finally arrived at the innermost cell. The once pristine petals of Zillion's lotus dress were now tattered, her form suspended in midair, seemingly devoid of breath, as if only exhaling without inhaling. The ethereal beauty she once possessed had entirely faded. Grasping the iron door, Nu Yeching was overcome with tears, calling out, Zillion, Zillion. After a lengthy silence, anxiety compelled her to turn and grasp the blue-haired guard's arm, pleading, Brother, what has happened to Zillion? Why does she not respond when I call her? Do not worry, she is not dead. She merely fainted from the torment. He reassured her. Relief washed over her at the news of Zillion's survival. Brother, please unlock the door and allow me to see her. The Demon Lord has sent me on an errand, and I know not when I shall return. Have mercy and let me converse with Zillion. Inu Yeching's face was awash with tears, a picture of pitiful desperation. The blue-haired guard, feeling a sense of helplessness, turned to seek the opinions of his companions, who appeared to feign ignorance, whispering among themselves or turning their heads away as if not to see. Understanding the silent acquiescence, the blue-haired guard opened the cell door. Chapter 5. The shrews cursing in the dimly lit cell. With walls of copper and iron, a feeble light trickled from the ceiling onto the floor, as sporadic snowflakes drifted inside. Chillingly desolate, Inu Yeching hurriedly approached, tucking Zillion's disheveled hair behind her ears. The delicate features of her face were devoid of color, and her cracked lips sent a sharp pang through Nu Yeching's heart, as if she had been pricked 1,000 times by needles. A delicate girl, capable of shedding tears like droplets of water, found herself subjected to such cruel punishment because of her own actions. Overcome with regret, she silently repeated countless apologies in her heart. Zillion, Zillion, wake up, it's Anu that I've come to see you. Please open your eyes and look at me. From her melancholic gaze, Tears the size of soybeans cascaded down, soaking her veil. After countless calls, the slumbering figure finally stirred, appearing rather impatient as she squinted her eyes. Even in such dire straits, she could not resist her defiance. Is it time for punishment already? So soon? I'm not even awake yet. Come on, make it a swift torment, if you must. After a moment of silence, instead of the expected pain from instruments of torture, a soft weeping reached her ears. With curiosity, she opened her eyes wide to see Anu, her heart swelling with surprise. Anu, is that really you? Anu nodded affirmatively, quickly retrieving the water pouch she had brought, uncorking it and offering it to Zillion's lips. Enough of that. Drink some water to moisten your mouth. Zillion gulped down the entire pouch, feeling a wave of comfort wash over her, and gazed at Anu with eyes that held a newfound depth. How did you get in? Did the demon lord force you to do something? Turning to place the water pouch on a nearby table cluttered with torture devices, Anu glanced back at Zillion, offering an answer that sidestepped the question. The Imperial Guards will no longer inflict punishment. You can walk out of the infernal palace alive. Please answer me, Zillion implored anxiously. Her concern was not for her own survival, but whether Anu had faced any threats because of her. Although on the surface, delivering a token to the Demon King seemed simple, for someone with feeble powers like Anu, traversing treacherous paths to deliver a single token was akin to navigating a labyrinthine sea. In this age, while many sought the path of immortality, there were also numerous predators lurking in the shadows. A mere underling of the demon tribe faced certain death at the hands of cultivators, and might not fare any better against the monsters of the realm. If Zillion were to learn of this, her deep sisterly bond with Anu would undoubtedly breed worry. She would even sacrifice herself to prevent Anu from going. Anu smiled lightly, her demeanor as calm as a gentle breeze. There's no need for such alarm. Granny Yin merely punished me to sweep the Missouri-Yuan Road for half a year as a means to rescue you. Zillion, naturally, found this hard to believe. Who among them did not know Granny Yin's ruthless nature, never sparing any defiant soul? Each time Anu lied, she would tug at her clothes incessantly, yet this time, there was no telltale gesture. Though Zillion felt a lingering suspicion of deceit, she had no evidence to substantiate it, prompting her to playfully challenge Anu. Given Granny Yan's character, how could she possibly let you off so easily? You must be afraid I worry and are lying to me, aren't you? Caught off guard by Zillion's clever ruse, Anu feigned calmness, forcing an awkward smile. How could I deceive you? This concerns life and death. It's no jest, I'll tell you the truth. Originally, Granny Yin intended to whip me with the Qinglong whip, but she accidentally strained her back and fell, unable to move. Having endured numerous injuries, I've become somewhat of a healer, and took the liberty to treat her as if she were a dead horse revived. It turned out I truly helped her, and Granny Yin, being fair in her judgments, decided to lighten my punishment, ordering me simply to sweep instead. Zillion was initially skeptical, but recalling her recent service to Granny Yin, where she witnessed the old woman writhing in pain from her backache, she found herself half convinced. So that is how it is. Upon seeing Zillion's acceptance, Niking felt a weight lift from her heart, breaking into a radiant smile, though Zillion remained unaware of the profound sorrow hidden within her companion's heart. When I am no longer by your side to care for you, do not act so stubbornly and recklessly. Approach every matter with caution to avoid punishment. As you have seen, there is no way out of here. Should you encounter difficulties in the future, seek out Brother Dong, for he will surely assist you. Niking, moved to tears, embraced Zillion tightly, their icy bodies gradually warming against one another. After parting ways with Zillion, she retraced her steps, the dimly lit passageway cold as a blade, the chilling wind slicing through her fragile frame, making her feel even more precarious. I do not recall it being this cold on my way here. Niking muttered to herself. When she reached the fork in the path again, she was startled that a boy of around 10, clad in a blood-stained white robe, his disheveled hair resembling a bird's nest, sat on the ground. His frail frame was ensnared by a thick, soul-harvesting rope that passed through his wrist, and with any slight movement, black blood oozed from the iron connection. He sat there, his sharply defined features displaying a pair of striking eyes shadowed by a hint of sorrow, evoking a sense of melancholy, while his dark gaze, filled with confusion and surprise, locked onto Niking, whose face had turned ashen. Hurry, why are you just staring? 2 guards pointed weapons at him, while 4 others forcefully dragged him away by the soul-harvesting rope. Niking stood frozen, her eyes fixed on the stumbling figure. When he turned to meet her gaze, something about his eyes felt inexplicably familiar. The sun shone brightly, the spring breeze was gentle, and the peach blossoms danced in the air. creating a scene reminiscent of paradise. Yet, the memories of Hell Mountain, with its swirling snowflakes and the icy confines of the prison, filled her with worry for Zillian, igniting a resolute determination to swiftly deliver the Thousand Mountains order to rescue her. Strolling leisurely along the Mo Yuan path, enjoying the beauty of the flowers, water, and scenery, she was suddenly interrupted by a group of young women led by a figure in purple. They soared towards her, their laughter echoing mockingly. "Oh, isn't that the ugly woman? Why is she still alive? Is she back for another taste of the Qinglong whip?" The leader in purple, with a haughty demeanor, derided Niking, while the others joined in, laughing uncontrollably. Niking, once the belle of the capital, had never before been subjected to such ridicule. To be called ugly now ignited a fierce anger within her. Reflecting on the humiliations endured by Anu, her fury only intensified. With reddened eyes and hands on her hips, she squatted into a firm stance, having suppressed her emotions since the wrongful deaths of her family. Today, she would unleash all her pent-up pain upon these tormentors. Linglong, look at her. She is quite the comical sight. Is she trying to practice martial arts, or does she wish to fight us? Quipped the woman in red. With her meager skills, it's far too late for her to start training. She shall forever remain a pitiful, ugly waste, Linglong retorted, stepping back as if Niking had sullied her dress. The demon lord truly has poor judgment. Why not send such a waste to the Inferno Palace and rid us of her presence? She is nothing but an eyesore. The woman in the red attire spoke, and apart from Linglong, the other two ladies nodded in agreement. Have you finished speaking? If so, it's my turn now, Nuyeking exclaimed loudly, startling the four into a flurry of murmurs. You call me ugly, yet you are even more so. Just look at your purple garments. You resemble a wilted eggplant, fit only to be discarded and trampled upon, as no one would care to consume you. Your sausage-like lips are painted in such a ghastly manner that those who know will say you applied lip balm, while those who don't might think you've nibbled on a rat. It's repulsive to even contemplate. Just because you possess a modicum of magical prowess, you flaunt it shamelessly. How hypocritical! Nuyeking pointed at Linglong, berating her without a flicker of emotion, leaving Linglong speechless and on the verge of fainting. You, my dear, are even more nauseating to a sycophant who trails behind others, posturing about as if you were someone significant, when in reality, you are merely a dishwashing servant in the demon clan's kitchen with slightly more magical ability. The greasy stench that clings to you is enough to make one retch, and yet you shamelessly refer to yourself as a demon lord. I doubt you have even seen what a true demon lord looks like. The woman in red, struck by the truth of her words, fainted entirely from the humiliation, and as for the two of you, I can hardly be bothered to address you. It would be better for you to dash yourselves against a peach blossom tree or leverage the demon lord's prestige to throw yourselves into the Sway River and end it all. Having spoken her piece, she withdrew elegantly to the side, feeling a surge of relief wash over her, and with a slight bow, she remarked, Ladies, I have made a fool of myself. Linglong had never before endured such an affront. Never did she expect that the very Anu she had always bullied would dare to criticize her favorite attire and lip gloss, gifts from her master brought from the mortal realm. In her fury, a swirl of purple energy intensified in her hand, and in a flash, she unleashed a gust of wind towards Nuyeking. Nuyeking, unable to evade in time, was struck, feeling as if she had become a leaf detached from a branch. Swaying lightly in the distance, she dimly heard a voice filled with terror. Anu, Chapter 6. The unexpected. When she awoke, 5 days had already passed. Gazing at the unfamiliar yet warm room before her, Nuyeking began to weep. Once, she too had a cozy chamber, and whenever she fell ill and awoke, her mother would be anxiously watching by her bedside. However, everything had changed. The inn mansion was sealed, her mother had passed away, and she now found herself in a foreign realm, utterly alone. Sobbing softly, she believed she had been strong enough, yet was unaware that this strength was merely a fade. With a creak, the heavy wooden door swung open, accompanied by a gentle yet concerned voice. Unnude, a tear glistened on Nuyeking's long eyelashes as she watched a tall and imposing figure draw nearer. Dongfu, clad in a deep purple robe adorned with red sleeves and cloud embroidery, bore a handsome face marked by signs of weariness, evidently having toiled greatly in recent days. He swiftly approached the bedside and grasped Nuyeking's trembling shoulders, saying, Anu, you have finally awakened. I was so worried about you. Noticing her tear-filled eyes, he realized something. Have you been crying? As he gazed at Dongfu's concerned visage, Nuyeking felt a surge of guilt yet was enveloped by warmth. Ever since her father's downfall, no one had cared for her so deeply. Suddenly, She threw her arms around Dongfu, burying her head in his chest, which bore a faint scent of sandalwood, and wept bitterly. Dongfu understood the grievances that weighed heavily on her heart, gently stroking her tousled hair, allowing her tears and snot to smear against him. The spring breeze is delightful, the sun shines brightly, and the mountains are adorned with a flurry of peach blossoms, accompanied by a fragrant aroma that intoxicates the heart. For the past few days, I have been residing in the Zishuan Palace, which nestles on the enchanting Qiyu Mountain, a realm alive with the songs of birds and the fragrance of flowers. Those of noble status within the demon clan are granted the privilege of dwelling here, rendering this place a sanctuary where the powers of the demon lord converge. Surrounding the Zishuan Palace, Dongfu has planted an abundance of peach trees, ensuring that blossoms bloom perpetually, bestowing an ethereal charm upon the surroundings. Brother Dong, is the meal ready yet? I am famished. At this rate, the patient would have long perished from hunger. Nuyeking lay atop a stone slab beneath the peach tree, propping her head with one hand, pouting as she observed the busy figure in the kitchen. Dongfu glanced over his shoulder, shot her a glare, and returned to his culinary endeavors. Yet, Nuyeking erupted into a fit of giggles, then languidly reclined on the stone, gradually succumbing to drowsiness, a tear sliding down her tightly shut eyelids. In these past days, she has come to understand that the vendetta against her family serves as her motivation to survive. However, her father, in his dying moments, had imparted wisdom. If you can live, desire less, abandon sorrowful thoughts, and find joy in life. The blood feud cannot go unavenged. Yet, one must also heed her father's words about living. Anu, there's a snake, Bei Fu shouted from afar. Startled, Nuyeking leaped up, scanning her surroundings for any insects, only to huff in annoyance as she spotted 3 bat-like figures circling above the Zishuan Palace. Bei Fu is the youngest of the 4 bats and the most mischievous, visiting Nuyeking daily under the pretense of companionship, though his true intent is to scrounge for food. Ninfu is taciturn and disinclined to converse, yet he is a glutton who consistently encourages Bei Fu to mooch off Nuyeking's meals. Shifu, the most refined and scholarly among them, spends his days lost in books and is the coldest of the quartet, leaving Nuyeking feeling anxious whenever she engages him in conversation. Suppressing her irritation, Nuyeking greeted them politely, then turned her gaze toward Bei Fu with an expression full of disdain, hands on her hips, embodying a spirit of frustration. You nuisance, back again to mooch off my food. You always sneak my sweet and sour pork. Nan and Shifu have long grown accustomed to their playful bickering, shaking their heads with smiles as they approached the stone table. Bei Fu, with a cheeky grin, bounded over to Nuyeking, his face a mask of flattery. Our Anu is the most generous, right? Nuyeking shot him a fierce glare and chose to ignore him. These past few days, Anu has appeared in good spirits, her smile brighter, and the sorrow in her eyes diminished. Dongfu set the dishes on the table and, noticing Nuyeking's rosy complexion, chuckled softly. If you can live, desire less, abandon sorrowful thoughts, and find joy in life, Nuyeking recited her father's words. The right mindset is the foundation of all things. Seeing things with clarity is truly wonderful. Come, let us eat. Dongfu placed chopsticks before Nuyeking, his smile bright and warm. Nuyeking nodded in puzzled agreement. The rich aroma of the meal wafted through the peach blossom grove, and as the 5 of them devoured their food, a thunderous voice echoed. The demon lord commands. Dongfu, hasten to the Deek Palace and await orders. As the thunderous sound faded, concern etched the faces of the 5. Nuyeking had anticipated this. The matter of cursing would not be easily resolved. Linglong's arrogance stemmed not only from her formidable powers, but also from the backing of the demon clan elder, Tonglond. On that day, she was grievously insulted, and with her imperious and haughty disposition, how could she possibly endure such affront? Nuyeking, indifferent to how much Linglong could maneuver against him, knew that the demon lord had specifically assigned him to deliver the 1,000-kill order, which undoubtedly held significant value. The demon lord would not resort to lethal measures over trivial matters. Rather, it was Linglong who would not only gain nothing but also face accusations of distorting the truth and bullying her own kind. Yet, why was Dongfu summoned? She could not comprehend. Had something transpired after she had fainted that she was unaware of? Bei Fu, known for his candor and forthrightness, expressed his indignation, exclaiming, "Elder brother, they are the wicked who make the first complaint. We did not seek him out to confront him, and yet he dares to turn the tables and report us directly to the demon lord. This cannot stand. I shall confront that arrogant scoundrel." Rising to leave, he was halted by Nan Fu, who cautioned, "Do not act recklessly. Otherwise, matters will only worsen. What second brother says is sensible. In my opinion,
We should first attend to the summons. If elder brother delays, he may only invite more gossip and lose the moral high ground, remarked Shifu. Enough of your chatter. I know how to conduct myself, declared Dongfu. Turning to depart, Yu Yeqing promptly rose and grasped Dongfu's sleeve. Elder brother Dong, this incident arose from me. How can I allow you to face it alone? Dongfu thought Nu was unaware. When he saw her, struck by Linglong, her frail form drifting away like a feather, he was taken aback. Realizing that in just 3 days' absence, she had suffered such humiliation, in a fit of rage, he loosed an arrow at Linglong. Though she was powerful and evaded the ambush, she was still grazed on the arm, leaving her with a face full of malice as she vowed not to spare Nu Yeqing. However, he was utterly unconcerned, his sole focus being to tend to Nu Yeqing's wounds, taking her to Zixuan Palace for recuperation, instructing others not to inform her to alleviate her worries. Yet, what Dongfu did not realize was that this Nu was not the same as the other. Unable to resist her, Dongfu had no choice but to carry Nu Yeqing's delicate frame, soaring towards the Deek Palace. The grand halls and resplendent roofs, glimmering with silver-gray light, emitted a piercing radiance, exuding a chill wherever one went. Nu Yeqing knew that the opulent palace was nothing more than an ice coffin. From a distance, she beheld the square before the Deek Palace, where a purple figure stood out starkly. Without needing to guess, she knew it was Linglong. Beside her knelt a man clad in white, his silver hair cascading down his back. This must be Linglong's supporter, Tongluan. In the blink of an eye, Dongfu and Nu Yeqing reached the square. Dongfu cast a sidelong glance at Tongluan before kneeling on one knee, while Nu Yeqing stood upright, her gaze lost in the smooth, crystalline floor. Dongfu has come to receive his orders. Nu Yeqing glanced at Tongluan and Linglong, both wearing expressions of triumph and intrigue. Linglong wore a mocking smile, her eyes occasionally drifting toward the kneeling Dongfu, her gaze complex. Faintly, she heard the sound of unsteady footsteps approaching, and it was none other than Granny Yin. Granny Yin glanced at Dongfu before addressing Tongluan. Tongluan, please recount the matter you reported. Tongluan, feeling pleased, sensed that Granny Yin favored him, and thus he recounted the events with great enthusiasm. The countenance of Granny Yin was etched with deep lines, rendering her expression inscrutable, yet a chilling aura surged forth, suffocating Nu Yeqing and Dongfu, as if the very air around them had come to a standstill, a heaviness of asphyxiation enveloping them. Esteemed Granny Yin, Dongfu spoke solemnly, I have no words to defend myself. You are undoubtedly aware of the true nature of the situation, and I willingly accept punishment for harming Linglong. He did not attempt to refute the assertions made by Tongluan, which he knew to be untrue. Tongluan was taken aback by Dongfu's readiness to admit fault. She had anticipated a lengthy discourse, yet his acquiescence was unexpectedly gratifying, a gleam of triumph shining through her rugged features. However, Linglong did not share in this delight, for a tinge of concern clouded her heart. Nu Yeqing, anxious, stepped forward on her knees, unwilling to witness the warmth they had just experienced dissipate, and even less so to see Dongfu endure the torments of hell. Granny Yin, the matter is not as it appears. I implore you to see clearly. She believed that her continued usefulness would compel Granny Yin to consider her plea. After a moment of hesitation, Granny Yin's weary voice resonated. You may all rise. Must we escalate such trivial disputes to the point of breaking this old frame of mine? You are the pillars of the demon clan, and I have no desire to lose any of you. Let this matter be forgotten, and return to tend to your wounds. As she turned to leave, her gaze lingered on Nu Yeqing, a flicker of something unusual passing through her eyes. She had never anticipated being outmaneuvered by a mere girl. Nu Yeqing stifled a laugh within. Tongluan, disheartened by Granny Yan's abrupt dismissal, flung her sleeves in frustration and departed with indignation. Linglong, too, was taken aback by the outcome, casting a fierce glare at Nu Yeqing before drifting away with reluctance. Observing the retreating figures clad in white and purple, Nu Yeqing approached Dongfu, leaning in to whisper, Linglong's gaze towards you. Do not speak of such things. Dongfu interjected, a faint blush crossing his face as he shot her a stern look, yet he could not suppress a grin as he watched her stand beside him, her head bowed, shoulders quaking with suppressed laughter. Suddenly, Granny Yan's voice, cold and laced with displeasure, echoed from within the palace. Nu, I give you 3 days to depart. Otherwise, you shall face severe consequences. Nu Yeqing quickly stifled her amusement, responding softly, yes. She raised her head to meet Dongfu's questioning gaze, hastily tugging at his sleeve and leading him towards the steps, their contrasting heights and strides carrying them toward the Moyuan. Along the way, silence enveloped them, each lost in their own thoughts. Dongfu fixated on the back of Nu Yeqing's head, awaiting her explanation, but she feigned an inscrutable demeanor. He reminisced about the days when she would confide in him about any trouble she faced. Yet, somewhere along the way, she had ceased to depend on him. Time had transformed them, just as that sun-drenched afternoon, when she had asked him not to consume her. "Are you not going to explain?" Dongfu finally broke the silence. The petite figure halted, momentarily startled, as petals from a peach blossom slipped from her tattered robe, an incongruous yet beautiful sight. Inu Yeching turned her head, a gentle smile gracing her lips. "Brother Dong, I am aware of your concerns for me, however. I am compelled to act. Zillion is ensnared in a hellish predicament, teetering on the brink of death. If I do not defy my own intentions, this precious lotus will wither away. Thus, I must rescue her, for I cannot bear the thought of anyone suffering because of me." Dongfu had long been aware of Zillion's imprisonment, yet he remained oblivious to the specific task assigned to her by the demon lord that had secured her life in exchange. Regardless of the perilous trials he would face, Dongfu felt an unwavering duty to assist her. Yet, he yearned for Anu to voice her predicament, to affirm that she was still the obstinate girl who relied on him, the one he cherished as a sister. Alas, his hopes were dashed as Nu Yeching resolutely refused any assistance. With a hint of helplessness, she lifted her slender, jade-like fingers to caress her flowing, ebony locks, her face blossoming with a warm smile reminiscent of a lotus emerging from the water. Yet her eyes bore an unmistakable, lingering sorrow. Upon returning to the Zishuan Palace, Bei Fu and the others, upon witnessing the safe return of the two, finally relaxed their furrowed brows and allowed smiles to surface. Nevertheless, Dong Fu did not share in their joy. His expression remained impassive as he retreated directly to his chamber. Bei Fu, puzzled, inquired of the newly arrived Nu Yeching. "Anu, what is wrong with elder brother? Did we not resolve everything? Why does he appear so discontented?" Nu Yeching understood Dong Fu's sentiments. He was blaming her for rejecting his goodwill before he could even speak. Yet, she believed it was best to shield him from the knowledge of her dangers. She was confident that he would eventually comprehend her reasoning. This was merely a momentary inability to accept her situation. A fit of pique.it was nothing serious. Perhaps he was just weary and needed some rest. Turning to sit upon a stone slab, she cast a sidelong glance at Bei Fu, who stood there in a daze. "Xiao Bei, what are you daydreaming about? Come here. I have a question for you." Bei Fu snapped back to reality, fury igniting within him as he clenched his fists, pounding his chest in frustration. "How many times must I tell you? Do not call me Xiao Bei." Then, adopting a more submissive demeanor, he approached Nu Yeching, feigning sweetness as he whined. "Anu, please don't call me Xiao Bei any longer. I am older than you. You ought to call me brother. Yet ever since you were rescued from the wild woods, you have insisted on calling me Xiao Bei, and now the other three brothers have followed suit. It truly sounds unpleasant. Can we agree to abandon that title?" Sinan Fu, witnessing Bei Fu's lack of backbone in addressing Nu Yeching, was rendered speechless, inwardly cursing the heavens for having such a spineless fourth brother. It was indeed a source of embarrassment, a mix of helplessness and disdain as the two sauntered off together. Observing that they were alone, Nu Yeching finally voiced a lingering question. "Xiao Bei, why have we never encountered the demon lord? Every time it is said to be the command of the demon sovereign, the punishment of the demon sovereign, one cannot help but wonder why the demon sovereign does not emerge personally to address matters, instead delegating to Granny Yin." Moreover, before Nu Yeching could finish her inquiry, Beifeng hastily ceased his playful demeanor, covering Nu Yeching's mouth with his hand. He scanned the surroundings with vigilance, ensuring no one was near before releasing her. His youthful visage appearing as if coated in frost, seriousness etched upon his face as he admonished. "Having spent 15 years in the demon clan, how could you forget the rule of silence? If your words were to reach the ears of others, you might not even grasp how you met your demise." Upon witnessing Beifeng's palpable anxiety, Nu Yeching surmised there must be some deeper intricacies or unspeakable secrets at play. The demon clan has long adhered to a strict rule of silence, forbidding any inquiries into the affairs of the demon sovereign, with the penalty being death. Thus, the number of those privy to matters concerning the demon sovereign is exceedingly scant. She had initially thought that Beifeng, as the leader of the 30,000 demon troops, would surely be aware of the underlying secrets, and thus resolved to seek answers to her curiosities. However, observing Beifeng's current demeanor, she guessed he would remain tight-lipped. Yet, she was ultimately mistaken. Beifeng conveyed to her through thought, and had she known that her question would cost him his life and implicate all of his comrades, she would have sworn never to ask. After the previous demon sovereign was sealed by the god of dreams using 6 souls and 2 spirits, he forcibly expelled the cloud spirit demon pearl from within himself using millennia of accumulated power, and drained his own blood to nurture the pearl, as long as the one and only dream immortal in the world provided a drop of blood daily. The demon sovereign would be reborn. Until the demon sovereign's resurrection, Granny Yin had sealed all information to prevent the celestial realm from discovering and thwarting the plan for the rebirth of the cloud spirit demon pearl. Thus it was Inu Yeching propped her chin on one hand, lost in contemplation. Beifeng, concerned that New Yeching might inadvertently disclose this information and endanger their lives, warned, "You mustn't speak of this to anyone. If others were to find out, not only would we perish, but it could also implicate my 3 elder brothers and possibly many more." Inu Yeching understood the gravity of the situation, offering a slight smile to reassure him. "Fear not, I shall keep this secret. However, I remain puzzled as to how you came to know all this." Beifeng, casting furtive glances around, leaned closer to whisper, "I inadvertently stumbled into the earthly palace and overheard Granny Yin discussing matters with several elders of the demon clan." New Yeching's eyes widened in astonishment, exclaiming, "You truly have a daring spirit." Beifeng, a bit bashful, scratched his head, and soon the two of them were frolicking joyfully in the peach blossom spring, completely forgetting the tension that had just transpired. Since returning from the earthly palace 3 days prior, Dongfeng had been ignoring New Yeching, leaving at dawn when the dew glistened and returning in the hazy twilight. The night before, he had stumbled into her room reeking of alcohol, disheveled and incoherent, casting her a fleeting glance before departing without uttering a word. When New Yeching chased after him, he had already retreated to his room, extinguishing the light and falling asleep. Chapter 8. Climbing the cliff and entering the forest. The 3-day deadline had arrived. In the early morning, the symphony of chirping birds filled the air, blossoms adorned the landscape, peach flowers danced gracefully, and the river babbled softly. Nu Yeching shed her drab gray robe and donned a charming water blue, tasseled pleated skirt gifted by Beifeng the previous day. He had insisted that one should dress beautifully when venturing outside, lest others mock her. Nu Yeching had laughed heartily, teasing Beifeng for a grown man preoccupied with feminine matters. Yet as her laughter flowed, tears unexpectedly cascaded down her cheeks, startling Beifeng into confusion, fearing he had inadvertently upset her. Unbeknownst to him, she was merely reminiscing about the time she would spend hours preparing herself before stepping out, with her father patiently waiting, never rushing her, but rather smiling and saying, "My dear second daughter is the most beautiful in the capital. She ought to adorn herself well, for my face also shines when she steps out." A gentle breeze caressed the earth, wafting the fragrance of peach blossoms, yet Nu Yeching could not perceive the delicate aroma. Instead, she felt an overwhelming bitterness. She had been waiting at the entrance of Dongfeng for several hours, wishing merely to bid him farewell, but the wooden door remained firmly shut, with no sign of him as noon passed. She realized it was time for her to depart, yet Dongfeng had still not come to see her. Disheartened, she murmured, "Brother Dong, are you truly unwilling to forgive me? The 3-day deadline has passed and I, Anu, must take my leave. Please take care." With reluctance, she turned away, leaving behind a profound sorrow. Dongfeng opened the door and gazed at the receding water-blue silhouette. His eyes filled with endless longing and heartache. He silently reflected, "I have never been angry with you. My avoidance was merely an attempt to spare myself the anguish of parting. Perhaps this way, it might be a little easier." Having left the demon clan for over half a month, Nu Yeching continued to navigate the perilous cliffs. She discovered that there were only 2 ways to escape the demon realm: to soar into the skies or to climb up the cliffs. With her meager magical abilities, she could neither sprout wings nor utilize flying techniques, leaving her with no choice but to scale the rocks by hand. A sturdy vine was tied around her waist, and her bloodied hands clung to the jutting stones, leaving 2 crimson imprints with each shift of her position. Her frail form trembled precariously in midair, with a slightly thicker branch just 2 meters away, capable of supporting her weight. Gathering her resolve, Nu Yeching climbed to the branch and sat down, hastily devouring a bun and some water from her pack. Since her ascent, her eating, drinking, relieving herself, and sleeping had all occurred suspended in midair. Occasionally, she would find a sufficiently robust branch to rest upon. On less fortunate nights, she would remain like a gecko, clinging to the air until dawn broke to continue her climb. Half reclining on the branch, she gazed into the distance, marveling at the breathtaking beauty of the demon realm beneath her, vibrant and resplendent. To the south lay a lush forest encircling the realm, and beyond it, the azure sea merged with the sky. Beyond the mountains were forests, and beyond those, the ocean. And beyond the ocean, the heavens awaited. Occasionally, A disciple of the demon clan would soar past, jolting Nuyeking back to reality as she glanced at her hands, swollen and bleeding, resembling the appearance of braised pig trotters. Cursing her misfortune, she lamented, "Oh, unfortunate Anu. After all these years without wings, one could overlook, but to lack even the ability to fly is truly lamentable. How could you be so inept?" In a moment of distraction during the dark curse, a sudden slip of the hand caused Yeching to tumble down from the branch, her entire body following suit. Instinctively, she flailed in midair, her terrified screams piercing the silence. "Ah, save me!" The shrill cry erupted like thunder, startling the birds that took refuge nearby, sending them scattering into the sky with incessant chirps. At this moment, Yeching understood all too well that in this desolate place, devoid of both sky and ground, there would be no one to rescue her. Silently, she murmured, "Zillion, I am sorry. I cannot save you, but I can accompany you in death." Steeling her resolve, she closed her eyes, bracing for the inevitable descent. Yet, she found herself suspended in midair, not yet meeting the ground. When she cautiously opened her eyes, she noticed the vine tied around her waist. A sigh of relief escaped her lips. "How foolish of me to be so frightened. It seems Xiaobei had the foresight to secure this vine for me. Otherwise, I would surely have been reduced to a mere pulp." With great effort, she grasped the vine and began to carefully ascend back up the cliff. After 10 arduous days, she finally concluded her precarious journey, collapsing onto the ground in exhaustion, stretching her limbs in a delightful yawn. Subsequently, she pounded her aching body with her fists, muttering to herself, "Had I not declined Xiaobei's kind offer to escort me out of the demon clan's barrier, I would not have endured such hardships and narrowly escaped death. Yet, on the other hand, Xiaobei is rather considerate and quite endearing. When I return alive, I shall reward him with a delectable dish of sweet and sour pork, to repay his indirect act of saving my life." Just as she mentioned food, her stomach audibly protested. Grumbling incessantly, Yeching rolled over to retrieve her bundle from behind, only to grasp at empty air, a sudden realization dawning upon her. During her near fall, the bundle had come loose, scattering her provisions and clothing to the ground below. With a resigned sigh, she contemplated the need to procure some sustenance. Otherwise, failing her mission would result in her starving to death. Surveying her surroundings, she found herself amidst a thicket of lush bamboo and peculiar needle-like leaves, resembling an unapproachable hedgehog, their verdant sheen offering a warm and comforting sight. Yet, the only oddity was the eerie silence that enveloped the area. For thousands of miles, no chirping of birds or buzzing of insects could be heard, creating an unsettling stillness. Before her departure, Beifeng had warned her that beyond the cliff lay the beast forest, a place rarely trodden by human feet, fraught with peril. Wild beasts roamed freely, and regardless of her destination, she would need to traverse this treacherous land. Once she emerged from the beast forest, a straight path northeast would lead her to the realm of the demon clan. Thus, for her own protection, she had brought a sword, albeit a humble one, capable of cutting grass and flesh when hungry, and serving as a means to ward off danger, bolstering her courage. Summoning her bravery, Yeching ventured into the beast forest, only to be met with horrifying sounds less than 100 meters in. Outside, the silence was eerie, yet within, chaos erupted. Wails of spirits and howls of wolves filled the air, a tempest roaring past, causing the trees to bow in submission as if a great storm had arisen from the ocean. In an instant, waves of sound surged forth, a relentless rumble echoing around her. Sword in hand, she pressed onward into the depths of the forest. Suddenly, a shriek was drowned out by the cacophony, as Yeching stumbled and fell headlong into a mound of earth. Initially intending to curse her misfortune, she abruptly recalled that she was in the beast forest, and surely an encounter with a beast was imminent. Lowly cursing her luck, she thought, how unfortunate to encounter a demon beast so soon. With an invisible swiftness, she rose, her sword poised in a vigilant manner, directed at the dark mass within the haystack. "Reveal thyself, beast of unknown origin, and witness how I, Anu, shall subdue you beneath my authority." After a prolonged silence, no response was forthcoming. Yeching, cautious yet resolute, tentatively delivered a forceful kick. "Ouch! Who trampled upon my foot? Seeking death, are you?" Suddenly, a figure clad in black sat up, glaring fiercely at Yeching. Startled, she realized this creature could articulate words. Its magical prowess must be formidable. Having just delivered a kick, she felt her fate sealed, leaping 3 feet high in fright, bolting behind a towering tree. "What do you run from? Was it not you who just stepped on my foot?" Before she could catch her breath, The dark-clad figure appeared before her in an instant, and overwhelmed by terror, she gasped for air before fainting. Chapter 9. Encountering a being in the beast forest, what a delightful aroma, so enticing. Inu Yeching's elongated eyelashes fluttered as she sniffed the air like a hound, searching for the source of the delectable scent. To her right, a mere 5 meters away, a man in black was engaged in barbecuing. Upon closer inspection, he was indeed the articulate beast. Thus, she rose, clutching her rusted sword, and stealthily approached the man from behind. With a thud, her dull blade struck an invisible barrier just a foot away from him, producing a muted thump. Suddenly, a blade the size of a fingernail lunged at Inu Yeching, and she swiftly dodged, panic overtaking her as she beheld the scene. The man in black remained engrossed in his cooking, offering no retaliation. She swung her sword 4 or 5 more times with the same result. However, the excessive force left her fingers numb and caused her to lose her grip on the hilt, dropping it to the ground. Inu Yeching had not anticipated that the man could possess such profound magical abilities, effortlessly conjuring a barrier around himself. Despite her relentless strikes, she inflicted no harm upon him and instead suffered the backlash of her own efforts. Had the man chosen to retaliate, she would have truly courted disaster, placing herself in grave peril. The pallor of her face, concealed beneath her veil, was illuminated by the deathly glint emanating from her star-like eyes. The man in black turned slowly, fixing Inu Yeching with a menacing stare. An aura of icy chill radiating from him akin to a frigid wave that froze the surrounding air, rendering Inu Yeching feeling like a mere ice sculpture. This time, her demise seemed inevitable. The two exchanged wide-eyed stares for what felt like an eternity, and just as Inu Yeching believed the specter of death loomed before her, she nearly choked on a mouthful of saliva. "Hey, have you lost your mind, mistaking me for a whole roasted lamb?" The man in black shot her a fierce glare before dismissively turning back to attend to his spit-roasting lamb. Inu Yeching, utterly bewildered, found herself at a loss for understanding the bizarre turn of events. The rich aroma of meat enveloped the air, and before she could fully comprehend her predicament, her stomach audibly protested, prompting her to hastily cover it with her hands. She turned and found a tree to sit upon, yet her eyes betrayed her, fixating on the delectable lamb, piece after piece finding its way into the man's mouth. She swallowed once, then again, nearly overwhelmed by the sheer salivation. The man in black turned his head, catching a glimpse of the yearning gaze of Inu Yeching, and let out a hearty laugh. "Are you hungry? In light of our serendipitous encounter in this remote 100-beasts forest, allow me to treat you to a leg of lamb, if you will." Upon hearing his generous offer, Inu Yeching cast aside all her wariness and reserve, rushing over to the man in black with the eagerness of a ravenous wolf, tearing into the lamb leg with unrestrained fervor. Slow down, don't choke," he cautioned with a grin. "I also have some exquisite peach blossom wine to share." The man in black cheerfully handed the wine pouch to Inu Yeching, who seized it eagerly and took several hearty gulps. After indulging in a feast, she devoured the entire roasted lamb with great delight, patting her stomach in satisfaction. She had never tasted such delectable food. It was even more delicious than the meals prepared by her brother Dong. When Inu Yeching inadvertently caught the man in black gazing intently at her, a faint blush crept across her cheeks. Upon closer inspection, she noted the sharp contours of his chiseled face, the depths of his eyes resembling a tranquil lake, as if she might be drawn into its depths, unable to escape. Adorning his high forehead was a peculiar, shallow red droplet mark, distinctive and unusual. His long, flowing hair cascaded gracefully over his broad back, and his black attire lent him an aura of icy detachment, yet exuded a familiar essence that resonated with Inu Yeching. "Thank you for your kindness in providing me with a meal. I am deeply grateful. May I inquire your name, benefactor?" Inu Yeching said with a slight nod, her tone measured. The man in black's eyes flickered with an unusual glint before he smiled warmly. "No need for such formality. I am called Yunling. I hope you will forgive my previous impudence." Yunling recalled how Inu Yeching had forcefully kicked him and attempted to strike him with her sword, and he chuckled at the memory. "You needn't dwell on it. In this wilderness teeming with beasts, one must naturally exercise caution. It is only reasonable that you mistook me for a creature of the wild. However, what brings you to this perilous realm, a treacherous haven for beasts?" Inu Yeching initially intended to conceal her identity as a member of the demon clan, but appearing in this treacherous 100-beasts forest, claiming to be anyone else would lack credibility. Sensing a strange familiarity in Yunling's presence, she found herself compelled to speak the truth, omitting only the part about her mission to deliver a kill order to the demon clan. "What you may not know is that I am merely a lowly demon, punished by the demon lord for my transgressions and sent to this forest to meet my demise. Yunling's expression remained impassive upon hearing Nuyeking's confession. As her thoughts raced, she realized that this man possessed formidable powers and, given his presence in the Hundred Beasts forest, he likely had the means to escape it. Even if he could not, accompanying him would be far preferable to venturing alone, thereby increasing her odds of survival. Thus, she half knelt before him, her once unyielding resolve to never bow yielding to the reality of gratitude. Though my life is deemed worthless, I refuse to submit so easily to the jaws of a beast. Yet, my powers are feeble, and I am unable to leave this forest. Each day, I languish in despair. Having encountered you today, I have a humble request. Might you consider granting it? Yunling understood Nuyeking's unspoken intentions clearly, yet he continued to gaze into her eyes, as if he had glimpsed something extraordinary within her. As Nuyeking gazed at Yunling in silence, her lack of words did not imply rejection. Seizing the moment, she implored, "You mentioned that our encounter in the Hundred Beasts forest is destiny. Therefore, I humbly request your aid in my escape." As her emotions deepened, tears welled in her eyes, and she blinked expectantly at Yunling for a response. However, she found his expression suddenly grave, as he raised a finger to his lips, signaling her to be quiet, not speak. Something approaches. Nuyeking swiftly wiped away her tears and grasped the serrated sword. Assuming a defensive stance as she surveyed her surroundings, straining to listen, she detected no sound. Even the howl of the tempest that had greeted her entry was absent, leaving only the faint rustle of leaves in the wind. In this profound silence lay a greater peril, lurking in the quiet, awaiting its moment to strike. With a flick of his sleeve, Yunling shattered the stillness, the sound of breaking glass resonating through the air. Instantly, the hurricane returned, causing the dense treetops to sway violently. Nuyeking realized then that since her awakening, she had heard no sounds and seen no swaying trees. It was Yunling who had cast a barrier. As the barrier crumbled, tranquility returned to its prior state. Around them gathered over 20 wolves, their eyes glowing red and fixated upon them with predatory intent. The two stood back to back, vigilantly observing their surroundings. "Anu, your magic is feeble. Do not attempt to confront them directly. Just protect yourself, and I shall handle these beasts." "Understood. I will heed Brother Yun's words." Nuyeking, aware of her youth, hoped for Yunling to guide her out of the Hundred Beasts forest. Thus she sought to ingratiate herself with him. And no sooner had she spoken than the leading wolf ascended a stone, howling towards the sky as if issuing a command to attack. The other wolves surged forward, and a robust, ebony-furred beast lunged at Nuyeking. She hurriedly raised her sword to defend herself, but her strength faltered, and she was swiftly knocked to the ground, her sword clattering away. Left defenseless, she braced herself against the wolf's sharp fangs as they aimed for her throat. In desperate need of assistance, she glanced at Yunling, who was entangled with several wolves, unable to spare her a glance. Chapter 10. The great battle against the red tiger now, she had no choice but to save herself. Gradually, she began to gather her meager magical energy into her hands, and in an instant, the wounds on her arms, reminiscent of braised pig trotters, began to heal at a visible pace, her skin transforming into a delicate smoothness. As her power concentrated, silvery, thread-like tendrils radiated from each fingertip, entwining her hands, while her arms began to change hue, resembling two luminous jade pieces. With a forceful push, she cast the immense beast aside with ease. Nuyeking felt a surge of joy, surprised at the wolf's vulnerability. The thrown wolf, however, quickly regained its footing, its red eyes burning with fury as it launched another fierce assault. Nuyeking hastily retrieved her broken sword, infusing it with her magical energy. Instantly, the blade shimmered with a soft blue light, masking any signs of rust or damage. Yeching unleashed a move known as pear blossoms in the rain, instantly conjuring a multitude of pale blue lights that coalesced into sword-like energies, striking towards the frenzied wolves charging at her. The wolves deftly evaded the onslaught, leaping onto a tree, their sharp claws embedding themselves deeply into the bark. With a powerful push, they tore away the bark, leaving behind a trail of claw marks, their bulky bodies appearing surprisingly agile as they sprang to another tree, skillfully dodging the blade's assault time and again. As the wolves maneuvered, they drew closer to Yeching, poised to attack with renewed ferocity. Yeching gathered her energy, lifting herself into the air, swirling gracefully like a blooming blue rose, fresh and elegant yet undeniably striking. The sword in her hand spun in brilliant arcs, her entire form shifting rapidly, upside down one moment, then diving downwards the next. The force of her descent created a minor tempest that ensnared the attacking wolves, rendering them unable to resist. The blade pierced the body of one wolf with a sizzling sound, the aroma of seared meat filling the air, as the creature dissipated into a wisp of dark mist. Clad in a black robe, Yunling wielded his enigmatic powers against each wolf that dared to approach him, capturing them all in a pristine white jade vial just as they transformed into shadows. Suddenly, the lead wolf let out a piercing howl that resonated like thunder, drowning out the howling wind. Exhausted, Inyeching collapsed to the ground, breathless and wary as she watched the howling wolf, a solitary tear slipping from its blood-red eyes. Yunling turned to Inyeching, witnessing the lead wolf charge towards her with blinding speed, outpacing him entirely. Swiftly altering his stance, he formed several gestures to erect a barrier around her. Just as the wolf was about to pounce, it collided with an invisible wall, disoriented and staggering away in a daze. The remaining wolves ceased their attacks and scattered in retreat. Inyeching rose, eager to pursue, but Yunling halted her. It has been wounded by my barrier. Without magical healing, it will not survive the night. There is no need for our intervention. He approached her, curiosity mingling with suspicion. Your magical prowess is evidently greater than you claimed. Why then the deceit? Inyeching, still breathless from the recent skirmish, found herself at a loss for words. Why does Brother Yun inquire thus? Yunling replied with a cold smirk. The assailants were red tiger wolves. While I shall not delve into their lineage, only those of level 4 bats and above can vanquish a red tiger wolf. How could a mere lowly member of the demon race achieve such a feat? Inyeching was entirely baffled as to why she had slain the red tiger wolf, knowing only that she had fought with all her might to survive. Brother Yun, I did not deceive you. I too am unaware of how I managed to kill that red tiger wolf. In the demon realm, aside from being struck by the demon lord's azure dragon whip, I have been bullied by my kin like Ling Long. How could I possibly learn magic? I have not even mastered the art of flight, and it took me a month to climb here to the 100 Beasts Forest by hand. I truly did not lie. If you don't believe me, look at my hands, which are covered in wounds, she spoke. She extended her hands, their skin smooth as jade, with fingers as fair and delicate as tender bamboo shoots. Devoid of any wounds, it was then that Inyeching recalled the moment when she had cast a spell to fend off the wild wolves. The white light had gradually healed the wounds on her hands, rendering her skin softer and whiter than that of a newborn babe. Yunling's expression remained inscrutable, his piercing gaze seemingly capable of penetrating her very soul, scrutinizing whether her words bore truth or deceit. Inyeching found herself at a loss for words. Glancing at Yunling's skeptical eyes, she realized that speaking would be futile. Instead, she bottled up her grievances, tears cascading like pearls from the corners of her eyes, soaking into her veil. After a brief moment, she wiped away her tears and gently nodded. Since Brother Yun harbors reservations, I shall seek my own path. Thank you for your life-saving intervention, Brother Yun. Should fate allow us to meet again, I shall surely repay your kindness. Farewell. With her sword in her left hand, she pressed her palms together in a gesture of respect, bowed slightly, and turned to leave. Her solitary figure destined to wander alone. As night fell, the dimly lit forest gradually succumbed to darkness. The fierce winds, emboldened by the obscurity, wreaked havoc upon every tree, the rustling sounds morphing into ghostly wails. Inyeching had wisely chosen an ancient tree to safeguard herself from potential beastly attacks, climbing to its heights to weather the night and resume her journey at dawn. The howling winds failed to disturb her slumber, and she soon drifted into a dreamlike state. The witching hour. Silvery moonlight streamed through the gaps in the leaves, casting a gentle glow upon Inyeching's butterfly-like, exquisite eyelashes. Suddenly, she sensed the faint sound of footsteps approaching, her instincts alerting her to the presence of another. With a swift motion, she opened her eyes, cautiously leaning against the tree, peering downwards. Below, a shadowy figure lurked in the darkness, its features obscured, yet an aura of icy coldness emanated from it. Sending a shiver down her spine, it appeared that she was not alone in the beastly woods. Besides Yunling, there were others. Soon after, a wolf sauntered towards the shadow, transforming into human form as it walked. Inyeching's heart leapt with excitement. To encounter a member of the demon clan in this place could prove advantageous for completing her mission. Just as her spirits soared, she overheard a chilling conversation. The red tiger has failed in his task. We beseech the young master for punishment. The wolf knelt on one knee. Although he did not succeed in eliminating that vile creature, he has discerned her magical prowess surpassing that of the 4 bats. It seems I underestimated her. Inyeching listened in astonishment to the dialogue before her, realizing that the matter concerning the red tiger was not merely coincidental, but rather a premeditated scheme to deal with her. Reflecting upon her past, She could not recall any transgressions against others. Could it be the doing of Granny Yin? Yet the voice belonged unmistakably to a man, starkly different from Granny Yan's. The only individuals she had ever wronged were Ling Long and her master, Tonglon. Mentioning Tonglon, she did find a hint of similarity in the voice. But why would he conceal his powers? Was there a conspiracy at play? The red tiger voiced his confusion. Granny Yin possesses discerning eyes. She likely knew that the wretched one was hiding her strength, otherwise, she would not have sent her on this mission. After a brief pause, he commanded, "You are to closely monitor her actions and report to me at all times." Indeed, however, the red leopard. Before Chi-Hu could finish speaking, the shadow had already vanished, leaving him alone, bewildered in place, murmuring softly. "Chi Bao, brother will surely avenge you." Inu Yeching, fearful of causing a commotion, maintained a single posture for so long that his body became rigid and uncontrollable, ultimately succumbing to gravity and falling. Upon hearing the noise, Chi-Hu instantaneously teleported beneath the tree, only to find Nu Yeching sprawled on the ground in disarray. "Alas, how it hurts!" he exclaimed at "It is you, who have foolishly come to seek death. Thus, I shall avenge my deceased brother." He gritted his teeth, and his right hand swiftly transformed into a wolf's claw, its sharp nails elongating ominously under the moonlight, glistening coldly as they inched toward Nu Yeching. Chapter 11. The circle of deception. As the wolf's claw was poised to pierce his heart, Nu Yeching trembled with terror, his body quaking like a sieve as he gradually recoiled, desperately attempting to distance himself from death. How could it be that after narrowly escaping one calamity, he now faced demise at the hands of a wolf's claw? "Ah, Nu, why are you so unfortunate?" Nu Yeching lamented internally 100 times over. "Though you think you can still escape. Today, I shall use your blood to honor my brother's spirit in the heavens. This time next year shall mark your demise." Chi-Hu, witnessing Nu Yeching's retreat, scoffed with derision, laughing maniacally. How much longer can a dying grasshopper leap? Recalling the scene from earlier that day, Nu Yeching remembered the wild wolf he had unwittingly slain with his sword and a single tear that had escaped Chi-Hu's eye. It dawned upon him with startling clarity. Yet, faced with blades drawn against him, he had unwittingly brought about his own demise. Though survive, how could he allow himself to be slaughtered? This meager life, hard one, would not be relinquished easily. Thus, he had acted without hesitation to take another's life. Little did he realize that such reckless actions would lead to Yunling's scorn and Chi-Hu's animosity. However, in a world where human life is treated lightly, all doubts and hatred are but fleeting shadows. "Are you perhaps being unreasonable? He sought to take my life, and I merely acted in self-defense. Despite this, it remains true that your brother perished by my hand, and for that, I express my regrets. Yet, as an elder brother, you failed to protect him. Moreover, you conspired with treacherous individuals, igniting this conflict that resulted in your brother's utter annihilation. In truth, you are the true murderer." Nu Yeching's relentless arguments, though tangled, held undeniable truth, leaving Chi-Hu speechless and perplexed. Chi-Hu's claw, once aimed at him, hesitated, his expression shifting erratically. She spoke the truth. Had he not heeded the young master, the day's events would not have unfolded, and his brother would not have gallantly charged forth, ultimately falling beneath her sword. No, it was her. She concealed her strength and deceived us. Overcome with emotion, Chi-Hu's head bobbed back and forth like a drum, oscillating between human and wolf forms, an unpredictable aura of murderous intent enveloping her, causing the leaves on the ground to swirl chaotically, striking Nu Yeching's face with stinging intensity. Gradually, the crimson tiger was ensnared by the clutches of hatred. Its once dark fur transformed into a vibrant red, the color spreading from the roots to the tips, while the blood-red irises of its eyes constricted, enveloped entirely by the hue. Its entire form resembled a blazing fireball, growing ever more fervent under the influence of its animosity. The crimson tiger had completely lost its reason. One could see Nu Yeching, mouth agape and eyes wide as copper bells, staring in terror at the unfolding scene, having long forgotten the notion of escape. Saliva dripped from the corners of the tiger's mouth as it greedily gazed upon the delectable feast before it, taking slow, deliberate steps towards Nu Yeching. Nu Yeching was jolted back to reality by the thunderous sound of the tiger's footsteps, helplessly grasping the sword at hand, ready to defend himself at a moment's notice. However, having exerted his magical powers during the day, his strength was severely diminished, rendering him incapable of engaging in combat. Suddenly, he recalled how the crimson tiger had reverently addressed the shadowy figure as young master. It was clear that the creature had either received immense favor from that individual or was coerced into servitude. for only an unrestrained crimson tiger would be so utterly devoted to sacrificing itself. Thus, Nui Qing devised a ruse. Your young master did not decree my execution. If he were to discover that you had slain me and thus jeopardized his interests, you would find yourself unable to bear the consequences in that event. Not only would you fail to avenge your brother, but you might also lose your own life. Have you thought this through? To his surprise, the crimson tiger actually heeded his words, pausing in its tracks, lost in contemplation. Nui Qing seized the opportunity to press on, hoping to restore the creature's sanity. I surmise that you must have benefited greatly from your young master, which is why you are so devoted to him. Should you kill me, you would irrevocably lose his trust, a loss far more grievous than that of your brother. Like you, I understand the principle of repaying kindness. I would do everything in my power to reciprocate, rather than foolishly obstructing his path forward. Gradually, the crimson tiger's heart calmed, and it settled submissively onto the ground, realizing the truth in Nui Qing's words. There was indeed some common ground between them. If you were not my enemy, I would gladly consider you a friend. For today, I shall spare your life, but when we meet again, I shall still fulfill my duty without mercy. With that, it turned and vanished into the woods. Nui Qing exhaled deeply, collapsing onto the ground in exhaustion. The moonlit night was exquisite. The round moon shone brightly, like a lantern suspended in the sky, casting a glimmer of light and warmth upon the dark expanse. The silvery glow poured over Nui Qing, bestowing a shimmering sheen upon her water-blue gown, rendering her stunningly beautiful. A single tear of longing disrupted the beauty of the moment. Human emotions are fraught with joy and sorrow, just as the moon waxes and wanes. How long could this moment of fullness endure before it inevitably became flawed? In the days that followed, no wild beasts were encountered. By day, Nui Qing traveled according to the sun, and by night, she relied on the Big Dipper, unwaveringly heading northeast. Perhaps the crimson tiger had reservations and resonated with her, for it ceased its pursuit. Yet, she knew that with the tiger's unwavering loyalty, it had surely dispatched someone to follow her, reporting back to that shadowy figure at all times. What of Yunling? She pondered, unaware of his whereabouts or activities. I assert that once again, one has carelessly fallen asleep amidst the haystack, frightening others in the process. Ultimately, Nui Qing harbored little wariness towards him, instinctively placing her trust in him. Perhaps her feeble attempt to wield her powers indeed surpassed her own expectations, thus leading to this misunderstanding. She firmly believed that these misconceptions would be resolved in due course. Nui Qing sought out a secluded water pool, indulging in a refreshing bath, having not cleansed herself since departing from the demon clan. Feeling as though she might soon succumb to an unbearable stench, the crystalline waters shimmered beneath the sunlight, tranquil and undisturbed. She removed the veil from her face, scrutinizing this new visage closely. The vivid crimson imprint on her right cheek, the size of an infant's fist, was strikingly alarming. She recalled that the last time she had seen her reflection in the floors of the DK Palace, her right cheek had been marred with scars and sores. This time, however, only a faint mark remained, likely the result of her recent forceful exertion of power. A thrill of delight surged within her. It seemed that if she were to wield her abilities once more, this minor blemish might vanish entirely, and then no one would dare to label her as an ugly woman. Dressed impeccably, she chose not to don the veil again, but instead artfully transformed the mark on her right cheek into a blazing peony with vermilion powder. This not only dispelled any vulgarity but also added an alluring charm to her appearance. With willow-like brows and starry eyes, her skin was as delicate as bone, and the water-blue gauze skirt accentuated her pallor. Her flowing tresses were casually tied up, dancing in the gentle breeze. Even the fish in the water were captivated by her beauty, circling her feet, reluctant to depart as she traversed a nearby thicket. Nui Qing detected the sound of approaching footsteps. A thought crossed her mind. Could it be that she who was pursuing her once more? She stifled her presence, concealing herself in the underbrush. Through the gaps in the grass, she glimpsed a figure cloaked in black, racing past, reminiscent of the dark figure she had seen lurking that fateful night. The shadow vanished into the northwestern horizon, and as Nui Qing emerged from her hiding place, she found herself uncertain of the identity of the departing figure. Supporting her chin with one hand, she pondered, could it be Tong Ran? Why would he conspire with the demon clan to silence me? Is it merely because I insulted Ling Long? With that, she set off in pursuit towards the northwest. Chapter 12. Dreams haunting the soul. Nui Qing was not adept at flight techniques. Thus, she could only rely on her legs to chase after the cloaked figure. The distance between them had already stretched immeasurably, and after several miles of pursuit, she found herself gasping for breath. ultimately unable to catch up to the hooded figure. Exhausted, she collapsed onto the ground, carefully observing her surroundings, only to realize she had entered a realm akin to the fabled Penglai. Towering bamboo groves surrounded her, their verdant splendor wafting delicate wisps of lingering smoke that danced at her feet. Taking a deep breath, the pure and sweet aroma of bamboo shoots, drenched in rain dew, filled her nostrils, invigorating her spirit and banishing her fatigue. What manner of place is this? There were no signs of fierce winds or the roars of wild beasts. Only lush green bamboo shoots and ethereal mists enveloped her. She marveled at the unexpected vitality thriving in this domain, typically rife with the demon's chaos. Intermittently, distant strains of a guqin floated through the air, the melodic notes resonating with an enchanting allure that stirred the soul. Instinctively, Nu Yiqing followed the sound, weaving through the bamboo forest until she arrived at an exceptionally clear river, its azure waters rippling gently. Above the flowing waters, a small hillock seemed to emerge, resembling a tiny island reluctant to be submerged. On the island stands a seemingly ancient divine spirit tree, which appears to have flourished for millennia. Its crystalline, resplendent buds emit a dazzling light, gentle enough not to harm the eyes, as the sunlight shifts. The hues of the buds transform in tandem, and at this moment, Nooking beholds a delicate and enchanting peach pink. The source of the melodious sound emanates from that very isle. Nooking strives to discern the figure playing the zither, yet she cannot wade through the water and can only glimpse a partial silhouette from afar. Clad in a pristine white gauze robe that gracefully envelopes a slender form, 3,000 strands of hair cascade down like a waterfall upon the back. The ethereal aura of this figure captivates Nooking profoundly. She understands that even that solitary silhouette is enough to haunt her dreams across 3 lifetimes. Resolutely, she settles by the riverbank, quietly listening to the person's repeated melodies, whether they convey solitude, melancholy, or sorrow. Each note imprints firmly within her heart, including the emotions of that moment. Unbeknownst to her, 10 days have slipped by. The aura of the place is vibrant, and Nooking, without food, drink, or sleep, remains by the river, accompanying that person, whose zither melodies have never ceased. Just after noon, as she becomes entranced by the music, it abruptly halts. Startled, she regains her senses and gazes at the half-visible figure, who gracefully rises. With a mere wave of the hand, the ancient zither vanishes into thin air. She realizes that the person is about to depart and hurriedly calls out, "Immortal, immortal." Yet the figure, as if oblivious to her plea, transforms into a streak of white light, soaring into the heavens. Nooking hastily rises, attempting to chase after the river's flow, but alas, that silhouette vanishes into the horizon. She murmurs to herself, "I merely wish to tell you my name, to ask you to remember that there was one who accompanied you for 10 days and nights, who shared in your sorrow, your melancholy, your solitude." As the figure fades away, the once ethereal landscape akin to a fairyland shatters like broken glass, reverting to the original form of the 100 Beasts forest. Nooking's heart feels as though it has sunk to the lake's depths, shattered alongside the illusion. "I comprehend your loneliness, yet I cannot alleviate it. You have left me only a trace of your silhouette to yearn for, and throughout it all, you remain unaware of my existence in your world." Alas! She realizes that she may never again encounter that figure, nor share in the joy of playing the zither together. In the midst of her myriad sorrows, Yunling descends from the sky, appearing like a specter behind Nooking. Observing her contemplative demeanor, his heart aches suddenly. Nooking, oblivious to his presence and the aura he conceals, his power surpassing hers, rendering her entirely unaware, fails to sense his approach. Anew, Yunling calls out suddenly, startling Nooking into a shiver. Reflexively, she turns to glance at him, placing a hand over her heart in relief, and glares at Yunling. "Brother Yun, you nearly frightened me to death. Why did you not announce your arrival sooner?" Yunling forces a smile. "It is not that I intended to startle you, but rather that your thoughts had already taken flight, leaving you unaware of my presence." Nooking, feeling bashful, cannot bring herself to admit that her mind was occupied with the immortal who haunts her dreams. Her cheeks flushed with a delicate crimson as she shyly averts her gaze. Yunling gazed upon Anu's face, unable to resist the urge to touch the exquisite peony blooming upon her cheek. "Anu, the last time I beheld you, you were veiled in a silk scarf. I assumed it was because your beauty was so transcendent that you wished to conceal your unparalleled visage from the world. But alas, could it be that you are merely a frightful sight?" Anu interrupted Yunling, her brow furrowed and a flicker of anger flashing in her eyes as she turned away from him. "For 15 years within the demon realm, I have endured relentless torment. A moment's carelessness could invite the wrath of the demon lord or the scorn of my kin, which is how I acquired these scars upon my face. At times, I ponder whether I committed some unspeakable act in a past life, leading to this punishment in the present. However, I wish to convey that my disfigurement does not reflect the nature of my heart. Brother Yun, do you grasp my meaning? Anu's words were laden with implication, and Yunling understood her plight all too well. He recognized that Anu had misconstrued his intentions. Anu, that is not what I meant. I intended to express that your beauty surpasses that of a city's charm 1,000-fold. Furthermore, I have come to offer my sincerest apologies. I should not have doubted your honesty that day. Yunling hastily clarified. Anu did not assert disbelief towards Yunling but simply sought to affirm that she had not lied. Forcing a faint smile, she turned to face him. There is no need for your explanations. I am not angry with you, that I merely wish for you to know that I genuinely consider you a friend. Yunling nodded in satisfaction. As long as you bear no ill will towards me, I am at ease. Hearing his words warmed Anu's heart, leaving her momentarily speechless. Yet, Yunling gradually revealed what he had inadvertently learned about the arrival of dark-clad figures in the Red Tiger camp and their plotting to capture Anu. Brother Yun, you are unaware that I was originally heading northeast. Upon encountering those cloaked figures, I attempted to track them here, but alas, my pace was too slow, and I lost them. Anu scratched her head sheepishly and continued, in truth, I encountered those dark-clad individuals after we parted ways. I discovered that they had deliberately orchestrated the Red Tiger's assault on me to silence me, though the reasons behind it remain a mystery. Who could these shadowy figures be? Since they are scheming to capture you, they would certainly not anticipate your personal entry into the camp. It would be prudent for us to venture together to the Red Tiger camp to uncover their true intentions. Yunling mused thoughtfully. Anu nodded in agreement. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, Yunling swept her into his arms and soared into the sky, traversing countless towering trees until they emerged from the 100 Beasts forest. He then ascended over 2 great mountains, finally coming to rest in an exceedingly secluded valley, where they stood upon a rocky outcrop, gazing into the distance. Yunling's formidable magical prowess had effortlessly carried them beyond the 100 Beasts forest, filling Anu with gratitude. Brother Yun, thank you for guiding me out of the 100 Beasts forest. As she began to kneel in gratitude, Yunling swiftly pulled her upright. With eyes full of tenderness, he gazed at Anu, his gentle voice flowing into her heart like a warm current. From now on, wherever you go, I shall remain by your side, never straying even a step away. With that, he enveloped Anu in his embrace. On a gentle night, Nooking inhaled the delicate fragrance of peach blossoms, enveloped in an overwhelming sense of warmth and security. Yet, she could not afford to be so careless, for in that very moment, her heart had been surrendered to that distant silhouette. She abruptly pushed Yunling away and politely declined, stating, Anu is neither beautiful nor talented, lacking both power and influence. Hence, it would be unworthy for Brother Yun to squander his time on her. Yunling's gentle, watery gaze suddenly turned cold, fixated on Nooking for a considerable time before he turned to gaze into the valley. Chapter 13. The rejection of a confession. Nooking, oblivious to the displeasure in Yunling's eyes, stepped forward to stand beside him, both observing the lush greenery and vibrant light within the valley. Brother Yun, what is that brilliant light? She inquired. Although Yunling felt discomfort within, he concealed it well, understanding the principle that proximity fosters affection. If treated sincerely, Anu would undoubtedly reciprocate his feelings. Casting a tender glance at Nooking, he replied with a slight smile, that is a circular pearl used by the Red Tiger wolf pack for training and maintaining their human forms. It is said that this pearl fell from the crown of the divine being chiming during the Battle of the Wild Light. Since it was imbued with the essence of nature and celestial energy by the divine, it possesses the ability to swallow the heavens and exhale mist. Thus, when utilized by these beasts, it becomes an invaluable treasure. It seems the Red Tiger possesses a considerable affinity with the divine. After a moment of contemplation, Nooking expressed her concern. If the Red Tiger possesses the circular pearl, would our infiltration into the wolf's den not be akin to walking into a trap? Moreover, with the assistance of the cloaked figures, our venture may end in calamity. Fear not, Yunling reassured her. Though wolves are social creatures, their hearts are solitary. They remain largely unaware of the movements of their kin, as long as I employ the heart exchange technique to embed myself within a wolf's body. Their limited familiarity with each other will prevent them from easily discovering our presence. As Nooking gazed at the immensely powerful and strikingly handsome Yunling, she felt an unfamiliarity wash over her. Although she had always placed her trust in him, she realized how little she truly knew about him. Brother Yun, who are you? She asked, her eyes filled with suspicion. Yunling momentarily froze, then resumed his smile, affectionately tousling Nooking's hair. Do you believe me if I say I am the destined husband of your life? Nooking stared at Yunling in horror and astonishment, a blush creeping across her cheeks as she awkwardly averted her gaze. Avoiding his gentle eyes, Yun, brother Yun, please do not jest with Anu. If you continue to speak nonsense, I shall ignore you. Observing Nooking's bashful demeanor, Yunling felt an even deeper sense of compassion. He understood that her heart belonged to another, as she had vigilantly guarded it for 10 days and nights. Unbeknownst to her, he too had stood watch outside the barrier for the same duration, witnessing her infatuation with that other man, which caused his heart to ache as if pierced by needles. Anu, I shall make you believe that everything I say is true. Nooking had sensed something amiss in Yunling's eyes back in the beast forest, though she had deliberately chosen to look away. Now, his blatant confession left her bewildered. Desperate to change the subject, she urged, let us hasten to the wolf's den. Otherwise, they may detect our presence. Yunling, captivated by Nooking's sparkling eyes, could only acquiesce, surrendering to her urgency. His hearing was exceptionally acute, and he wished to listen for any lurking lone wolves, hoping to seize the opportunity. Faintly, from a cave halfway up the mountain, urgent sounds echoed, each rising above the last. Yunling quickly retracted his focus, feeling a subtle flush creep to his cheeks as he turned away from Nu Yiqing, casting his gaze elsewhere. Unaware of Yunling's sudden embarrassment, Nu Yiqing questioned him, noticing his reddened ears. Brother Yun, what is the matter? Why are even your ears flushed? Are you unwell? She approached him anxiously, her hand reaching to brush his forehead. The moment her hand made contact, it was as if Yunling had been jolted by electricity. He instantly turned his head away, not ill, merely just a bit unaccustomed to this environment. That's a relief. Yunling nodded, his gaze lingering on Nu Yiqing's watery eyes, yearning to reveal that when her icy hand touched his forehead, a shiver of coolness surged through every pore of his body, awakening a tender shoot within the softest recesses of his heart. Wait here, I shall return shortly. With that, he soared towards the cave nestled in the mountainside. Nu Yiqing harbored no concerns for Yunling's safety, for she had witnessed him effortlessly keep the red tiger at bay within the protective barrier of the 100 Beasts forest. Concluding that the red tiger posed no threat to him, thus she waited patiently on the cliff. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, Yunling reappeared, flanked by a man on his left and a woman on his right. He gently placed their unconscious forms on the ground and glanced at Nu Yiqing, saying, These two are red tiger wolves. I have captured them. Nu Yiqing stared at the two motionless figures, instinctively taking a step back in terror. Are they dead? Since her harrowing experience of being entombed with a corpse by Zhao Rongda, she had developed an intense fear of the dead, particularly those whose bodies had yet to decay into mere bones. The thought of being near such corpses made her feel as though every ounce of warmth within her would be siphoned away, and the foul stench of death invaded her nostrils, rendering her breathless. She harbored a deep aversion to all lifeless entities. Perceiving the look of fear and revulsion etched across Nu Yiqing's face, Yunling hastened to grasp her trembling hands, offering reassurance. Do not worry. They are not dead, and if they were, how could we utilize them to infiltrate the wolf's den? Nu Yiqing gazed at Yunling with uncertainty, but he nodded with conviction. Trust me, I would not deceive you. If you doubt, feel for yourself. Under Yunling's insistence, she reluctantly touched the two figures on the ground, relieved to find warmth, easing her fears. Subsequently, Yunling retrieved a mirror from his ring. The back of the mirror was adorned with flowing cloud patterns, surrounded by vividly blooming flames of the sacred spirit flower, each of the 7 colors cycling through a radiant display. The mirror's surface, palm-sized and crystal clear, bore no impurities whatsoever. This was the most exquisite mirror Nu Yiqing had ever encountered. Surely, even the mirror used by the favored concubine in the royal palace could not compare to its beauty. I recall a time when the emperor, in a bid to please the enchanting Xiao Guifei, sent my father to Ziliao City to seek the renowned craftsman Master Liao. With gold in place of brass, he fashioned the most exquisite and valuable mirror. As a reward for my father's diligence, the emperor elevated him in rank and bestowed upon him a title. Alas, the heights of power can be perilous, and ultimately, my father met a tragic fate, embroiled in a scandal that ensnared our entire lineage. Brother Yun, this mirror is truly magnificent. In an instant, I was reminded of my father, though the thought was fleeting. Observing my profound admiration for the mirror, Yunling offered to gift it to me. Since you cherish it so, it shall be yours. Overwhelmed with joy, I hesitated, pondering the implications. If I accepted Yunling's mirror, It might be perceived as a silent pledge of affection towards him, despite my heart belonging to another. Brother Yoon, you jest. Which woman does not delight in adornment? Alas, I fear my visage may never again grace a mirror in this lifetime. Perhaps you should keep it for a more beautiful maiden. Reluctantly, Yoon Ling retracted the mirror. Very well, I shall hold on to it until I find a way to untangle the knot in your heart. Then I will present it to you. I could only shake my head in resignation, contemplating the need to mar my face with a few more scars in the future. Brother Yoon, let us proceed with the incantation. Yoon Ling tossed the mirror into the air, and with a firm gesture, a soft crimson light surged towards His spiritual energy infused the mirror. It burst forth in a dazzling display of vibrant colors, illuminating the surroundings with ethereal beauty. He swiftly altered his hand movements, and the mirror radiated a brilliant white light, casting the reflections of a man and a woman below. Gradually, two gray wisps emerged from their heads and were drawn into the mirror. After retrieving the mirror and placing it within his ring, he gestured for me to lie in the female body while he took residence in the male form. With a wave of his hand, the fragrant essence of peach blossoms enveloped us, and the two figures began to merge seamlessly. Chapter 14. A bold venture into the wolf's den. The body I inhabited, though not a paragon of beauty, possessed an undeniable allure. With lips as red as rubies, it exuded sensuality, adorned in a gown of sheer fabric and delicate lotus flowers that accentuated its curvaceous form. The alabaster shoulders were exposed, radiating an air of seduction, yet the once captivating eyes now bore a touch of innocence. With Yoon Ling's assistance in accessing the host's memories, I discovered that this body belonged to Chi Lu Yin, the sister of Chi who, Yoon Ling, residing in a body clad in a dignified gray robe, appeared quite approachable. He was the attendant Gong Ao, assigned by Chi Hu to Chi Lu Yin, an ordinary mortal. As I gazed at Yoon Ling's scholarly demeanor, I was reminded of my cousin from my uncle's family, which fostered an unexpected sense of familiarity. My smile widened, revealing the full extent of my alluring charm. Yoon Ling, aware that I was deceived by Gong Ao's exterior, contemplated how my perception would shift if I were to witness the two bare bodies entwined in the cave, glistening with sweat. Their pure skin exposed, he blushed at the thought, realizing that we each occupied those two bodies, and thus averted his gaze from me, hastening his steps as I followed closely behind. The two individuals, utilizing these two bodies, made their way toward the den of the wolves. Upon entering the circular magical barrier surrounding the lair, they encountered 3 layers of checkpoints, each guarded by a dozen or so red tigers and wolves. Fortunately, the bodies they had borrowed served as their passes, allowing them to reach the stronghold of the wolf den without impediment. As they arrived at the entrance of the lair, 2 guards respectfully bowed and greeted them. Nu Yeching, feeling somewhat out of place, cleared his throat and affected an air of arrogance, ignoring the bowing guards as he strode directly into the lair, closely followed by Yoon Ling. Inside the vast den, they found only the solitary figure of the red tiger, sitting forlornly on a couch, lost in thought. Nu Yeching had never anticipated that the red tiger, who had vowed to kill him, would possess such a melancholic side. He felt an irresistible urge to approach, but Yoon Ling grasped his arm, shaking his head slightly, conveying through thought, "It is imperative that we do not draw near. He has absorbed a great deal of the circular jewel's spiritual energy. Should he come into contact with us, our true identities would be revealed." Understanding the purpose of their visit, Nu Yeching suppressed his impulse and calmly stated, "Brother, I have returned." Only then did the red tiger notice their presence. Lifting his head to regard Nu Yeching with affectionate eyes, "My sister has returned. Where have you been wandering? I have not seen you for days." Nu Yeching frowned slightly and retorted, "Oh dear brother, where could I possibly go? Aside from this tiny place, I have nowhere else to venture." Her alluring figure swayed like a water snake as she took a couple of steps, collapsing onto the nearby couch and sipping from a cup of wine. The intoxicating effect surged through her mind. The strength of this drink was astonishing, especially compared to Yoon Ling's sweet peach blossom wine, which left a faint blush on her cheeks, adding a touch of allure to her enchanting visage. Yoon Ling, taken aback, had not expected Nu to master the art of seduction taught by Qilian Yin so adeptly. Even her tone now bore a hint of charm. Catching sight of the red tiger's slightly furrowed brow directed at him, he quickly averted his gaze and lowered his head. The red tiger then turned his attention back to Nu Yeching. "I have delightful news for you. The young master has conveyed his affections, expressing a desire to marry you and cultivate together. I have granted my consent. The wedding will take place in 10 days. Nu Yeching's eyes widened in astonishment as she stared at the red tiger. She had long been aware of Qilian Yan's consciousness. Yan's affections lay with Gong Ao, who spent time with her daily, not with this so-called young master. Over the years, every time that figure cloaked in black arrived at the wolf den, the red tiger would lead many of his brethren out, returning with casualties, sometimes within days, other times after months. Just days ago, after the departure of the red leopard, he had not returned, all due to that young master. Her hatred for that man in black had long since festered. "Brother, do you truly wish for me to marry the young master?" Nu Yeching struggled to contain the fury surging within her, one that could be attributed to Qilian Yan's wrath. Why not? Marrying the young master would not only benefit the cultivation of the Red Tiger Wolf clan, but would also allow you to ascend to immortality with his assistance, freeing you from this uncertain existence alongside me, the Red Tiger replied. "If it is for your future, dear sister, what reason could you possibly have to refuse?" Nu Yeching regained her composure and turned to Yunling, saying, "Gong Ao, please extend my gratitude to my brother." Nu Yeching intended to tease Yunling, and also wished to indicate that Chihu and Chiluyan were fond of Gong Ao. Thus she gazed at Yunling below with a face full of springtime warmth. Yunling inwardly cursed, feeling it inappropriate to thank Chihu given his esteemed status. Yet he had no choice but to comply, casting a fierce glare at Nu Yeching before lowering his head to the ground. "Gong Ao? I dare not." Chihu turned coldly to Yunling. "I know you do not dare. As a mere mortal, you must always remember your place. Should you overstep, I, Chihu, shall not spare you, humph." Yunling was acutely aware that Chihu's words were laden with warning for Gong Ao to refrain from harboring any improper thoughts towards Chiluyan. Thus he bowed his head even lower. Nu Yeching rose, adjusting her hairpin with a delicate hand, and chuckled softly. "Brother, do refrain from indirect accusations. Since my sister has already acquiesced to the young master's request, she will certainly comport herself accordingly." Chihu shook his head in resignation, casting a cold glance at Yunling. Nu Yeching swayed her waist and approached Yunling, her soft voice melting his composure. "Why do you linger? Are you waiting for brother's reprimand? If by chance you were to be punished and harmed, I would be most distressed." With a melodious laugh, she drifted away, her laughter lingering like a sweet melody. Burdened with frustration and nowhere to vent it, Yunling could only weakly follow in Nu Yeching's wake. Once Nu Yeching and Yunling departed, Chihu wore a serious and skeptical expression, hastily summoning his subordinate. A woman of unremarkable appearance entered from outside the cave, kneeling on one knee to await Chihu's command. "Keep a close watch on Yin Yin. Report any movements to me immediately. Also, assign more guards to the circular gym." "Yes." The woman rose and vanished into the depths of the cave. Relying on Chiluyan's memories, Nu Yeching returned to her boudoir, situated atop a modest hillock. Delicate pink gauze draped around, creating an ethereal ambience, while the interior boasted opulent furnishings, rich silks, and sumptuous delicacies. The heavy fragrance of musk and rouge intoxicated the senses. She seated herself upon a stone bench, sliding a full cup of tea towards Yunling before filling her own. Taking a sip that instantly invigorated her, the sweet flavor accompanied by the rich aroma of osmanthus enveloping her. What a delightful tea, with such fragrant osmanthus. Yunling took a sip, only to spit it out in confusion, gazing at Nu Yeching. "How can you claim this tastes good? What sort of palate do you possess?" Nu Yeching laughed, mocking Yunling for his lack of appreciation for tea. "Oh, you truly lack taste." Stung by her jest, Yunling shot her an indignant glare but found it difficult to scold her, ultimately turning his gaze to the beautiful scenery beyond the gauze. A panorama of verdant mountains and crystal-clear waters, accompanied by the harmonious chorus of birds. As night fell, the chill of the evening breeze stirred the gauze, scattering it like whispers in the wind, creating a hazy and enchanting atmosphere. Yunling stood on the high platform outside, gazing at the starry sky, resplendent and dazzling, a sense of inexplicable melancholy washing over him. He delicately adjusted his thin garments before turning to enter. Inside, he found Nu Yeching already asleep, her pink gauze dress tangled around her petite frame. As if she felt a hint of chill, she curled up like a hedgehog devoid of quills, her butterfly-like eyelashes casting shadows over her eyelids, while her alluring red lips appeared pale. Yunling hurried forward, gently draping a soft blanket over her. Perhaps sensing the warmth, Nu Yeching turned and nestled against Yunling, even smacking her lips twice, a gesture both endearing and delicate. Yunling smiled tenderly, watching with satisfaction as her face gradually regained its color. Amidst the soft rustling, faint footsteps echoed around them, and Yunling's brow furrowed in impatience. He carefully adjusted Nu Yeching's position, fiddled with the blanket, and then took to the ai in the deep of night. Nu Yeching hazily perceived a silhouette swaying above her. She attempted to open her eyes to discern who it was, but they felt as heavy as lead, refusing to budge. Assuming it was Yunling, she paid no further mind and unknowingly drifted back to sleep, only awakening the next day when the sun was well above the horizon. Sitting on the sleeping couch, Nu Yiqing surveyed the entire boudoir but found no sign of Yunling. Just as she pondered his whereabouts, Yunling entered, carrying a selection of food from outside. Clad in a pristine white robe that accentuated his form, his long black hair elegantly tied atop his head, he exuded a demeanor of cultured grace and serene poise. "I've gathered some food. Hurry and rinse your mouth before coming to eat," he said, placing the provisions on the stone table and presenting her with mouthwash. Observing Yunling's attentive care, so different from the cold demeanor she had first encountered in the beast forest, Nu Yiqing teased, "What has caused you to become so gentle and considerate? I find myself somewhat unaccustomed to it." Yunling shot her a glare, retorting with feigned annoyance, "Do you think I take pleasure in serving you? Rinse your own mouth." With that, he set the rinsing cup down beside the couch and turned away to eat. Nu Yiqing pouted, rinsed her mouth, and sulkily joined him at the table. After their meal, the two strolled within the confines of the wolf's lair, ostensibly for a leisurely walk, but in truth, they aimed to scout the location of the circular pearl and the defenses of the Qihu tribe, preparing for their impending counteroffensive. Neither Qi Lu Yin nor Gong Ao possessed any recollection of the circular pearl's existence, indicating that the Qihu tribe had deliberately concealed it. They had no choice but to investigate the matter personally. After traversing the stone path for a considerable time, they encountered numerous members of the Qihu tribe, either practicing their skills or patrolling. After meandering for most of the day without locating the circular pearl, they returned to the boudoir, only to be met by an individual clad in dark iron armor who stood outside and conveyed a message. The clan leader requests the presence of Miss Yin Er at the wolf's lair for a banquet. Nu Yiqing glanced at Yunling and gently replied, "I understand." Once the messenger departed, she turned to Yunling with excitement, saying, "A banquet? Could it be that the man in black has returned? This time, I must see his true form." Yunling shook his head, expressing concern. "It appears that the situation is not as simple as we imagined. We must proceed with caution." Nu Yiqing, oblivious to Yunling's concerns, paid them no heed. She donned a flowing gown in the hue of smoky willows, her hair casually tied up with a green ribbon, with two strands framing her face, refreshingly elegant yet unable to conceal her innate allure. Yunling gazed, utterly captivated. "Stop staring. No matter how much you look, Qi Lu Yin cannot transform into a flower." Nu Yiqing, with a hint of irritation, disregarded Yunling's gaze and walked gracefully, each step reminiscent of a blooming lotus. "This is far more beautiful than any flower," Yunling retorted, closely trailing behind her. Upon reaching the wolf's den, Qi sat upright on his couch, and upon seeing Nu Yiqing and Yunling approach, his face brightened with a smile. "Sister, you are truly splendidly adorned today." Nu Yiqing responded with a slight bow. "Brother, what do you mean by such words? Am I not beautiful on ordinary days?" Qi chuckled even more exaggeratedly and stepped forward. "I misspoke. I meant to say something else about you." Suddenly, two coughs interrupted them, and Nu Yiqing realized there was another person seated by the stone table, dressed in purple robes with crimson lips that seemed somewhat mismatched. The individual had a displeased look from their Danfeng eyes. Observing their banter, it was Linglong. Nu Yiqing stared at Linglong in astonishment, realizing her earlier conjecture was indeed correct. The figure in black was her master, Tonglong. Quickly suppressing her shock, she covered her mouth with her water sleeves and, with a playful smile, remarked, "Oh, we have a stranger among us." She approached and bent down to scrutinize Linglong's features. "You're quite decent looking, but that lip color is rather unappealing." With that, she covered her face and let out a light laugh. Yunling couldn't help but join in the laughter. Linglong's petite face flushed a deeper shade of red, her eyes blazing with fury as she glared fiercely at Qi Lu Yin. Little did she know that the person before her was none other than the one she despised, Nu Yiqing. Qi Hu, being rather dull-witted, was at a loss to mediate the quarrel between the women, merely casting a cold glare at Gong Ao, reproaching him for laughing aloud. Linglong, accustomed to her haughty demeanor, could not tolerate being ridiculed in such a manner. Rising abruptly with her flushed face held high, she declared, "Don't think that just because my master favors you, you can act so arrogantly. I'm also his precious disciple, and if he learns of your insult, he will certainly not let you off easily." Humph. With that, she crushed the cup in her hand. Nu Yiqing straightened up, her laughter becoming even more flamboyant, exuding a faint floral fragrance that filled the air. "Then go tell your master, and see whether he favors you or me. If he considers you his precious pupil, then you two should unite in marriage." Wouldn't he that be a delightful match? Chi Hu, realizing that Qi Lu Yin was becoming increasingly outrageous, hurriedly interjected, "Sister, do not speak so recklessly." He then turned respectfully toward Ling Long, noticing her face transition from flushed to an ashen hue. "Miss Ling Long, please do not take offense. Yin'er is simply lacking in decorum." Ling Long swept the delicacies from the table in anger, her icy voice piercing to the bone. "I have conveyed my words. You better prepare yourself swiftly, or you shall bear the consequences." With that, she stormed off. Yu Yeqing called after her retreating figure, "Ling Long, do be sure to indulge in more of the madam's celebratory wine when the time comes." Ling Long paused momentarily before soaring into the sky. Qi Hu, aware that he had offended Ling Long, feared that the young master would certainly reprimand him. Angrily, he scolded Nu Yeqing, saying, "Sister, you have gone too far. Having offended Miss Ling Long, it seems our Qi Hu clan's cultivation will face additional hurdles in the future." Nu Yeqing turned around, a beaming smile adorning her face as she inquired, "Brother, what message did the young master bring?" Having already lost his brother, Qi Hu was even more unwilling to see his only sister caught up in such a state of fear and anxiety. "You should simply live your life freely and without concern for these matters." Nu Yeqing understood that Qi Hu was a person of deep loyalty, and since he was reluctant to speak, it was undoubtedly for the sake of Qi Lu Yin. Previously, she had been oblivious to the secrets of the Circular Pearl, and the subsequent missions undertaken by the elite of the Qi Hu clan were also unknown to her. It seemed that a banquet had ended before it had even begun, as Qi Lu Yin dragged her weary body back to her chamber with Gong Ao. Chapter 16. Capturing Yun Ling upon returning to her chamber, Nu Yeqing languidly reclined upon the sleeping couch. Yun Ling sat at a nearby stone table, idly toying with a teacup, and remarked lightly, "Why did you provoke that woman in purple? If you anger her, it will only escalate the tension." Nu Yeqing opened her eyes, glancing at Yun Ling, a faint smile playing at the corners of her lips. Naturally, it was to discern the identity of the newcomer. Hence my mockery. Yun Ling set down the teacup, his eyes brimming with astonishment and incredulity, and urgently asked, "Since you know who has come, do you also know why they are pursuing you?" Nu Yeqing's smile abruptly faded, her gaze clouding over as she pondered in silence. Could it be that on that day, before the public, she had mercilessly mocked Ling Long, provoking a lethal intent from Tong Long? No, that couldn't be right. One of the elders of the demon clan. He would not resort to drastic measures over a trivial grievance involving a disciple and herself. If the demon lord were to learn of him harming a fellow disciple, he would undoubtedly suffer the torments of hell, and his position as an elder would be jeopardized. At that point, even his own aunt, Yin Popo, would be unable to save his life. If faced with a choice between the demon lord and him, Yin Popo would surely side with the demon lord, sacrificing familial ties for righteousness. Tong Long, being so cunning, would not risk himself over such a trivial matter. What then could possibly warrant him to act beyond Yin Popo's notice and command Qi Hu to pursue her under the guise of the young master? What could she possess that would compel him to take such a risk? Was it? As Nu Yeqing's thoughts spiraled into confusion, she shook her head and resolved to abandon them, trusting that the boat would naturally find its way once it reached the bridge. Clarity would eventually pierce through the heavy fog. Stretching her arms, she yawned and drifted into slumber. For reasons unknown, ever since being injured by Ling Long, she had been plagued by an insatiable drowsiness. Yun Ling awaited Nu Yeqing's response, but upon noticing her drooping eyelids and the prolonged silence, he approached to discover that she had already fallen asleep. He tenderly brushed her hair, and upon rising, found the surroundings devoid of anyone. In an instant, he vanished like a flash of lightning. In the lair of the wolves, the crimson tiger sat pensively upon a collapsed seat, sipping wine with a contemplative air. The last time, a woman entered from outside, kneeling on one knee and exclaiming with vigor, "Chieftain, Miss Yin has taken her afternoon nap, and Gong Ao has ventured southward." The expression of the crimson tiger turned grave, his icy tone causing the woman below to tremble involuntarily. "I have long suspected Gong Ao of harboring ulterior motives. Ever since he returned with Yin a couple of days ago, he has been replete with spiritual energy. When I first brought Gong Ao back, he was merely an ordinary man, untrained in the ways of cultivation. It seems he is, in fact, some manifestation of essence, lurking within my lair with nefarious intentions. That foolish Yin is so enamored with beauty that she remains oblivious to the ticking time bomb beside her." The crimson tiger opened his right hand, and a jade wolf head materialized, glistening in a radiant white that was indeed striking. With a wave of his hand, the jade wolf head floated into the possession of the woman below. "Wolf Maiden, you shall wield the jade wolf head to command our warriors, lying in ambush around Yan's sanctum." When that impostor Yunling returns, seize him unawares. Be sure to avoid alarming Yin, lest we stir the grass and startle the snake. The wolf maiden acknowledged her orders. The crimson tiger, not entirely reassured, added a cautionary note. Remember, under no circumstances must Yin be harmed. Understood. The sun shone brightly, the greenery flourishing, and flowers blooming in abundance. Warm rays filtered through the gauzy curtains of the sanctum, filling the air with a delightful scent of sunlight. A gentle breeze swept through, carrying the intoxicating fragrance of blossoms, enveloping the entire space. Inu Yiqing, drowsy and languid, seemed to perceive a figure swirling around her, prompting her to turn away and bury her head in her arms, lazily inquiring, Yunling, why do you keep hovering above me? It's quite bothersome. Silence lingered in response. Inu Yiqing's irritation grew. I am addressing you. Yet, still, no answer came. Abruptly, she sat up, preparing to berate Yunling, only to find the lair devoid of anyone. She shook her head, muttering, Am I losing my mind? Why do I always feel as though someone is moving about when I am asleep? Rising to the stone table, she poured herself a cup of tea, consuming a few sips that were rather unpalatable. Suddenly, a faint laughter reached Nu Yiqing's ears, perhaps audible only to her. Startled, she lifted her head, scanning her surroundings but finding no one. Could it be that she was truly hallucinating? Was it possible that Yunling's spell had adverse effects, leaving her disoriented? Pouring another cup of tea to clear her mind, the laughter returned, growing increasingly distinct. Setting down the cup, Nu Yiqing stood to seek the source of the sound. There, beneath the sleeping couch, she discovered a hedgehog, its face hidden as it shook with laughter. Nu Yiqing marveled inwardly, realizing that the power of the ring-shaped pearl was so potent that it had even benefited the local flora and fauna, allowing this little hedgehog to bask in spiritual energy. She resolved that once she located the ring-shaped pearl, she would ensure to absorb its essence to enhance her own capabilities, making her formidable enough that no one would dare to bully her again. Stop hiding. I can see you. Hurry up and come out, she called, half leaning on the sleeping couch, her gaze fixed upon the hedgehog. The little hedgehog was startled, believing it had hidden itself well, yet, as it lowered its hands, a pair of enchanting eyes gazed at it with an irresistible kindness. Blinking playfully, it couldn't help but break into a silly grin, exclaiming, You managed to find me. Nu Yiqing rose, slumping onto the couch. The little hedgehog took timid steps, standing in the empty space, appearing bashful. Who are you, and how did you come to be in my sanctuary? I've noticed someone hovering above me during my slumbers these past few days. Could it be you? Nu Yiqing feigned anger, though she secretly harbored an inexplicable fondness for this furry creature. The little hedgehog weakly replied, Hee hee, beautiful sister. I've lingered here these days solely because I am so captivated by your beauty. Please don't be angry with me. Inu Yiqing was quite taken with this, and without a hint of caution, she poked the little hedgehog's belly with her finger, expecting the quills to prick her, only to find them surprisingly soft and comforting. The little hedgehog, emboldened, asked, Beautiful sister, could you possibly take me in? I am a homeless wanderer, unwanted since my birth, all alone. As it spoke, it began to sob, sniffling and shedding tears. Nu Yiqing, accustomed to such lines, eagerly interrupted, Sister, do you agree to take me in? I'm so delighted. The little hedgehog didn't wait for Nu Yiqing's response, promising itself a home. Just as Nu Yiqing prepared to speak, she noticed Yunling striding purposefully toward the sanctuary, prompting her to rise and greet him, eager to discuss the matters concerning the circular pearl. Suddenly, the previously sunny weather transformed. Dark clouds rolled in, obscuring the sun completely. A fierce wind uprooted trees around them, and the warm air became chilling and thin, causing Nu Yiqing to feel suffocated. Out of nowhere, around 40 fierce wolves, exuding an ominous black aura, appeared and surrounded Yunling. Realizing he was encircled, Yunling thought it must be due to his identity being exposed. The Red Tiger clan lay in wait to capture him. Could it be that Anu's identity had also been revealed? Concerned for Nu Yiqing, he sensed through his spiritual awareness that she was safe and had already witnessed the unfolding scene, prompting him to hasten his steps. Chapter 17. The shadowy hand emerged as Nu Yiqing's expression grew grave, her heart tumultuous as she focused on Yunling, striding rapidly forward. She pondered why the Red Tiger clan would launch an assault on him. Could it be that Yunling's identity had been compromised? What about her? Had her own identity been exposed as well? If so, what should she do? She feigned calmness, reproaching them with a hint of anger. Have you all lost your minds? How dare you lay hands on my people? Do you not regard me, Qi Luyin, with any respect? The group of fierce wolves appeared momentarily dazed, their hostility gradually dissipating in the face of fear. The wolf girl, the swiftest of the Red Tiger clan, appeared in an instant, kneeling before Nu Yeching with one knee on the ground. Miss Yenner, we are merely following the chieftain's orders to apprehend Gong Ao. We mean you no harm. Nu Yeching sensed that her identity had not yet been exposed, allowing her concern to dissipate like mist, and she coldly glared at the wolf girl. What crime has Gong Ao committed? Why must so many be summoned to capture him? The wolf maiden respectfully stated. My subordinates are merely executing orders. I implore you, Miss Yenner, do not obstruct you. Nu Yeching paid no heed to the wolf maiden's words and instead approached Yunling, conveying through thought that he need not worry, for she would never allow anyone to take him away. In truth, Yunling perceived everything with clarity. Chihua had already begun to harbor doubts about him, and Nu Yeching's identity remained undisclosed. Thus, he bellowed in anguish and hatred. Qi Lu Yin, your time of demise has come. Seizing the moment when all were caught off guard, he swiftly formed a hand seal. The pale purple waves of light, as his magical energy intensified, deepened in hue to a rich violet, coalescing into an unfathomable vortex that threatened to engulf its target. The suddenness of it all left Nu Yeching in a state of shock and suspicion, which swiftly morphed into disappointment and ultimately despair. Did he believe she was the one who had betrayed him? Did he think she was the cause of his plight? He had vowed to protect her for a lifetime. Could it all have been a fade? Nu Yeching's heart felt as if it had plunged into the depths of a lake, oppressive, suffocating, and ultimately despondent. She wished to sink into the abyss forever, never to awaken again in a moment of swift action. The wolf maiden noticed the light waves surging towards Nu Yeching and, like the wind, placed herself before her, taking the devastating blow meant for her. The assembled Chihua wolves witnessed Yunling's assault on Nu Yeching, and their previous hesitations evaporated, inciting them to charge forth. Before Yunling could react, he found himself encircled by 40 to 50 ferocious Chihua wolves, the white figure of the wolf maiden resembling a morning star fallen into the vast galaxy, formless and soundless. At that moment, the wolf maiden resembled a fallen butterfly, slowly descending to the ground, blood gushing from her mouth and seeping into her deep blue battle robe, rendering its color even more profound. Nu Yeching awakened from her despair, hurriedly crouching to support the wolf maiden, searching through all of Chihua Yan's memories, yet she had never encountered this woman, let alone recognized her. Who are you? Why did you save me? The wolf maiden, barely clinging to life, yet her eyes sparkled like stars, replied, Do you not remember me? Nu Yeching shook her head, a crystalline tear slipping from the corner of her eye and landing on the wolf maiden's face. The wolf maiden's bright gaze shifted from longing to disappointment, before she succumbed to unconsciousness. Nu Yeching could only watch helplessly as Yunling, in tattered garments, was taken away by the pack of Chihua wolves. The following day, with only 6 days remaining until the anticipated wedding of Tongfang, Yunling found himself imprisoned once more, with rumors circulating that he would face execution in 2 days. Ever since Yunling's capture, Nu Yeching had sought out Chihua, only to be turned away at the door. She had made several attempts today, yet to no avail. She could not comprehend why the wolf maiden had uttered such words, nor could she grasp why Yunling would wish to take her life. He had promised to remain by her side, yet in the blink of an eye, he sought her demise. The more she pondered, the more bewildered she became. The little hedgehog, absent since the previous day's turmoil, suddenly reappeared. A feeble laugh ignited Nu Yeching's ire, and she kicked the little hedgehog out of her nest, exclaiming, What are you laughing at? What time is it for laughter? See if I don't kick you to death. She turned away, sulking as she seated herself at the stone table. The little hedgehog, seemingly unscathed by such a heavy kick, scampered back with an amusing eagerness, mimicking the voice of Yunling at that moment. It comically reenacted the actions of the past, nearly stumbling and falling to the ground as it declared, Qi Lu Yin, your time has come. Upon uttering these words, it sat on the ground, laughing foolishly, utterly unafraid that Nu Yeching might kick it again. Hearing the hedgehog's words, Nu Yeching suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. Leaping to his feet, he approached the little creature and lifted it in his hands, exclaiming, Ah yes, Brother Yun referred to Qi Lu Yin. Not Anu, it was a ruse to better conceal my identity. How could I have been so foolish? In a fit of agitation, he tossed the hedgehog aside and began to pound his head in frustration. The little hedgehog, however, feigned distress, lying on the ground with its tiny legs flailing about, wailing, Wu, you've caused me such pain. How could the beautiful sister show such a lack of respect for her benefactor and disregard for small animals? Nu Yeching, regaining his composure, felt embarrassed by his earlier outburst. He crouched down to gently lift the hedgehog once more, affectionately nuzzling its furry little body with his nose. "I apologize, dear little one." Satisfied, the hedgehog nodded in approval. Contemplating the long journey ahead and the loneliness it entailed, Niu Yiqing decided to keep the hedgehog by his side, naming it Xiaoku. Just past noon, the resounding toll of the Chihua wolf clan's bell echoed, a signal summoned only for significant discussions among the clan members. Niu Yiqing tucked Xiaoku into his sleeve and hurried towards the wolf den. On the open ground outside the den stood over 1,000 Chihua wolves, solemnly kneeling in respect. From Niu Yiqing's vantage point, the sight was truly magnificent. Yet, he couldn't help but wonder the purpose behind summoning all the elite members of the Chihua wolf clan. With a sense of unease, he ventured into the den. Inside the grand yet magnificent lair, Chi Hu knelt respectfully, while above him, a figure cloaked in black shrouded themselves in shadows, their face hidden beneath a mask. Tong langed at this moment. Niu Yiqing found the situation absurd. In his attempt to conceal his identity, he had a tail trailing behind him. What was there to hide? He was already exposed. Next to him, a slender figure cloaked in purple shot a venomous glare at Niu Yiqing, which he met with a proud and disdainful expression directed at Ling Long, unable to tolerate such audacity, yet constrained by her masteress' fondness for this shameless wretch. Ling Long suppressed her fury, vowing to exact revenge at the earliest opportunity. Chi Hu glanced at Niu Yiqing and urgently called out, "Yen'er, the young master is present. How can you display such a lack of decorum? Quickly pay your respects and apologize." Niu Yiqing, who wouldn't even kneel before the old witch Yin Pua, had no intention of bowing to Tong Lang. Such a notion was utterly preposterous. Ignoring Chi Hu's admonishment, he strode forward, fixated on the white mask, determined to witness just how enamored this Tong Lang truly was with Qi Lu Yin. Chapter 18. Turning peril into safety. Young master, do we still need to perform the kneeling ceremony now that we are soon to be wed? The enchanting gaze of Niu Yiqing, akin to that of a beguiling fox, radiated an electric allure as her delicate, porcelain-like fingers reached towards the mask. Suddenly, a forceful grip from Ling Long sent her sprawling backward, her expression one of indignation as she glared at Niu Yiqing. "What audacity you possess! How dare you gaze upon the master's visage so casually, utterly unaware of your own insignificance?" Niu Yiqing stumbled back 2 steps before regaining her balance, unfazed by the potential revelation of her identity at the hands of Ling Long. For Yunling had assured her that only the Crimson Tiger, who had long absorbed the power of the circular gem, could unveil her true self, a feat beyond even Tong Ran's capabilities. Tong Ran let out a low, disgruntled hum, prompting Ling Long to reluctantly fall silent. Niu Yiqing adjusted her sleeves, her demeanor remarkably serene, unperturbed by Ling Long's rudeness. However, a moment later, she suddenly burst into laughter, leaving the onlookers in a state of bewilderment. The Crimson Tiger looked anxiously at his sister, yet dared not show disrespect before the young master, choosing instead to endure in silence. "What is it that brings you such mirth?" Tong Ran finally inquired, voicing the question on everyone's mind. Though concealed behind his mask, the shrewdness in his eyes did not escape Niu Yiqing's notice. In response, she chose not to address Tong Ran's inquiry, instead gliding gracefully to the side of the sleeping couch, reclining languidly in a manner both enchanting and carefree, taking a sip of her drink, dismissing Tong Ran entirely. Rather than disregarding Tong Ran, it was more a means of bolstering her own courage. Any misstep could lead to the exposure of her identity. With Yunling captured, she found herself alone and confronting 3 formidable opponents, a precarious situation akin to an egg striking a stone. "Younger master, in 6 days, we shall celebrate our grand wedding. Yet I have never laid eyes upon the face of the beloved husband who has captured my heart for so long. Is that not laughable?" Niu Yiqing remarked, filling her cup and then extending it towards Tong Ran with the faintest trace of her powers. Without hesitation, Tong Ran accepted the cup, downing its contents in one swift motion. Brimming with confidence as he declared, "Do not fret, Yin heir. After our marriage, I shall undoubtedly meet your expectations, assisting you in shedding your demonic aura, transforming you into an ethereal being, standing alongside the immortals." In a moment of excitement, he sprang to his feet, arms outstretched as if to embrace the entire world. Niu Yiqing paused briefly, her laughter growing even more melodious. "The transformation into an ethereal being is indeed the lifelong pursuit of our demon clan. Yin heir is grateful for your profound affection, young master. Since you have made such a promise, I shall no longer harbor concerns." As she spoke, she hurriedly moved closer, slightly bowing. Seeing the one he cherished surrender to him, Tong Ran's heart swelled with joy, and he enveloped Nu Yiqing's slender form in his embrace, laughing heartily towards the heavens. Ling Long, witnessing the young master's affectionate indulgence towards the seemingly contrary Qi Lu Yin, felt her fury intensify, yet she could only swallow her resentment in silence. In contrast, the Crimson Tiger was elated to see the young master and his sister together, unable to contain his tears. With his only brother gone, this sister had finally found her place, granting him solace that even in death, he would fulfill their parents' wishes. Inyeching was taken aback by the sudden embrace, never expecting that her momentary expedient would inadvertently benefit that old rascal, Tong Kong. Although her heart brimmed with discontent, she could only force a smile. Gently pushing Tong Kong away, she covered her face and chuckled lightly, truly embodying the charm of spring, captivating Tong Kong to such an extent that he found it hard to resist. "Young master, please don't be like this. Your brother is watching," she pouted, casting a glance at Qi Hu. Tong Kong, well aware of Inyeching's intentions, laughed heartily. "We are all family now." He then turned to Qi Hu, saying, "Qi Hu, you may rise. There is no need for such formality in the future." "Yes, young master," Qi Hu replied, promptly standing up. Outside the wolf's nest, thousands of Qi Hu wolves rose alongside him, standing respectfully still, motionless. Inyeching cast a sidelong glance at the gathered Qi Hu warriors, pondering in the past. Qi Lu Yin had never concerned herself with affairs of state, and meetings of this nature were always obstructed by Qi Hu. Over time, Qi Lu Yin had grown accustomed to disregarding clan matters, indulging instead in leisurely pursuits of exploring mountains and enjoying flowers and the moon. Her unexpected arrival had already aroused the suspicions of Tong Kong and Qi Hu. Fortunately, she had cleverly used the pretext of a marriage alliance and cultivation to momentarily deflect their doubts. However, should she linger any longer, it would undoubtedly deepen their suspicions. Inyeching surveyed Tong Kong and Qi Hu and, displaying her understanding, said, "Since I have received the young master's promise, Yin Yin shall rest assured. I shall not intrude upon your discussions any further." With that, she turned to leave, her flowing gown trailing on the ground, leaving behind an unwelcome mark. Suddenly, Tong Kong strode swiftly to Inyeching, grasping her hand gently and saying, "In the past, Qi Hu was overly protective of you, often preventing you from engaging in serious matters. However, you are now my wife, and I wish for you to witness with your own eyes as your husband conquers the world." Everything seemed to come effortlessly. Inyeching, still elated and momentarily lost in thought, was approached by Ling Long, whose face was filled with anxiety. "Master, you cannot allow her to participate. I have no objections to her being your concubine, but I absolutely refuse to let her be involved in our matters." Tong Kong's previous warmth and indulgence vanished in an instant, his expression turning cold as he glared at Ling Long. "She is your master's wife. What is wrong with that?" Ling Long, accustomed to Tong Kong's pampering, was unafraid of his reprimand and retorted with conviction. "Aren't you worried she might be a spy? I already know that her attendant, Gong Ao, is a transformation of a demon. Just think about it. She spends every day in his company. How can it be ruled out that she is also transformed by demons?" Turning, she seized Inyeching's arm, her magical power surpassing that of Inyeching. Due to her excessive force, Inyeching felt pain in her arm, her brows furrowing and a cold huff escaping her lips, lending her enchanting face an air of bewitching allure. "Do not use your charms to beguile my master. Reveal your true self quickly, or I shall ensure your annihilation." Qi Hu, witnessing Ling Long's distrust of her sister, hastily interjected. "Please, young master, see clearly. Yin Yin is indeed Yin Yin. I, Qi Hu, guarantee it with my wolf head." Upon hearing Ling Long's words, Tong Kong pondered deeply. Ling Long's reasoning was not without merit. If Yin Yin were to be controlled by demons, would it not render years of his meticulous planning to naught? Yet, with his magical prowess, could he not discern the truth? Once again, Qi Hu has always been unwaveringly loyal. He is undoubtedly aware of the authenticity of Yin'er, and with the assurance of his wolf's head, there can be no mistake. However, to be on the safe side, he ultimately decides to temporarily exclude Nu Yiqing from participation. Thus, he gazes gently at Nu Yiqing and says, "Yin'er, this matter is of great significance. It would be prudent for you to return to your chamber for the time being. I shall seek you out shortly." Nu Yiqing, already frightened and unsure of how to respond, could hardly believe that this intricate-minded individual was so meticulous in thought. Fortuitously, they had failed to discern her true identity, and Qi Hu's guarantee momentarily ensured her safety. Nevertheless, in order to preserve her life, it would be wise to retreat strategically. With a bright gleam in her eyes, she tilted her gaze towards Ling Long, stepped forward to grasp her hand, and said with a charming laugh, I did not expect Ling Long to possess such a meticulous mind. A person destined for greatness should indeed think in this manner. I admire it. Casting a sidelong glance at Chi Hu, she then turned her attention to Tong Kong. I too am quite fatigued. I shall refrain from involving myself in your quarrels and skirmishes to avoid raising suspicion. With a light laugh, melodious and enchanting, she then turned and departed. Chapter 19. Searching for the wolf maiden, the sun shone brightly, trees offered a lush shade, and flowers bloomed in vibrant clusters. A gentle breeze swept through the mountains, bringing a refreshing comfort, while the melodious chirping of birds created a delightful symphony that echoed through the hills, a truly pleasant experience. As the wolf's den receded into the distance, Nu Yiqing felt a wave of anxiety and began to pat her chest, exhaling a sigh of relief. Oh dear, I nearly exposed my identity. Before she could fully regain her composure, the voice of the petite Xiaoku emerged from her sleeve. Sister, sister, that woman with the thick lipstick has arrived. Xiaoku's voice was faint, audible only to Nu Yiqing, who inwardly cursed that insufferable woman, truly brazen and relentless. She then feigned calmness, pretending to be oblivious, and walked gracefully back. Vile creature, halt! A sharp rebuke rang out, and Ling Long appeared before Nu Yiqing, her brows furrowed in contempt. You may think you have deceived master, but you cannot deceive me. Nu Yiqing, upon seeing Ling Long's disdainful expression, could not help but burst into laughter, blooming like a flower. How presumptuous she was to believe that she could perceive what even Tong Kong could not. It was a classic case of overestimating her own abilities. Ling Long, with which I do you see me as a counterfeit? Your relentless pursuit suggests either a disregard for your master or a desire to disrupt his happiness. Just as Ling Long was about to retaliate, Nu Yiqing interjected. With an air of arrogance, she turned and crouched down to admire the colorful flowers by the roadside, occasionally reaching out to touch them. Oh, not assume that your powers eclipse mine. I am now the apple of your master's eye. A few whispered words at his side will surely make you pay for your disrespect today. Under the weight of Nu Yiqing's veiled threat, Ling Long fell silent. She understood Tong Kong's temperament. He was one to act upon his words, and thus she must find an opportunity to eliminate Nu Yiqing before he could transform her into an immortal, lest the two of them compete for his favor. Humph, relying solely on her alluring appearance to entice men. How shameless! Yet, she remained unyielding in her insults. Indeed, I possess an undeniable allure. Yet it is your master who finds favor in me. I have not sought to entice him. Your jealousy towards my beauty suggests that perhaps you are unworthy of affection. Nu Yiqing remains unfazed by Ling Long's scorn, for it is precisely her ire that she desires. Only when angered does one reveal their true self. She gracefully rises, twirling lightly, exuding a subtle fragrance of blossoms that would captivate any man, luring him into her tender embrace. She casts a bewitching glance towards Ling Long, saying, "You'd just wait, humph." Ling Long, rendered speechless by indignation, vaguely senses that these words are familiar, yet cannot recall their origin. Originally intended as a threat towards Nu Yiqing, she finds herself ensnared in her own trap and storms off in frustration. Nu Yiqing, with a resigned smile, mutters to herself, "The exterior is merely a facade. One must look to the heart. Yet you continually falter in your superficial judgments." Shaking her head, she retreats to her chamber. Once within her sanctuary, Nu Yiqing is restless. Consumed by thoughts of Yunling, who faces execution in 2 days, she is determined to rescue him before it is too late. With no trustworthy allies in the entire Chihu tribe and unaware of Yunling's whereabouts, she paces anxiously. Meanwhile, Xiaoku, the small creature, joyfully splashes in a teacup, lazily basking in the sunlight upon the stone table, its little eyes spinning in delight, feeling dizzy. "Sister, please stop spinning. I am becoming quite dizzy." Suddenly, an idea strikes Nu Yiqing, prompting her to glance at Xiaoku. With a swift movement, she approaches and fixes her gaze upon it. Xiaoku, overwhelmed by this unexpected attention, feels a flurry of emotions blooming within. Bashfully averting its gaze to nibble on its claws, "Sister," T begins, but is interrupted by Nu Yiqing's exuberant voice as she lifts Xiaoku by its front paws, exclaiming, "Come, let us seek her out." Xiaoku, bewildered by the abruptness of the situation, is carried off, tears streaming down its cheeks. This is too sudden. It hurts. Woohoo! Nu Yiqing pays no heed to Xiaoku's lamentations, striding purposefully along the path etched in her memory towards the den of the Chihu wolves. Yet, with so many dens, where could the wolf girl be? She must first inquire of someone. Navigating through a stony path, she enters a grove adorned with maple leaves, the crimson foliage dancing like the twilight sky. A carpet of fallen leaves blankets the ground, while dappled sunlight filters through the branches, casting a gentle red glow that is ineffably beautiful. Continuing along the path, she spots a young Chihu wolf frolicking in the woods. Still in its undeveloped form, vibrant with youthful exuberance, untouched by the burdens of maturity or the acceptance of mortality. Perhaps it is only this innocence and ignorance that can yield such joy in the present moment. Yet how long can this bliss endure? A wave of melancholic reflection washes over Nu Yecheng. In this fantastical world, what exists beyond the dichotomy of life and death? With a soft sigh, she gently called out, "Hi, hi." The little one, hearing someone summon him, glanced around and spotted a woman in a flowing emerald green gown, her figure graceful as she beckoned him from a short distance. He hurried over, standing before Nu Yecheng with a sense of warmth. "Sister, did you call for me?" Nu Yecheng was taken aback, not expecting him to speak before fully forming. After some contemplation, she attributed it to the circular beads that blessed their kin. She knelt down and stroked his head, asking, "What is your name?" "Moyen. My name is Moyen." "Moyen, that's a lovely name. Sister would like you to help me find someone if you could." Nu Yecheng felt a profound affection for this little creature, of course, as long as they belong to our Chihu tribe. "I know everyone. May I ask who you seek?" The wolf maiden. Initially, Nu Yecheng was unaware of her name, only learning it later from the innocent child. Since the wolf maiden had been injured, she was taken away by the tribe for healing, and Nu Yecheng surmised that she must be recuperating in her den. "You mean the wolf maiden's sister? I know her. Come with me, sister." Moyen appeared quite eager. They traversed through a forest of maple leaves ablaze with color, arriving at a towering cliff, steep and formidable as if hewn by an axe. The wolf's den was perched atop this precipice, home to the old, the young, and women, while the able-bodied warriors resided below for protection and to be ready for any missions. The wolf maiden, being female and injured, had also been brought here. The base of the cliff appeared rocky, yet it felt soft and yielding like cotton, resembling a whirlpool. Nu Yecheng followed Moyen inside, winding through the labyrinth of rocks until they reached the summit. As soon as Nu Yecheng emerged from the rocks, a tribesman spotted her, exclaiming that the esteemed Yin Yan had arrived. Word spread quickly, and soon many came to pay their respects. Chapter 20. Identity revealed first. I extend my gratitude to Fenghua for the generous donation of 100, and I kindly request your support through collections, clicks, recommendations, and donations. Nu Yecheng felt quite overwhelmed by the sudden display of reverence from so many, quickly gesturing for everyone to rise and attend to their own matters. Moyen dashed into the wolf maiden's den to deliver the news. From a distance, a female voice scolded Moyen, "Little rascal, have you sneaked off to the maple forest again? It's dangerous down by the cliff. How many times have I told you not to go down there? You never listen. Sister, please don't be angry. I saw you were injured and wanted to find you some universal herbs, but I couldn't find any. However, I met a beautiful sister who said she wanted to see you, so I brought her along," Moyen explained. Upon hearing that someone was looking for her, the wolf maiden emerged from her den, hurrying to greet Nu Yecheng. "Wolf maiden pays her respects to Miss Yin Yan. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. Please forgive me." Moyen felt a bit perplexed, but, understanding the situation, knelt down beside her, peeking at Nu Yecheng with a mischievous grin. Nu Yecheng returned a playful smile to Moyen and stepped forward to assist the wolf maiden, saying, "You are injured. There is no need for such formalities." The wolf maiden rose and gestured for Moyen to go play elsewhere. Then, accompanied by Nu Yecheng, they ascended to the highest point of the cliff, where the chibi stones stood. This place was profoundly tranquil, with dark inscriptions gleaming on the immense stone under the slanting rays of the sun. Surrounding them, mist wove through the cliffs, creating an ethereal atmosphere as if the summit floated amidst celestial vapors. "What brings you here, Miss Yenner?" the wolf girl respectfully inquired, standing beside Nu Yecheng. Without preamble, Nu Yecheng addressed her directly. "I am aware that there exist certain past events between us, though they escape my memory. Since you risked your life to save me, you have become my most trusted friend. Presently, I have a request to make of you." The wolf girl, taken aback, her eyes reflecting a mix of surprise and gradually shifting to uncertainty, replied, "Please speak. I shall assist you to the best of my ability. I wish to see Gong Ao." The wolf girl expressed her astonishment. "He has been transformed into a demon and is no longer the Gong Ao you once knew. He remains by your side to exploit you in the annihilation of my Chihu clan." Nu Yecheng paid little heed to this, stepping forward to grasp the wolf girl's hand, which felt as cold as eternal ice. The wolf girl recoiled in surprise, exclaiming, "Your hand." Embarrassed, she shook her head and turned to gaze at the misty horizon, as if the distance held memories too painful to revisit, each etched deeply within her heart. Some sorrowful, some beautiful, some tragic, and others filled with rage. She stood at the cliff's edge like a statue, uttering not a word but silently watching the sky. After a prolonged silence, the wolf girl appeared to wrestle with her thoughts before turning to Nuyeking, her eyes reflecting pain but resolutely declaring, "I will help you." From the wolf girl, Nuyeking learned that Yunling was imprisoned beneath the Chi-Hu wolf clan's circular pearl pool in the Red Cave Pool, which suppressed the ancient divine beast known as the Howler, the son of the Dragon King. This creature, capable of devouring dragon brain and soaring through the skies, had been sealed within the Red Cave Pool by the heavenly deity chiming eons ago for conspiring with the demon race against the celestial realm. In hopes of reforming, later, the Chi-Hu wolf clan fortuitously acquired the circular pearl, using its spiritual energy to replenish the Howler's strength, thus forming an alliance to protect the Chi-Hu clan for generations. The wolf girl carried Nuyeking soaring towards the circular pearl pool, where the pearl was levitated by 4 stone-carved dragon heads, harnessing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, coalescing into 4 beams of white light. The pearl emanated a rich spiritual aura, and the surrounding flora flourished. Even the air seemed imbued with spirituality. Everything came effortlessly, filling Nuyeking with secret delight. She inhaled deeply the fresh air mingled with earthiness, sensing an energy surging within her, yearning to break free from her dantian, overwhelming her with alternating warmth and chilling cold. The wolf girl remained unperturbed, yet upon noticing Nuyeking's discomfort, she grew concerned and grasped her arm. "Yenner, what is wrong?" Nuyeking, suppressing her unease, looked up at the wolf girl, whose expression shifted from worry to surprise and finally to vigilance. Suddenly, the wolf girl released her grip, stepping back 2 paces, and with a flick of her wrist, a long whip shimmering with deep blue light materialized from thin air. Before Nuyeking could react, the whip lashed towards her, as Nuyeking spoke. The moment was swift and decisive. She felt an invigorating surge of spiritual energy coursing through her veins, the scant magical power that once resided within her now capable of being unleashed at will. Her body felt weightless, akin to a feather, and under the nurturing embrace of this newfound energy, she became even more ethereal in a graceful pivot. She evaded a striking whip, her moment of triumph over the circular pearl's invigorating magic quickly overshadowed by confusion regarding the wolf maiden's sudden assault. With a perplexed gaze fixed upon the wolf maiden, her expression was one of utter bewilderment. "Wolf maiden, why do you attack me?" Xiaoka also perceived the shift. Inyeching's visage, once enchanting, was now strikingly different. In astonishment, she exclaimed, "Sister, your face, how has it changed? And what of that exquisite peony?" The enchantress, still intent on concealing her true nature, had audaciously exploited Yinyan's identity to gain Xiaoka's trust. "I shall not let you go unpunished. Prepare to taste my lash." The wolf maiden's suppressed fury erupted in an instant, channeling all her might into her whip, which surged forth, its deep blue glow fading into near transparency as spiritual energy infused it. Upon hearing their words, Inyeching finally comprehended the situation. With no time to wipe her face, she executed a complete somersault to evade the strike. Yet, she hurriedly exclaimed, "Wolf maiden, allow me to explain." "Explain? You are still a demon." The wolf maiden disregarded her pleas, moving with the swiftness of lightning, reappearing behind Inyeching in the blink of an eye. Another lash followed. Inyeching could not evade in time and felt the full force of the blow. The delicate green gauze of her skirt tore apart under the whip strike, revealing a gory crimson line across her snow-white skin. Xiaoka gasped in horror, "Sister, sister, you are bleeding." "Wolf maiden, please do not harm my sister." Woo-woo. But the wolf maiden was impervious to Xiaoka's entreaties. Inyeching collapsed to the ground from the impact, a sharp breath escaping her lips as she finally grasped the excruciating pain reminiscent of the time Zanu had endured the Qinglong whip. A fine layer of sweat beaded upon her skin, enhancing her delicate beauty. The wolf maiden, however, remained unyielding, her focus solely on the demon, driven by a desire for annihilation. With renewed ferocity, she unleashed a formidable strike known as the Heaven and Earth Primordial Spirit Slash. The tail of her whip sprouting ominously like nails, Inyeching was seized with dread. Should this strike land, her fate would be sealed. Perhaps spurred by a primal instinct for survival, a surge of spiritual energy erupted from within her, radiating from every pore and enveloping her in a soft white glow, reminiscent of a celestial maiden descending from the heavens. Momentarily taken aback by this sight, the wolf maiden quickly regained her composure, her expression as cold as ever in a desperate roar. Inyeching summoned a seemingly ordinary serrated sword that materialized before her. She distinctly recalled placing it within Yunling's ring. Could it be that Yunling sensed her peril and sent it to her aid? Without further contemplation, she raised her hands, and the sword emanated a brilliant white light, forming a colossal blade of gathered spiritual energy that solidly blocked the Wolf Maiden's onslaught. The two forces collided, sending ripples of energy cascading outward, propelling both combatants backward in the aftermath of their clash. Chapter 21. The revealing cause. Amidst the intense vibrations of the circular jewel, a beam of yellow light radiated, illuminating the two figures before it, only for their silhouettes to vanish in the blink of an eye. Accompanied by a resonant roar from within the jewel's depths, reminiscent of a lament as if someone had grasped its throat. The sound was tragically lost on Nuyeking. She merely sensed a gust of wind, and in the next moment, the trio, two individuals and a creature, were unceremoniously sprawled upon the ground. Nuyeking, regaining her senses first, disregarded the pain coursing through her body and hastily reached to assist the Wolf Maiden, only to be met with the latter's dismissive shrug as she raised her whip once more, preparing to strike. This time, Nuyeking did not flinch. She fixated her gaze into the Wolf Maiden's eyes. The Wolf Maiden paused in surprise, before softening her grip and allowing herself to tumble onto Nuyeking instead. Little Ku, rubbing her delicate waist, was about to pout in feigned innocence when she noticed the Wolf Maiden relentlessly striking Nuyeking again. This incited her to shout in a thunderous voice, "Do you possess no compassion? My sister is already injured by you. Why must you persist? I utterly loathe you." The Wolf Maiden, hearing the vehement words clearly, turned her attention to little Ku, who stood with hands on hips, exuding the demeanor of an irate matron. The Wolf Maiden regarded this little creature with intrigue. Nuyeking, suppressing her agony and fearing for little Ku's safety, quickly interjected, "Do not be alarmed. She is a being of your Chiho tribe. She simply found a bond with me and chose to accompany me." The Wolf Maiden scrutinized little Ku once more, noting her plush and pudgy form, which somewhat alleviated her ire. Glancing around, they found themselves ensconced within what seemed to be a water sphere, where the gentle, crystalline water caressed their cheeks, providing an oddly pleasant sensation without leaving a trace of dampness on their attire. The surroundings glimmered with translucent light, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Yet, unbeknownst to them, two lacerations on Nuyeking's back bled profusely, the crimson streams merging with the surrounding water, gradually dissolving into obscurity, while her wounds visibly began to heal at an astonishing rate. "Sister, where are we? This place is so wondrous. The clear water feels delightful against my skin, yet it does not wet my clothes." Little Ku tugged at Nuyeking's hem, oblivious to her own curiosity regarding their location. "Wolf Maiden, do you know where we are?" Nuyeking inquired tentatively. "We must have been drawn into the circular jewel." The Wolf Maiden mused, rising to her feet and surveying their environment. "And how do we escape from here?" Little Ku pressed. Nuyeking, sensing a significant alleviation of her pain, lifted Little Ku onto her shoulder and scanned their surroundings for an exit. "Let us search for a way out." As time ticked by, they combed through the entirety of the space, yet yielded no results, their spirits waning as they slumped despondently onto the ground. The luminescence within the circular jewel began to dim, signaling the impending darkness. Yet how could they possibly escape? Nuyeking attempted to establish a mental connection with Yunling, trying repeatedly, but received no reply, as if sealed within a barrier. In the twilight hours, through the circular jewel, the twinkling stars of the night sky are visible, while the radiant moon hangs high in half of the sky, shimmering with a crystalline clarity. Nuyeking, resting her chin in her hand, muses about the deities residing in the Moon Palace. Surely, their lives must be filled with bliss, untroubled by hunger or mortality, spending their days reveling in the beauty of blossoms and the moonlit heavens, living in a state of carefree contentment. As time drifts on, the trio gradually succumbs to slumber, and the night is enveloped in a profound stillness, broken only by the sound of their synchronized breathing. In her dreams, Nuyeking once again encounters the figure that haunts her thoughts. That person stands with their back turned, and she can almost feel the warmth of their body, the tautness of their skin instilling a sense of security within her. The dim glow surrounding the circular jewel inexplicably brightens, becoming almost translucent, when suddenly, a roar shatters their tranquility, awakening them in shock. Nuyeking and the wolf girl exchange bewildered glances, both shaking their heads in confusion. Nuyeking gently calls out to Xiaoka, "Xiaoka, Xiaoka, awaken." Xiaoka, in a fit of impatience, shakes himself awake, smacking his lips as if that roar had not disturbed his sweet dreams. Nuyeking retrieves him from her sleeve and holds him to her lips, exclaiming, "Fire!" startled as if jolted by electricity. Xiaoka awakens in a panic, looking around frantically. "Fire! Fire!" Upon realizing there is no fire, he clutches his chest and scolds, "Silly sister, you tricked me. I was just about to devour a plump little bug in my dream. And you scared it away. You owe me." His four little hooves flail in the AI are it's he the brink of life and death. Nuyeking has little patience for his antics and retorts, "Be quiet, I'm quite annoyed." With that, she tosses him onto her shoulder and ignores him. Xiaoka, truly hurt by her reprimand, falls silent, resembling a frostbitten eggplant as he sits quietly on Nuyeking's shoulder, blinking his glossy black eyes and letting tears flow like a downpour. The wolf girl, seeing Xiaoka's sorrowful tears, feels a pang of sympathy. For some reason, she has taken an instant liking to this little creature. Alas, he is currently the pet of the fake Qiyu Yin, or she would have taken him home to care for him lovingly. Suddenly, sounds of combat erupt from outside, accompanied by the crackle of sparks, howling winds, and the cacophony of shouts. Nuyeking listens intently, her heart racing with excitement as she cries out, "It's Brother Yun, Brother Yun." Her once tense heart now feels light and unburdened, making her forget the earlier reprimand of Xiaoka, and she plants a hearty kiss on him. Xiaoka, who had just been sulking, instantly brightens at her affection, bouncing around with newfound joy. The wolf girl, too, hears the sounds of the skirmish, feeling a glimmer of hope for their escape, and no longer worried about Imo Yen and her kin being unattended. She had been on guard for so long, convinced that this imposter Qiyu Yin would seize the opportunity to harm her, yet they had not. Lowering her guard, she curiously inquires, "Who are you?" In Yeching was not taken aback. She had never intended to harm anyone, nor was she a heartless villain. All she sought was the truth, and for those who had suffered because of her to experience less pain. Her father had taught her the wisdom that true friends exist even across vast distances, and that every wrongdoer harbors their own justifications. If one could unravel the knot of enmity, foes could indeed become friends. "Everyone calls me Anu," Inyeching smiled, her radiance akin to that of blooming peach blossoms, her bright eyes resembling the stars of the night. The wolf girl gazed into Inyeching's eyes, realizing that she should have anticipated this. Ever since she arrived at the Chihu tribe, she had been quietly safeguarding her well-being, thus was well aware of all that concerned her. Previously, Inyeching's gaze had been hollow, devoid of soul, yet ever since she had recklessly eloped with Gong Ao a few days prior, her eyes had transformed, now brimming with life, a change she had overlooked. And what of Yenner? Why did you infiltrate the Chihu tribe? Regardless of what the so-called fake Qiyu Yin had in mind, the wolf girl would never allow outsiders to harm the Chihu tribe. Should anyone seek to inflict harm, she would surely slay them. Thus, she quietly gathered her strength, concealing her lethal intent. She was still alive. Inyeching smiled and turned to gaze at the increasingly radiant apex of the circular pearl. "I ventured into the Chihu tribe to uncover the truth." "The truth? What truth?" "The Chihu attempted to kill me in the 100 Beasts forest, yet their plans were thwarted. I survived, only to inadvertently encounter the figures in black colluding with the Chihu, discovering that someone had sent them to eliminate me. In pursuit of that hidden mastermind, we followed them here, and you are aware of the events that transpired thereafter." Inyeching turned to face the wolf girl. The wolf girl's brow furrowed, her pupils constricting. As if she had already deduced the identity of the perpetrator, yet still uncertain, she inquired, "Do you know who that mastermind is?" Inyeching nodded. "Yes." Chapter 22. The suffering of the living. As soon as she nodded, a sudden beam of light engulfed them both. Outside, chaos reigned. For miles around, a fierce inferno raged, illuminating the pitch-black night. The creatures trapped in the flames wailed in despair, akin to tormented souls in hell, while the Chihu wolf atop Chibi Cliff howled to the heavens, frantically running without a thought of the precipice. Yunling stood at the circular pearl, clad in pristine white robes unblemished by soot, radiating a golden glow in the firelight. The sharply defined contours of his face cast reflections that rendered his visage even more striking, yet the depth of his gaze lacked the warmth it once held, leaving Inyeching perplexed and disinterested in unraveling the mystery. As long as her brother Yun was safe, she would be content. Inyeching rushed toward Yunling, enveloping him in a tight embrace, her tears flowing like an inexhaustible spring. "Brother Yun, is it really you? I was so worried about you." Yunling hesitated for a moment before placing his hand gently on Inyeching's back. "It's all right." The wolf girl, horrified by the scene before her, dashed toward the blazing inferno, roaring, "How could this happen? What on earth is going on?" Inyeching, witnessing the devastation and engulfed in flames, pushed Yunling aside, casting a questioning glance his way. Yunling, with an expressionless visage, gazed at the raging inferno and suggested, "Let us first exit this perilous place." The danger is too great. We cannot allow these flames to continue unchecked, for the lives of countless beings within a radius of several dozen miles would be at stake. A fate I cannot bear to witness. Nuyeking shook her head defiantly, declaring, I will not leave. I must extinguish the fire. Yet, Yunling swiftly swept her into his embrace and soared out of the fiery abyss, the wolf girl following closely with little Qixiao in tow. They returned to the sanctuary of Chiluyan, where the night was serene, dotted with shimmering stars and a luminous moon illuminating the sky. A gentle breeze occasionally swept through, carrying with it a hint of smoke. Nuyeking, unable to contain her curiosity, eagerly inquired of Yunling, Brother Yun, what exactly transpired? Who ignited this inferno? The wolf girl and Qixiao pricked up their ears, awaiting the revelation. Although it was the wolf girl who had led the elite of the Qihu to capture Yunling, on the way back, Nuyeking had implored him not to harbor resentment towards the wolf girl, despite her own ignorance of the circumstances. Fortunately, Yunling had acquiesced with a nod. Leisurely, Yunling poured himself a cup of osmanthus tea, the rich aroma wafting throughout the space, lifting his spirits considerably. Once he had sipped the tea, he recounted the events that had transpired. It turned out that during the confrontation between Nuyeking and the wolf girl, the shockwaves from their clash had disturbed the circular pearl, inadvertently awakening the hound. Its howls summoned Tonglan, leading to a fierce battle that lasted for 300 rounds, with neither side gaining the upper hand. In a bid for victory, Tonglan resorted to using the demonic realm's purgatorial flames to assault Yunling, resulting in devastation for the surrounding life, a calamity that would undoubtedly draw the attention of the celestial realm. Being a demon, Tonglan had long since fled the scene. Nuyeking approached the window, observing the northeastern sky ablaze with crimson. If the fire continued to burn unchecked, it would surely endanger the nearby creatures. She turned back to Yunling, asking, Brother Yun, do you possess a means to extinguish this purgatorial fire? Yunling set down his teacup and regarded Nuyeking, shaking his head after a prolonged moment of contemplation. Qixiao leaped down from the wolf girl's shoulder and climbed onto the table, declaring, I know who can extinguish it, but alas, that individual is forever beyond our reach. Who is this person? Who? Nuyeking and the wolf girl inquired in unison, while Yunling gazed thoughtfully at Qixiao, a flicker of cold light passing through his eyes before vanishing. Qixiao shivered, hopping off the table and scampering to Nuyeking's side. The purgatorial fire was forged by the demon lord. Naturally, the celestial god Chiming, who subdued the demon lord, could also quell the purgatorial flames. But how do we even seek out the celestial god? Given our current identities, how could we ever find him? The wolf girl, initially filled with hope, felt despondent upon hearing that only the celestial god could extinguish the flames. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Anu, you are human. Surely you can find the celestial god, right? Nuyeking's face reflected her inner conflict. How she longed to reveal to the wolf girl that she too was of the demon clan and an adversary of the celestial god. Even if she were to find him, why would he ever heed her request? Yet, with the wolf girl's hopeful gaze fixed upon her and the weight of the disaster weighing heavily on her conscience, how could she refuse? Oh, I shall seek out the celestial god and extinguish this conflagration, Nuyeking declared, taking a deep breath and feigning confidence to reassure the wolf girl. Yunling gazed at Nuyeking in astonishment, yet remained silent. Upon hearing Nuyeking's acquiescence, the wolf maiden felt a measure of reassurance and took her leave. Heading towards the wolf's den to stabilize the hearts of her Ki and As, she watched the wolf maiden soar into the sky. Nuyeking revealed her sorrow and seated herself beside Yunling. Yunling handed her a cup of tea with a gentle smile, remarking, You are well aware that encountering the deity Qiming is beyond your reach. Why then did you consent to the wolf maiden's request? Nuyeking took a delicate sip of tea, her gaze fixed on the handsome man before her, feeling a profound sense of security in her heart. You will assist me? Will you not? Yunling's smile was exaggerated, yet he felt a peculiar comfort in Nuyeking's unwavering trust. Indeed, I shall help you. As night deepened, Nuyeking leaned against Yunling's shoulder, gradually succumbing to slumber. With the dawn's radiant sunlight, Nuyeking squatted beside the flowers and grasses, yet felt not a trace of vitality. Just yesterday, she had witnessed the morning dew glistening upon the foliage, crystalline pearls sliding down petals, only to vanish into the earth, while the sweet melodies of birds resonated throughout the valley, the moist air caressing her face most pleasantly. However, this morning, everything had changed. The dew was absent, the songs silenced, and even the air felt parched, leaving the flowers and grasses drooping in despair. Nuyeking was filled with deep regret, realizing that her impulsive actions had led to such dire consequences. She must find the deity Qiming to atone for her mistakes, silently repeating this resolution 100 times in her mind. Unnude, but a voice filled with affection and familiarity reached her ears, so familiar it brought tears to her eyes. Nuyeking turned around to see a figure clad in a long black robe embroidered with dark patterns, hair as dark as ink standing high, and that unmistakable skin tone vividly clear. Brother Yun. She plunged into Dongfu's embrace, weeping like a child. Silly girl, Dongfu tenderly ruffled her hair. Nuyeking held on tighter. Dongfu was the first person she encountered upon arriving in this world, and he had always cared for her deeply, already regarded as her elder brother in her heart. Brother Dong, what brings you to the Chihua tribe? Nuyeking inquired curiously while ushering Dongfu into her private quarters and pouring him a cup of tea. I was sent by the demon lord to investigate the emergence of the infernal fire in this region, and to my surprise, I encountered you here. Dongfu looked at Nuyeking, whose head was bowed low, his heart guessing the truth, yet he could never believe. Do not tell me this matter pertains to you. Nuyeking stole a glance at Dongfu but remained silent. After a moment, she suddenly lifted her head, excitedly pulling on Dongfu's arm. What of Xiaobei and my two brothers? Did they not come? Dongfu, not pressing further, chuckled. Xiaobei is assessing the fire's intensity. The western and southern bats did not arrive, Dado. Nuyeking replied discontentedly. Chapter 23. Reunion with an old friend. Early in the morning, Yunling was dispatched by Nuyeking to gather information regarding the whereabouts of the Chihua and the schemes of Tonglan. For she understood that only by resolving Tonglan's affairs could she safely seek the deity to save this realm's beings. Anu, I've gathered some news. Yunling entered, speaking as he walked, and upon crossing the threshold, he caught sight of Dongfu, whose expression was one of sheer astonishment, only to vanish moments later. Niking, filled with excitement, stood up. Brother Yun, have you gathered any news? Yunling regarded Dongfu with a look of unfamiliarity, hesitating to speak. Niking hurriedly rose, drawing Yunling to the table, and gestured towards Dongfu. This is Brother Dong, who has taken great care of me in the demon clan. She then turned to introduce Yunling to Dongfu. Brother Dong, this is Brother Yun, my savior. Dongfu rose, bowing with gentlemanly grace. I am deeply grateful to Brother Yun for watching over Anu. Dongfu expresses his sincere thanks. There is no need for such formality. My acquaintance with Anu is indeed a matter of fate, and it is an immense honor to care for her, Yunling replied with a smile. Niking urged both men to sit down, pouring more tea for Yunling. Brother Yun, what have you discovered? Chihu has received orders from Tonglan to launch a surprise attack on Fengqi City.as for Tonglan. It is said that he saved Chihu's father from the hands of the ascetic Situ Ruhin 300 years ago, thus earning the respect of the Chihu clan as their young master, pledging his unwavering loyalty. Since then, he has frequently visited the Chihu clan, each time leading elite warriors to assault or ambush certain individuals or cities. Moreover, every 2 months, he harnesses the power of the circular pearl to cultivate the forbidden arts of the demon clan, specifically the soul-devouring spell, which, when perfected, renders one invincible. Even the demon lord and the divine dream might fall prey to its soul-snatching grasp. Yunling recounted slowly, taking a sip of tea. One can only imagine his sinister intentions. Tonglan? Dongfu gazed at Yunling in disbelief. Yunling nodded. Niking looked at Dongfu. Brother Dong, you may not be aware, but while I was in the 100 Beasts forest, Tonglan had sent Chihu to assassinate me. It was Brother Yun who saved me, and we came here to uncover the truth behind it. That inferno was also his doing. He dares to train in secret arts without the demon lord's knowledge, exposing the demon clan's whereabouts. Surely the celestial realm must have already taken notice of our kind. Does he not realize the weight of your responsibilities? As an elder of the demon clan, to conspire against you is a grave sin that warrants 1,000 deaths. I must return to the demon clan at once. Dongfu's fury ignited upon hearing Yunling's words, and he howled twice, calling for Beifu, preparing to depart. Brother Dong, do not act impulsively. It is still too early to report this matter, Niking urgently interjected, halting Dongfu. She was acutely aware that although Tonglan had acted independently, exposing the demon lord's whereabouts, Granny Yen, a devoted servant of the demon lord, would undoubtedly seek retribution against Tonglan. However, it must be noted that Tonglan is also Granny Yan's beloved nephew. Should he perish, although she would not openly express her grief, her cunning nature guarantees that she would not let his death be in vain, surely seeking a scapegoat. If his conspiracy were to be unveiled, it could not be Dongfu who exposes it. Another must be chosen. Why? Dongfu, a mere warrior commanding the demon realm's army, was perplexed, having only known to obey orders without considering such layers of complexity. Yunling, being astute, replied, Do not rush. Anu has her reasons for advising you against reporting this. It is prudent to heed her counsel for now. Inyeqing nodded with certainty. Brother Dong believes in me. I will certainly handle this matter splendidly. Dongfu had never doubted Inyeqing before, and this occasion was no exception, though he was concerned for her safety. The sound of flapping wings echoed in the distance, accompanied by the chattering of voices. Elder brother, as she heard Beifu's voice, Inyeqing leapt from her seat, rushing towards the door, calling out, Xiao Bei, Xiao Bei. Beifu appeared before Inyeqing with a boisterous demeanor. Panic etched across his face, his brows knitted together as he gazed upon the beautiful woman before him. A resplendent peony adorned his left cheek, rendering him strikingly handsome. He shyly glanced at Inyeqing, his face flushing crimson, disregarding her excitement and Yunling's unfamiliarity, and hurriedly approached Dongfu, tugging at his sleeve. Elder brother. I just heard Anu's voice. Dongfu chuckled, lightly tapping Beifu's head, casting a glance at Inyeqing. That is not Anu.at that moment. Inyeqing's expression shifted between shades of blue and purple, while Beifu awkwardly passed by her as if he were unacquainted. In his heart, he cursed Beifu to never savor sweet and sour pork again. Anu, is that you? Beifu queried, approaching Inyeqing with a puzzled look, his gaze locked onto her bright, expressive eyes, and no matter how much she changed, her eyes remained the same. He enveloped Inyeqing in his embrace, tears streaming down his face as he asked, Anu, how have you changed so much? I hardly recognize you anymore. And where is the dress I gifted you? Inyeqing cherished Beifu's childlike innocence, playfully shoving him away, pouting her lips in mock anger as she tapped her shoulder. Teske, Teske, Teske. Just moments ago, you didn't recognize me, and now look at you, drenched in tears and snot. I shall ignore you. Wait, wait. Previously, I only saw you with a black veil. I had never beheld your true visage. Thus, Anu, beneath that veil, you are the most beautiful woman I have ever seen. Beifu struck a pose of adoration. Such flattery you possess, Inyeqing remarked, tapping Beifu's head gently. Dongfu, noting the time, stepped forward to grasp Inyeqing's shoulder, gazing at her with affectionate eyes. He then retrieved a jade pendant from his waist and placed it in her hand. Anu, Brother Dong is departing. This is the Tongtian jade. No matter what happens, remember to use it to notify me. Feeling a tinge of sadness, Inyeqing nodded. Their parting today left her uncertain when they would meet again. Upon hearing of their imminent departure, Beifu grew discontent, wrapping his arms tightly around Inyeqing's waist, adamantly refusing to part ways. You're leaving so soon? I haven't even spoken to Anu yet. I won't go. I won't go. Dongfu paid no heed to Beifu's stubbornness, forcibly dragging him away. The azure sky, reminiscent of a tranquil lake, framed the scene where two bats tangled playfully, one dangling from the other's claws, struggling to fly in opposite directions. A sight both amusing and absurd. Inyeqing and Yunling stood in the open space outside, their faces beaming with laughter as they watched the spectacle unfold in the distance. Suddenly, the wolf girl appeared before them like a flash of lightning. She gazed at the sky and curiously inquired, Anu, upon my arrival, I spotted two individuals in a tugging struggle. One of them, with a mischievous demeanor, valiantly soared towards us, only to be forcibly dragged away by the other. It's the mention of the playful northern bat. A faint blush swept across the wolf girl's face, an unusual moment that did not escape the keen eyes of Inyeqing. She smiled gently, taking the wolf girl's hand as they entered the boudoir, conversing as they walked. They are my brothers, come to visit me. Will they return? The wolf girl initially referred to the northern bat, but inadvertently shifted to speak of them. This moment, her head was bowed low, her ears flushed with embarrassment. Inyeqing feigned ignorance, replying, indeed, they will come to see me again, and I shall introduce you to them. Perhaps hearing the answer she longed for, the wolf girl's heart fluttered like a little rabbit for the first time. As night fell, the sky gradually darkened, yet the western horizon remained a vivid crimson, strikingly conspicuous. Since the infernal flames ignited, the ambient temperature felt as though it had surged several-fold. Soon, beads of sweat trickled down her body, leaving her parched and uncomfortable. The denizens of the celestial realm would soon arrive, and should her identity as a member of the demon clan be discovered, her fate would be grim. Brother Yun, we must depart from this place, Inyeqing urged Yunling. He nodded in agreement, having anticipated her concerns. Yes, I share the same sentiment. Inyeqing turned to the wolf girl. Wolf girl, have you settled the members of the Red Tiger clan? All is well arranged. I have come at the behest of my kin to assist you in locating the divine being Chi Dream to extinguish the flames, the wolf girl replied, clad in a deep blue, form-fitting battle attire that accentuated her heroic poise. Inyeqing did not object. With the wolf girl's agile skills at her side, the journey to find the divine Qi dream might encounter fewer obstacles. Very well. Wolf girl, you shall proceed to Fengqi City to prevent the red tiger from recklessly taking lives. Inform him that Tongkong's unauthorized theft of the ring-shaped pearl has alarmed the ancient divine beast. Xiong in a fit of rage. It has used the infernal flames to scorch Xiong, resulting in devastation to the living beings, and the fire now threatens the red tiger's lair. Urge him to return swiftly, Nu Yeking directed. The wolf girl furrowed her brow, pondering how the young master was the benefactor of the entire red tiger clan, which had always looked to him for guidance. She could not fathom why such a message was necessary. Wouldn't this incite animosity between the clan leader and the young master? Nu Yeking understood the wolf girl's confusion, recalling the events in the Hundred Beasts Forest, coupled with Tongkong's past rescue of the red tiger's father. There was no better reason to dissuade the red tiger from defying Tongkong's orders. Yunling, in thoughtful contemplation, elucidated, the celestial realm is tasked with safeguarding the living beings of the world. Now that the infernal flames have emerged, it is imperative to uncover the cause, identify the true arsonist, and enact justice, thereby informing the world. The recent upheaval caused by Tongkong has stirred both the demon clan and the celestial realm. Neither the righteous nor the wicked will spare him. Given his unscrupulous behavior, it is inevitable that he will seek a scapegoat to absolve himself of responsibility, and your Chihu clan is the most suitable candidate. Given Chihu's unwavering loyalty to Tongkan, they may even willingly shoulder this burden. To prevent the Chihu clan from being embroiled in this turmoil, it is imperative to exert all efforts to sow discord between Chihu and Tongkong. Nu Yeking listened intently as Yunling articulated his analysis. Nodding in satisfaction, the wolf maiden, realizing the gravity of the situation, hastily took her leave and headed towards Fengqi City. Should they depart, the Chihu clan would be left leaderless, inevitably leading to chaos. It seems only Qi Luyin could temporarily lead the Chihu clan. Yunling then retrieved a mirror from his ring, casting a spell that released 2 wisps of dark gray mist, gradually forming 2 figures. They appeared as if just awakened, completely oblivious to the events of the past few days. Yunling recounted the entire saga, deliberately omitting the happenings within the cave. Qi Luyin was taken aback, her face flushed with fury. How dare a toad aspire to eat swan meat? Such a foolish notion. Rest assured, you can lay low. I will temporarily manage the affairs of the Chihu clan until my brother returns. Nu Yeking, observing Qi Liuyin's delicate yet assertive demeanor, recalled that she had spoken in a similar manner to avoid detection by the Chihu. She couldn't help but feel a bit unsettled. Nevertheless, she admired Qi Luyin, who, despite her wild nature, possessed a genuine spirit, unafraid to love or hate. There will be inquiries from the celestial realm in the coming days. You must exercise utmost caution to avoid being captured, Nu Yeking advised. Turning to the slumbering Xiao Kezi behind her, she poked his belly vigorously. Irritated, he rolled over 2.5 times, but Nu Yeking persisted, prompting him to groggily open his eyes and stretch. Why interrupt my slumber, sister? You are so annoying I am leaving. Will you stay with Sister Yin of the Chihu clan, or will you accompany me? Nu Yeking felt a pang of worry. She feared Xiao Kezi would not choose to follow her, for she had been Qi Luyin then, not the ugly Anu, leaving her somewhat disheartened. Xiao Kezi feigned seriousness, glancing between the astonished Qi Luyin and Nu Yeking. Will you take me with you? Hearing Xiao Kezi speak ignited a flicker of hope within her. Well, we have spent a few days together, and there is some bond between us. However, at that time, I was in the guise of Sister Yin, and now I am like this. I wonder if you would still wish to accompany me? Nu Yeking pointed to the peony blossom on her right cheek. Yet, to her surprise, Xiao Kezi showed no signs of indecision. Instead, he curiously pointed at Nu Yeking's face. That peony is quite beautiful, I like it. Upon hearing this, Nu Yeking understood his choice, scooping Xiao Kezi up and planting a firm kiss on him, then rubbing her face against his. Xiao Kezi erupted into peals of laughter. Qi Luyin, witnessing Xiao Kezi's choice of Nu Yeking, felt a wave of sadness wash over her, yet she remained silent. Nu Yeking and Yunling bid farewell to Xiao Kezi and Qi Luyin before soaring eastward, towards Fengqi City and, consequently, the direction of the demon clan. They flew for several days and nights, unaware of the passage of time. They paused at a coastal haven, 2 souls ambling along the sandy shore, enveloped by the gentle caress of the sea breeze, reminiscent of a mother's tender touch, instilling a sense of bliss. The cerulean ocean rolled in waves, each cresting higher than the last, while droplets of water, illuminated by the sun, refracted into mesmerizing rainbows. Occasionally, a few sea swallows flitted by, their joyful songs echoing the essence of freedom. Anu Yeking perched on the beach, gazing out at the vast sea, lost in memories of her father. As a child, she had listened to her cousin recount tales of the ocean's beauty, igniting within her a longing. On her 12th birthday, her father had promised to take the family to see the sea. Yet the ensuing 3 years were fraught with the caprices of court affairs, and the journey never materialized. In the depths of her reminiscence, she found herself weeping, her vision blurred by tears. Anew, I found a boat. Yunling stood upon a small vessel, clad in a flowing white robe that momentarily bewildered Anu Yeching, making her believe he was the one who played the lute beneath the sacred tree. Shaking her head to dispel the illusion, she approached the small boat. Where did you acquire this little vessel? Anu Yeching inquired. Isn't it simple? I just fashioned it from the woods ahead. Hurry, come aboard, Yunling exclaimed, pulling her onto the boat. They set forth, venturing deep into the ocean. You are so silly. Silly people have silly dreams. As they navigated to the heart of the sea, Anu Yeching was awestruck by the beauty surrounding her. She spread her arms wide, allowing the sea breeze to permeate every pore, then called out towards the horizon. Father, mother, brother, I see the ocean. Can you hear me? Yunling, momentarily entranced by Anu Yeching's exuberant shouts, felt a surge of impulsiveness and shouted back at the sea. In this small universe, I shall live like a king. After their outbursts, the two exchanged laughter, their bodies swaying back and forth in mirth. Brother Yun, who are you? You have never shared this with me, Anu Yeching asked, sitting in the boat, dipping her feet into the water, allowing small fish to nibble at her toes, a ticklish and delightful sensation. Yunling reclined beside her, hands clasped behind his head, observing the azure sky as clouds lazily drifted away. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, I am a cultivator. Chapter 25. Cultivation of the Demon Body. A cultivator. Does that mean you might become an immortal? Anu Yeching gazed at Yunling in astonishment, surprised by his genuine kindness towards a mere demon minion rather than adopting a ruthless stance, which caused her to regard him with newfound respect. Fool, it is not so easy. I have yet to reach the realm of transformation into an immortal, Yunling said, lightly tapping her on the head. Anu Yeching, confused about what it entailed to become an immortal, was filled with curiosity and persistently urged Yunling to enlighten her. In this world, there exist two kinds of beings capable of cultivating into immortality, humans and demons. For humans, the path to immortality is divided into the 5 elemental attributes of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, each further subdivided into 10 stages. The stage of understanding, the stage of enlightenment, the stage of spiritual wisdom, the stage of dissolution, the stage of divine movement, the stage of the primordial infant, the stage of spirit separation, the stage of spiritual void, the stage of profound spirit, and finally, the stage of transcending tribulation to become an immortal. Each cultivator may select their desired attribute based on personal preference. The transformation of demons into immortals does not involve any distinction of attributes. One merely needs to cultivate diligently for a millennium, and naturally, one will assume a human form. Furthermore, by cultivating a heart inclined towards benevolence and aiding all beings, one can transcend 3 tribulations to achieve immortality. Inu Yeching grew increasingly exhilarated. Can members of the demon clan also cultivate to become immortals? Yunling chuckled. The demon clan is composed of those whose hearts have been tainted by malevolence, yet they too can cultivate, albeit through paths divergent from those of humans and fairies. The identity achieved through their cultivation will differ as well. The demon's path involves 6 phases: the awakening of demons, the demon brain stage, the hidden demon phase, the spiritual demon stage, the no demon phase, and ultimately, the crossing of tribulations to become a demon god. Standing shoulder to shoulder with the celestial gods in Yu Yeching, reflecting on her meager magical abilities and her inability to even master the art of flight, felt increasingly disheartened about rescuing Zillian and seeking the celestial god Chi Dream. Coupled with her demonic form, which diverged from the path of the divine, her hopes of encountering Chi Dream seemed even more remote. Suddenly, an idea sparked within her, and she whispered her thoughts into Yunling's ear. That is implausible. It defies reason. Historically, there has been no account of a demon achieving immortality. Moreover, good and evil have always existed in opposition. If you were to forcibly pursue immortal techniques with a demonic body, you would likely meet with utter destruction. Yunling roared, adamantly refusing to allow Inu Yeching to take such reckless risks. Inu Yeching began to grasp the gravity of her situation. Once one becomes a demon, they remain a demon for all eternity. The identity of a demon clung to her like a shadow, forever inseparable. She felt as though her life had plummeted into an abyss, with no hope of resurgence. Observing the despair in her eyes, Yunling felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. He gently ruffled her hair and reassured her. In truth, You can cultivate as well, Brother Yun. Are you trying to comfort me? As you said, good and evil cannot coexist. How can I cultivate with a demonic body? Nu Yeching, disheartened, recognized the minuscule probability of her ascendance to immortality. I understand the principle of the incompatibility between immortals and demons. It is merely my unwillingness to accept. Yunling felt as if his heart were a tangled mess. He exhaled deeply, smiling ruefully while shaking his head. In reality, the distinction between demons and immortals lies solely in differing beliefs and paths taken. As long as you pursue the direction of your heart, you will become the person you aspire to be. Nu Yeching regarded Yunling with a look of partial understanding. Brother Yun. One thought of the Buddha, one thought of the demon. Do you comprehend? Brother Yun, I see now. You mean to say that cultivation is merely a method. What truly matters is the heart's determination of the person you shall become. Upon hearing Yunling's words, Nu Yeching experienced an epiphany. Even with a demonic form, as long as her heart was set on doing good, she could become a demon god with a soul akin to that of an immortal. Yunling nodded with a smile, then turned his gaze toward the sea, where fish occasionally leaped from the water in playful arcs. A fleeting shadow of melancholy and disappointment crossed his eyes as he pondered whether he had pushed her away or drawn her closer. In the days that followed, under Yunling's guidance, Nu Yeching commenced her cultivation. She possessed a trace of magical energy within her, which had remained dormant until now. With the nurturing influence of the circular orb's spiritual power, she released over 50% of it, and once she learned to control the warm flow within, she would soon break through the demon brain stage. In truth, the cultivation methods of demons and humans were similar. The only difference lay in the effects produced. Gradually, Nooking's hearing became increasingly acute, allowing her to perceive sounds from several miles away. Her mental state improved significantly, and she began to learn the art of levitation. Ascending to a height of 1 meter above the ground and soaring 180 meters was no longer a challenge for her, which filled her with exhilaration. She often boasted that she could fly through the skies like Dongfu. Gazing down upon the earth, no longer needing to be carried about. One day, Nooking set up a campfire by the seaside and caught 2 fish to grill, the tantalizing aroma wafting across the beach. Yunling approached with a troubled expression, hesitating as he stood beside Nooking. Brother Yun, are you hungry? The fish will be ready shortly, just a moment longer. Nooking glanced at Yunling before resuming her tasks. I'm not hungry, I merely wish to discuss something with you. Nooking turned to gaze intently at Yunling. What is it? I must leave. Yunling seemed to summon all his courage to utter the words. Where are you going? Nooking's expression remained calm, as if she had anticipated this parting. There's an urgent matter at home that requires my return, so I cannot accompany you in pursuing the matter of Tongtang any longer. As he spoke, he removed a ring from his finger, placing it on Nooking's left hand, on her ring finger. Wear this ring. When you speak to it, I shall hear you from afar. Moreover, it is a large storage ring, which you may find useful in the future. The ring emitted a faint purple glow as Yunling removed it, gradually shrinking until it perfectly fit Nooking's finger, at which point the purple light dissipated. Nooking shook her head vigorously, refusing, No, no, no. I cannot accept your belongings. Be obedient. This is our token, as well as our means of communication. With it, regardless of where you are, I will always be able to find you. Yunling stated earnestly. Feeling a bit awkward, Nooking understood Yunling's determination and ceased her refusals. After they shared lunch together, Yunling departed. Alone, she wandered along the beach, the sea breeze carrying her thoughts far away. That rascal, Xiaoka, seemed to have fallen into a deep slumber since arriving at the seaside, and Nooking chose not to disturb him. She recalled the last time she had kindly invited him to share some food, only to be met with a scathing rebuke, as he insisted that his slumber was a form of cultivation. He warned that should she disturb him again, he would fall into a state of madness and would no longer acknowledge her. Thus, she abandoned any intention of waking him in the 9 heavens. The divine being Chi Dream lay languidly upon a sleeping couch, his white robe gently enveloping him, exuding an air of commanding authority. His long, jet-black hair cascaded like a waterfall over the edge of the couch, while his delicate, fair fingers rested against his head. His sharply defined cheekbones framed his finely arched brows and narrow eyes. His skin pale and exquisite, a beauty beyond description. The grand golden and silver palace felt vast and desolate, with cold winds dispersing the ethereal aura. Soft whispers drifted in from outside the main hall. Xingchen, the immortal Shanhui requests an audience with the divine being Qidream. A man's voice echoed. Alas, Qidream is not within the ninefold palace. He has been in a state of divine wandering for over 3 days, replied a melodious female voice. May I inquire what matters the immortal wishes to discuss with Qidream? The ethereal fairy of shallow reeds is unaware that the inferno flame has been discovered in the Dragon Soul Forest, a blaze that we, the cultivators, are powerless to extinguish. After much deliberation among the gathered, it seems we must implore the divine to intervene and quench the fire. Such a significant matter indeed suggests that the demonic forces are stirring once more. However, with the dream chaser in a deep slumber, awakening will take no less than 10 days and nights. I urge you to contain the spreading flames for the time being. I will make every effort to inform the dream chaser. I appreciate your assistance, dear fairy. I shall take my leave now. Concurrently, Nui Qing has received word from Dongfu that Tong Lan has returned to the demon realm. Currently, the demons remain oblivious to the events transpiring here. He has also secretly visited the Red Tiger clan, where dozens of water element spirit practitioners are stationed, desperately attempting to quell the fire. Yet, rather than diminishing the flames, their efforts have only intensified the inferno flame. Chapter 26. The Eternal Forest. Since Yunling's departure, Nui Qing has been wandering alone in the vicinity and stumbled upon a village named Hauran, where the inhabitants rely on fishing for their livelihood. Her arrival has been a rarity for the villagers, and the hospitable village chief kindly offered her accommodation in his home, where she has resided for over 3 days. From the fishermen, she learned that this vast sea is known as the Sea of Hell, aptly named for its immeasurable expanse. No one has ever managed to sail across to the other side, and even birds that venture too far are said to perish from exhaustion. According to the elders, beyond the sea lies Fengqi City, a destination reachable only by cultivators who can harness their magical powers to sustain their stamina. Nui Qing was momentarily taken aback. How then could she journey eastward? This sea posed a formidable barrier, threatening to nullify all her previous efforts. Dejected, she shook her head and strolled along the beach. The sea, bathed in the hues of the setting sun, appeared even more enchanting. With resplendent clouds resembling a silk veil draping across half the horizon, their reflections shimmering beautifully in the rippling waters. Having lingered here for quite some time, her unwavering practice has allowed her to break through the demonic brain phase, and she felt her once chaotic mind becoming clearer. Her mastery of the ascendant technique was nearing completion, and after much contemplation, she resolved to promptly deliver the killing 1,000 order to the Demon King, rescue Zillion, and then seek the divine dream chaser to extinguish the flames. As for the matters concerning the Red Tiger clan, she would devise a solution upon reaching Fengqi City. After all, Tong Lan is a rather troublesome character. It would be prudent to resolve this issue swiftly for peace of mind. Regardless, others may find the crossing impossible, but that is their concern. I refuse to believe that I, Nui Qing, cannot conquer this minuscule sea of hell. Humph, it is settled then. With a defiant and resolute expression, Nui Qing kicked the sand beneath her feet. The divine presence has descended. Anu, Anu, a celestial being has arrived in our village, exclaimed by Ming Ming, the village chief's child, waving at Nui Qing from the village entrance. Turning her head, Nui Qing smiled warmly at the adorable 5 or 6-year-old by Ming Ming. Ming Ming, I'm right here. Bai Ming Ming rushed over, breathless and excited. Quick, quick, let's return to the village. A celestial being has come to us. My father said to bring you across the sea. Across the sea? How wonderful. It seems even the heavens are aiding me. In an exuberant state, Nooking was nearly on the verge of leaping with joy when a sudden thought struck her. She murmured to herself, No, I am of the demon race. That celestial being will undoubtedly capture me and put me to death. Wouldn't that render all possibilities moot? No, I cannot accompany that celestial being. Anu, what are you muttering about? Hurry along. My father has already spoken with the celestial being. Let's go. Bai Mingming, in her innocent naivety, believed Nooking was simply overly excited and tugged at her arm, urging her toward the village. Nooking hesitated for a moment, then reluctantly said, Mingming, why don't you head back first? I have a pressing matter to attend to. I'll return to find you once I am done. Oh, very well then. Hurry along. I shall return and ask my father to plead with the celestial being to take me as his disciple. I will personally escort you across the sea afterward. Bai Mingming dreamed of the possibilities. All right, she exclaimed joyfully as she dashed back toward the village. Once Nooking watched Bai Mingming run off into the distance, she frantically sprinted down the beach and into the eternal forest. In her fervor to escape, she completely disregarded the ominous warning sign stating the forest's dangers and the admonition to refrain from entering. Only after she had plunged into the woods did she realize her folly. The twilight was already shrouding the surroundings, and the eerie stillness of the eternal forest was occasionally pierced by the haunting, raspy cries of night crows, causing Nooking to tremble with fear. The silence here was unnervingly peculiar. Although the beast forest was terrifying, she had the company of Yunling then, But now she was utterly alone. It was only natural to feel fear. She retraced her steps, circling back to where she had previously stood. Oh dear, is this some sort of ghost wall or merely me being lost? Nooking sat down, shaken and bewildered. Her eyes damp with tears, it dawned on her that she had been so frightened that tears had begun to flow. What should she do? She could not find her way out. In the fishing village. Beimingming's father, a hardy man and the village chief, wondered aloud, Beimingming, did you not go to fetch Anu? It has been 3 or 4 hours. Why hasn't she returned? He suspected that Beimingming had fabricated a tale and reprimanded her to no. Anu said she had an urgent matter and would return shortly. Beimingming whimpered, feeling aggrieved. Be patient. Let us wait a bit longer. Spoke the celestial being that Beimingming had mentioned. He was a towering figure, with a fair complexion and strikingly deep-set features reminiscent of a Greek sculpture. His dark, profound icy eyes exuded a wild, untamed charm, and his devilishly handsome face bore an air of regal authority, enhanced by a casual yet enigmatic smile, even as his demeanor was marked by an icy indifference. Please, esteemed celestial being, allow us a moment longer. I shall seek out the missing, the village chief politely stated before leading Beimingming outside, toward the seaside. The fishermen gathered at the chief's doorstep, having watched the unfolding events for some time, soon returned to their own pursuits. After half an hour had passed, a commotion arose in the village, marked by the sound of gongs and drums. Disaster! Disaster! A somewhat slender fisherman bellowed, his voice resonating like thunder, utterly incongruous with his appearance. Dear, what is causing such a ruckus? A plump woman inquired as townsfolk rushed out of their homes. Someone has strayed into the eternal forest. The village chief is gathering everyone to search for them. Oh dear, this is grave indeed. Indeed, it seems impossible to still be alive. Alas, poor child, as the people hurried towards the eternal forest, they engaged in a cacophony of discussions, their voices rising and falling in a ceaseless clamor. Upon hearing their words, the immortal was alarmed and thought to himself that the girl was in grave danger. Without a moment's hesitation, he transformed into a streak of lightning and vanished. Inu Yiqing sat curled up beside a tree, her eyes darting back and forth, always sensing that something was watching her, yet remaining oblivious to the dark mass hovering above her head. As time passed, a tingling sensation spread through her skull, and a chill began to seep into her body from the crown of her head, while the warmth within her flowed outward. A shiver ran down her spine as she realized that something was siphoning off her essence. Steeling herself, she sealed the warmth within and summoned the broken sword, which materialized in her hand. Infusing the blade with her spiritual energy, the broken sword emanated a brilliant blue light, shimmering vividly against the enveloping darkness of the night. With a sudden, grand motion, she swung the sword above her head, the dazzling blue light slicing through the blackness, and she sensed the chilling presence above her gradually dissipate. The dark entity, now rendered transparent by the onslaught of her sword's energy, radiated a faint luminescence and floated before Inu Yiqing. A sharp, piercing laugh shattered the night's tranquility, sending the resting birds scattering in fright. What pure demonic energy, enriched by the essence of the immortals. The combination of black and white was undeniably sweet and delectable. The entity spoke in a woman's voice. Inu Yiqing, sword in hand, regarded her warily, fully prepared to defend herself against any attempt to drain her essence once more. Who are you to sustain yourself by consuming others' life force? How utterly disgraceful. The dark mist gradually transformed into a woman, adorned in heavy makeup and a resplendent crimson robe, resembling a newlywed. She held a mirror, occasionally glancing at her reflection in the dim light to preen herself. Only this essence can preserve my beauty. What shame is there in that? Can it be eaten or worn? Can it grant me? Her voice grew increasingly fervent. Chapter 27. The woman in red. Only this essence can preserve my beauty. What shame is there in that? Can it be eaten or worn? Can it grant me? Her excitement was palpable. Her delicate face reflected in the mirror, unmistakably the visage of a refined lady. Inu Yiqing remained vigilant, observing the dazed woman before her. In the faint light, she could discern that the woman possessed delicate features, with subtle peach-pink eyeshadow accentuating her eyes' gentle curve, rendering her appearance strikingly beautiful. Tears glistened in her dazed eyes, and coupled with her vibrant red attire, Inu Yiqing began to feel a pang of sympathy. Though the chilling, bone-deep malice surrounding the woman remained undiminished by her dazed expression. Your attire is exquisite, Inu Yiqing mused, recognizing that beauty often concealed the most terrifying of dangers. While she found herself captivated by the woman's allure, she could not shake the suspicion that there might be a venomous poison lurking beneath that beautiful facade. Cautiously, she attempted to engage the woman in friendly conversation, hoping to lower her guard, and then seized the opportune moment to escape. The young woman smiled faintly, gazing at her skirt as it twirled around her. With the gentle overtures of Nuyeking, her voice, once sharp and terrifying, transformed into a soft murmur. Is that so? This wedding gown, crafted from celestial silkworm silk by Wuhan, is truly one of a kind in this world. Observing her radiant expression, Nuyeking felt a sense of understanding, yet he dared not lower his guard. He made you this gown to wed you. You are indeed a fortunate woman, I must admit. At that moment, I felt like the happiest woman on earth. Having grown up alongside him as childhood sweethearts, we shared an innocent bond. As we matured, we explored the vast cosmos together, traversing the ends of the earth, witnessing the ebb and flow of tides. That year, when he declared his intent to marry me, I willingly set aside countless affections, eager to grow old with him. The young woman, lost in thought, had her mind already wandering to the place she had just mentioned, and the tension in her demeanor had noticeably lessened. Seizing the opportunity, Nuyeking swiftly turned and fled. If not now, then when? The wind howled past her ears as she dashed away, sturdy trees whizzing by her. She could only imagine how fast she was moving, perhaps even rivaling the speed of the wolf girl. After what felt like an eternity of running, covering at least 5 or 6 miles, she mused that the woman must have been left far behind. Breathless, she squatted down onto what she presumed to be a stone. But upon sitting, she realized something was amiss. Oh dear. The stones in this eternal forest are unlike any other. They are soft and warm, far more comfortable than a bed, she remarked to herself. The longer she sat, the more at ease she felt, until suddenly, she sensed a movement nearby, wondering if the woman had returned. Straining to hear, she discerned only the occasional caw of a night raven, prompting her to relax slightly. Deciding to rest for the night and search for an escape at dawn, she leaned against the stone and drifted into a light slumber. Indeed, this stone was surprisingly useful. Little girl, do you think you can escape? Just as she began to lose herself in dreams, a sharp reprimand startled her, causing her to jump from the stone in fright. Oh no, I twisted my ankle, she exclaimed, recalling that the stone hadn't seemed so high a moment ago. Confronted by the fierce presence of the woman in red, she was too flustered to ponder the matter further. With a swift motion, she summoned a sword glowing with blue light, illuminating the surroundings. Yet both women overlooked the two large, dark eyes blinking curiously from atop the so-called stone, intently watching Nuyeking. What do you truly desire? Nuyeking demanded, an aura of intense energy enveloping her as she formed a protective barrier, her lips parting in an angry roar. What do I want? Nothing much, merely to borrow your vital essence, the woman replied nonchalantly, as if others' life force were as trivial as tofu, easily given away. I will never allow you to siphon my essence. I have many unfinished tasks, seeking vengeance, saving lives, extinguishing fires. Each one is a testament to my will to survive, and you cannot simply take what you please, Nuyeking declared, launching herself towards the woman with a swift and fierce attack, like rain on pear blossoms. The delicate 7-inch golden lotus of the woman was adorned with a pair of red embroidered shoes, with the grace of a dragonfly skimming the water's surface. She propelled herself from the tip of a sword, her entire form soaring through the air like a swallow. A flawless backflip of 360 degrees allowed her to deftly evade the incoming strike, leaving her suspended in tranquility amidst the void. Yeching's expression was frigid, yet her heart churned tumultuously. The woman's magical prowess surpassed her own, yet remained elusive. Neither a demon nor a cultivator, her form fluctuated in a manner unattainable by mere mortals. Suddenly, a glimmer of insight sparked in Yeching's eyes. Ghosts, only spirits could possess such a shifting form. However, a sword could not vanquish an entity as ethereal as a wisp of vapor in the span of a single thought. She pondered deeply. You are already dead. Why do you linger in this realm, bringing calamity upon the living? Aware that she could not slay the apparition, Yeching resorted to verbal assault, hoping to prolong her own existence. As her words escaped her lips, the woman's expression morphed dramatically. Her once delicate and refined visage transformed into a grotesque visage, the right corner of her mouth appearing as if torn, stretching grotesquely towards her ear. Blackened blood oozed from the gaping wound. One eye socket hollowed out while the other dangled by a thread of tissue, from which maggots occasionally crawled forth, emitting a repugnant stench of decay. Witnessing this horrifying sight, Yeching was seized by a wave of dread. Ever since she had laid among corpses, she had harbored a fear of the dead. Yet, the woman's countenance shattered her composure, triggering an uncontrollable bout of retching as she collapsed to the ground. Strangely, the woman appeared unbothered, instead gazing at her reflection in a mirror with a sense of admiration. Upon noticing her own eye had fallen out, she gently placed it back into its socket, softly lamenting. Why, despite my beauty, have I become a ghost? Engrossed in her own nausea, Nu Yeching failed to perceive that the woman had already drifted closer. Their faces mere inches apart. A chilling breeze enveloped her, prompting a startled turn of her head. Ah, she gasped, instinctively retreating until her back met a stone. Little girl, why are you so frightened of me? Grant me your essence so I may revert to my former self. Then no one would fear me, and Wuhan would remain by my side. No, I refuse. The woman gradually glided toward Nu Yeching, her face returning to a semblance of normalcy as she concealed her visage with her sleeve, weeping softly. Please, fulfill my wish. Wuhan has awaited me for millennia. We were meant to be together. In an instant, her countenance reverted to that of horror, her voice a chilling roar. Why do you treat me this way? I have remained steadfastly loyal, yet you cast me aside as if I were a mere rag. Marrying another woman, in another fleeting moment, her appearance normalized once more. Wuhan, do you remember the vows we exchanged? We have traversed the vastness of the stars, journeyed to the ends of the earth, and witnessed the ebb and flow of the tides. As the woman drew within 10 meters of Nu Yeching, she abruptly halted, as if confronted by a vision of terror, unleashing a piercing scream. Chapter 28. Encounter with the Immortal. Due to overwhelming fright, Nu Yeching's consciousness had become a chaotic tempest, and the protective barrier enveloping her had been carelessly shattered by the woman. She could only gaze in terror at the woman's ever-changing visage and listen to the shrill sounds emanating from her, completely oblivious to the radiant brilliance of the stone that now illuminated the darkened night sky like the sun and moon. With a piercing scream from the woman, her form was pierced by the blinding light, gradually transforming into a wisp of black smoke. In her final moments, she roared, even if I become a wisp of charred essence, I shall not let you escape. It was unclear whether this was directed at Nu Yeching or someone else. The woman's voice jolted Nu Yeching back to reality, and she finally realized that her surroundings were as bright as day. Before she could turn to comprehend the situation, a thunderous roar erupted, conjuring a whirlwind that hurled her violently against a tree, 100 meters away. With a splutter, she expelled a mouthful of dark purple blood onto the ground, staining the lush undergrowth crimson. The leaves, dislodged from their branches by the violent impact, descended upon her face, stinging painfully. Nu Yeching mused to herself, reflecting on the dire predicament she found herself in, akin to being caught between a wolf and a tiger. The woman's magical prowess clearly surpassed her own, and engaging in direct confrontation would yield no favorable outcome. At least, the woman had been reduced to a wisp of black vapor. Yet now she faced a colossal entity. After much contemplation, she recalled having seen this creature in her father's Curious Tales magazine. It was none other than Kuei, the steed of the Thunder God. In the annals of Anu's memory, the infamous Battle of the Wasteland was well-known. It was said that the deities of the 9 heavens, due to their disunity, were manipulated by the malevolent Qiu Xian, resulting in the near destruction of the entire realm. Ultimately, it was only through the self-sacrifice of Qi Ming that the world was saved. The pivotal figure in that conflict was the Thunder God, who guarded the rebirth gate of the 9 heavens. However, he was deceived by Qiu Xian's beauty and abandoned his post. The fall of the celestial star coincided with the weakening of divine power, allowing Qiu Xian to lead a surprise attack on the 9 heavens, shattering the divine spring cup and causing the majority of the deity's powers to wane, leading to the realm's downfall. When the Thunder God regained consciousness, he was acutely aware of his grave transgressions. In a fit of remorse, he severed his divine bones and leaped from the execution platform of immortals. His steed, Kuei, overcome with grief and resentment from the loss of its master, also jumped from the platform, knowing that such an act would lead to utter annihilation. Yet, how could it possibly manifest in this place? Nu Yeching regarded Kuei with wariness, rendered speechless, pondering whether it was luck on Anu's part or her own that she encountered a divine beast that had leapt from the execution platform. Moreover, she had inadvertently plopped herself onto the creature's back. Although they now shared a common plight, Kuei might not be inclined to overlook her unintentional disturbance. Before she could catch her breath, Kuei unleashed an even more blinding radiance that rendered it impossible to look directly at. As the brilliance intensified, Nu Yeching felt the temperature around her rise significantly, growing increasingly oppressive. In a moment of desperation, she sat cross-legged upon the ground, attempting to conjure a protective barrier. Yet, the creature known as Kuei was an ancient divine beast, while she was merely a lowly demon, incapable of withstanding Kuei's divine power. The barrier lasted less than 2 seconds before it dissolved, and it appeared that this time she truly faced a perilous fate. However, she could not allow Xiao Ku to suffer alongside her misfortunes. With a swift motion, she retrieved Xiao Ku from her sleeve, channeling all her spiritual energy to propel him away, and no sooner had Xiao Ku been released than he heard a shriek. "Ah, it's so hot, so hot." He then tumbled to the ground, blinking up at Nuyeking and complaining, "Didn't you say not to disturb me?" Seeing Nuyeking spitting blood and drenched in sweat, he glanced at Kuei, which radiated like the sun. Without a second thought, Nuyeking lightly flicked her little hoof, summoning a watery barrier that offered her some relief. However, Kuei showed no signs of relinquishing its assault. Its brilliance intensified, and it assumed an aggressive stance, lunging towards them. With a powerful leap, it soared several feet high, landing a mere 2 meters away from Nuyeking and Xiao Ku. After a brief moment of gathering energy, it opened its gaping maw, unleashing a thunderous roar directed at them both. Xiao Ku began to tremble uncontrollably, nearing the brink of collapse, eyeing a protective instinct. Nuyeking shielded Xiao Ku with her own body, bracing herself against the onslaught. The roar persisted, and Nuyeking could no longer endure. Just as she relinquished her spell, 2 streams of energy erupted from her body, one black and one white, forming a protective hexagram before her. Kuei's roar momentarily faltered. Suddenly, a celestial breeze swept through, causing Kuei to stagger back a step, its roar ceasing altogether and its radiance dimming considerably. Observing Kuei's unexpected reaction and the recent gust of divine wind, Nuyeking surmised that it was indeed the celestial being spoken of by Ming Ming. Although fear gripped her heart, she was certain that the celestial being had detected the demonic aura surrounding her. If it wished for her demise, it would not have expended effort to save her. Regardless of its intentions, she was at least spared from death for the moment, and her mind raced with thoughts. "Be still, Kuei. You have willingly descended into darkness, becoming a demon and dwelling here to feed on malevolent spirits. This is an affront to the celestial order." Kuei's voice resonated with a chilling finality, causing Nuyeking to shudder involuntarily. Even Xiao Ku inched closer to her, whispering, "It's so cold." Nuyeking poked Xiao Ku gently, who then timidly leaned against a tree, turning her back to the celestial being, thus failing to glimpse its visage. Kuei, tilting its head, blinked at the celestial figure, its expression inscrutable, betraying neither pride nor fear, before releasing another long howl. "You have chosen a path of self-destruction, forsaking your true nature. The celestial order does not seek to punish, but wishes for enlightenment on one's duties, yet you have opted for your own way." Kuei howled once more. Xiao Ku murmured quietly, "That celestial being can converse with divine beasts. It appears to possess profound wisdom. Does this mean we are doomed yet again?" Nuyeking exclaimed, astonished as she regarded Xiao Ku, then furtively glanced at the celestial being. Suddenly, she froze, recognizing a familiar silhouette. Could it be him? She yearned to know. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Xiao Ku urged, "Sister, sister." Yet, as if compelled by an unseen force, she dashed forth towards the celestial being. There stood the Immortal, an ethereal beauty beyond description, his chiseled features exquisitely carved, emanating an aura of sovereign majesty that could shake the very heavens. His face, both wicked and handsome, bore no expression, while his flowing white robe clung to his robust form, and his long, raven-black hair cascaded like a waterfall. He hovered above the ground, suffused with an otherworldly essence. Positioned slightly below him, she gazed up, poised to speak, only to be met with his frigid gaze that sent a chill coursing through her, rendering her words impotent. The Immortal then turned his attention to Kuei, and with a mere wave of his hand, a stream of celestial energy surged towards Kuei, whose colossal form gradually diminished until he became a pendant, soaring directly into the Immortal's grasp. Addressing the pendant, the Immortal instructed, "Breathe deeply and focus your spirit. Once you have dispelled the malevolent energy enveloping you, I shall release you." Chapter 29. The origin of fate. As Kuei vanished, the surrounding light, once akin to daylight, began to dim, and the figure of the Immortal grew increasingly indistinct. However, with the capabilities of the Nuyu Qingma brain, one could discern every movement and expression of this being. After securing the pendant, the Immortal drifted gracefully towards Nuyu Qing, his icy gaze instilling a sense of foreboding within her, chilling the very air around her. In stark contrast to the Immortal she yearned for, her sense of isolation remained unaltered. Nuyu Qing inclined her head slightly, her hands nervously twisting the hem of her garment, her heart racing uncontrollably, uncertain whether it was fear or delight that fueled her anticipation. "You are the one who wishes to traverse the Sea of Hell," he stated in a dispassionate tone, perhaps oblivious to the dark aura surrounding her or simply indifferent to it. Niu Qing anxiously lifted her gaze to meet the immortal's piercing stare, only to awkwardly lower her head again. A blush creeping across her cheeks as she nodded gently, I have been entrusted by the village chief to escort you across the sea. Follow me. The immortal glided forward with graceful strides as he spoke. Surprised, Niu Qing pondered the age-old adage of the enmity between celestial beings and demons, unable to comprehend why he had spared her life. Yet, this was not the time for such contemplations. The perilous creatures of the eternal forest loomed, and given her misfortune, it seemed wisest to remain by the immortal's side for safety, at least for now. Without hesitation, she followed him. Xiao Ku, no longer asleep, perched upon Niu Qing's shoulder, peering left and right, chattering incessantly. Niu Qing's thoughts were consumed by the question of whether the immortal was indeed the one she had longed for, rendering her oblivious to Xiao Ku's incessant prattle. Thus, the two traversed the path in silence, Niu Qing burdened with countless questions yet at a loss for words, noting the immortal's disinclination to converse. In a moment of desperation, she feigned a stumble, twisting her ankle. Ouch, she exclaimed, as her foot landed in a mouse hole. Her ankle twisting painfully, causing her to grimace and collapse onto the ground, clutching her foot and crying out in distress. Upon hearing the call, the celestial beings slowed their pace, casting a sidelong glance at Niu Qing. After a moment's hesitation, they turned back, crouching down to gently caress her foot. Niu Qing felt the warmth of the celestial's touch. A rush of blood surged to her head, leaving her momentarily dazed. Yet, the pain in her foot dissipated along with it. Seizing the opportunity, Niu Qing lowered her head, her cheeks aflame, stammering, "May I inquire as to your esteemed name, celestial being?" The celestial lifted their gaze, casting a cold look at the bashful Niu Qing, a flicker of heat flashing in their eyes, yet they responded tangentially, "The peony upon your visage is quite exquisite." With that, they rose and strode away with purpose. Niu Qing, still reeling from the unexpected encounter, was gently nudged by Xiaoka, who playfully bit her ear. "They've gone, you lovesick fool. Hurry and follow, lest you encounter danger again." It was only then that Niu Qing regained her senses, watching the receding figure, and sprang to her feet, racing after them as dawn broke. The once dim forest began to lighten. Since following the celestial, it seemed she had not encountered any malevolent spirits, alleviating much of the weight of fear in her heart. As she neared the forest's edge, Niu Qing spotted several figures moving about, dozens of valiant warriors wielding branches, rummaging through the underbrush, their shouts echoing in the air. Straining her ears, she clearly heard Bai Mai, the village chief, and numerous fishermen calling her name, prompting her to sprint towards the commotion. "Mimi, village chief, I'm here." At that moment, a hint of mischief flickered across the celestial's cold visage. Though it was a smirk, it radiated warmth, yet Niu Qing, preoccupied with her run, failed to notice. From a distance, Bai Mai spotted Niu Qing and called out to the others, Anu is alive. She is over there." Niu Qing dashed to Bai Mai, enveloping her in a tight embrace, overwhelmed with emotion as tears streamed down her cheeks. "Anu, how did you end up in the forest? You frightened me. I thought you... What? Thought I was dead." Niu Qing playfully set Bai Mai down, a teasing glint in her eyes. "You've seen me practice my spells. Even if I cannot vanquish foes, I can certainly protect myself." Xiaoka, languidly perched on Niu Qing's shoulder, interjected with a hint of sarcasm, "Well, I truly witnessed the spectacle of a cow flying in the heavens this time." Niu Qing shot a glare at Xiaoka, who cheekily stuck out their tongue in response. Bai Mai, being an ordinary mortal, had not caught Xiaoka's words, but a look of disdain crossed her youthful face as she clucked her tongue, remarking after a pause, "With your skills, it's likely the celestial saved you. Yet here you are boasting." Niu Qing had intended to tease Bai Mai further, but upon noticing her gaze directed behind, realization dawned upon her. Turning around, she found the celestial watching her with a frosty expression, prompting her to awkwardly close her mouth. The village chief, his face etched with concern, exclaimed, "Anu, it is a relief to see you return. We were truly worried sick about you." Niu Qing was acutely aware of her indiscretions and felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Her momentary impulse had disregarded the concerns of the clan leader and the entire fishing community. "I am truly sorry for causing everyone distress. Clan leader and esteemed brothers, you have worked tirelessly. I am grateful to each of you for braving danger to search for me in the forest." With that, she bowed deeply. The following day, upon returning to the fishing village, the two bid farewell to the villagers and crossed the river. Beimingming, with tear-filled eyes, gazed at the retreating figures of Inyeching and the Immortal, her cheeks wet with sorrow. Since Inyeching had arrived in their village, playing and dining together daily, it would be an utter falsehood to claim that no feelings had developed between them. Rather, their bond ran remarkably deep. She recalled a particular game of truth or dare where Beimingming had lost. When Inyeching asked what kind of wife he wished to marry in the future, Beimingming candidly replied, "I want a wife as beautiful as Anu." Inyeching, upon hearing this, was left both amused and exasperated. As the time for parting drew near, her heart ached with reluctance, especially as she had urged her father to plead with the Immortal to accept him as a disciple, believing that this would enable him to learn magic and remain with Anu. However, the Immortal flatly refused, citing his long-standing policy against taking on apprentices, thereby shattering his dreams. Standing by the seashore, the Immortal waved his loose sleeves, and a powerful gust of ethereal wind swept across, revealing a sturdy raft made of robust, green bamboo. Upon jumping aboard, Inyeching tested its stability with a couple of bounces, finding it as steady as solid ground. The Immortal stood at the raft's pinnacle, hands clasped behind his back, gazing out at the vast sea, paying no heed to the villagers on the shore. Inyeching, overwhelmed with emotion, waved her hands, tears streaming down her face, watching as they drifted further away. Suddenly, she caught sight of a woman in red standing at the entrance of the eternal forest. Watching her intently, a chill ran down her spine, and her heart skipped a beat as she dashed towards the Immortal, clutching his sleeve and stammering, She. The Immortal looked at her quizzically as she pointed towards the eternal forest. Following her gesture, he saw nothing unusual. "Who?" he inquired. "That woman in red," she replied. The Immortal, seemingly unfazed, turned away and calmly remarked, "Flowers bloom and fall, fates intertwine and dissolve. It is best to let nature take its course." Inyeching, bewildered by his words, furrowed her brow and glanced back at the forest, now devoid of any presence. Had she merely imagined it? Perhaps the fright from the previous night had conjured an illusion. She regarded the Immortal's striking silhouette, feeling an unfamiliar coldness that made her question whether she had mistaken him for someone else. The lonely figure of the Immortal beneath the sacred tree, playing the zither, had once radiated warmth, yet now he felt so distant. Sigh. She turned weakly to sit at the other end of the raft, observing him from afar. Although they were merely 5 or 6 meters apart, it felt as though 1,000 mountains and rivers lay between them, an insurmountable chasm. With a sense of desolation, she shifted her gaze to the other side. This was still the same sea, yet the person she knew was no longer the same. With Yunling, she felt an unparalleled sense of ease and joy, while with him, it was as if she were entombed in a coffin, suffocating, oppressive, and cold. Xiaoku also began to succumb to drowsiness, rubbing his small eyes with his paw and stretching his body. Only then did he truly appreciate the breathtaking scenery of the sea. He had missed it during his previous slumber, but this time he was determined not to overlook it. He frolicked and danced upon Nu Yiqing's shoulder, his plump form swaying comically, eliciting peals of laughter from her, gradually lifting her spirits from the earlier melancholy. The hell sea stretched vast and boundless. Under the guidance of celestial beings wielding their ethereal powers, they had been adrift for over 3 days. Fortunately, at the outset, Bai Ming had ensured she brought ample provisions, and thanks to the storage ring gifted by Yunling, she avoided the tragic fate of perishing from hunger before drowning in the sea. After invoking a spell, a plethora of ingredients materialized before her. Even pots, bowls, and tables were conjured. She began to cook, a skill she had never possessed until Yunling taught her along the shore, emphasizing the importance of mastering wilderness survival skills while traveling, with cooking being indispensable. Half an hour later, she laid out several simple home-cooked dishes on the table, accompanied by a jug of peach blossom wine. The rich aroma of the wine mingled with the fragrance of the food, nearly overwhelming Nu Yiqing with temptation. Xiaoku, unable to contain himself, had already perched atop the table, stealthily reaching out for a taste when Nu Yiqing was momentarily distracted. She arranged everything neatly, setting 3 bowls and 3 pairs of chopsticks, the smallest belonging to Xiaoku, whose exquisite bowl and chopsticks had been painstakingly acquired by Yunling from the most renowned silver shop in Jungo Town. Throughout these 3 days, the celestial being had not uttered a word to Nu Yiqing. Ever since they boarded the raft, he stood immobile like a statue. Mustering her courage, she quietly approached him from behind. "Celestial being, may we share a meal? You haven't eaten for 3 days, and your body cannot endure this much longer," she said, naively believing that one devoid of spiritual energy would require sustenance. He shifted slightly, yet did not cast a glance at Nu Yiqing. Nonetheless, it was a response, and she felt relieved to know he was still alive. Had she not accompanied him onto the raft, she would have assumed he was either deceased or merely a statue. "I do not require food," came his frigid reply. Nevertheless, Nu Yiqing persisted, "Celestial being, please do eat a little. Firstly, it must be quite dull for you standing there. I can keep you company and alleviate your boredom. Secondly, it is a small token of my gratitude for your life-saving grace in the everlasting forest and your kindness in ferrying me across the sea." The celestial being shifted slightly, observing Nu Yiqing as she humbly bowed her head in sincerity and respect. After a moment of silence, he disregarded her and walked directly to the table. "Nu Yiqing lifted her head to see him standing by the table, and her face broke into a smile as she hurried over to sit opposite him. Xiao Ku stared at the celestial being in disbelief, then at Nu Yiqing, feeling an inexplicable sense of wonder, but without further ado, he decided to eat first. Observing that the celestial being remained seated without any intention of picking up his chopsticks, Nu Yiqing enthusiastically took hers, deftly serving each dish into his bowl until it formed a small mountain. "Celestial being, please eat. If the food gets cold, it will no longer be appetizing," Xiao Ku, while indulging in his meal, playfully remarked, "Indeed, it becomes unpalatable when it cools. Sister, your culinary skills have improved remarkably. I intend to devour every last morsel." Upon hearing this, Nu Yiqing, irked, prodded his abdomen with her chopsticks and retorted, "All you know is to eat. Aside from consuming food, you merely sleep. The Immortal is present. How can you be so impolite? You are forbidden to eat for the next 3 days." Upon realizing he would face 3 days of hunger, Xiao Ku burst into tears, wailing and beating his chest, crying for his parents. Witnessing Xiao Ku's distress, a faint smile flickered across the Immortal's face, warm and endearing, a smile that Nu Yiqing had never seen before. However, this time, Nu Yiqing noticed it. Previously, the Immortal appeared strikingly handsome when cold and aloof, but his smile was even more heartwarming and captivating. "Immortal, your smile surpasses your icy demeanor in beauty." Nu Yiqing found herself momentarily infatuated. Yet as the words escaped her lips, regret washed over her. She was acutely aware that she had offended the Immortal. In his realm, there was no concept of beauty or ugliness, only the principles of righteousness, and she had audaciously commented on his appearance, an act of great disrespect. Initially, Xiao Ku wailed in protest, but upon hearing Nu Yiqing's transgression against the Immortal, he gleefully exchanged mischievous glances with her. Reveling in the misfortune, the Immortal paused in surprise. Nu Yiqing braced herself for impending doom, yet he merely gazed at her with an unwavering intensity, causing her heart to race. Was this a sign of danger? "You are called anew." His words were devoid of inflection, heightening her anxiety. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of Xiao Ku making faces at her, and inwardly, she cursed him 1,000 times. Responding to the Immortal's inquiry, she nodded. "There is a heavy aura of demonic energy surrounding you. Yet, why do you also possess a trace of celestial spirit?" Nu Yiqing was taken aback. Could it be the power of the circular pearl? She raised her gaze, her eyes evasive. "The Immortal has long discerned my demonic lineage. Why then do you choose to save me? And why did you agree to carry me across the sea of hell for the village chief?" After a prolonged silence, the Immortal finally spoke. "First and foremost, I made a promise to the village chief before I was aware of your identity as a demon. How slay you would be to breach that promise. But you are an immortal. The dichotomy of celestial and demonic is an unchanging truth. Be wise sparing my life. You defy the laws of your heavenly realm. This is a matter of favoritism." Nu Yiqing boldly articulated the question that had long perplexed her, hoping to uncover the rationale behind his seemingly unwarranted act of salvation. The Immortal regarded her, his gaze complex and inscrutable, as he nonchalantly picked up his chopsticks, lifted a morsel of food to his lips, and slowly chewed. "I have never dined before. This is my first experience, and it is quite pleasant," he stated casually. Nu Yiqing yearned for clarity, but was interrupted by Xiao Ku's telepathic warning that the thoughts of an immortal are beyond comprehension, as their choices are often unexpectedly remarkable. Thus, she refrained from further inquiries, picking up her chopsticks and eating absent-mindedly. Chapter 31. Wavering ashore, the sky was shrouded in darkness, ominous clouds looming overhead. Just moments ago, the heavens were clear, a vast azure expanse resembling delicate silk satin that stretched across the universe. In the blink of an eye, dark clouds invaded the cerulean tapestry, akin to ink dispersing on rice paper. The briny scent of the sea turned nauseating, and an overwhelming sense of suffocation enveloped her, causing great discomfort. Nu Yiqing glanced up at the sky, her brow furrowed in concern. The verdant fabric of her gown cascaded to the wooden raft. The hem adorned in a striking peony red, a vibrant clash of colors that surprisingly lacked any vulgarity. She moved gracefully, akin to a lotus, alongside the celestial being, her porcelain visage etched with confusion. With merely half a day's journey remaining to reach Fengqi City, she felt an inexplicable anxiety gnawing at her heart. The celestial figure towered above her, casting a sidelong glance in her direction before speaking. This ominous cloud is most peculiar. Fengqi City is likely facing unforeseen peril. We must take to the skies. Take to the skies? Nu Yeqing thought of her somewhat clumsy skills, akin to those of a triangular cat, and doubted her ability to reach the shore. The celestial being continued unhurriedly. Navigating the raft will require half a day, whereas employing the art of flight will only take 2 or 3 hours. I observe that Fengqi City is indeed in grave danger. We must hasten our arrival. But, I have only just begun my training, and my mastery of the art of flight is still rudimentary, I fear. Nu Yeqing stammered, feeling somewhat embarrassed. The celestial being scrutinized her for a moment before effortlessly conjuring a kaleidoscopic barrier that enveloped the entire raft. In an instant, the vibrant glow gradually faded from view. Then you shall take the raft across the sea while I proceed ahead, he declared upon noticing her astonished expression. Worry not. No demons, monsters, or other cultivators will discover you. With that, a gust of ethereal wind swept by, and he ascended into the air, gradually vanishing into the darkened clouds. Nu Yeqing stared blankly at the retreating figure, a familiar sensation washing over her. She became increasingly convinced that he was indeed the one who played the zither beneath the sacred spirit tree. Clenching her small fist in regret, she furrowed her brow, tears glimmering like lake water in her eyes. Oh, you wretched Nu, I had my suspicions all along, yet hesitated to inquire. Now he has departed. When shall I see him again? Xiaoke, yawning lazily, stretched and rubbed his eyes as he emerged from the small dwelling Nu Yeqing had woven for him. Spotting her standing alone at the edge of the raft, he curiously inquired, where has the wooden celestial gone? Since their last shared meal, he had taken to cheekily referring to the celestial being as wooden. Despite Nu Yeqing's repeated admonishments, he remained unrepentant. Sister, where is the wooden celestial? Nu Yeqing turned gracefully, shooting a fierce glare at Xiaoke before lying down in exasperation. Gazing up at the dark, oppressive sky, she felt the first few drops of rain begin to fall, 1 drop, 2 drops, then thousands, each landing upon the barrier. Inside the raft, it felt as if the sun still shone, with occasional beams of light piercing through. Startled, Nu Yeqing quickly tucked Xiaoke into her sleeve, fearing that if discovered, escape would be impossible. Only when the light beams disappeared into the dense clouds to the east did her taut nerves begin to relax, albeit slightly, as the sun descended in the west. The dim sky enveloped the surroundings like a shroud, while in the distance, towering edifices lined the coastline, their red bricks and green tiles standing against the vastness of the high cliffs. The most striking among them was a grand tower, atop which a colossal luminous pearl radiated a dazzling light, akin to a lighthouse guiding vessels homeward. As Nu Yeqing disembarked, a gentle drizzle tapped softly upon the earth, and the coastline was littered with dilapidated boats, scattered haphazardly. Not far from the shoreline lay a fishing village, its remnants of walls and ruins speaking of desolation, the streets devoid of life and vitality. As she dragged her flowing skirt along the path, it left a faint imprint, and occasionally, a cool breeze swept by, bringing with it a chill. With the arrival of nightfall and the persistent drizzle, her previously composed heart began to race uncontrollably. She feared. The icy darkness felt as though it mirrored the lifeless chill of a coffin. She dreaded the drizzling sky, reminiscent of the eerie realm she encountered when confined within a coffin. Even more terrifying were the malevolent spirits and the righteous cultivators who might claim her life at any moment. Save for her brother Yun and the celestial beings, as she traversed the winding paths, her heart quaking, she finally spotted a temple at the village's end, its faint light flickering uncertainly, the dim yellow hue betraying the presence of candles rather than ghostly flames. Steeling her nerves, she concealed her aura of malevolence, sufficient to evade ordinary mortals and lesser spirits alike. Is anyone there? She inquired tentatively. After a prolonged silence, an echo responded, a melodious voice that momentarily startled Nu Yeqing. Akin to music from the heavens. Please wait a moment. Nu Yeqing stood outside the door as the rain intensified, a cold gust occasionally rustling the treetops with a sharp whistling sound. Creak. The rough wooden door swung open, revealing a man clad in a dark blue brocade robe. His sharp brows and bright eyes, along with a perfectly sculpted nose and gently curved lips, radiated kindness. Noticing Nu Yeking shivering in the rain, he hurriedly gestured, "My lady, please come inside to escape the rain and warm yourself by the fire." Hesitant, Nu Yeking stepped inside, the sound of the door closing behind her igniting a flicker of unease that compelled her to glance back. The temple appeared dilapidated, showing signs of abandonment for several years, cobwebs festooning every corner, the structure crumbling. The only relatively intact feature was the statue in the main hall, gleaming with a golden luster, seemingly free from dust as if someone visited daily to maintain it. The statue's benevolent expression, with fox-like ears, was peculiar, and its bell-like eyes exuded an inexplicable allure. Nu Yeking shook her head, sensing something amiss about the statue. The man smiled gently and led her closer to the fire, glancing at the statue. "I too found that statue odd upon my arrival, but it represents a celestial being, and we needn't concern ourselves with it." Nu Yeking adjusted her garments, feeling the coldness and discomfort of her damp attire clinging to her skin. The man quickly noticed her discomfort and, with a subtle smile, suggested, "You should change into something dry. My lady, it would be unwise to risk falling ill." Nu Yeking regarded him warily, remaining motionless. "Rest assured to change, for I am a man of integrity who would never commit acts unbecoming of a gentleman." The individual chuckled softly, turned, and stood by the window of the side hall, hands clasped behind his back as he gazed outward. Nu Yeking then cautiously sought a secluded spot to don the sky-blue gown gifted to her by Dongfu. However, Xiaoku's small eyes blinked incessantly with curiosity. "You, step outside. I wish to change my attire." "Why must I go out? I am not a man." "Then are you a woman?" Nu Yeking had always presumed Xiaoku to be male. "I am neither a man nor a woman." "Then what are you?" "Some ambiguous being." Nu Yeking was somewhat taken aback. Upon hearing Nu Yeching's assertion of being neither male nor female, Xiaoku pouted in indignation. Hands on hips. "You are the one who is neither male nor female. I simply have yet to cultivate into a fully formed being. Once I do, I shall have the freedom to choose my gender." As he spoke, he rested his chin on his hand, his small eyes twinkling as they regarded Nu Yeking. "For your sake, perhaps I shall choose to be female." Nu Yeking, disinterested in further debate, swiftly changed her clothes and approached the fire to dry her damp garments. Chapter 32. The rampant aura of demonic energy. The gentleman, estimating that Nu Yeking had completed her change, turned to face her, momentarily taken aback. She stood in a fitted blue gown, elegant and exquisite, radiating grace and beauty, while the peony on her right cheek appeared even more striking against the water-blue backdrop. After a brief pause, he regained his composure, a flush of warmth gracing his gentle countenance. Gathering his scattered thoughts, he approached Nu Yeking with an elegant stride. "I am Go Wenyo. May I inquire your esteemed name, young lady? What brings you to Fengqi City?" Nu Yeking nodded slightly. "I am called Anu." After a moment's hesitation, she smiled and continued, "I have come to Fengqi City to seek refuge with relatives. Unfortunately, I arrived amidst the rain, which hindered my journey, so I thought to find a place to rest for the night until the weather clears. Upon seeing the flickering candlelight in this temple, I hoped to seek accommodation." Go Wenyo nodded in acknowledgement, glancing toward the door. Recently, the weather in Fengqi City has been peculiar, with incessant rain. It would be wise for Anu to exercise caution. Nu Yeking, brushing her damp hair back, smiled. "Thank you for your kind concern, Brother Go. May I ask from where you hail, that you find yourself lodging in this abandoned temple?" Go Wenyo, slightly embarrassed, scratched his head, his warm smile reminiscent of a morning lotus. Ethereal and captivating. "To be honest, Anu, I have long yearned to study the renowned Xingshan Mountain, to transcend the mundane realm, cleanse myself, and become an immortal, all the while seeking to rescue my father from the clutches of the demon clan. However, my brother vehemently opposes my embarking on such a journey across the sea, which led me to leave in a fit of frustration." As he spoke, he appeared somewhat bashful, stirring the flames with a stick, the fire growing ever brighter, casting a warm glow upon him, accentuating the chiseled contours of his handsome face. "I had envisioned setting sail, yet I have always been repelled by the waves. Xingshan Mountain is a prestigious sect within the realm of immortality, directly linked to the celestial domain, nestled atop the highest peaks of the frigid north, a mountain among mountains, abundant in spiritual energy and suffused with the essence of the divine. The flora and fauna dwelling nearby thrive under its blessings. Though situated atop the lofty peaks of Xingtian Mountain, within its protective barrier, one finds no trace of the frigid northern chill. Instead, it is a realm where spring perpetually reigns. Aside from the celestial beings of the 9 heavens who can rival the demon sovereign, the 3 esteemed immortals of Xingtian Mountain, Shanghui, Yinchuan, and Haosu, combine their powers to stand against any formidable foe. Thus, countless aspiring cultivators from across the land are drawn to Xingtian Mountain, alongside the renowned sects of Shofei Temple and Shumin sect. Nui Qing nodded slightly, proclaiming, "In this world, nothing is insurmountable. It is only the determined who achieve greatness. You shall surely undergo a transformation into an immortal. You possess remarkable beauty, albeit with slightly less ethereal grace than a wooden immortal. Yet I find you quite endearing," she added. Little Kezi emerged from Nui Qing's flowing sleeves, lightly bouncing onto the ground like raindrops. Go Wenyao was taken aback by the sight of the small creature, adorned in deep purple fur, its pudgy form eliciting an involuntary glimmer of irritation in his eyes, which quickly morphed into delight. Fengqi City, perched upon the island of Bailu within the Hellish Sea, reigns as the sovereign of the entire region. Although this island cannot rival the unparalleled Xingtian Mountain in absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, it commands a significant presence in the world. This place is replete with rare treasures, a dazzling array of wonders, yet Go Wenyao, as the younger brother of the city lord, had seen countless marvels but had never encountered a deep purple, spiritually vibrant, and resplendently ethereal little hedgehog, which he instinctively sensed was no ordinary creature. He extended his hand to caress little Kezi, unable to resist the urge to examine it closely, and eagerly inquired, "Anu, what manner of hedgehog is this? Its deep purple fur radiates spiritual energy, and despite its typically sharp quills, they are astonishingly smooth and inviting to the touch." Nui Qing, somewhat perplexed after unexpectedly acquiring little Kezi from the Chihu tribe, had little understanding of its species and merely shrugged her shoulders in response. "Hey, have you touched enough? There are boundaries between men and women. Just because I express my fondness for you does not grant you the liberty to indiscriminately touch me," the proud and agile little Kezi quipped, leaping down from Go Wenyao's hand and wiggling its behind as it scuttled over to Nui Qing. Go Wenyao's gaze burned with intensity, yet he was thoroughly amused by little Kezi's remark, growing increasingly fond of the creature. Suddenly, a deafening rumble of thunder echoed, accompanied by sharp flashes of lightning that tore through the previously somber night sky, heralding a torrential downpour. Startled by the ominous thunder, Nui Qing glanced anxiously at Go Wenyao before seizing little Kezi and sprinting toward the wooden door. She pulled it ajar, revealing a deluge that swiftly engulfed the ground, transforming it into a rushing river. Gradually, dark, malevolent energy, akin to a lurking serpent, began to seep from the drenched earth, ominously coiling toward the beacon of light from the luminous pearl, unwavering in its descent despite the rain's onslaught. "Go Gu, come quickly! There is demonic energy here," Nui Qing cried out in terror. Go Wenyao's eyes gradually dimmed, frost forming upon his long lashes, rendering his figure as still as an ice sculpture upon the ground. "Go Gu!" Nui Qing rushed to his side, observing his hands clenched tightly together, the knuckles turning pale, while an uncontrollable fury enveloped the temple, encasing it in a thick layer of ice, freezing the very air around them. "Go Gu, what has befallen you?" She anxiously fidgeted with the ring on her finger, poised to draw her sword against Go Wenyao at any moment. After a while, the thunderous roars outside began to subside, and the torrential rain slowed to a gentle drizzle. The thick ice surrounding Go Wenyao gradually melted away. Fortunately, Nuyeking and Xiaoka were not ordinary beings. They had withstood the biting cold of the heavens and earth. As the ice thawed, Go Wenyao slowly regained consciousness, his complexion pale, exhaling wisps of white vapor between his thin lips. A gentle smile emerged on his icy visage as he called out to Nuyeking. "Anu, why do you stand there motionless? It is indeed a frigid day today as if the peculiar events of moments ago had not transpired." Nuyeking crouched slightly, bewildered, and remarked, "Brother Go, just now, you transformed into a colossal ice sculpture." Xiaoka abruptly interjected, voicing what Nuyeking had hesitated to say, earning a sharp glare from her. Go Wenyao appeared somewhat dazed but offered a faint smile, refraining from responding. "Brother Go, what on earth is happening?" Nuyeking furrowed her brow, feeling a sense of unease. She suspected that Go Wenyao's condition was linked to the malevolent energy outside. "Are you of the demon race?" She voiced her apprehension, immediately regretting it. She could not ascertain whether Go Wenyao had been sent by Tong Ran to assassinate her again. If that were the case, without Yunling's assistance, her meager magical prowess would be utterly insufficient to defend herself. Go Wenyao gazed at Nuyeking in surprise, pondering the distinction between his current self and the demons. He had ruthlessly forsaken his true self, becoming a puppet controlled by demonic magic, driven by a bloodlust to slaughter. Tonight, he had ventured out to this temple in search of prey to replenish his powers. Although he had sensed the demonic energy the moment she set foot on the shore, for reasons unknown, The initial encounter with Anu had awakened some awareness within him, preventing him from succumbing to the urge to kill her. He had come to realize that he could not treat her as mere prey. Perhaps she could save the entire Fengqi city to Anu. Please sit down and allow me to explain. Nieking regarded Go Wenyao with caution as she distanced herself slightly, harboring unease. Chapter 33. A shroud of dark clouds the wife of the lord of Fengqi city. Go Wenhua is Lu Piapiao, a 1,000-year-old snow fox. She absorbed the essence of heaven and earth for a millennium on the snowy mountains outside of Xingchen Mountain, transforming into human form. Kind-hearted and virtuous. During her travels among mortals, she accumulated good deeds and earned the favor of the heavens, narrowly escaping 2 heavenly tribulations. With one more trial, she could attain immortality. However, 5 years ago, geological upheavals in the Sea of Hell triggered a millennium flood. Lu Piapiao traveled to Fengqi city to aid in disaster relief and fell deeply in love with Go Wenhua. Ignoring the age-old adage that humans and demons should not intertwine, they joyfully united. Yet, during Lu Piapiao's 10th month of pregnancy, they faced the 3rd heavenly tribulation, which she could not evade, resulting in the stillbirth of her child. Lu Piapiao fell into eternal slumber, and Go Wenhua exhausted all the finest medicines and magical artifacts to no avail. Heartbroken and despondent, he drowned his sorrows in wine. 3 months ago, a celestial being arrived, a disciple of the divine named Gu Ming, who, moved by Go Wenhua's genuine love, offered to perform an ancient forbidden technique, the blood penance array. The blood-soaked array of purgatory is an ancient forbidden technique of the demonic clan. The formation of this array requires a staggering 99,999 living souls of young boys and girls as offerings, followed by using a close kin as the host to transform them into a beast that serves as the focal point of the array. After a period of 49 days of meticulous cultivation, the array is completed. This formidable technique, when harnessed during the celestial alignment of the 9 heavenly mysterious threads, possesses the power to overturn existence, disrupt the natural order, and awaken all slumbering beings in the world. The trial of Gu Ming is nearly akin to a city slaughter. Driven by his desperate desire to save his wife, Go Wenhua disregards the fact that this array is of demonic origin and pays no heed to the souls required, which violate the heavenly principles and endanger countless lives. He allows Gu Ming to wreak havoc, transforming Fengqi city into a desolate wasteland. Most astonishingly, Go Wenyo serves as the focal point of the blood-soaked array, and he is none other than Go Wenhua's younger brother. Go Wenhua forcefully subjected Go Wenyo to the waters of the demonic pool and made him ingest the white spirit Gu, transforming him into a creature neither human nor demon, who can only maintain a semblance of human form by absorbing the essence of the living. Ever since they resolved to concoct this array, Go Wenyo has been imprisoned within the Yuguan Tower. His escape was aimed at seeking the aid of the immortal Shanghui at Xingchen Mountain to dispel the demonic energy that plagued him. Regrettably, although he managed to flee, he finds himself inexplicably unable to leave the sea. Each attempt to board a vessel feels as if a powerful force is pulling him back. He can only persist in his futile attempts while endlessly searching for prey. Upon comprehending the entirety of this situation, Nuyeking's heart sank heavily, filled with anguish. She could not bear the thought of Go Wenyo transforming into a beast, enduring daily torment, nor could she allow innocent lives to be lost without a chance of reincarnation. Although she is of demonic lineage, she possesses a heart imbued with compassion. Furthermore, she is a cultivator of the demonic clan, reborn in another realm. The following day, Nuyeking resolved not to bid farewell to Go Wenyo, but to stealthily journey alone to Fengqi city. She believed that to untie the knot, one must find the one who tied it. To dispel Go Wenyo's demonic energy and rescue the innocent citizens of Fengqi city, she must locate Lu Piapiao. Go Wenyo had mentioned that he had personally seen Lu Piapiao resting atop the Yuguan Tower. Therefore, she intended to awaken her and personally halt this calamity that threatens all living beings. However, she entrusted Xiaokexin to Go Wenyo, who confidently asserted that he had a method to temporarily suppress the demonic nature within Go Wenyo, preventing him from harming the innocent and committing greater sins. Initially, Nuyeking harbored reservations about leaving Xiaokexin by Go Wenyo's side, yet Xiaokexin presented a compelling argument. Observing his earnest demeanor, Nuyeking reluctantly agreed, having spent considerable time with Xiaokexin and placing her trust in him. Recalling the protective barrier Xiaokexin had effortlessly drawn in the everlasting forest that had repelled the assault of the ancient divine beast, she felt a sense of reassurance wash over her anxious heart. The towering structure, radiant with the brilliance of the South Sea Night Pearls, is known as the Yuguan Tower, from which one can gaze upon the entirety of the Infernal Sea. The South Sea Night Pearl is the treasure gem of Fengqi city, serving as the nucleus of the Infernal Sea, governing all living beings within it, nurturing abundant spiritual energy while preserving corpses in their original state for millennia. Stepping out of the desolate fishing village, Nuyeking found herself in a lush expanse of weedy grasslands, where the stench was almost suffocating, causing her delicate face to scrunch up in distaste. Is this the initial scene of the formation? Terrifying and dreadful, it leaves one with lingering fear. She concealed her face with her sleeve, pausing momentarily, as if having made a momentous decision. She stepped toward the grassy field. The dense, verdant blades of grass, known as jiatsai, were adorned with dark green stems, entwined with crimson veining, presenting an eerie and peculiar sight. Towering above the height of Nuyeking, the jiatsai, after being cleansed by the torrential rain of the previous night, appeared even more vividly green, swaying without wind, as if under some unseen force, growing at a visible pace. A flicker of panic surged within her. Confronted by such bizarre jiatsai, she felt a twinge of fear, unconsciously quickening her pace. The water-blue hem of her skirt became stained with repugnant black mud, emanating a ghastly scent of blood. Alas, she stumbled, tripped by an unseen object, and fell to the ground. A frown creased her delicate, beautiful visage, reminiscent of the towering Yuguan pagoda, and a hint of disdain filtered through her large, glistening eyes as she cast a glance at the spot that had caused her fall. Though her dismay, what she beheld was startling. Immediately, a blood-curdling scream, akin to that of a slaughtered pig, shattered the morning's tranquility, as droplets of crystal-clear water from the skated down its leaves, landing on a half-buried corpse in the ground. It seemed as though the head and upper body had been consumed to the core by the jiatsai, gradually sustaining its growth by feasting on the remains. She harbored a fear of the dead. Her pupils dilated in terror, and she turned, fleeing recklessly forward. Help! A faint cry for help from a woman echoed distantly, hoarse and gasping, as if on the brink of death. Nuyeking, preoccupied with her escape, heard none of the unusual sounds. The surrounding jiatsai rustled as she dashed past, splattering her with dark mud, and her peach-pink boots, embroidered with blood-red peonies, were utterly ruined. With the exit within 100 steps, a frantic scream halted her like the wind. Help! She turned to behold the ever-growing jiatsai, which seemed poised to pierce the heavens and engulf the earth. Her feet mired in a grotesque mixture of blood and mud, the nauseating stench assailing her nostrils, threatening to render her unconscious. But was there still someone alive? To save or not to save? Her father's words resonated clearly in her mind. To save a life is worth more than the construction of 7 pagodas. The children of noble families must act in accordance with heaven and be just towards the people. Resolute, she made up her mind. It was imperative to save, and she turned back, calling out as she ran. Is there anyone alive? Is anyone there? A few calls echoed, yet the faint cries for help were no longer audible, leaving her to ponder whether the living had succumbed to death. Chapter 34. A scene evokes emotion. A pang of anguish twisted within her heart, crystalline pearls welling up in her soulful eyes. If only she had not hesitated, that person might have been saved. She felt a deep sense of guilt towards her father's teachings. With a heavy heart, she began to retrace her weary steps. Suddenly, something seized her slowly trudging form, and despite her utmost efforts, she could not break free. She cast a sidelong glance, and before her eyes lay a bloodied and mangled hand. The slender, delicate fingers, even without a second glance, unmistakably belonged to a woman. Following the hand along its length, her gaze reached the face of the woman, familiar yet alien. The strikingly handsome visage was marred by bloodstains, and a faint breath lingered at her nostrils, as if it might dissipate at any moment. "Wolf girl," she called uncertainly, receiving no reply. Hastily, she knelt and supported the barely conscious woman, using her sleeve to wipe away the blood. A visage of exquisite familiarity emerged before her. This woman could be none other than the wolf girl. Overwhelmed by joy, Nuyeking swiftly drew a boundary to envelop the two of them. Channeling her spiritual energy into the wolf girl, as the energy flowed in, the wounds on the wolf girl's body began to heal. Even the stains on her deep blue attire vanished without a trace. The wolf girl's tightly shut eyes gradually opened, her expression one of bliss, as she savored the warm tide surging within her. After a moment, "Wolf girl, are you feeling better?" Nuyeking ceased her actions. The excessive infusion of energy had rendered her pale, as fragile as a sheet of paper, ready to crumble at a touch. Yet she stubbornly supported the wolf girl's half-reclined form against her shoulder. Upon hearing the familiar voice, the wolf girl was overwhelmed with emotion, never expecting to encounter an old friend at the brink of death, who had come to her rescue. She embraced Nuyeking's frail body tightly, pouring all her gratitude into that gesture. Without uttering another word, the two of them assisted each other out of the dense grassland. Under the wolf girl's guidance, they arrived at the bank of a crystal-clear stream. Nu Yeching sat by the water, washing away the foul stench from her body, glancing at the wolf girl, who was also engrossed in her own cleansing. Wolf girl, how did you sustain such grievous injuries? Who was responsible? The pallor of the wolf girl's face began to regain a hint of color, indicating that Nu Yeching's spiritual energy had fully restored her. Her brow furrowed, eyes ablaze with fury. She gritted her teeth and said, "It was that so-called immortal named Gu Ming. I never imagined that as an immortal, he would harm the innocent with such cruelty." Fueled by indignation, I attempted a sneak attack on him. But he was far too powerful. He detected my approach and ensnared me in the true thunder formation of the cloud roll, draining my essence before casting me into the grassland. It seemed that this so-called immortal was indeed suspect. As the formations he employed were techniques of the demon clan, Nu Yeching pondered for a moment. What about the red tiger? Is he still in Fengqi City? Nu Yeching's earlier concerns resurfaced, uncertain of how the wolf girl had fared. After completing her washing, the wolf girl knelt beside Nu Yeching, her unremarkable features becoming increasingly striking, her delicate skin glistening with a translucent sheen under the sunlight. You need not worry about this matter. The clan leader, under my explanation, has already led the tribesmen back to the Red Tiger clan. He also asked me to convey a message to you. With a wave of her hand, words appeared in the air. Trust that we shall meet again, at which time we will raise a toast in gratitude. A smile, as delicate as a water lily, suddenly graced Nu Yeching's previously somber face, and she nodded gently. Then, turning to gaze at the wolf girl, she inquired with curiosity, "But why do you not return with the Red Tiger? The people of the Red Tiger clan need you." The wolf maiden's lips curled into a faint, elusive smile, her eyes radiating a steadfast determination as she gently patted Nu Yeching's shoulder. "I bear the solemn charge of my entire clan to accompany you in the quest for the divine dream chaser, to rescue the Chihua clan from the inferno of purgatory. Hence, I have tendered my resignation to the leader to remain here and await your return." Nu Yeching felt a surge of emotion. She had once contemplated this path herself, yet was unaware of the wolf maiden's resolve. Hearing it today struck a profound chord within her. After deliberation, the two arrived before the grand and expansive gates of Fengqi City. The three gilded characters, bathed in a golden hue accented with crimson, gleamed brilliantly under the sun's rays, their blinding light causing Nu Yeching discomfort. The harsh luminescence foreshadowed the desolation within the city, while a solitary crow swept past, perching on the city wall, surveying the sea beyond. The atmosphere was steeped in a poignant solitude. "Anu, this place is rife with officials hunting for young boys and girls. We must exercise utmost caution," the wolf maiden cautioned. Nu Yeching observed the streets within the city, where the gates were firmly shut and the populace sparse, a chilling desolation permeating the air. Scattered across the marble-paved roads were the frail and ailing citizens. She felt as if a heavy stone weighed upon her chest, stifling her breath. Once vibrant and bustling, teeming with life and spiritual energy, Fengqi City had now succumbed to this grim state. Who among the conscientious could remain untouched by such a sight? Had Guo Wenhua's heart perished with Lu Piapiao? Ignoring his own people inevitably deepened her disdain for Guo Wenyao. What was once a flourishing marketplace had transformed into a ghost town, a stark embodiment of the adage that the world is cold and unfeeling, and that people change with their surroundings. If Lu Piapiao were to witness the suffering of the innocent citizens she had once labored to heal, how much anguish would it inflict upon her heart? Nu Yeching was overtaken by emotion. The wolf maiden cast a glance at her, resonating with her sentiments, and nodded in agreement. "The most detestable is that treacherous Guo Ming. I shall personally ensure his demise." Nu Yeching, feeling a blend of resignation and sorrow, nodded affirmatively. They must hasten to bring an end to this turmoil. Thus, she led the wolf maiden to a secluded spot, retrieving 2 sets of garments from her ring to don. Nu Yeching transformed into a frail old man, her gait unsteady and accompanied by the elderly wolf maiden. They shuffled towards the heart of the city. Having resided in Fengqi City for over a month, the wolf maiden was well acquainted with its layout, greatly facilitating their undertaking. They resolved to first secure lodgings at a decent inn before meticulously devising their next move to eliminate Guo Ming. As they ambled down the thoroughfare, a chill breeze swept through, causing them to shiver involuntarily. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps grew increasingly proximate. When a figure raced past them, an overwhelming scent of fox musk assailed Nu Yeching, leaving her dizzy and disoriented. The wolf maiden, being a wolf demon, perhaps due to her heightened alertness, seemed less affected by the scent, her brow furrowed as she vigilantly scanned their surroundings. Aside from the occasional passerby, elderly individuals or men and women with families, nothing appeared amiss. However, as the fox musk gradually dissipated, Nuyeking succumbed to a wave of weakness, collapsing against the wolf maiden's shoulder. Sensing the precariousness of the situation, the wolf maiden anxiously and alertly glanced ahead, where a figure with a swift stride had passed them. Her intuition already stirring with foreboding, initially intending to pursue. Yet with no one to attend to Nuyeking and hindered by her own circumstances, she had no choice but to assist Nuyeking to a tavern named Mihuajai. Chapter 35. Longing for the familiar as twilight descended, the night began to shroud the surroundings in a soft haze. The air was filled with a cacophony of lively sounds, laughter and spirited shouts from games of chance, accompanied by the melodious strumming of a zither and the dulcet tones of song. Nuyeking's slender eyes fluttered open, revealing a slight dizziness clouding her mind as she shook her head to dispel the fog. The anxious visage of the wolf maiden came into her view. "Anu, you've finally awakened. I was truly worried sick about you," the wolf maiden exclaimed, hastily pouring a cup of tea and handing it to Nuyeking. "Here, drink some water." Nuyeking followed the wolf maiden's form as she surveyed the unfamiliar room. In the center stood a round black wooden table accompanied by exquisite white porcelain teacups and a teapot, clearly indicative of the establishment's upscale nature. "Wolf maiden, what has happened to me? My head feels so heavy," she inquired, a hint of confusion lacing her voice. "We encountered a fox demon on our journey. The overwhelming scent of its aura rendered you unconscious. I have infused you with spiritual energy, and you are not in grave danger," the wolf maiden replied with a gentle smile, offering reassurance. Yet, Nuyeking was beset by doubts. Why had the fox demon inexplicably incapacitated her? She had borne no grievances upon her arrival in Fengqi City. A vague thought of Tongkong surfaced in her mind. Despite the precarious position of the Chihu tribe, his ambition remained undeniable, coupled with his unknown intentions toward her. She realized that she must proceed with utmost caution henceforth, lest she fall prey to his schemes. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the room. Nuyeking cast a wary glance at the wolf maiden, for it was rare for anyone to knock at this hour in the tavern. Who could it be at this time? The wolf maiden called out with a resonant voice, already retrieving her whip in preparation for a potential confrontation. "Apologies for the disturbance, esteemed guest. I am but a humble innkeeper's assistant. Recently, Fengqi City has been rather tumultuous, with reports of items going missing in the dead of night. Hence, the owner has requested I remind guests to remain vigilant and not sleep too soundly." The assistant spoke amiably, bowing respectfully. "Oh, understood," the wolf maiden replied, retracting her whip and moving toward the bedside. Nuyeking mused internally, pondering who would dare to engage in such nefarious acts during such perilous times. In a place rife with danger, it was disheartening to witness the absence of efforts to alleviate the crises, while some resorted to actions so devoid of righteousness. Alas, in such a vast forest, one encounters all manner of creatures. The assistant prepared to leave after delivering the message. A gentle feminine voice halted him, causing a stir of unease within him. Had he wandered into the wrong chamber? "Wait, assistant," Nuyeking said, feeling the pangs of hunger and casting a sheepish glance at the wolf maiden while clutching her stomach. The wolf maiden, sensing her companion's discomfort, gently rested a hand on Nuyeking's shoulder, feeling a twinge of guilt for having overlooked that Anu had slept throughout the day without sustenance. "Is there anything else you require, esteemed guest?" the assistant inquired, albeit with a hint of trepidation, mindful of the potential repercussions should the guest voice a complaint to the owner. "Please, come in for a moment," Nuyeking said, casting a playful smile at the wolf maiden. With a creak, the heavy wooden doors swung open, revealing a young boy, no older than 12 or 13, clad in coarse cloth, with a rag draped over his shoulder. Upon entering, he was taken aback to find two young maidens before him, as he had distinctly remembered that the morning occupants were an elderly gentleman with a disability and a somewhat sturdier old woman. How could there be such a sudden change in occupants? Perhaps due to his extensive experiences in the world, he quickly regained his composure, his bright eyes blinking curiously at Nuyeking. He was somewhat astonished by the red peony on her face, having never encountered a woman who, despite bearing scars, could still possess such beauty. Nuyeking sensed his gaze and instinctively covered the right side of her face. Her expressive eyes sparkled with kindness as she softly inquired, "I am quite hungry. Could you assist me in finding some food?" The young innkeeper, momentarily taken aback, bent his back and smiled in acquiescence. "Certainly, I shall prepare it for you right away." With that, he turned to leave. Suddenly, the wolf girl appeared like a bolt of lightning at the doorway, blocking the innkeeper's path. Her icy gaze pierced through him like a sword. Startled, the young innkeeper's feigned calm crumbled under the weight of her stare, and he trembled uncontrollably, collapsing to the ground in supplication. "Fair maiden, please spare me. I did not intend to witness your true forms. I swear, I shall never speak of it. Please, have mercy." The wolf girl's chilling voice resonated in his ears, penetrating deep into his heart and nearly suffocating him. "Very well, you have sworn an oath. Should our identities be revealed and attract the attention of Gu Ming's hounds, I shall be the first to ensure your soul is scattered. Do you understand?" I understand, the innkeeper replied, bowing repeatedly, and Yu Yeqing could no longer bear to watch. The innkeeper's frail and diminutive frame was indicative of a child from a destitute family, stirring feelings of sympathy within her. "Wolf girl, do not frighten him," she chided, casting a reproachful glance at the wolf girl. Then, she rose from her bed and approached the innkeeper, offering him her support. "Oh, not fear. We are merely cautious to avoid being captured by Gu Ming. My sister can be quite blunt, but do not take offense." The innkeeper, overwhelmed and flabbergasted, looked at Yu Yeqing with gratitude. "Rest assured, fair maiden, I shall not speak a word. In fact, my sister was taken just the other day, and I lack the ability to protect her." As he spoke, tears began to flow down his cheeks. "Do not cry. We shall find a way to rescue those who have been taken," Yu Yeqing said, gently wiping his tears away with a soft smile, her eyes filled with compassion. Her hand inadvertently brushed against the boy's brow, and she felt a pang in her heart. His clear forehead bore an uncanny resemblance to that of her younger brother. Almost identical, memories of her tragically lost family flooded her mind. In recent months, amidst her various struggles and efforts for survival, she had nearly forgotten her deepest hatred, leaving her with a sense of regret. "What is your name?" she asked softly. "Xiaoji. My name is Xiaoji," the innkeeper replied. The name resonated with her, strikingly similar to her brother's nickname, Nu Tianji, which the family affectionately used. How could there be such a resemblance? Could he, like her brother, be a host traversing this otherworldly realm? "Esteemed guest, the hour grows late. Allow me to prepare some sustenance for you." With these words, Xiaoji interrupted Yu Yeqing's reverie, turning away as he spoke. Unbeknownst to him, his utterance shattered all of Yu Yeqing's fantasies, dousing the flickering flame of hope that had just ignited within her with a deluge of cold reality. In that moment, it became painfully clear that he was not Nu Tianji, nor was he Yu Yeqing's brother. He was merely an individual from another realm who bore a slight resemblance to her kin. Yu Yeqing's eyes brimmed with tears, her body beginning to tremble ever so slightly. Upon witnessing Xiaoji's departure and Yu Yeqing's tear-streaked face, the wolf girl approached, her curiosity piqued. Yu Yeqing politely shook her head, signaling that she was fine. Yet, as she reached up to wipe Xiaoji's forehead, she discovered that the ring gifted to her by Yunling was missing, sending a jolt of panic through her heart. For within that ring lay the 1,000-kill order entrusted to her by Granny Yin. Its loss would mean the forfeiture of Zi Lian's lifeline. Chapter 36. A Spark of Fire. Wolf Girl. "My ring is gone." She gazed at the wolf girl with a grave expression. "Ah!" The wolf girl exclaimed in surprise, then began to frantically rummage through the bedding, all the while exclaiming, "How could it have vanished when I was right beside you? Perhaps I left it somewhere unknowingly. I suspect it was taken by the fox demon while I was ensorcelled at noon." Yu Yeqing's heart raced violently, for the 1,000-kill order contained within the ring was her salvation. Moreover, the ring was a precious gift from Yunling, accompanied by the celestial jade left by Dong Fu and a sword for self-defense. If it were to be lost in such a manner, what would she do? Her heart felt as though it were being besieged by 1,000 ants, leaving her restless and agitated. "I shall seek out that fox demon. I can recall her scent and will surely track her down." Upon hearing Yu Yeqing's words, the wolf girl prepared to leap out the window, only to be halted by Yu Yeqing's grasp. "Do not act impulsively. Such blind searches will only squander our time. We have more pressing matters at hand. We shall investigate the whereabouts of the fox demon and reclaim the ring in one fell swoop." Reluctantly, the wolf girl stifled her impulse and took a seat, exuding an ethereal aura. The room fell into a profound silence, so quiet that the sound of their breathing could be heard, as Yu Yeqing and the wolf girl sat lost in their own contemplations, each burdened by their thoughts. After a while, Xiaoji's youthful voice gently broke the stillness. "Esteemed guests, your meal is prepared." Upon hearing Xiaoji's voice, Yu Yeqing was struck by a sudden realization. Her previously somber expression transformed into one of clarity. She hastened to the door, and before Xiaoji could steady himself, she seized his slender arm and pulled him into the room. This all transpired so abruptly that Xiaoji was startled. Fearing that these two strange women might have reconsidered, believing he would betray their identities. Yet he had sworn an oath. How could he so easily break it? Although timid by nature, he understood the distinction between good and evil. Those soldiers, relentless in their pursuit, had callously taken his ailing sister from her sickbed. Were it not for his role as a mere attendant at the Mi Hua Zhai, he too might have been captured long ago. Thus, he harbored a deep-seated hatred for that dreaming immortal, wishing for no innocent to be unjustly seized. Mi Hua Zhai stands as the most renowned and influential inn in Fengqi City, not only famed for its unparalleled delicacies, but also frequented by affluent officials and powerful immortals skilled in arcane arts. Thus, Mi Hua Zhai serves as the cornerstone of the entire city's economy, with each lord of Fengqi City treating it with utmost respect, never daring to overstep or offend in the slightest point. One might wonder what lends such formidable power to Mi Hua Zhai. This tale traces back to the Battle of Huangmong 3,000 years ago. It is said that during the celestial and demonic conflict, when the mortal realm was plunged into chaos, a 1,000-year-old Ziwulong Jidan blossomed at the heart of Mi Hua Zhai. At that time, the fragrant aura enveloped the expanse of Fengqi City, stretching over 100,000 miles to the Sea of Hell, attracting all manner of toxic creatures dwelling in caves, yet failing to tarnish the flower in the least. Instead, those peculiar toxins were suppressed within the Sea of Hell, unable to emerge. This Ziwulong Jidan can be regarded as the heroic blossom of 3,000 years of peace. Later, under the guidance of the divine being Chiming, it attained immortality, and in honor of its great deeds, the descendants constructed Mi Hua Zhai.as for the celestial form of this Ziwulong Jidan. It resides now in the hands of Shanghui, the leader of Xingchen Mountain. Perhaps due to the connection with Gaowenhua, the dreamer dared not offend Mi Hua Zhai, allowing its inhabitants to escape calamity. Ignoring the trembling of Xiaozhi, Nu Yiqing urgently inquired, "Xiaozhi, did you not mention that there have been recent cases of theft in Fengqi City? What exactly is happening?" Upon hearing Nu Yiqing's question regarding the thief, Xiaozhi gradually relaxed his tense demeanor. After ensuring there were no eavesdroppers outside, he carefully closed the door and lowered his voice to say, "Ever since the immortal Gu Ming arrived in Fengqi City, declaring intent to rescue the city lord's wife, unrest has begun to brew. It is as if people vanish without cause, or reports of stolen items abound, ranging from precious pearls and jade to the treasures and pills of various cultivators. Even Mi Hua Zhai has been frequently visited by thieves. Elder Chen, who dines here, mentioned that even the ancient Yu Hall, where the city lord resides, has not been spared. Enraged, the city lord has raged, but the soldiers have found no trace. Ultimately, it is said that Gu Ming dismissed the matter hastily. Although it was supposedly resolved, the thefts persist, and I suspect that the thief is linked to Gu Ming. Yu Yiqing, grasping the situation, cast a contemplative glance at the wolf girl and, after a moment of deliberation, calmly instructed, "Xiaozhi, you may leave. What you have just shared must never be spoken to another soul, for it could bring about your demise." Startled by Nu Yiqing's words, Xiaozhi confidently thumped his chest, assuring her, "Fear not, I am a man of stature. How could I fear death?" With that, he hastily exited. As the night deepened, the clamor outside faded into silence. Through the partially open window, a sky full of stars sparkled brilliantly, their luminescence enchanting. Yet, for reasons unknown, a vague obscurity seemed to shroud them, though it could not diminish their beauty. Yu Yiqing conferred with the wolf girl before donning her night attire and vanishing into the night sky. In a spacious yet simply adorned room within the Mi Hua Zhai Inn, a figure clad in white emanates a faint halo under the flickering candlelight. Her ebony tresses cascade like a waterfall, exuding an icy serenity, while a hint of mischief dances at the corners of her lips, rendering her an extraordinary and unruly presence. Who could this enigmatic being be if not a celestial? Leaning to one side stands a woman in a gown of emerald-hued sheer fabric, her skin resembling fine jade and her aura reminiscent of delicate orchids. The emerald belt embroidered with golden orchids is strikingly beautiful, and a crystal palace bell at her waist jingles softly, even in stillness. Divine One, the esteemed Shanghui has come to report that the infernal flames have manifested in the Dragon Soul Forest, posing a threat to innocent lives. We implore you to hasten to their rescue. The green-clad woman states with an impassive expression, though her clear eyes shimmer with boundless radiance. It becomes evident that the celestial is none other than Qi Dream, a dreamer wandering among mortals in the nine heavens, while nooking in her foolish quest, had not realized that the person she sought had once been right before her eyes. Qi Dream remains motionless, her snow-white garments billowing as if stirred by unseen winds, embodying an ethereal grace. She speaks softly, "I have long been aware of this matter. However, all things must adhere to the celestial principles of karma and fate. Should we act precipitously, we would only disrupt the natural order. In the vast expanse of humanity, There shall be those who rise to safeguard the lives at stake. We need only wait for the destined ones to appear. The fairy Chinji nods, her words lingering on the tip of her tongue before she finally utters. Divine One, do you have any inkling of when you shall return to the Nine Heavens? The movements of the demon clan are significant, and the situation suggests a potential counteroffensive at any moment. We must swiftly return to the Nine Heavens Palace to deliberate on eliminating the remnants of the demon tribe. Otherwise, a spark may ignite a catastrophic inferno, endangering countless lives. Chapter 37. A bowl of clear noodles. Chi Dream gazes back at Chinji, her icy eyes momentarily revealing an unusual glimmer, yet she remains silent. This silence unsettles Chinji. Despite her slight selfishness, her thoughts are ultimately for the sake of the world's populace. She had not anticipated such a frigid gaze from Chi Dream, as if her hidden desires were laid bare. Unbeknownst to her, a flush of embarrassment creeps onto her cheeks, and she stares at the polished floor, suppressing the turmoil within. Suddenly, two shadowy figures flit across the dim night sky, resembling black butterflies emerging from their cocoons, gracefully soaring toward the Featherscape Tower. Chi Dream replaces the coldness in her eyes with a gentle smile, taking a couple of elegant steps forward, murmuring, "It seems this girl has made her way ashore." Upon finishing her sentence, her eyes sparkle with radiant brilliance. Chinji also senses a fleeting trace of demonic energy and hastily moves to stand alongside Chi Dream, watching the retreating figures. Those are the demon clan's aberrations. Allow me to pursue and apprehend them, she declares, preparing to take flight on her sword. However, Chi Dream halts her spell with a graceful wave of her flowing sleeves, explaining the confusion on Chinji's face. She may well be the fated one to unravel the turmoil in Fengqi City. Understanding dawns upon Chinji as she nods, then turns her gaze back toward the direction where Nooking and the Wolf Maiden had vanished. Nooking and the Wolf Maiden endeavor to uncover the true identity of Guming. Why do they claim to be disciples of the esteemed Chi Dream while employing ancient forbidden techniques of the demon clan? Why do they dare to commit such acts that contravene the path of the celestial? In truth, Nu Yeching had already harbored suspicions in her heart, and this excursion was merely to validate her conjectures. The two of them concealed themselves at the entrance of the city lord's mansion in Fengqi City, taking refuge atop the roof of a humble abode to observe the situation. They noted that the mansion was heavily guarded, with no fewer than 20 sentinels patrolling back and forth, all of whom were cultivators of at least the melting stage. If they were to approach recklessly, the demonic and beastly auras emanating from them would undoubtedly raise alarms, potentially alarming their quarry. The number of guards had doubled since the previous days, and their overall cultivation levels had significantly risen. It seemed that their prior failed assassination attempt on Gu Ming had prompted an escalation in security. The guards have increased, the wolf girl whispered in a low voice. Nu Yeching meticulously surveyed the surroundings of the city lord's mansion. Aside from the increased number of guards, a barrier had been erected above the mansion. A semicircular, dark crimson barrier enveloped the entire estate like a tightly fitted lid, while the Yuguan Tower stood majestically atop the sacred dragon vein at the center of the mansion, emanating a soft, resplendent glow in the reflection of the South Sea's night pearl, crystalline and dazzling, brimming with spiritual energy. The entire city lord's mansion was ensconced within the barrier. With their current cultivation levels, a head-on assault would only spell disaster. Nu Yeching conveyed this information to the wolf girl through her consciousness. What shall we do? After much contemplation, Nu Yeching resolved to leap gracefully into the desolate courtyard. The wolf girl followed closely behind, saying, "Let us return first. We should send Xiaoji to gather information. We can devise a plan afterward." With that, the two ascended into the air. Within the desolate courtyard, a swirling mass of azure gas emerged, revealing a man whose malevolent face briefly flashed with a hint of satisfaction. He toyed with a ring in his right hand, its exquisite design of rhododendron vines casting a faint halo under the hazy moonlight. Upon their return to Mihua Pavilion, they found that the hour had passed. The inn was as silent as the grave. After a long day of toil, Nu Yeching and the wolf girl were ready to rest. Perhaps due to her prolonged slumber during the day, Nu Yeching found herself restless in bed, tormented by visions of her parents' tragic demise, which weighed heavily on her heart, causing her profound anguish. As half an hour slipped by, Nu Yeching felt as though she had plunged into an abyss, struggling to breathe. In the flurry of recent events, she had almost neglected her cultivation. Thus, she sat cross-legged on her bed, calming her mind and entering a meditative state, beginning to explore the various cultivation techniques of the demon brain phase within her consciousness. Lacking guidance, her attempts felt aimless, akin to a headless fly unable to find its direction. Fortunately, she discovered a method to stabilize her chaotic energy. and soon she was able to forget her sorrow and hatred. The following day, as the sun reached its zenith, Nu Yeching finally awakened from her meditation. Standing by the window, she gazed at the desolate streets, feeling an inexplicable sense of melancholy in this land of eternal spring, where birds sang in chorus and sunlight bathed everything. Such a scene was disheartening. She shook her head in resignation, vowing to restore a touch of brightness to the beautiful Fengqi city. With a creak, the wooden door swung open, and the wolf girl stood at the threshold, inquiring, "Ah, Nu, you are awake. You have meditated for quite a long time. Are you hungry? I have already asked Xiaoji to prepare a meal for us. Shall we head down?" Upon the mention of hunger, Nu Yeching, feeling quite famished, tidied herself up before following the wolf girl out of the room. Ever since her arrival at Mihua Zhai 2 days prior, she had been in a deep slumber, and thus had not taken the opportunity to appreciate the opulence surrounding her. As soon as she stepped out of the chamber, she was utterly astounded. Beneath her feet lay a splendid floor crafted from jade, intricately adorned with various marine creatures, while above her, a chandelier composed of pearls cast a mesmerizing glow, making the embedded fish appear as though they were swimming gracefully. The redwood doors flanking either side resembled flowing red curtains. How extravagant! These fish seem so lifelike. It is truly beautiful, Nu Yeching exclaimed in awe. The wolf girl, seemingly unfazed by such grandeur, smiled lightly and replied, "This is the most luxurious inn in the world. Even the palaces where the emperors reside cannot compare to a tenth of its splendor." Amidst Nu Yeching's astonishment, they arrived at the main hall, which was alive with the sounds of chatter, the air infused with a medley of aromas, and the heavy scent of rouge from myriad courtesans, creating a stark contrast to the desolate streets outside. From a distance, the wolf girl spotted Xiaoji preparing a table for them in a more secluded booth and promptly turned to grasp Nu Yeching's arm, lifting off the ground. Xiaoji, witnessing their display of magic for the first time, appeared momentarily stunned, soon replaced by excitement. However, Nu Yeching felt a twinge of displeasure. She warily observed the fervent diners around her, who were not the least bit startled by their aerial passage, prompting her to curiously follow the wolf girl and take a seat. Xiaoji enthusiastically introduced a variety of delicacies on the table, many of which Nu Yeching could not even name. Yet, after Xiaoji finished, Nu Yeching looked at the sumptuous spread with no appetite whatsoever. She averted her gaze and addressed Xiaoji. "Could you prepare a bowl of noodles for me? Noodles? Noodles?" Both the wolf girl and Xiaoji exclaimed in unison, bewildered. They could not comprehend why, amidst such unparalleled culinary delights, she would opt for a mere bowl of ordinary noodles. Nu Yeching, observing their astonished and perplexed expressions, replied with a gentle smile, "Yes, I truly desire only a bowl of noodles. Please prepare it for me." Xiaoji cast a weak glance at Nu Yeching, then looked at the wolf girl, who nodded in resignation before hesitantly responding, "All right, I shall go prepare it." Chapter 38. Enchanting Being's gratitude to David 2014100 for the reward, and to Yixing Diandian for the 100 donation and evaluation ticket. Watching Xiaoji scurry away, Nu Yeching intended to discuss with the wolf girl their plan to infiltrate the city lord's manor. Suddenly, not far from them, 3 individuals clad in white robes with blue trim caught her attention. They appeared quite imposing. One of them, a burly man with an unkempt beard, spoke in a gruff voice, "Have you both heard? We need to capture 32 individuals to activate the infernal blood talisman. Once we gather that number, our task will be complete. Afterward, we can enjoy some well-deserved rest. I am utterly exhausted from these recent days." As he spoke, the sunflower seed shells in his mouth were spat out with a series of popping sounds, reminiscent of projectiles released from a bow, scattering across the table in a chaotic mess, utterly repulsive. On either side of her sat 2 colleagues. One was gaunt and emaciated, while the other exuded a kind and benevolent demeanor. Nu Yeching could discern that both were at the dissolving stage of their cultivation, comparable to her own current level, yet the burly man possessed a cultivation strength at the divine movement stage. Should a conflict arise, she knew she would be at a disadvantage against him. However, should she join forces with the wolf girl, subduing him would be a trivial matter in this realm of cultivation. One's strength symbolized status and hierarchy. Wealth alone could not elevate a mere mortal above the common populace, for when danger struck, all were equally vulnerable to death. The kind and benevolent individual interjected, hesitating as if to speak further. "I have heard that." The burly man cast a disdainful glance at him, impatiently retorting, "If you have something to say, spit it out. Don't stutter like you're constipated." Such words, uttered amidst a feast where gluttony reigned and the table was in disarray, inevitably sparked discontent among the attendees, who shot him disdainful glares. Some contemplated reprimanding him, but upon realizing he was from the city lord's residence and at the divine movement stage, they begrudgingly held their tongues. The burly man, sensing the daggers of disapproval directed at him, stood up rudely and bellowed, "Who among you is dissatisfied? If you are, step up and challenge me. I am always ready." As his words echoed, the lively chatter around the room fell into a hush, replaced by a chorus of boos. Those who recognized him hurriedly approached, bringing forth exquisite wine as a peace offering. "Brother Gung, calm down. Here, take this fine wine as an apology. Let us not dwell on such matters in public. It dampens our appetites and spoils the atmosphere." Gung Yu was the younger brother of Elder Gung Wu from the city lord's residence, known for his fiery temper and love of fine wine. Yet, at heart, he was good-natured. However, ever since the frenzy of arrests in Fengqi City began, people had grown fearful of him, worried that a slight misstep could provoke his wrath and lead to personal vendettas. Truth be told, Gung Yu had spared many in private, yet those fortunate souls often found themselves recaptured by his brother, Gung Wu. Ultimately, it was not Gung Yu that instilled fear, but rather his elder brother. Upon seeing the fine wine, Gung Yu became oblivious to the dissatisfaction around him and began to drink heartily. The individual who had offered the wine, satisfied with his success, returned to his own table to indulge in food and drink, while the previously hushed Mawhazi erupted once more into a cacophony of noise. After taking a hearty swig, Gung Yu inquired, "Zadeatu, you should speak up. What is it?" Zadeatu, whose real name was Zuyu, had earned his nickname due to his slightly larger head. Facing him was Tang Dong, a mute. Zuyu, accustomed to Gung Yu's temperament, quietly voiced a long-standing concern. "It is just that the infernal blood array requires a vital essence to activate, which is truly perplexing. We cultivate for self-defense and survival, yet now we engage in such morally reprehensible acts. It leaves me feeling deeply unsettled." Regarding this matter, Gung Yu had once expressed his doubts, yet now the entire Fengqi city lies under the dominion of Gu Ming. Furthermore, Gu Ming, possessing formidable powers and having ascended to the realm of immortality, renders their meager cultivation levels utterly inadequate against her. They are left with no choice but to bow their heads under the eaves. A fleeting expression of helplessness and restraint crossed Gung Yu's rugged face, and then he cursed in his ancestral tongue, choosing not to pursue this topic any further. Nuyeking took note of the expressions on Gung Yu's face and, turning away, communicated through her consciousness to the wolf girl that the means to enter the city lord's mansion lay with the three individuals before them. The wolf girl, having also conceived a plan involving these three, found herself in agreement with Nu Yicheng. That moment, Xiaoji personally prepared a bowl of plain noodles and brought it over. Nu Yeking, satisfied, devoured it eagerly and gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Xiaoji, your noodles are just as delectable as my mother's." Hearing the praise, Xiaoji felt a bit bashful and scratched his head. Just then, Gung Yu and his companions finished their meal and departed. Nu Yeking quickly glanced at the wolf girl, both rising to pursue them. However, Xiaoji, quick-witted, realized that Nu Yeking and the wolf girl would undoubtedly encounter Gung Yu and the others if they ventured outside. He spread his arms to block their path and anxiously implored, "Sisters, you cannot go. If you leave me Huazhai, there will be no one to ensure your safety." Nu Yeking, in a state of urgency, peered outside, fearing Gung Yu and his companions might get too far away. Yet Xiaoji stood resolutely in their way, refusing to budge. In her desperation, she called out, "Wolf girl." Upon hearing Nu Yeking's cry, the wolf girl understood her intent and forcibly pulled Xiaoji aside. Watching as Nu Yeking dashed out of Mi Huazhai, the bustling Mi Huazhai erupted with noise, laughter, and lively chatter, creating a vibrant atmosphere. The wolf girl, keenly sensing a familiar scent of fox, felt a surge of joy. The opportunity had presented itself to retrieve Anu's ring. With her heart racing, she swiftly expanded her consciousness to locate the fox demon, spotting it soaring out of Mi Huazhai in tandem with Nu Yeking's steps. A sudden shock gripped her as she realized the fox demon intended to flee, but it would not be so easy. Ignoring Xiaoji's attempts to stop her, she leapt out of Mi Huazhai, leaving Xiaoji standing there in worry. Suddenly, he had a thought, disregarding the innkeeper's scolding for slacking off, and hurried towards the top floor of Mi Huazhai. Nu Yeking, without her sword, could not ascend and was left to chase on foot. Attracting puzzled glances from passers-by, a kind-hearted matron stepped forward to stop her, saying, "My dear girl, why would you dare venture out alone? You must flee. I just saw 3 individuals from the city lord's mansion heading that way. If you recklessly go over there, you might find yourself ensnared." Nu Yeking, anxious not to lose sight of them, nevertheless heeded the matron's words. Gratefully grasping her hand, she replied, "Thank you, dear lady, but I will be cautious. Are you certain you saw 3 people from the city lord's mansion head that way? Indeed, I encountered them just moments ago. Nieking nodded with a smile, exchanged a few polite words of well-wishing, and then hurriedly set off in pursuit. After her departure, the matron swiftly transformed into an extraordinarily alluring man, his skin reminiscent of gel, while his enchanting purple irises resembled a tranquil lake, yet exuded an aura of malevolence. Clad in a snow-white robe embroidered with swirling cloud patterns, it snugly enveloped his graceful and curvaceous form, presenting an embodiment of seductive charm. Delicate, ivory fingers adorned with a ring shaped like a rhododendron sparkled with a dazzling crimson light under the gaze. How intriguing! A resonant male voice emerged from his lips, starkly contrasting his beguiling appearance. Chapter 39. The battle in the Sea of Flowers. New Yeching traversed the broad path until he arrived at a flourishing sea of purple blossoms. The clusters of tulips, akin to competing beautiful women, swayed gracefully in the breeze, dancing in alluring postures. Nearby, a thatched cottage melded seamlessly with the expanse of violet flowers, creating a breathtaking scene akin to a vividly colored oil painting, accompanied by the faint, sweet fragrance of tulips that invigorated the senses, leaving one feeling ethereal, as if treading upon clouds. Suddenly, he spotted several individuals dressed similarly to Gung Yu seizing a captive in the distance. A frail, delicate woman was being dragged away, wailing for her parents, while an elderly grandmother clung to the rough wooden gate, tears streaming down her face as she implored them not to take her granddaughter. Regrettably, her pitiful cries could not thwart the unfolding tragedy. Inu Yeching was drawn in by the heart-wrenching wails, memories of his previous life resurfacing. He vividly recalled the cries of his mother as Zhao Rongda led the household servants to forcibly seize him. A flame of vengeance ignited within him. Unable to bear the sight of a group of burly men bullying a destitute mother and daughter, he momentarily saw himself reflected in their plight, and his rage surged exponentially. Without a second thought, he hastened towards the thatched cottage. "Release her, or I shall ensure your demise is far from pleasant." His fury boiled over, the flames of hatred roaring within him, completely disregarding the fact that he was no match for the 5 men before him. Among them were 3 at the spirit movement stage, 1 at the melting stage, and another merely at the illumination stage. His sudden appearance halted the 5, who had been striding forward with glee, taken aback by such audacity. They surmised that the one daring enough to threaten them must possess superior cultivation, their hearts racing momentarily. The leading man, observing the figure in a water-blue attire, realized that the one daring to reprimand them was merely a lowly demon of the magic brain stage. Consequently, his tense posture relaxed, and he instinctively straightened his back, reprimanding, "Who is this ignorant demon that dares disturb us in the execution of our duties? Do they seek a premature demise? Humph! What a disgrace it is for cultivators to brazenly abduct innocent women in broad daylight, defying the heavenly laws and the will of the people." New Yeching retorted fearlessly. One of the individuals with a sharp chin and an unappealing demeanor sneered mockingly, "You, a demon, dare to comment on the actions of cultivators? Has the demon race begun to repent and abandon their ways, seeking the path of cultivation to save all beings? It seems even beasts aspire to walk upright." As his words fell, the 5 erupted into laughter, as if they had just heard the most ludicrous joke in existence. Though Nu Yeking is indeed of demonic origin, her heart is filled with compassion, possessing the benevolent spirit akin to that of the 7-treasure Bodhisattva. She would rather defy her own kin than turn a blind eye to the suffering of the world. Thus she pays no heed to the words of that man. If a cultivator engages in brutal and inhumane acts that harm the populace, how do they differ from the demons? The distinction between celestial and demonic lies in one's intentions. Nu Yeking, having nothing more to say, is acutely aware that even if her soul were to shatter, she would still strive to extend her meager assistance to save this woman. Without further ado, she coldly declared, "Should you wish to take this woman, I will never consent." With a fierce determination, she summoned her full strength, unleashing a sweeping arc of water-blue light. "You are unfortunate to have crossed paths with us today," the leading man proclaimed. Raising his sword high, an invisible sword chi descended, cleaving through Nu Yeking's radiant blue light with ease, causing it to vanish. The man's cultivation, at the divine movement stage, surpassed Nu Yeking's demon brain stage entirely. With a disdainful snort, she was forced back 100 steps by the man's blade, a metallic taste flooding her throat as fresh blood trickled from her pale lips, accentuating her porcelain complexion. "With such meager abilities, you dare to cause a ruckus. Today, I shall reduce you to ashes," he retorted coldly, advancing without delay and unleashing a barrage of sword chi towards Nuyeking. In that critical moment, though gravely wounded, Nuyeking swiftly concentrated her energy, gathering her full spiritual power beneath her feet and leaping into the air to evade the man's fierce onslaught. This act drained her entirely, and as pain surged through her chest, her face drained of color. Today, I shall claim your life and offer your essence to the esteemed Gu Ming for her cultivation array. Perhaps she may even reward my brothers and me with a few precious pills. The man boasted, his confidence swelling as he prepared to unleash his full divine movement cultivation to end her life. Nuyeking furrowed her brow in regret for her impulsive actions, realizing that her life was in jeopardy. Yet, she valued it not for herself, but for the sake of another. Her heart racing in her throat as she silently pondered. I wonder if the Wolf Maiden has managed to shake off Xiaojia's interference and catch up? Desperately, she scanned the surroundings. Aside from a mesmerizing expanse of purple illuminated by sunlight, casting a faint halo, the beauty of the scene did not reveal the arrival of the Wolf Maiden in desperation. Aware that she could not withstand the man's lethal assault, she cried out for help, her piercing voice slicing through the air like a twisting water serpent, echoing until it reached the stream beside the Tulip Sea. The crystal-clear water sparkled in the light, flowing gently in hiding to escape the brutal capture of young boys and girls. Gung Yu, Zhu Yu, and Tang Dong had taken refuge here, meditating to enhance their cultivation. At the sound of the woman's cries for help, Gung Yu opened his eyes and murmured to himself, "Is that the same woman being taken again? Alas, what a pity." Though he harbored good intentions, he found himself powerless. Each time he endeavored to rescue someone, they ultimately fell back into the clutches of Gung Wu, who not only recaptured them but also subjected them to relentless torment as a furnace for his dark purposes, offering them up only when the formation was activated. Throughout history, women have regarded their chastity as sacred as life itself, yet he felt the weight of their tragic fates on his conscience. He had once harbored resentment towards Gung Wu, but as time passed, he found himself torn between hatred and respect. He released the young boys and girls, knowing full well that if Gu Ming, the Immortal, were to discover this, she would be furious and seek to end his life in a bid to protect him. His brother Gung Wu would then go and recapture those innocent souls, using them as material for the furnace, a grim reminder and threat to him not to act so foolishly again. Thus, he preferred that those souls perish with their innocence intact rather than succumb to a fate that left them restless in death. Yet, the haunting cries of agony pierced his ears, compelling his tender heart to respond. Suddenly, he rose, lamenting, "How can a man such as I be incapable of hardening my heart?" With that, he soared into the air on his sword. The assailant's sword energy surged directly towards the crown of Nu Yiqing's head, but in a crucial moment, it was met with a resounding clash as Gung Yu's formidable aura intercepted it. Nu Yiqing, tense and apprehensive, regarded the newcomer with wide eyes. Despite Gung Yu's burly physique, he radiated an aura of righteousness and celestial energy, akin to a deity descending from the heavens, instilling a sense of submission in all who beheld him. Nu Yiqing's heart raced with excitement. His instincts had not failed him. The lethal strike was halted by a powerful beam of green light from Gung Yu, who, having exerted all his strength, sent the assailant hurtling back amidst the tumultuous clash of energies. The man fell beside his four companions, who quickly rushed to assist him, their expressions filled with alarm as they glared at Gung Yu, standing 3 paces away from Nu Yiqing. The collision of their energies sent ripples through the surrounding tulips, causing them to sway as if caught in a tempest, the waves of force extending far into the distance. Chapter 40. The scheme to enter the city. The fallen assailant coughed up a mouthful of blood, his gaze fixated on Gung Yu with a mixture of confusion and malice. His 4 companions prepared to retaliate against Gung Yu for the injury inflicted upon their elder brother, but he raised a hand to halt them. With their support, he shakily regained his footing, coldly declaring, "Gung Yu, how bold of you to launch a surprise attack against me for the sake of a demon clan aberration." Gung Yu had always assumed that Nu Yiqing was merely a woman of humble origins, until he stood before her after injuring a fellow disciple and sensed the dark energy surrounding her. However, the events had unfolded beyond his control, and with the presence of Luo Zhengya, a trusted subordinate of Gu Ming, who wielded formidable powers and enjoyed the favor of the city lord, they had become bullies, committing heinous acts with impunity. Gung Yu could no longer tolerate their tyranny and had long sought an opportunity to confront them. Now that conflict had erupted, he cast aside any reservations about Nu Yiqing's true nature and focused solely on the adversaries before him. Demon Clan? I care not for your affiliations. I see only 5 of you conspiring to bully a defenseless woman. Such behavior is unbecoming of gentlemen, let alone cultivators. I stand here as a representative of the entire cultivation community to punish you, Gung Yu proclaimed with righteous fervor. Luo Zhengye, wishing to refute, was halted by an individual behind him, who whispered something in his ear. The expression on that person's face was ashen, veins on his forehead bulging, as if he were desperately suppressing his inner dissatisfaction. Subsequently, a faintly sinister smile crept across his visage. Gung Yu, do not presume that we are afraid of you. Even with your transient cultivation, should you truly wish to engage in a contest, victory is by no means assured. For today, I shall not pursue the matter. But should I encounter you again, still consorting with this fiend of the demon clan, I shall certainly not let you off the hook with that. He flicked his long sleeves and, supported by the crowd, departed in a cloud of dust. As he left, Luo Zhengye and his companions passed by Nu Yeqing, and a voice, cold and piercing as ice, penetrated her very being. Little demon, should I encounter you again, I shall not spare you. Nu Yeqing's expression remained impassive, her eyes deep and frigid as they fixed upon Luo Zhengye. He was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, casting a glare at her before walking away. Watching his figure fade into the sea of flowers, Nu Yeqing cautiously bowed slightly to Gung Yu, then proceeded directly to the terrified woman who had collapsed to the ground. With a smile as radiant as peach blossoms, she offered encouragement to the woman before assisting her to the side of the elderly lady, who had fainted from distress. After ensuring the safety of the grandmother and granddaughter, she stepped forward to stand before Gung Yu, remaining silent. Initially, Gung Yu instinctively desired to eliminate Nu Yeqing, yet upon witnessing a demon displaying such compassion and empathy, he found himself wavering. If a mere demon could exhibit such humanity, what of the cultivators? However, the current state of Fengqi City was such that it fell short even of a lowly demon. Thus, his murderous intent dissipated. I sensed the demonic aura emanating from you back at me, Huazhai. Yet I refrained from taking action due to the circumstances there. I did not anticipate that you would emerge on your own. Although his murderous thoughts had been dispelled, the weight of his authoritative presence and his intrinsic aversion to the demon clan rendered his voice icy and oppressive, making it difficult for Nu Yeqing to breathe. Nu Yeqing understood that in Gung Yu's eyes, she was but an insignificant insect, easily extinguished at any moment. Yet, she believed he would not do so and thus spoke the truth with a steady voice, betraying no tremor of fear. I came out to seek you. Seek me? Gung Yu expressed surprise, pausing before inquiring, what business do you have with me? I wish for you to take me to the city lord's mansion. Upon hearing this, Gung Yu was filled with fury. Do you intend to exploit me to trespass into the city lord's mansion, thereby undermining the very foundation of Fengqi City? Do you think I will not kill you? With that, he struck her frail frame with the palm, and her precarious body crumpled under the force, rendering her unconscious. Just then, the wolf maiden, riding the winds, arrived to catch Nu Yeqing's drifting form, landing beside her with eyes filled with concern and alarm. She then infused her with spiritual energy, simultaneously conveying to the enraged Gung Yu, due to a misunderstanding, that they did not wish to destroy the foundation of Fengqi City. Rather, they had witnessed the suffering of its people and were moved by compassion, seeking to avert this calamity. Upon hearing the wolf maiden's words and recalling Nu Yeqing's daring act of rescuing the destitute grandmother and granddaughter, Gung Yu found himself convinced of her sincerity. As the wolf girl infused her spiritual energy ceaselessly, Nu Yeqing, still burdened by old wounds, found herself further injured. The wolf girl, nearly depleted of her own energy, saw no signs of Nu Yeqing awakening. Gung Yu then employed the healing arts of the cultivation sect to mend her injuries, administering a golden pill to her. After a brief moment, Nu Yeqing finally stirred, and upon seeing the wolf girl supporting her, a serene smile graced her lips, reminiscent of a withered tulip revived by ethereal essence, her spirit appearing revitalized. Standing to the side, Gung Yu, witnessing Nu Yeqing's awakening, dispensed with any pretense and spoke candidly. What are your intentions? Pray, share them with me, and I shall ascertain their viability. Nu Yeqing cast a puzzled glance at Gung Yu before turning to the wolf girl and nodding, fully aware that Gung Yu was inclined to assist her. With the wolf girl's support, she rose and offered a slight bow. There is no need for you to undertake any arduous tasks. Simply speak the words that you have released 2 maidens today, and surely someone will come to escort us back. Are you referring to brother? Gung Yu's proficiency reached the stage of dissolution not merely through the consumption of elixirs, but also due to inherent understanding. Thus, upon hearing Nu Yeqing's words, it dawned on him that she intended to leverage Gung Wu. However, Gung Wu would inevitably use the captured maidens as alchemical vessels, only delivering them when the formation was to be activated. While Nu Yeqing's strategy was astute, he cautioned, "My lady, have you truly considered this? The entirety of Fengqi City is aware that the maidens I release ultimately become vessels, losing their chastity. Inu Yeching, fully cognizant of this, remained undeterred. With a calm smile, she replied, Brother Gung need only follow my instructions. Yet he pressed on, but what of the demonic energy surrounding you? Despite Gung Yu's robust physique, his heart was remarkably perceptive. Nu Yeching, feeling a twinge of impatience yet refraining from expressing it, understanding that Gung Yu's intentions were rooted in concern for both herself and the wolf girl, responded with a serene demeanor, trust me. With that, she gently patted Gung Yu's shoulder and, with the wolf girl's assistance, returned to Mihua Pavilion. Now, they merely had to wait for Gung Wu to come for them. As night enveloped the world, the stars twinkled brilliantly, each luminous point resembling a pair of bright eyes blinking down upon them. The gentle night breeze carried a faint scent of peach blossoms, reminiscent of Yunling's fragrance, both intoxicating and fragrant. Nu Yeching found herself wondering what Brother Yun was doing at that moment. Was he, like her, gazing at the vast expanse of stars? Unbeknownst to her, she began to miss Yunling regrettably. The cuckoo ring he had gifted her had been lost. Otherwise, they could have conversed, shared thoughts. It suddenly struck her that since parting with Yunling, she had never spoken to him through the ring. And what of the gentle care she received from Dong Fu? The jade pendant, once magnificent, must surely be gathering dust and rust within the ring. Was it her forgetfulness or self-absorption that led her to disregard those who cared for her? Chapter 41. The fish leaps over the dragon gate enthralled by the familiar yet intoxicating scent of peach blossoms. Nu Yeching found herself wandering along a path paved with jade-like shells. The tranquil walkway was adorned with fiery red paper lanterns that hung from either side, casting a hazy, enchanting glow. The dense bamboo grove, entwined with crimson ribbons, swayed gently in the breeze as delicate fluff danced in the air, brushing against Nu Yeching's face in a delightful tickle, bringing her comfort. Had this scene unfolded in her previous life, she would have undoubtedly imagined herself in a brothel of the bustling Yinhua Liuxiang. Yet here, the atmosphere was devoid of any worldly vulgarity, infused instead with a trace of ethereal charm and abundant spiritual energy, which she found herself inexplicably drawn to. At the end of the winding path stood a semicircular ancient gate, beyond which lay a flourishing peach orchard, its blossoms fluttering like petals in the wind. Fireflies, like twinkling stars, meandered leisurely, occasionally pausing to dance upon the peach petals, a sight utterly delightful. Observing this breathtaking scenery, even her heavy thoughts found a momentary solace. She stumbled upon a tranquil pond nestled within the peach grove, where a pavilion hovered gracefully above the water, resembling a small boat gently rocking. Miraculously, a stone staircase emerged from beneath the placid surface of the pond, and with each step Nu Yeching took forward, another step appeared before her, while the stones she left behind melted away like ice, merging into the lake's depths. A sense of astonishment washed over her. The seemingly ordinary peach grove concealed intricate mechanisms, revealing its extraordinary nature. With a newfound vigilance in her heart, she entered the pavilion, surveying the enchanting surroundings, which were undeniably beautiful, truly breathtaking. Suddenly, a clear, refined voice echoed from behind her, startling Nu Yeching. Instinctively, she turned to face the unexpectedly appearing man, her initially frightened expression gradually transforming into a delicate bloom, soft pink and alluring. The fiery red mark of a peony on her right cheek became even more vibrant and enchanting. A celestial being? Nu Yeching stammered, gazing at the ethereal figure with an air of grace and an icy demeanor. Qimeng, observing Nu Yeching's bashful demeanor, felt a ripple of emotion within. Yet his face remained impassive as he turned, hands clasped behind his back, and spoke in a measured tone. I have come to entrust you with a matter. Currently, the Mihua Zhai is the safest haven in Fengqi City. Your stay here is indeed a wise choice. I see that you possess keen intellect, so I shall overlook the fact that you belong to the demon race and place the Mihua Zhai into your care. You must utilize it wisely to resolve the turmoil in Fengqi City, thus repaying my debt of gratitude for saving your life. Nu Yeching's thoughts were consumed with how to inquire about the celestial being's name, whether he was the one who played the zither in the Hundred Beasts Forest, and how to express her feelings. She failed to grasp the essence of what Qimeng had conveyed, lost in her own musings, absent-mindedly nibbling on her fingers for encouragement. After Qimeng finished speaking, noticing her lack of response, he turned to find her in a state of foolishness, which stirred a greater tumult within him. Yet, his expression remained as frigid as ever. He raised his voice sharply. Do you understand what I am saying? What did you say? Nu Yeching gasped, startled by his cold demeanor. a shiver running down her spine. She lowered her head, resembling a child who had erred, awaiting parental reprimand. Chimong, with a cold demeanor, reiterated the words just spoken. Having just experienced the recent events, Nuyueking listened with heightened attention and increasing delight. The celestial being entrusted the Mihwazi to me, which implied that the celestial was the master of Mihwazi. Shangxian Shanghui. Nuyueking's inner voice remarked. As joy filled her heart, confusion also enveloped her mind. She quickly adjusted her address. Previously unaware of the celestial's name, she had referred to him simply as celestial being. Now that she had learned his name, it was only fitting to address him appropriately. Anu has a matter she does not comprehend. I humbly request your guidance, Shangxian. Chimong remained silent, gesturing with a sweeping motion of her wide sleeves, which conveyed the unspoken question. Why would a celestial being entrust Mihwazi to a member of the demon clan? Furthermore, given that Anu's cultivation was insufficient to contend with the likes of Gu Ming, and she could not even best the gatekeeper of Fengqi City, how could she possibly save it? Nuyueking pondered that the celestial, possessing formidable powers, could easily dissolve the siege with a mere flick of his finger. Why then would he not personally intervene? After Nuyueking posed her inquiry, Chimong did not respond immediately. She remained quiet for a moment before speaking. I have pressing matters to attend to at Xingshan Mountain to discuss with the other celestial beings. Leaving me no time to attend to this, however, I see you possess some intelligence. Despite your demonic form, you have not lost your humanity, and I wish to grant you an opportunity to start anew. Chimong's tone was light and carefree, while the night breeze lifted her snow-white garments, exuding an aura of ethereal grace. Nuyueking felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude upon hearing Chimong's words. She was astonished that a celestial being could exhibit such generosity and kindness, unperturbed by her demonic heritage, and yet place such high hopes in her. With her back straightened and her voice resonant, she declared, Yes, Shangxian, though I am of demonic nature, I shall undertake benevolent deeds throughout the world and will not disappoint your expectations of me. Chimong nodded in satisfaction and then handed a jade pendant to Nuyueking. This is the mount of the thunder god, Kuei. When you find yourself in peril, strike the tail of the pendant 3 times, and help will come. Nuyueking gazed at the smooth, lustrous jade pendant, her heart brimming with joy, yet tinged with unease. It stirred memories of the past when her father had unwittingly received a pendant from a Taoist priest, named Kuehue, which was said to bring good fortune. Her brother had suffered from a peculiar illness that rendered him unrecognizable to kin during his episodes, and her father had given the pendant to him, hoping it would bless his recovery. Yet, contrary to expectations, it had not brought good fortune but rather calamity. Though she felt joy, anxiety gnawed at her. This pendant bore an uncanny resemblance to the one her father had received, a beastly head resembling Kuei. At that moment, Nuyueking felt as though she held a piece of red-hot coal in her palm. Fear arises from weakness, and disaster is sure to follow. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. To conquer oneself is to tame the whims of fate. Go forth, carry your otherworldly self, and learn to grow strong. Be why the time Nuyueking's thoughts had spiraled into confusion. Chimong had already drifted away with the wind, leaving behind an ethereal echo that resonated deeply within Nuyueking's mind. Otherworldly? Otherworldly? Nuyueking repeated the words in her mind, pondering whether the Shangxian was aware that she was not originally from this realm. The lake's waters were exquisitely clear, shimmering under the ethereal glow of the moonlight, with ripples radiating forth, adorned with resplendent brilliance. Scattered pink peach blossoms playfully danced upon the surface, while a mischievous little goldfish, having stayed up late in its frolics, leapt up, balancing a petal atop its head as it soared through the moonbeams. Could it be that it aspired to leap over the dragon gate, bearing the essence of peach blossoms? As Nuyueking was lost in her myriad thoughts, the distant sound of footsteps approached, growing ever nearer. Anu? Anu? Where are you? Called the wolf girl from afar, her voice laced with urgency. Accompanied by whispers, it seemed she was not alone. Nuyueking's azure dress fluttered gracefully in the breeze as she poised elegantly at the edge of the pavilion. As the stone steps reappeared, she cautiously retraced her steps along the path, only to encounter the wolf girl and a group of individuals, her surprise evident at the sight of 10 magnificently attired men kneeling before her. What left her utterly flabbergasted was the sight of all 10 men bowing in unison before her. Chapter 42. The competent master of the abode. Who are you? What is the meaning of this? Nuyueking's mind was filled with questions. We pay our respects to the master of the abode. They chorused in unison. The wolf girl, clad in a deep blue battle robe, exuded an extraordinary presence, her striking features etched with confusion. Stepping forward, she spoke softly, Anu, what is the meaning of this? I returned to the room with Xiaoji only to find these 10 individuals waiting, claiming they were here for you. When I inquired, they remained silent, so I had no choice but to ask around the Mihua abode, where I learned that someone had seen you in the backyard, prompting us to seek you out. Nu Yeqing, perplexed, felt her water blue dress billow in the night breeze, the floating filaments creating a mesmerizing spectacle. Despite the formidable aura she exuded, the 10 men could not help but tremble, succumbing to her beauty. With her jade brows furrowed, she parted her crimson lips. "Who are you? Why do you kneel before me?" Though her words were simple, the tone was imperious, betraying an unmistakable vigilance. Leading the group was a man in his 20s, clad in a deep purple silk robe, adorned with a dark crimson embroidered silver-patterned sash. His raven hair was styled in an upright crown, and his phoenix eyes sparkled with intelligence, revealing a shrewd and cunning nature. He raised his head and respectfully replied, "There is no need for concern, Master of the Abode. I am Exine Anlin, the head of the immortal spirits of Mihua Abode. Today, I come in accordance with the former Master's directive, accompanied by the 10 great immortal spirits to pay our respects to the new Master of the Abode." Upon hearing this, Nu Yeqing grasped the situation. The celestial being had indeed instructed her to utilize the Mihua Abode wisely to address the upheaval in Fengqi City. She relaxed her guard, gracefully advancing beside Exine Anlin, assisting him to his feet, and gently urged, "Please rise, esteemed immortal spirits. The celestial being has entrusted me with this responsibility. It is unfortunate my own identity remains unchanged, which may burden you all." Exine Anlin, supported by Nu Yeqing, rose to his feet. Beside him stood a woman clad in a flowing crimson gown, exuding an air of nobility, her willow-like brows framing her peach blossom eyes, lightly dusted with pink. Her high nose accentuated her proud demeanor, and as her scarlet lips parted, a melodious yet sharp voice emerged, "Humph, aware of your inconvenient identity, yet daring to accept the Master's order. Have you considered your own worth?" Exine Anlin interjected sharply, "Impudent Hong Ling, how dare you act so disrespectfully before the Master? I have not spoken incorrectly. Why must the elder brother reprimand me? I simply cannot accept that the divine being would entrust the esteemed Mi Hua Zhai to a demon whose cultivation is merely at the demonic brain stage. If our Master and other celestial sects were to learn of this, would they not accuse us, the 10 great spirit immortals, of colluding with demons? This would spell disaster for our entire celestial realm." Hong Ling shot a piercing glare at Nu Yeqing, her slender, delicate fingers pointed accusingly at the tip of Nu Yeqing's nose. Upon hearing her words, the others wore expressions of disbelief and resentment. Hong Ling's arguments were indeed sound. If the celestial realm were to discover that the illustrious master of Mi Hua Zhai was a member of the demon clan, it would imply a conspiracy between Xingqian Mountain and the demons, inevitably inciting panic among the populace and directly impacting the 3 realms, the celestial, the divine, and the mortal, who have only recently recovered from the calamities of the War of the Desolation 3 millennia ago. Should the demon clan seize this opportunity to launch a counteroffensive, it would likely lead to the entire celestial realm crumbling without a fight, repeating the tragic history of 3,000 years past. Exine and Lon could not fathom why the divine being would resort to such a strategy. Yet, he placed his trust in the divine being and believed that Nu Yeqing would not let them down. Nu Yeqing quickly reviewed the situation. It seemed imperative for her to conceal her identity, lest it provoke chaos throughout the world. However, she felt a surge of indignation towards the brazen and overbearing individual before her, who had the audacity to belittle her. Although she belonged to the demon clan and her cultivation was indeed modest, she had been personally appointed by the celestial immortal. How could this insignificant spirit being dismiss her abilities so casually? Now, having accepted the divine mandate and become the master of Mi Hua Zhai, she was the authority among these individuals. They were to heed her commands if they were to effectively assist her in eliminating Gu Ming and rescuing the citizens of Fengqi City from peril. Nu Yeqing cleared her throat softly, offering a gentle smile as she regarded Hong Ling with elegance. "It is entirely understandable that Miss Hong Ling would feel discontent. I presume there are doubts among you all." She circled around Hong Ling, passing by each individual, acutely aware that 8 of the 10 great spirit immortals had reached the divine movement stage. Hong Ling had attained the primordial infant stage, and Exine and Lon had progressed to the out-of-body stage. Among this gathering of over a dozen, she was the one with the least cultivation, which made her feel a bit insecure, though she endeavored to maintain her composure. "However, now that I have taken charge of Mi Hua Zhai, I shall indeed live up to the celestial immortal's expectations, and in doing so, I will earn your respect." "Humph, such words are easily spoken. The demon clan is notorious for its cunning schemes. Who knows what treachery you harbor? Hong Ling pressed on aggressively. Niu Yiqing was acutely aware that she possessed neither merit nor cultivation. Having accepted Mi Hua Zhai in such a manner, it was only natural for the other spirit immortals to question why one of their number should obey a demon. Thus, she could only endure and strive to achieve some notable accomplishments while diligently enhancing her own cultivation, ensuring that the 10 great spirit immortals would come to respect her. Junior sister. Exine and Lan observed Niu Yiqing, whose demonic aura was strong, yet the determination in her eyes inspired an unbidden trust in her, a trust that ultimately stemmed from his faith in the divine being. Hong Ling, chastised sharply by Exine and Lan, flushed with embarrassment and turned her pouting face away. Niu Yiqing witnessed all of this, noting that among the 10 individuals, only Exine and Lan still harbored a modicum of faith in her. This further solidified her resolve to accomplish something remarkable, so that the 10 great spirit immortals would undoubtedly place their trust in her. Exine Anlin gazed at Niu Yiqing, whose handsome visage appeared even more ethereal under the flickering candlelight. His astute, phoenix-like eyes sparkled with brilliance. "Please forgive my junior sister's forthright nature," he remarked. "We, having received the divine mandate, shall undoubtedly lend our utmost support to you in eradicating the remnants of the past." Niu Yiqing fell silent, a beautiful smile blossoming at the corners of her lips, resembling a blooming hibiscus in the silvery moonlight. Captivating and enchanting. She nodded slightly. "I understand everyone's sentiments. Let us conclude today's matters here, for I am rather fatigued and shall retire now. You all should also take your rest." With that, she cast a glance at the wolf girl. "Let us be off, wolf girl." The night was hazy, with peach blossoms swirling in the air, the candlelight shimmering, both alluring and eerie. "Brother, why do you not seek clarity?" Redling pressed, her voice tinged with urgency. "That demon did not offer a single explanation to my inquiries. I am convinced she has bewitched the divine being, leading them to entrust Mi Hua Zhai into her hands, thus unsettling the entire celestial realm, only to conspire with other fiends of the demon clan to bring ruin upon the divine world. Brother, do you truly intend to heed the words of that demon and allow her to wreak havoc upon the lives of countless beings?" Exine Anlin regarded Redling, then surveyed his 8 junior brothers, and spoke calmly. "I do not believe the divine being could be ensnared by a lowly demon. I ask for your patience. I shall surely investigate this matter thoroughly and provide an explanation to Xing Chen Mountain and our master." Seeing her brother's stance, Red Ling refrained from further argument, though her animosity towards Niu Yiqing remained unwavering, perhaps even intensified. The night deepened, and the city of Feng Qi lay still as a mirror. The paper lanterns lining the streets swayed gently in the night breeze, creating a dreamlike, eerie atmosphere. The weather here was peculiarly unpredictable, shifting rapidly. One moment, the stars twinkled, and the moonlight was soft. In the blink of an eye, the heavens seemed to plunge into an abyss, the gentle breeze transforming into a fierce gale. Leaves, baskets, and garments appeared from nowhere, hanging from the streets, trees, eaves, and bridges, creating a scene of desolation and terror. Chapter 43. A light-hearted encounter. The wolf girl stood behind Niu Yiqing, her expression one of hesitation, burdened with numerous questions. She fixed her gaze upon Niu Yiqing's graceful figure, enveloped in a shroud of uncertainty. Niu Yiqing stared out at the faintly falling rain, which mingled with the stones of the path below. The demonic energy writhed like a serpent, burrowing up from the earth, hastening towards the resplendent Yuguan Tower. Her heavy heart sank further, and with a troubled expression, she turned around, meeting the wolf girl's gaze. Forcing a smile, "If you have something to say, please do." She then gathered the hem of her trailing gown, approached the table, and poured herself a cup of tea, sipping it delicately. Upon seeing Niu Yiqing open her mouth, the wolf girl gradually unleashed her barrage of inquiries. "I had already sensed your connection to the demon clan, but how do you know the esteemed master of Mi Hua Zhai, Shanghui? And how did you come to be the master of Mi Hua Zhai without cause?" Shanghui represents the entire celestial realm and safeguarding the peace of the 3 realms, essentially standing as the opposing force to the demons. "How did you come to know one another?" Niu Yiqing nodded slightly, her mind swirling like a pot of porridge, increasingly muddled, and she could not fathom why the celestial being would engage in such uncharacteristic behavior. Was it merely because she harbored a desire to save the innocent citizens of Fengqi City? The thoughts eluded her, and she could not grasp them. Thus, she recounted how she had come to know the celestial being and why the celestial had entrusted the Mi Hua Zhai to her superficial intentions. Yet, the deeper mysteries that troubled her remained unanswered. The wolf girl, upon hearing this, expressed little curiosity. She simply understood the necessity of loyalty through combat. Such cerebral matters were beyond her comprehension. However, despite being a demon, she was of the virtuous kind, and indeed, The entire Chi-Hu clan embodied this virtue. For millennia, under the grace of the circular pearl, the Chi-Hu clan had evolved into human form, each member possessing a kind heart, yet ultimately exploited by those with malicious intent. Fortunately, with the appearance of Anu, they were able to see the true face of their so-called benefactor. She had contemplated that although Anu hailed from the demon race, she was inherently a good person, which compelled her to place her trust in Anu. The steam from the tea on the table rose gently, enveloping the air with a faint fragrance of osmanthus, caressing her face with a soothing warmth that was quite comforting. "Wolf girl, please summon Exine Anlin. I have matters to discuss with him." "Understood." The wolf girl nodded and exited the room. Alone in the chamber, Yeching felt the wild winds outside slamming against the windows, a chill seeping in as the breeze scattered the gauzy curtains at the edge of her bed. She shivered, wrapping her arms around herself, and rose to close the window. The water-blue silk skirt and her flowing tresses danced in the wind, appearing disheveled yet exuding a chaotic beauty. After securing the window, she returned to her seat, awaiting Exine Anlin's arrival. Among the 10 celestial spirits, only Exine Anlin was trustworthy and willing to assist her. With an ally at hand, it was imperative to deliberate on their forthcoming plans. Once the situation at Fengqi City was resolved, she would resign from her position as the head of Mihua Zhai, thereby avoiding unnecessary complications. The woman with character is distinctly different. She is intriguing and captivating. I am fond of her. Suddenly, a charming yet gentle male voice filled the room, and Yeching was startled by the sound, followed by a warm breath brushing against her neck, sending a shiver down her spine. She realized that she was alone in the room. When had a man appeared without her notice? Clearly, the intruder was more powerful than she. Instantly, she turned to seek the source of the voice, but found nothing. Who is speaking? To appear in your chamber, I must naturally be your husband." The voice resonated with a cheerful yet mischievous tone, echoing as if emanating from every grain of dust. "You, do not speak nonsense. I have never been married. Where is this husband of mine? Behold the figure of the woman. Indeed, it is the act of a couple. I have seen you in your entirety, your exquisite form, the sweet fragrance of your being, and the alluring beauty of your markings." How lovely! Yeching was incensed. Her cheeks flushed with indignation as she glared at every corner of the room, yet found it utterly empty. Stammering, she retorted, You, scoundrel." Suddenly, a hand reached out from behind her, caressing her face. As Yeching, in a fit of anger, turned around, the hand grazed her posterior eye. In a flurry of confusion, she let out a frantic scream. She then quietly searched her consciousness for the trace of the hidden spirit, only to discover an extraordinarily enchanting man standing before her, grinning mischievously. Seizing the moment, she grasped the man's arm and unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, causing his form to materialize into a tangible presence. "Who is this devil? Watch as I do not end your life." In her previous life, Yeching was the daughter of a noble family, preserving her virtue with utmost diligence. She had never endured such lewdness from a man. Now, having been gazed upon so brazenly, she felt the only recourse was either to marry him or to eliminate him, and undoubtedly, Yeching chose the latter. Just as she prepared to employ her destructive spiritual technique to kill him, he adeptly evaded her strike, swiftly capturing her spiritual eye, suppressing all her cultivation within her body, rendering her helpless as a fish on a chopping block. "Anu?" He chuckled lightly. "You are called Anu. Ever since you entered Fengqi City, I have been captivated by your beauty, your radiant eyes occupying my thoughts every moment. Will you marry me and become my lady?" As he spoke, he pressed his alluring lips against Yeching's neck. Inhaling deeply, intoxicated by her faint fragrance and the scent of her hair. "Shameless! Let me go, or I shall call for help." Yeching's face flushed crimson with anger and a hint of embarrassment. "I have already set up a barrier outside the room. Even if you scream until your throat is raw, no one will hear you. It is just you and me now. As a solitary man and woman, how shall we enjoy this splendid night?" Yeching felt utterly lost, unsure of how to respond. Was she truly to lose her virtue and become another's woman? No. She longed for the immortal who had shared 10 days and nights with her. Their souls intertwined. She had once secretly fantasized about marrying that immortal in a serene paradise, living a simple, unremarkable life. Now, having finally found the immortal, was she to see this beautiful dream extinguished before it even began? She was unwilling. Yet, what could she do to halt this impending doom? The answer was nothing. Disappointment washed over her, as if she had been unceremoniously kicked into an abyss, entangled with countless corpses. In that moment, her fear dissipated. only to be replaced by a profound sense of loss, as if her heart had perished. Pearly tears cascaded down her cheeks, landing on the man's elegant hand. Her visage, kissed by tears, appeared even more ravishing, as though it might bleed. The man, witnessing her tears, found himself at a loss, hastily releasing her, his handsome features shadowed by a fleeting sense of melancholy, before he vanished like the wind. Chapter 44. To take you as my wife, a lingering echo remained. I am Feng Zimo. Today I return this ring to you. One day, I shall take you as my wife. Nuyeking stared dazedly at the ring on the table. The petals of the rhododendron, like glass, shimmered and sparkled in exquisite radiance. She moved to the window and gazed around. The fierce winds continued to howl, and the torrential rain fell unceasingly, while an ominous energy surged freely. Delicate strands of hair, reminiscent of willow catkins, danced in the swirling breeze, intertwining and becoming impossible to untangle. A peculiar sentiment surged within her like a wild spirit, causing a ringing in her ears and blinding her with its intensity. The strikingly handsome man, with a domineering declaration of affection, would surely stir even the most indifferent heart, causing even the heart of a stone woman to flutter with shyness. If a celestial being were to speak to her in such a manner, she would eagerly acquiesce 100,000 times. Not only would she be willing to marry him, but she would gladly embrace death itself if it were his wish. The flickering candlelight wavered, casting a gentle red glow that illuminated the room as if it were midday. Anu, the spirit of Exion has arrived. The wolf woman's resonant voice pulled Nu Yiqing back from her reverie at the window, where she had been lost in a multitude of thoughts. She felt a moment of hesitation, then composed herself, closing the window and picking up the ring from the table, still warm to the touch, causing her heart to flutter slightly before settling into calmness. Please come in. The wolf woman and Exion Anlin entered the room. Exion Anlin slightly bowed, his gaze falling upon Nu Yiqing, whose refreshing yet enchanting presence stirred a wave of admiration within him. He had never encountered a woman who could maintain such beauty and confidence even after the ravages of disfigurement, which deepened his respect for her. Greetings, master of the pavilion. May I inquire what instructions you have for this humble spirit? Exion Anlin sought to downplay his status. Nu Yiqing was well aware of her identity and capabilities. She dared not act arrogantly or with disregard now that she had unexpectedly become the master of Mihua Pavilion. She quickly rose to assist Exion Anlin, speaking softly. How could a celestial being lower himself in such a manner? I am but a minor demon, unworthy of such grand courtesy. There is no need for such formality, as it would leave me flabbergasted and at a loss, Exion Anlin replied, nodding inwardly. Though we may belong to different realms, you are the master of Mihua Pavilion, and it is only fitting that I pay my respects. This time, he spoke from the heart. The demon race was known for its arrogance and disdain, yet Nu Yiqing's demeanor compelled him to reassess her character. What kind of person was she, that despite bearing the aura of a demon, she had earned the trust and esteem of a celestial being? Surely, she must be extraordinary. Nu Yiqing, dismissing the formalities, turned directly to the matter at hand. I summoned you to discuss strategies regarding the impending turmoil in Fengqi City. You are aware that the celestial being, Gu Ming, requires the souls of 9,999 young men and women to activate the blood-soaked formation. Should this formation be unleashed, it would cause Fengqi City to sink into the sea, leading to a deluge that would engulf the infernal sea, resulting in catastrophic floods across the realms. This is the first concern. Secondly, the activation of the blood-soaked formation could disrupt the cycle of rebirth, allowing the demons of Min Huang to resurrect and wreak havoc, shattering established order. Each of these outcomes would herald a disaster of monumental proportions. I trust that you, Exion Xianling, are already cognizant of these consequences. However, I am curious about how your celestial realm intends to avert this calamity. Exion Anlin's expression turned grave. The 10 celestial spirits had been sent by the celestial being, Shang Hui, with the mission to prevent this disaster. Yet, they had yet to devise a robust strategy. A direct assault might be their only option. However, the situation had now shifted, with the unexpected emergence of the demon Anu, who had become the master of Mihua Pavilion by divine decree, suggesting that she might possess a solution. The words of the master of the temple ring true. You are indeed sent by the celestial realm to alleviate calamities. Now that you hold the title of master, you shall command us to dispel these misfortunes. The peony mark on the right cheek of Nu Yiqing radiates a dazzling brilliance in the candlelight, flickering enchantingly. Since the celestial spirit has thus spoken, I shall humbly comply. Should I cause any offense henceforth, I beseech the celestial spirit not to take it to heart. Exion Anlin smiled faintly, a subtle halo appearing on her deep purple brocade robe. Nu Yeching, wary of eavesdroppers, conveyed her plans to Xian Anlin through her spiritual sense. Gradually, the somber depths of Xian Anlin's eyes sparkled with clarity, a satisfied smile gracing her previously sullen face. Excellent, wonderful, remarkable. I shall take my leave for now. Ever ready to heed the Master's command. With that, she departed. The night deepened, and the candlelight wept as droplets fell onto the lampstand. Fatigued from the day's endeavors, Nu Yeching prepared to disrobe and rest. Yet, the mysterious wolf girl approached her with an air of intrigue anew. Do you know whom I encountered today? Who? Nu Yeching mused, racking her brain for familiar faces. Curiosity piqued as she gazed at the striking wolf girl beside her. Today in the hall, I met the fox spirit who collided with us that day, and I have tracked his whereabouts. Tomorrow, we shall reclaim your ring. Nu Yeching grinned mischievously, extending her hand where the uniquely crafted ring fit perfectly. Here it is. The wolf girl, incredulous, grasped her hand for a closer inspection, exclaiming in astonishment, How did you find it? Nu Yeching, prompted by the question, recalled the earlier encounter, a mix of irritation and incredulity washing over her. Concealing her fluttering heart, she playfully tugged the wolf girl toward the bed. A secret that has sunk to the depths of the sea. The wolf girl, bemused yet weary, thought little of it. Nu Yeching returned to her bed, tossing and turning, unable to find sleep. The words of the man echoed in her mind. I am Feng Zimo. Today I return your ring, and one day I shall take you as my wife. The phrase reverberated endlessly within her, robbing her of slumber. Suddenly, a fierce blaze erupted, akin to a wild beast unleashed, ravenously consuming the entire courtyard. Where the fire spread, agony and ash prevailed, cries of despair filling the air. The heart-wrenching wails of the wronged pierced the stillness of the vast, dark night, only to be swallowed by the oppressive void above. A dozen soldiers, spears raised, dragged the surviving members of the new family into the courtyard. Nu Ruei shielded his son, Nu Tianji, protectively behind him, his pristine white robe untouched. Elder brother, since you have arrived, why not step forth and bid farewell? Concealed in the shadows, Zhao Rongda contemplated Nu Ruei's words for a moment before emerging into the courtyard ablaze with flames, flanked by two soldiers who held a woman in a tight grip. Father, Nu Ruei was taken aback. His younger daughter had gone to her grandmother's home for a spring outing 2 days prior, and he had hoped she would escape the disaster. Yet, he never anticipated. Younger daughter? Sister? Nu Ruei stepped forward in defiance, only to be met with a soldier's kick that sent him crashing to the ground. His frail constitution, akin to that of a delicate scholar, could hardly withstand such treatment, and his visage contorted in agony. Zhao Rongda, do you not value even a shred of loyalty? Do you wish to bring about the extinction of my lineage? Chapter 45. Braving danger to enter the manor, a facade of hypocritical benevolence appeared on Zhao Rongda's face, as he feigned helplessness, sorrow etched upon his features. My dear brother, your collusion with foreign enemies, intent on rebellion, is a crime that warrants the annihilation of 9 clans. We are sworn brothers, and I had intended to recommend you for an official position at court, yet I never imagined you would betray the imperial grace, conspiring with outsiders to plot treason. Now that your deeds have been exposed, though I am the prime minister, I cannot shield you without jeopardizing the entire dynasty. With that, he pretended to wipe away tears with his sleeve. However, the emperor has graciously granted the union of Qinger and Chenger, and on the day Chenger returns to life, they shall wed. Thus, Qinger will become a daughter-in-law of the Zhao family, ensuring that I do not accompany my dear brother on the path to the underworld, allowing me to preserve the last drop of my bloodline, thus honoring the brotherly bond we have shared for so many years. Inu Ruei, upon hearing Zhao Rongda's words, was left speechless, fury consuming him as he coughed up blood. Splattering the girl before him, he pointed an accusatory finger at Zhao Rongda, cursing. I never expected you to be so heartless. The girl was startled, glancing at the blood on her body, trembling. No, father. Nu Yeching was jolted awake from a nightmare, her entire body drenched and feeling utterly uncomfortable. Miss, what is the matter? Inquired a girl of delicate appearance. Her face pale, Inu Yeching scrutinized the girl before her, noting her ashen complexion and feeble breath, a clear indication of ill health. She shook her head slightly. It is nothing, merely a dream. As she spoke, she surveyed her surroundings, realizing that the stone chamber, filled with barriers, housed not only herself and the girl before her, but also 11 other girls of similar age, each with vacant expressions and hollow gazes. As if devoid of souls and life, it was then that New Yeching comprehended she was no longer in the Mi Hua Zhai. But where was this place? How had she come to be here? She had no recollection. A chill ran down her spine. Had she fallen into the hands of brigands? The thought made her anxious. She wondered about the whereabouts of the wolf girl. Thus, she placed all her hopes upon the girl. What is your name? Where is this place? How did I end up here? I am Xiaoyu, the girl replied. This is Feng Jin, the sky prison of Feng Chi City. You were captured last night by Elder Gung and some disciples. Feng Jin, does this mean I have entered the Lord's manor of Feng Chi City? It seems my method has indeed borne fruit. The next step is to move to Yu Guan Tower and awaken Lu Pia Piao. Nu Yeching muttered to herself. What did you say was useful? Xiaoyu asked, her eyes wide with confusion. And Yu Yeching's eyes darted, and she forced a foolish smile. Oh, it's nothing. I merely remarked that this is truly a splendid place. A hint of helpless melancholy graced Xiaoyu's pale face, for this was no splendid place. It was a hell that devoured its victims whole. Since being imprisoned here many days ago, she has struggled daily in agony, calling out and praying, hoping that someone might rescue her. Alas, such hopes remain just that, hopes. Foolish girl, murmured Xiaoyu. The guards of the Phoenix prison say we are to die soon. Our souls to be extracted to activate some formation. At that point, the city lord's wife will awaken, and the price will be our very lives. She gestured towards a corner where 11 women sat, their souls already drawn away. A tinge of sorrow crossed her gaze as it swept over them, before fixing upon the skylight above. The weather was splendid. Yet a hazy mist lingered, obscuring the clearest expanse of blue. Xiaoyu paused, her eyes gently closing. In truth, I fear not death. I am merely unable to relinquish the thought of my soul brother. If I were to perish, what would become of him? And Yeching observed Xiaoyu's face, etched with unbearable pain and compassion, which only solidified her resolve. The square stone prison, filled with dazed and lost souls, was suffused with a melancholic atmosphere that colored every speck of dust. A beam of sunlight streamed through the skylight, warm and bright, yet forever unable to illuminate the darkness within the Phoenix prison. Nevertheless, to Yeching, that solitary ray appeared remarkably brilliant. The clamor of raucous voices shattered the silence of the moment. Bring the 2 women from cell number 4 who have yet to have their souls extracted to the Yuguan Tower. A voice, aged yet sharp, rang out. Understood. Soon after, the stone door of Yeching's cell creaked open, and 4 guards seized her and Xiaoyu, dragging them outside. Xiaoyu, already frail and sickly, could not bear this sudden decree of death, and promptly fainted, being hauled away from the Phoenix prison. Lush forests and towering bamboos concealed the paths, obscuring the destination, while the mountain mist meandered and spread, filling the air with the scent of bamboo. Amidst this beauty, however, lay a hint of ominous foreboding that caused Yeching to furrow her brow. As they traversed the bamboo grove, the imposing and majestic Yuguan Tower came into view, its grandeur not to be underestimated. From a distance, it appeared to merely possess more brilliance and authority than ordinary towers, but upon closer inspection, it was distinctly different, rising to a height of 33,333 feet and spanning 333 feet in width. The tower's surface was adorned with intricately carved golden filigree, depicting vibrant tulips perpetually blooming and wilting, a scene of vigorous life. Yet, a solitary snow-white tulip stood still, as if in slumber, devoid of vitality. Crystals shaped like bells, known as the soul recovery bells, hung from the eaves of the glazed tiles, capable of gathering the dissipated souls within the tower, preventing them from being lost to the winds. At the foot of the tower, a figure clad in a flowing purple robe, with long silver hair billowing in the breeze, resembled an otherworldly Azura, entirely devoid of any celestial aura. The purple eyeshadow accentuated sharp and sinister eyes that swept across the surroundings, leaving only ashes in its wake. This was Gu Ming. Beside Gu Ming, upon a golden-armored couch, lay another figure in a glass robe, exuding an aura of royalty, yet bearing a countenance filled with melancholy, strikingly similar to the one known as Gowon. His hollow eyes seemed to absorb all worldly matters, rendering them invisible. Surrounding them were 81 cultivators, meticulously arranged in formation, poised to cast their spells. No wonder the suffering of the citizens of Feng Chi City went unnoticed. They had long been blinded. Alas, is love truly the most poisonous of all potions? How could one consume the hearts and bones of others, leaving you deafened and blind? Nu Yiqing pondered this in the blink of an eye. She witnessed Gu Ming and his entourage performing the soul-sucking arts. Summoning all her courage, Nu Yiqing shouted, "Halt!" At her words, the surrounding murmurs ceased, and the dazzling lights dimmed abruptly, Yu Ming's malevolent gaze shifted slightly, and with a flick of his flowing sleeves, he appeared before Nui Qing in a flash. Circling her once, a fleeting glimmer of intrigue crossed his eyes, his expression dripping with disdain. You are the witch who harmed my subordinate? Are you referring to that incompetent fool who relies on numbers to overpower the few? Nui Qing quickly deduced the identity of the person he spoke of. Upon hearing her words, Gu Ming neither grew angry nor smiled, but an aura of menace emanated from the swirling violet lights. A witch at the demon brain stage dares to be so arrogant and ignorant of her own limitations, seeking her own demise. With that, a resounding slap pierced the silent heavens, causing even Go Wenhua, seated on his couch, to jerk his head in bewilderment. Chapter 46. The arrival of the ghostly messenger. Amidst the shock, silver light flickered, and opulence dazzled. Dozens of eyes in the square turned toward the approaching Go Wenyao, who was clad in a silver-gilded robe adorned with embroidered rhododendrons. Perched on his shoulder was Xiao Ku, whose small, crimson-purple eyes sparkled as they darted toward Nui Qing. Following closely was the very individual who had attacked Nui Qing amidst the sea of tulips. This moment, the clear imprint of 5 fingers on his right cheek stood out vividly, and a barely concealed fury simmered in his eyes as he lowered his head and whispered to Gu Ming. Sister. Xiao Ku, unable to contain her excitement, leaped from Go Wenyao's shoulder, fluttering toward Nui Qing like a moth drawn to a flame. In the days apart, Xiao Ku had grown considerably. Her crimson-purple fur had lengthened, exuding an aura of vitality. Nui Qing was thrilled, taken aback by Xiao Ku's ability to fly, and even more so by her graceful movements, which were utterly enchanting. Without a moment's hesitation, she cradled Xiao Ku in her hands and showered her with fervent kisses. The world is ever-changing. Amidst a myriad of circumstances, the weather shifts unpredictably. Yu Ming descended lightly upon the altar, his purple robes billowing as if caught in an unseen breeze, his gaze cold and fierce. At his side, Go Wenhua slightly stirred, his hollow, lifeless eyes resting on Go Wenyao, and his lips parted faintly. Brother. The return of the dual-born sons to the world is a matter of appearance, but their hearts remain unworthy. It was then that Nui Qing noticed the striking resemblance between Go Wenyao and Go Wenhua. Yet Go Wenyao's face radiated a vitality and spirit that Go Wenhua's lacked, his countenance as still as stagnant water, devoid of ripples. Yu Ming glared with an air of authority, his menacing presence commanding respect, and coldly addressed them. How is it that you serve the second young master, allowing him to leave the Yaohua palace? If he is harmed, each of you shall face the death penalty. As these words echoed, the servants who had followed Go Wenyao to the square fell to their knees in terror, pleading for mercy. There is no need for the esteemed one to be angered. I escaped on my own accord, and they are not to blame, Go Wenyao replied coldly. With that, he turned and guided Nui Qing a couple of steps forward, his eyes gently closing as he spoke warmly. This person is my acquaintance, a dear and cherished friend. Upon hearing that I have been summoned by the esteemed Immortal to the Lord's mansion, how could I possibly neglect the courtesy of hospitality? Brother, do you not agree? Go Wenyao deliberately emphasized the term brother, hoping that Go Wenhua would intercede and spare the life of the servant, Nuyeking. However, Fomeng had never regarded Go Wenyao with any respect, and even towards Go Wenhua he displayed a brazen arrogance, acting on his own accord. Yet, in the presence of others, he had to afford Go Wenhua some measure of deference. Otherwise, both the Lord's mansion and the entirety of Fengqi City would surely be displeased. Fomeng, speechless with indignation, was consumed by a fury he never anticipated from Go Wenyao's blatant disregard for his dignity. Go Wenhua, while contemplating how to rescue Lu Piapiao, still valued familial bonds, particularly when it involved a request from his own brother. Strolling quietly to Go Wenyao's side, he cast a sidelong glance at Nuyeking and inquired, "Does my brother harbor feelings for her? If so, I would be more than willing to arrange a wedding for you, allowing you to establish a household, thus honoring our father's wishes." The abruptness of this statement took Nuyeking by surprise. The little girl Zaya Kexen widened her eyes in astonishment, as though they were larger than copper bells. With disappointment radiating from her gaze and a trembling voice, she exclaimed, "No, my sister fancies the wooden immortal, not a dog." Zaya Kexen had a penchant for bestowing unflattering nicknames, and though they sounded peculiar, the moment was devoid of humor, overshadowed by a profound sense of loss. Go Wenyao, however, chuckled lightly. Brother has misunderstood. She is merely an old friend of mine. With that, he lifted the despondent Zaya Kexen from Nuyeking's shoulder, regarding her with affectionate indulgence. "May I invite my dear friend to be a guest in my residence, so as to fulfill my duties as a host?" The sound of bells chimed in harmony with the hearts of those present, as radiance shimmered like flowers sighing gently. Go Wenhua raised his head, sorrow etched upon his face as he gazed at the Yuguan pagoda, lost in thought of the woman deeply slumbering beneath the luminous pearls of the South Sea. The fragrance of blooming flowers filled the courtyard, while the chorus of 1,000 birds echoed for miles. What is happening? How did you return to the Lord's mansion? Nu Yeking, adorned in a light blue gown that exuded freshness and elegance, was breathtakingly beautiful. Go Wenyao was entirely captivated by Xia Kexin's pouting demeanor, unable to resist his fondness for her. I had been finding some semblance of peace within the temple, and with Xia Kexin's assistance, the demonic energy had been subdued over the past few days. However, last night, Fomeng unexpectedly appeared and dragged me back. After speaking, he rose and placed Xia Kexin into Nu Yeking's hands. It seems timely that you have returned. I had just heard from my former subordinate that an elder captured a girl marked with a distinctive emblem last night. I suspected it might be you, prompting me to rush to your rescue. Nu Yeking nodded slightly, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Brother Go, for saving my life. Had you not come, I was prepared to fight to the death. How could you even think of dying? If you were to leave this world, what would become of me? My peace of mind would be shattered without your presence, she lamented, nuzzling against Nu Yeking's chest. Although only a few days had passed, their bond felt as deep as if they had been apart for years. Each day without Xia Kexin's incessant chatter left Nu Yeking feeling desolate and burdened, with no one to confide in, which was a source of great distress. Nu Yeking, radiating brightness, could not resist teasing. Little one, after just a few days apart, you've mastered such flowery language. Surely, Brother Go has been your teacher. I did not impart any knowledge to her. Rather, it was she who taught me a great deal. One moment, she commanded me to engage in one task, and at another, expressing dissatisfaction with my lack of gentleness and culinary skills. Though these were trivial matters, it was evident that Guo Wenyo was quite pleased. However, Xiaoko was unwilling, hands on her hips, indignantly exclaiming, "You are but a fool, incapable of anything, causing me great vexation." Humph. Within the Yuguan Tower, resplendent jade glimmered radiantly, shimmering with brilliance, while a hazy crimson mist enveloped the surroundings, creating an eerie ambience. The long, flowing purple gown cascaded in deep violet, and beneath the mist, the pool reflected the cold, chilling pavilions, stacking upon one another until they reached the celestial heights. A letter from Granny Yin arrived, revealing that a ghostly envoy sent by the demon clan, known as Anu, was indeed this woman. You nearly committed a grave error, jeopardizing the demon clan's millennia-long plan. Thus, Gumu shifted to recline upon her bed. Below her knelt 18 figures clad in black battle robes and masks, standing resolute, awaiting orders. Since the ghostly envoy had arrived, the members of the demon clan would inevitably adhere to her commands. Yet, I remained perplexed as to why she persistently opposed me, sabotaging my plans. One among the 18 spoke. Respected one, could it be that she is an imposter? An imposter? Gumu pondered this possibility, as this individual bore a different visage from the one described by Granny Yin. While both were disfigured and shared the same name, this person emanated an ethereal aura that wafted ambiguously. A mistake must not be made. Confirming her identity is imperative for peace of mind. Chapter 47. Verification of identity. A few almost translucent petals of purple Yujin flower danced gracefully in the wind, settling upon Nu Yeking's shoulder, while the delicate moonlight draped over the Yaohua palace like a silvery gossamer. Nu Yeking gazed mournfully at the Yujin flower before her, her right hand clutching the jade pendant gifted by Qi Dream, as a faint scent of bamboo wafted towards her. Memories of the melodious zither resonating beneath the sacred bamboo surfaced in her mind. It felt akin to a solitary boat swaying upon an infinite ocean, aimless yet invigorating. Like a butterfly dancing gracefully amidst a flurry of peach blossoms, free and beautifully enchanting, or akin to the snow lotus, proud and solitary in the extreme north, untouched by worldly disturbances. Suddenly, a beam of purple light streaked overhead, unfurling like a fan across the sky. Nu Yeking, momentarily taken aback, quickly understood and followed the purple light. The resplendent tulips began to bloom successively, adding vibrancy to the hazy night. The tulips in Fengqi City flourished abundantly, reminiscent of a peach blossom grove within the demon clan, where every purple silhouette brought a sense of serenity. Perhaps within the entire arrangement of the hellish blood-soaked array, the tulips bloomed even more splendidly and alluringly. With her broken sword in hand, Nu Yeking, a vision of grace, stood amidst the sea of tulips, akin to a single green bud amidst the flurry of peach blossoms, fresh and beautiful, extraordinary and unparalleled. Jiu Mu, why have you summoned me? Nu Yeking smiled slightly, her willow brows arching. Could it be that you cannot kill me in the light and seek to do so in the shadows? With that, she glided to Gu Mu's rear, disdainfully stating, however, since I dare to come alone, I naturally fear you not. The cultivation of the demonic mind seeks to confront me. Such audacity is somewhat beyond one's measure. However, to put it differently, Gu Ming paused, momentarily taken aback, before letting out a light chuckle. She turned and gazed intently at Nu Yeqing, whose slight unease was evident under her scrutiny. Since it is merely the two of us here, I implore you, Nu, to speak the truth. She stepped past Nu Yeqing, positioning herself behind him, her discerning gaze appraising him, attempting to ascertain whether she was indeed a ghostly envoy. Although he distinctly felt the familiar aura of demonic energy, there lingered a faint celestial essence about Nu Yeqing that flickered intermittently, leaving him uncertain and unable to discern her true nature. Truth? Nu Yeqing struggled to comprehend, pondering what truth he referred to. She believed that her myriad secrets, particularly those regarding her identity, were not something she need divulge to him, nor did she possess any obligation to share. Was it possible that the ghostly envoy intended to play coy? Gu Ming assumed that Nu Yeqing was deliberately concealing her identity, or perhaps intentionally evading him. I'm already aware that you are a demonic clan ghostly envoy. I merely seek to confirm your identity to avoid any potential mishaps. I kindly request that you present the 1,000 kill order as proof of your identity. Upon hearing the mention of the 1,000 kill order, Nu Yeqing was genuinely taken aback. Aside from Granny Yin and herself, she had never disclosed the matter of the order to anyone else, fearing it might incite unnecessary complications. Yet how did Gu Ming come to know of her possession of the 1,000 kill order? Could it be that Granny Yin had informed him? It seemed that Tong Lan, being Granny Yin's own nephew, was unaware of the order's existence. Yet Gu Ming had such knowledge, indicating he was likely among Granny Yan's most trusted subordinates. Recognizing that her current predicament was not particularly favorable, and lacking confidence in averting this impending disaster, she decided to acquiesce, contemplating that this connection might indeed prove beneficial. Since you, esteemed Gu Ming, are aware of my status as a ghostly envoy, why then have you summoned me, seeking to extract my essence? Nu Yeqing turned, her face radiant with a smile, her gaze filled with intrigue, exuding an aura both commanding and frigid. When a ghostly envoy arrives, all members of the demonic clan must yield to their authority. This implies that during the execution of their duties, any member of the demonic clan who encounters the envoy must comply with their directives and assist in fulfilling their objectives. Should anyone obstruct the envoy, they would face severe repercussions, ranging from the obliteration of decades of cultivation to utter annihilation of their soul. Ji Ming, fully aware of this principle, felt a tinge of embarrassment upon hearing Nu Yeqing's words, beads of sweat beginning to form on his broad forehead. He feared that should he truly impede the ghostly envoy from performing her duties, he would face a dire fate. Please, do not take offense, for I too am acting under orders. However, your appearance and mannerisms differ slightly from those of the demonic clan, which has caused me some confusion. If you could present the 1,000 kill order to validate your identity, I shall gladly report to Granny Yin regarding any obstruction to your mission. How does that sound? Gu Ming secretly wiped the sweat from his brow, yet he had never been threatened before and was not about to start now. His voice remaining as cold as the heavy snow of midwinter. Nu Yeqing observed the expression on Gu Ming's face, choosing not to engage further. She realized that only by presenting the 1,000 kill order would Gu Ming likely heed her command. Thus, she leisurely retrieved the resplendent 1,000 kill order from her ring and displayed it before Gu Ming. The scintillating silver light, having invaded the half-closed eyes of Gu Ming, revealed a thick application of purple eyeshadow. A fleeting moment of daze flashed in her gaze, swiftly replaced by a countenance of Yu Ming, overtaken by excitement, lowered her head and bowed respectfully, uttering, Gu Ming has encountered the demon lord and the ghostly envoy, who graced Fengqi City with their presence. I beg your pardon for my inadequate reception and any impropriety in my conduct. Nu Yeqing, perplexed by Gu Ming's sudden shift in demeanor, replied with impatience. You did not come out tonight merely to confirm my identity, did you? Gu Ming straightened her posture, her tone markedly improved, which left Nu Yeqing somewhat taken aback. Indeed, I humbly request your forgiveness for such a presumptuous act. The politeness of the celestial being left Nu feeling somewhat disconcerted. As Nu Yeqing stepped forward and offered a slight bow, she said, I have an unreasonable request, and I hope the celestial being will grant it. Without allowing Gu Ming a chance to respond, she continued, I must return to Mi Hua Zhai. I was unwittingly taken to the Lord's manor in my sleep, and my friends must be anxiously awaiting my return. With that, she took to the skies on her sword. Mi Hua Zhai was ablaze with lights and bustling with voices. The luminous pearl chandeliers illuminated every shadowy corner, casting an ambience akin to daylight. Clad in a flowing water blue gown, Nu Yeqing gracefully entered the establishment. The revelers were oblivious to her presence, yet amidst the throng, a few discerning eyes regarded her with solemnity, rising to soar towards the upper corridor of Mihuajai. Hong Ling, holding a wine cup, was engaged in boisterous revelry with her companions when she caught sight of Nu Yeqing standing at the entrance, exuding an aura of freshness and ethereal beauty. A hint of ire flickered in her phoenix-like eyes as she slammed down her cup and declared, "I shall not drink anymore." Ignoring the protests and entreaties of her tablemates, she strode towards Nu Yeqing. At that moment, Xian Anlin gracefully descended from the top floor to stand beside Nu Yeqing. "Zhai Master," Xian Anlin inquired respectfully. However, Hong Ling, arms crossed, reproached with irritation, "As the master of this establishment, how could you vanish without a trace? What of your responsibilities? I suggest you consider abdicating your position." "Hmph." Hong Ling, do not be disrespectful. Xian Anlin shot Hong Ling a sharp glance before leading Nu Yeqing upward. Chapter 48. The discussion of Jingzhi Mihuajai, with its intricate carvings and opulent decor, exuded an air of grandeur. The crystal chandeliers hung like warm suns in the heavens, illuminating the floor where an array of fresh fish lay enticingly. The wolf lady paced restlessly within the room, while Xiaozhi, furrowing his brow, watched her incessant movement, his eyes sparkling with concern. "Wolf lady, could you please refrain from pacing? Xianling has already dispatched someone to inquire about Sister Nu's whereabouts. As soon as there is news, they will return to inform us, so do not fret. Have something to eat." The wolf lady halted, gazing at Xiaozhi, and reproached mildly, "Does Mihuajai have no theft prevention measures at all? Losing items is one thing, but now even people are disappearing." Xiaozhi could only respond with silence as the sound of heavy footsteps approached from outside, and a bell-like voice shattered the wolf lady's questioning. "Indeed, it is high time for Mihuajai to rectify its approach towards theft prevention. Otherwise, its members may find themselves bereft in the future." Upon overhearing the wolf girl's amusing inquiry from outside, Nu Yeqing sought to lighten the atmosphere. "Anu? Sister Nu?" Both the wolf girl and Xiaozhi chimed in unison. As the ethereal figure in a water-blue floor-length gown appeared at the entrance, her stunning beauty, accentuated by the enchanting peony mark, captivated all. She grasped Nu Yeqing's hands and urgently inquired, "Anu, where have you been?" "You truly frightened us," Nu Yeqing reassured her. "Do not worry, for I have returned. Haven't I? Sister Nu, the wolf girl's sister has been quite worried since she woke this morning to find you missing." Xiaozhi said thoughtfully. Nu Yeqing felt a surge of emotion, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. In March, spring is known to awaken, and one finds solace in slumber at dawn. The starry sky transforms, heralding a season rich with spring rains. Yet, the rains of Fengqi spring are both abundant and peculiar. Each night, torrential downpours descend, shrouding the air in a mystical haze. However, the peach blossom grove in the rear courtyard of Mihuajai remains untouched. Impervious to the wind and rain, the delicate pink petals remain undaunted. Nu Yeqing summoned all the cultivators of Mihuajai to convene in the topmost chamber of the Piaoshen residence to discuss pressing matters. The wind rustled outside, reminiscent of the biting northern winds of winter. The torrential rains cascaded down, striking the bluestone floor with a sound akin to firecrackers. The Piaoshen residence, the principal abode of Mihuajai, is situated at its pinnacle. Inside, the space is sparse and unadorned, yet imbued with an aura of spiritual energy, allowing for a cultivation speed 2 to 3 times faster than elsewhere. The center of the Piaoshen residence. The yin-yang fish ceaselessly rotate, gradually forming the 5 elements and 8 trigrams formation. A 3-dimensional diagram wherein lotus blossoms occasionally bloom, wilting after 10 cycles of the yin-yang fish. Surrounding this intricate formation are designated seats, with the principal position in the east reserved for the highest-ranking individual, Nu Yeqing. The other celestial beings understood that the master of Mihuajai held a status akin to that of the esteemed Xingshin Shanshangui. Although Nu Yeqing belonged to the demon clan, she undeniably stood as the master of Mihuajai, and thus they accorded her the seat. However, Nu Yeqing chose the lowest position, both to demonstrate her respect for the esteemed beings and to signify her intention to relinquish this role after resolving the impending calamity. Consequently, while the celestial beings felt a twinge of resentment towards a demon assuming the position of master, they nonetheless admired Nu Yeqing's self-effacing gesture, save for the proud and haughty Hong Ling. Nu Yeqing instructed Xiaozhi to prepare a cup of osmanthus tea for each person, rich and sweet, invigorating and nourishing. "Please, dear celestial beings, warm yourselves with this tea." Suddenly, Hong Ling rose with an air of defiance. Her crimson figure resembling flowing red satin, her graceful form exuding an aura of regality that swiftly morphed into a menacing intensity. With her chin tilted high, she looked down upon Nu Yeqing and declared, "No need for tea. If you have something to say, do so quickly. I have no time for idle chatter." Deep down, Nu Yeqing harbored a disdain for Hong Ling's arrogance and rudeness. Her disregard for authority irked her. Yet, recognizing her unique position and the necessity of their assistance, she suppressed her anger and replied with a smile, "Dear celestial beings, do not rush. I have summoned you all for a purpose, and I assure you, I shall not waste a moment of your precious time." Hong Ling cast a sidelong glance at Nu Yeqing. Were it not for the presence of senior brother Xian, she would never allow the demonic scion to flaunt his power in such a manner. With a cold snort, she returned to her seat. Xian Anlin, the senior among the celestial beings and their leader, rose to introduce the 6 newcomers to Nu Yeqing, apart from the 10 celestial beings from Xingqian Mountain. In light of the recent turmoil caused by the demons, the innocent citizens of Fengqi City have suffered immensely. As cultivators, it is our duty to rescue the world's populace. Not only have the 10 celestial beings from Xingqian Mountain been dispatched, but also 4 esteemed masters from Shoufei Temple, Jipu, Jidu, Jizhong, and Jishang. Moreover, Su Min has sent forth the twin flowers. The celestial beings Zhongfan and Zhongling, the 6 newcomers, offered a slight bow. Their expressions, however, remained notably frigid. It was clear they harbored an innate aversion to Nu Yeqing, given her demonic lineage. Yet they were restrained by the decree of the divine, refraining from voicing their concerns. Nu Yeqing rose and politely nodded. "I am grateful to all the celestial beings for your presence in our quest to vanquish the demons and save the innocent citizens of Fengqi City." When the topic of exterminating demons arose, Nu Yeqing felt a twinge of discomfort. Was she not a demon herself? The yin-yang fish spun incessantly, while outside, the wind howled and rain poured, creating a scene reminiscent of hell on earth. The luminous South Sea night pearl shone brilliantly, yet could not dispel the encroaching demonic aura. "Let me be forthright," she declared. "It is common knowledge that the city lord's manor in Fengqi City is enveloped by a formidable barrier. A direct assault is simply impossible. I believe the celestial beings are at a loss for strategies, and possessing exceptional cultivation, yet being unable to approach Gu Ming is futile." Nu Yeqing spoke coldly. Knowledge she had gleaned from Xiaozhi. Although Xiaozhi was merely a humble innkeeper, his eavesdropping skills were remarkable. The atmosphere around them was rife with murmurs of despair, as sighs echoed throughout the room. With no viable solutions in sight, Xian Anlin remained silent. He had attempted numerous times to enter the city lord's manor, only to find it impenetrable, let alone meet Gu Ming. Regarding Gu Ming, they were entirely unaware of his true identity, only knowing he had achieved the transformation of bone washing into immortality, his cultivation unfathomable. Nu Yeqing spoke with a calm demeanor. "Everyone, do not panic. I have discovered a method to enter the city lord's manor. To be candid, I was abducted last night by someone sent by Gu Ming. Fortunately, I am acquainted with the second young master of the city lord's manor, Go Wenyao, who saved my life. Regarding this formation, I trust you are all aware that the core of the purgatory blood painting formation is none other than Go Wenyao. He has been innocently transformed into a demonic beast, and upon the activation of the formation, he will become the puppet commanding all resurrected demons." Hong Ling suddenly stood up, exclaiming, "The core of the formation is its very foundation. Only by destroying the core can we halt the activation of the purgatory blood painting formation." The other celestial beings nodded in agreement. Chapter 49. The mystery of Gu Ming. To destroy the core would mean to kill Go Wenyao, and Nu Yeqing's heart tightened. What the celestial beings said was not unfounded. Yet she would never allow her brother Go to perish. What the celestial beings assert is not entirely correct, Nu Yeqing retorted, steadying her racing heart. Hong Ling pressed on aggressively, her phoenix-like eyes blazing with fury, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "Do you not hold this view because you intend to shield Go Wenyao? Or do you secretly wish to assist that rogue Gu Ming?" In the eyes of the myriad celestial spirits lay an air of perplexity, each one vigilantly fixated on Nu Yeqing, awaiting her response. Xian Anlin's demeanor was somber, an aura of profound spiritual energy emanating from him, signifying that his preeminence among the 10 celestial spirits was not solely attributed to his formidable cultivation, but also to his seasoned maturity and meticulous thought process. Amidst the tense atmosphere of the meeting, he maintained a lucid mind, comprehending the intricacies of the various issues at hand, presenting himself as a mediator, and cheerfully remarked, "Esteemed junior brothers and sisters, let us not harbor suspicion. Let us allow the host to finish speaking before we reach a conclusion." With the elder's words, the celestial spirits shed their trepidation. Hong Ling, however, wore a displeased expression and huffily turned to leave the Pushan residence. Nui Qing secretly rejoiced, for with Hong Ling's departure, she would not face any reproach, yet her voice intentionally rose a few notches in volume. Indeed, destroying a focal point of the array could dismantle the infernal blood array and avert the calamity of Fengqi City. However, should Gu Ming remain unresolved, a second, third, or even more infernal blood arrays could be activated. Surely, all celestial spirits understand the principle of addressing the root of the problem better than I do. Jipu, a charmingly simple monk, bore a kind and amiable expression that made him seem remarkably approachable. What the host states is indeed true. To vanquish foes, one must have valiant generals, thus ensuring peace in this realm. Amitabha. Jidu, Jizhong, and Jishang collectively echoed, Amitabha. With the support of the celestial spirits, Nui Qing felt a surge of confidence and spoke animatedly. Thank you. Esteemed seniors. Rising from her seat, she moved to the window, observing the rain gradually ceasing, droplets cascading down the window ledge, forming a curtain of water, subtly unveiling the entire plan. After the rain, the pure moonlight shimmered into existence, illuminating the desolate Pushun residence. The incessantly swirling yin-yang fish, interspersed in black and white, exuded the vibrant essence of the celestial spirits. Ethereal energy wafted unpredictably, enveloping her azure skirt, transforming into overlapping blooming peonies. Gu Ming was a name widely recognized, yet the true identity of this individual remained shrouded in mystery. It was known that this person possessed profound cultivation, frequently employing ancient forbidden techniques of the demon clan, leaving the enigma of their identity unresolved. Facing the 5 elements 8 trigrams array, Nui Qing murmured an incantation, causing the ring on her left thumb to soar into the air, revealing the ethereal Tongtian jade. Surrounding the Tongtian jade, a gigantic peach blossom gradually materialized, radiating a brilliant white light, with its edges adorned in a delicate peach-pink gilded trim. Exquisite and extraordinary, in the blink of an eye, the white radiance dissipated, revealing a clear mirror, reflecting the bronze-skinned man with knife-like brows and starry eyes. None other than the long-missed Dong Fu. Although his pallor and melancholic demeanor were perplexing, anew, Dong Fu exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement, as this was likely the first encounter since parting with the Chihu clan, his heart blooming with joy. Dong Gu, how have you been? Well, I've been well, though I have been greatly concerned for your safety during our time apart. Now that I see you are well, I can finally rest easy. Dong Fu hesitated, his gaze flickering uncertainly, yet Nui Qing observed that he appeared vibrant, though a fleeting moment of unease lingered within her. With no apparent reason for it, Dong Gu, I have a matter I wish to consult you about. I wonder if you might provide an answer. Please, speak plainly. Brother Dong once stated that whenever you require my assistance, I shall spare no effort. A sense of exhilaration coursed through Dong Fu's heart. This was the first time Anu had sought his help since he had rescued her. It was nothing of great significance, merely a query regarding whether Gu Ming was a denizen of the demon clan. Indeed, Gu Ming hailed from the demon tribe, though he was formerly the least revered of the 4 celestial immortals of Xingqian Mountain in the celestial realm. His cultivation profound and immeasurable. It was said that he was a demon immortal who, during the second heavenly tribulation, fortuitously encountered the demon realm's law enforcer, Wu Qin. The two fell deeply in love, and Gu Ming willingly relinquished his final opportunity to transcend to immortality with Wu Qin, only to tragically have Wu Qin inadvertently shield him from the third heavenly tribulation, resulting in her soul being scattered. Gu Ming, having transformed into an immortal, continued his cultivation in Xingqian Mountain. Though he had attained immortality, he remained ensnared by desires, the demonic obsession ingrained in his very being, ultimately becoming a fallen immortal. Later, under the influence of Granny Yin, he entered the demon clan and assumed the role of an elder. Dong Fu recounted the tale slowly. Anu nodded knowingly. Could it be that all these tribulations stemmed from love? A poison that gnaws at the bones? Subsequently, Anu engaged in light-hearted conversation with Dong Fu before retiring for the night after a long day. The following day, the abode of the soul god was enveloped in a serene atmosphere. While the bustling sounds of Mi Hua Zhai seemed to echo from another realm, it was not until a series of loud knocks resounded at the door that Anu reluctantly arose, lazily responding, "Who is it?" "Sister Anu, the second young master of the city lord's manor has come with a multitude of people to invite you as a guest." Ever since Xiaoji learned that Anu was the mistress of Mi Hua Zhai, he had become notably diligent, taking on all of Anu's chores within the establishment, claiming it was a way to repay her for saving his sister. Xiaoji's sister was the frail and ailing Xiaoyu, fortunate enough to have escaped being drained of her essence by Gu Ming, yet still confined within the Phoenix prison, awaiting the right opportunity for rescue. Anu sprang up with determination. This was her chance to infiltrate the city lord's manor once more. Dressed impeccably, she descended gracefully alongside the wolf maiden, like a stunning phoenix in flight, a vision of unparalleled beauty. Initially, no one in the bustling hall paid Anu any heed, but as the news spread that Go Wenyao and his entourage had come to invite her to the city lord's manor, it inevitably stirred a mix of astonishment and disdain among the patrons. The astonishment arose from the notion that a person of Anu's low cultivation could receive such an invitation, suggesting an extraordinary background. The disdain was fueled by the belief that those invited at such a time were likely not virtuous individuals, compounded by the fact that those with higher cultivation than Anu had already sensed the faint aura of demonic energy emanating from her, further intensifying their hostility. "Brother Go, what brings you here?" Anu, unfazed by the myriad of scrutinizing gazes, smiled lightly. "I apologize for my abrupt departure last night. It was a lapse in my hospitality. Today, I earnestly invite you once more to the city lord's manor, and I hope you will not refuse." Go Wenyao spoke with polished courtesy. "Well, Anu contemplated retreating strategically. "There's no need. I understand your kind intentions, Brother Go. Please do not dwell on last night." Anu fell silent, her words ambiguous, easily leading to misinterpretation. At that moment, Hong Ling appeared leisurely, adding fuel to the fire with her sardonic remarks. "Last night's events? Could it be that the young lady engaged in an indiscreet encounter last night, which has led her to decline the kind invitation of the second young master? It is evident that the second young master, with such ostentatious grace, extends an invitation for the lady to visit his residence, signifying his unimpeachable character. If the lady persistently rebuffs him, does it not serve to corroborate the notion that she was indeed involved in an indiscreet affair last night?" While the words of Hong Ling may be unpleasant to hear, they undoubtedly add embellishment to the tale, placing Nu Yiqing in a predicament, thereby justifying her entrance into the mansion. How dare such a reckless woman speak falsely? I assure you, Anu and I are merely friends. Go Wenyao, truly trapped, retorted with indignation. Hong Ling, undeterred, raised her delicate brows with a hint of mischief. "Humph, you call it nonsense, yet everyone at Mi Huazhai knows of the lady's disappearance last night. This morning, she returned clad in scarcely more than a veil. Could this be anything but the result of an indiscreet affair?" Chapter 50. A distance apart yet so close. Go Wenyao, taken aback by Hong Ling's remarks, gazed at Nu Yiqing in sheer disbelief. His attendants, witnessing their master's distress, rushed forward to confront Hong Ling, but were halted by Go Wenyao's outstretched hand. He understood that this was Mi Huazhai, a place not to be trifled with. Moreover, should he engage with that woman in red, it would be tantamount to admitting guilt. Observing Go Wenyao's silent torment, Nu Yiqing couldn't help but stifle a laugh, though guilt tugged at her heart, for she had indeed manipulated her brother's affections. Casually approaching Hong Ling, she spoke softly. "Today, I shall accompany the second young master to dispel any rumors of impropriety between us, providing the good people of Feng Chi City with a proper explanation." The assembly in the hall nodded in agreement, and Yu Yiqing followed Go Wenyao and the entourage out of Mi Huazhai. The once tranquil hall erupted once more into a lively celebration. At the top corridor of Mi Huazhai, Exine and Lan stood with arms crossed, with Hong Ling beside him. "Senior brother, I have acted as you instructed. Now we shall see how that enchantress responds." Exine and Lan shot a cold glare at Hong Ling, admonishing her sternly. "How many times must I tell you not to act recklessly? Senior brother, what has come over you? Ever since that enchantress took the helm of Mi Huazhai, you have berated me incessantly." Upon finishing her words, the once proud visage of Hong Ling now appeared pitiful, tears glistening on her beautiful cheeks. Exine and Lan, observing his once cherished junior sister in tears, felt his anger dissipate in an instant, replaced by a sense of compassion. The blood-stained landscape pales in comparison to the mere hint of vermilion upon your brow. To conquer the world is but a fleeting grandeur. Feng Chi City, situated amidst the sea of hell, boasts only the azure depths where the waves dance, while the rest is adorned with exquisite opulence and the soaring Yuguan Tower. At this moment, Go Wenhua stood atop the Yuguan Tower, beneath the luminous southern sea pearl. Dressed in a light blue brocade robe and adorned with a ruby crown, he exuded brilliance, his eyes reflecting a veil of sorrow. The once silent ruler of Feng Chi City now found himself overwhelmed with emotion, kneeling beside a crystal coffin, grasping a delicate, pale hand. The woman within the crystal coffin exudes an ethereal elegance, her aura enchanting and irresistible, akin to a celestial being. A single drop of vermilion rests between her brows, as if stained by the blood of a fallen kingdom. her beauty rivaling that of a goddess descending from the heavens. Go Wenhua furrows his brow and gently speaks. Pia Piao, the Xintian mystical lineage will manifest in 2 months, at that time. The dream of the past shall activate the blood-soaked array of purgatory, and you will soon gather your soul and reverse the yang. Finally, we will be united as one. After this heartfelt monologue, silence envelopes the air, with the slumbering figure offering no response. The stillness is reminiscent of a tranquil night, yet a tide of sorrow inundates the atmosphere. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierces Go Wenhua's heart, and he presses his right hand against his chest, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. The depths of emotion inflict a profound ache that resonates to his very bones. It is said that a man seldom weeps unless he is truly enmeshed in deep feelings. Tears blend with sweat, cascading onto his garments, transforming into delicate plum blossoms, in the radiant hall of Yaohua. Xiaokexi sprawls atop a table laden with exquisite delicacies, luxuriating in a goblet brimming with the finest rare wine. With a swish to the left and a swish to the right, she indulges in her cleansing ritual. The rich, sweet aroma of the wine lulls her into a drowsy stupor. Go Wenyang, accompanied by a retinue of attendants and maids, departs, leaving only Nuyeking, Xiaokexi, and Go Wenhua in the opulent palace. Come, take a seat. Go Wenyang courteously invites Nuyeking to sit. He then leans beside a goblet the size of a porcelain bowl and calls softly, Xiaokexi, I have brought your sister back, rise and greet her. Nuyeking finds herself both amused and exasperated by Xiaokexi's comically absurd sleeping posture, as she truly treats this place as her own home, bathing wherever she pleases. Playfully, she lifts Xiaokexi's hind leg, twirling it in the air while exclaiming, Your bottom is on fire. The loud exclamation jolts the slumbering Xiaokexi awake, flailing in panic. Fire! Fire! After a flurry of commotion, upon seeing the gleeful expressions of Nuyeking and Go Wenyang, she realizes she has been tricked. Woo-woo, both of you are ganging up on me. Seeing Xiaokexi in tears softens Go Wenyang's heart, and he quickly takes her in his arms, cradling her gently. Xiaokexi, do not cry, do not cry. Nuyeking, after taking a few bites of her meal, here's an announcement. Second young master, the Immortal requests Miss Anu to proceed to the Yuguan Tower. Nuyeking feels a pang of confusion. The dream of the past seems bold, for she had not yet devised a way to approach him. Yet he so openly summons her. It is an opportunity that presents itself, and she would be foolish not to seize it. Go Wenyang watches the messenger with vigilance, inquiring sternly, Do you know why the Immortal has summoned Anu? The messenger shakes his head. I do not know, esteemed sir. Realizing he cannot extract any further information, Go Wenyang dismisses him with a wave of his hand. What scheme might the dream of the past be concocting? His elder brother remains by Lu Pia Piao's side and won't leave until noon, while she is merely a pawn in the hands of the dream of the past, unable to safeguard anyone's safety. Anxiously, she speaks. Go Gidge, do not worry. I believe he cannot harm me just yet. Only by going first can I uncover the depths of his cunning plans. With that, Nuyeking rises to depart. Sister, I want to go too. Xiaokexi whines playfully. It is not permissible. You must remain by Brother Go's side. We find ourselves in the City Lord's mansion, where Gu Ming may invoke the demonic energy within Brother Go through various means at any moment. Only your presence beside him can safeguard him, Nuyeking said patiently. Very well. The fragrance of the blooming Yujinhua wafts 10 miles, yet beneath it lurks a turbulent undercurrent. The fresh aroma of bamboo shoots now strikes the senses as particularly pungent, far more repugnant than the stench of decay, leaving one with a heavy heart and an oppressive atmosphere. Jiu Ming's eyes glimmered with a cold light reminiscent of a wild beast, and her undeniable tone shattered Nuyeking's previously solid confidence, causing a flicker of trepidation to emerge. This moment, Nuyeking found herself immobilized, opening her mouth to speak. Gu Ming, are you attempting to defy the rule that when the ghostly envoy arrives, the demonic beings must adhere to their path? Gu Ming's laughter was laced with scorn, her eyes betraying a hint of disdain. I am not so foolish. Blame only yourself for misjudging the character and straying from the path. Among the myriad of souls, you did not encounter the right one, yet fate led you to meet the divine Qi Ming, who succeeded the position of the master of Mi Huazhai, intending to thwart my kin's liberation from the poisonous demons beneath the sea of purgatory. You truly possess audacity beyond measure. What? Nuyeking's eyes widened in disbelief, an undercurrent of turmoil surging within her. She could not have anticipated that her role as the master of Mi Huazhai and her intentions to resolve the calamity in Fengqi City would be known to Gu Ming. Even more astonishing was the revelation that the Immortal who rescued her from the eternal forest, ferried her across the sea of purgatory, and appointed her as the master of Mi Huajai was none other than the divine Qi Ming she had long sought. She had envisioned countless possibilities regarding the identity of the immortal, but never imagined it to be the exalted Qi Ming. I in the forest of beasts, amidst the sea of bamboo, 10 full days and nights were spent in mutual companionship. The familiar silhouette, once thought to be close at hand, was unknowingly a world apart. Chapter 51. The calamity of life and death in the place where jade saddles are carved and adorned. The tower looms high, obscuring the path to Zhangtai. For 3 mad months, the jade balance swings, the doors shut against dusk, with no means to retain the fleeting spring. Inu Yeching's hands were bound, trapped within an iron cage, akin to a bird imprisoned, stripped of its freedom. Her eyes brimmed with melancholy, a faint mist clouding her vision, as the hidden flowers of her heart, nourished by the essence of despair, broke through the soil, taking root and sprouting. Yet now, as they sought to bear fruit, they were met with frost, freezing all hope of life in its nascent stage. He, the supreme deity of the 9 heavens, harbored aspirations for the world, his spirit majestic and unwavering, his path flourishing with profound wisdom. He, who transcended emotions and desires, observed the realm with a cool detachment. He, the nemesis of demons, took upon himself the duty of vanquishing evil. They were destined adversaries across lifetimes, yet fate foolishly drew her toward him. Amidst swirling mists, flickering crimson lights, and an oppressive atmosphere, Gu Ming, clad in a violet gauze robe, moved as if stirred by an unseen wind. Her gaze, cold and piercing, approached with an air of desolation as she softly spoke. To be appointed as an envoy of the demonic realm, one must possess exceptional qualities, though I have never encountered you before. Your name often graces my ears. We may as well be considered acquaintances. If you are willing to repent in a timely manner today, I shall grant you mercy and spare your life. As the smoke brushed against her dazed eyes, mist and tears intertwined. After the thick fog cleared, a scene of clarity emerged, with the lush and vibrant Ujinhua blooming in a dazzling array, as the warm sun swept across the vast earth, leaving behind a realm of prosperity and harmony. Suddenly, a tempest arose, scattering the purple sea formed by the blooming flowers, dispersing the throngs of bustling marketgoers, and obliterating the gentle light of the warm sun. Then came a torrential downpour, drowning the vast ocean, as blood-red rainwater washed the sky, and shattered corpses lay strewn across the mountains, resembling a hell on earth. No. Nui Qing's heart ached as if pierced by daggers, uncontrollably clutching her head, akin to a wolf in the forest mourning its slain cubs, wailing in despair. I do not want this. The blood-stained ocean beneath the flickering blades of light, a transgression against heaven and earth. I do not want this. When one refuses a toast, they shall be forced to drink a penalty. Today, I shall act as the agent of the demon clan to purge the traitors, except for you. The traitorous demon, Jiu Ming's eyes shone like lanterns, her pent-up rage suddenly erupting, chilling the air around her instantaneously, as the dust morphed into sentient steel needles, rushing towards Nui Qing in a frenzy. Each needle, akin to a venomous insect, burrowed into Nui Qing's pores, traversing beneath her skin, a torment both agonizing and unbearable. This sudden pain and itchiness sharpened Nui Qing's muddled mind. She beheld Gu Ming transforming into a monstrous spider, her body swelling dramatically, limbs entwined with countless blood-soaked webs, drawing forth sharp steel needles. The purple robe billowed open, moving of its own accord amidst the crimson haze, an eerie spectacle. Nui Qing curled her body, droplets of blood staining her water-blue gown, and within less than the span of an incense stick, the delicate and elegant blue dress transformed into a vivid crimson, breathtaking yet heart-wrenching to behold. Her watery eyes, at that moment, were strikingly clear, her high forehead akin to a tower piercing the heavens, as droplets of blood stained her attire, tainting her heart. Suddenly, a sharp pang of sorrow pierced Nui Qing's heart, the reason unknown, in tandem with the pain. The ring upon her finger activated autonomously, the Tongtian jade soaring forth, suspended in midair, its white radiance flickering like a beacon of hope in the darkness, illuminating the eerie and terrifying night sky. Gradually, a colossal peach blossom unfurled, its white luminescence sweeping away Gu Ming's myriad blood-threaded needles, and the torment within Nui Qing ceased. After the flash of the peach blossom's white light, the mirror revealed the eastern bat, resembling a despairing creature, its black wings unfurled, obscuring half the sky, the wretched cries piercing the heavens, causing the blossoms of the peach blossom source to rain down in despair. A playful, dazzling white gown lay quietly upon the ground, white wings tightly embracing the form, with bloodied vessels scattered about the neck. The severed head nearby belonged not to the northern bat, but to another. The northern bat's bright eyes remained tightly shut, the mischievous glimmer having vanished completely. The peach blossoms faded, the ancients departed, leaving a heart-wrenching sorrow that pierced the soul. Perhaps the deepest anguish leads to a state where tears can no longer flow. A state of sheer hysteria at this moment. Nui Qing's heart ached so profoundly that it rendered her breathless. She trembled as she clutched the iron bars of her cage, screaming in despair. Little Bei, little Bei, countless calls echoed. Yet the familiar figure did not smile in return. It seemed even the eastern bat could not hear Nui Qing's cries. Jiu Ming, upon witnessing her Xianyue absorption formation being shattered, was momentarily puzzled. However, upon observing the events surrounding the Tongtian Jade and Nui Qing's desperate cries, she understood, sneering coldly. Humph! Who would have thought that the 4 bats would bestow the Tongtian Jade upon you? Truly a windfall without effort. Speak. As the magnificent celestial jade gracefully fell into Gu Ming's hands, a wave of malicious laughter followed. Yi Qing, witnessing the celestial jade bestowed upon him by Dong Fu now in Gu Ming's possession, was consumed by fury. Return the celestial jade to me. It was a token of communication given by Brother Dong, and you shall not take it away. The laughter abruptly ceased as Gu Ming cradled the lustrous celestial jade in his hand. Its white radiance warm and gentle, brimming with spiritual energy. He cast a sidelong glance at Nui Qing. This celestial jade is a precious item that connects to the heavenly realm, traditionally safeguarded by the 4 bats as a symbol of command for the demon army. Upon learning of Dong Fu's loss of the celestial jade, Yin Pao Pao dispatched a decree to the external demon clan, urging them to retrieve it promptly. Yu Ming approached Nui Qing with an elegant stride, the cold smirk at the corner of his mouth piercing Nui Qing's eyes with pain. Who would have thought that the demon army leader, Dong Fu, would gift you this celestial jade as a means of communication? Ha! While it is amusing enough that he presented you with a jade pendant, it is even more ludicrous that Bei Fu eavesdropped on the secret meeting of the demon clan and foolishly divulged it to you. Don't you think he deserves to be punished? Nui Qing, lost in a haze, recalled the moment before leaving the demon clan when he had inquired Bei Fu about the demon lord. Bei Fu had repeatedly stressed the importance of keeping it a secret from others, lest it invite death upon him. Now, it seemed that this death had indeed come to pass. The root of all this calamity lay in his insatiable curiosity. He had brought harm to Xiao Bei. If only he had refrained from questioning, Xiao Bei would not have perished. It was he who was the true sinner, and Nui Qing's heart echoed with self-reproach. A heart-wrenching, sorrowful roar shattered the silence, filled with regret and sadness. Nui Qing collapsed to the ground, lost and bewildered, his mind haunted by memories of Xiao Bei's adorable visage. Anew, there's a snake. Pesky little thing, are you here to mooch again? You always sneak away with my sweet and sour pork. Our Anu is truly adorable, never stingy, right? Anu, what's wrong with Big Brother? Wasn't everything fine? Why does he look so unhappy? It's nothing. He might just be tired. Let him rest well. Xiao Bei, why are you in a daze? Come here. I have something to ask you that I've told you countless times. Do not call me Xiao Bei. Anu, could you please refrain from calling me Xiao Bei? I am older than you. You should call me brother. Yet ever since you were rescued from the wilderness, you have persistently referred to me as Xiao Bei, and now even the 3 elder brothers follow suit. Truly sounds unpleasant. Let us not call me Xiao Bei anymore, shall we? Chapter 52. Soul-shattered memories of times spent with Xiao Bei flashed vividly in his mind, recalling how playful and endearing Xiao Bei had been, now tragically lost. Lying in eternal solitude, he must despise me, loathing the fact that I compelled him to reveal a secret he had guarded for centuries, only for me to satisfy my curiosity at the cost of his life. Nui Qing's gaze became vacant, muttering foolishly to himself. On Gu Ming's altar, a flickering glass soul lamp cast intermittent light. He gestured towards the lamp. Do you see? Yan Pingpa has already issued 1,000 death warrants against you. Today, you shall undoubtedly meet your demise. With that, he chanted an incantation, activating the Shura Phantom Solar Ray. In an instant, a tempest roared, sweeping in with an unrelenting fury. It was as if the heavens and the earth were shrouded in chaos, a bewildering haze obscuring all clarity. Whirlwinds danced through the air, stirring up the flying sands and stones within the tower, rendering one incapable of discerning direction. At this moment, Gu Ming, rather than hastily dispatching Nui Qing, calmly approached the altar's sleeping platform, gazing at Nui Qing with keen interest, and spoke softly. A mere pawn like you does not warrant my hand. Yuan Jia, your chance for vengeance has arrived. Pierce her right cheek, where the peony blooms with your sword, and you shall ensure her soul is shattered, forever beyond redemption. As her words faded, figures clad in white with blue trim emerged from the shadows, the very individuals who had been ambushed and grievously wounded in the Sea of Tulips. Yuan Jia stood before Gu Ming with a vacant stare, mechanically nodding, and then, as if becoming one with the air, effortlessly stepped into the swirling maelstrom of sand and stone that formed the Shura illusory soul array. Gripping his long sword, he advanced step by step towards Nu Yiqing, the cold blade glinting ominously, casting a chilling light upon her face, akin to the arrival of death itself. The dazed expression on Nu Yiqing's face revealed her acceptance of her fate. As she stood immobile, devoid of any inclination to evade, as the icy blade gradually pierced the fiery red peony, she felt as though a gentle breeze caressed her fevered cheeks, refreshing and soothing, the cold touch momentarily calming the tumult within her heart. With a swift withdrawal of the blade, Nu Yiqing sensed her soul being extricated from her body, soaring weightlessly beyond the confines of her prison, traversing the purgatorial sea and crossing myriad mountains and rivers, ultimately arriving in the peach blossom spring. She found herself back in the revelry with the four bats, no longer resenting Xiao Bei for playfully snatching the sweet and sour pork from her bowl, but instead joyfully placing all of his treats into his bowl, delighting in his beaming smile. Thus, each day was spent in carefree play, free from the scars of parting and heart-wrenching sorrow. This life, once destined for demise within a play, now seemed but a fleeting dream. In the third month, at dawn, with the moon bright and spring in full bloom, nature burst forth with wild vitality. A mournful wind swept through the towering verdant woods, carrying with it the pungent stench of blood and decay. Yu Ming's subordinates silently disposed of Nu Yiqing's body at the foot of the blood-soaked purgatory, where the ghastly grass thrived on carrion, allowing it to take root in her mind, devouring her flesh and blood. The moonlit night sky shone like a pristine mirror as a figure clad in snow white descended beside Nu Yiqing's lifeless body. The newcomer's icy visage bore a hint of something unusual, a subtle ripple of ethereal energy sweeping through the frenzied growth of the ghastly grass, causing it to wither instantly dead as if touched by a miraculous light. Nu Yiqing astonishingly opened her eyes just a fraction, her bright gaze reflecting a handsome visage. Boldly, she reached out, grasping the hem of the visitor's garment, her voice a mere whisper, akin to the sound of insects. "Divine One? Is it you?" The visitor, expressionless, twitched at the corners of their mouth upon hearing Nu Yiqing's inquiry. Subsequently, they enveloped Nu Yiqing's nearly rigid form and vanished into the night sky. Xingchen Mountain, nestled atop the northernmost snow-capped peaks, shines in harmony with the sun and moon, coexisting with the universe. Thus, the spiritual energy of Xingchen Mountain is abundant, brimming with celestial essence, bestowing blessings upon the flora and fauna that dwell in its vicinity. The elegant abode is nestled amidst the sacred woods of Shangling on the slopes of Xingchen Mountain. The colors of the Shangling flowers shift with the angle of sunlight, currently radiating a lush green hue, exuding vitality. Inside the dwelling, a plush white sleeping platform offers warmth and comfort, upon which a figure clad in tranquil aquamarine lies peacefully, her butterfly-like eyelashes veiling her bright eyes, rendering them lifeless and devoid of spirit. Chi Dream stands with her head bowed, her expression impassive, betraying no hint of emotion. Great deity, the soul of this maiden has been grievously fractured by the soul-eating spirit worm of past dreams, compounded by a fatal blow from a sword that pierced her vital essence. You have managed to retain but a fragment of her soul through your divine power. If the scattered fragments cannot be gathered, it may well be a futile endeavor, leading to her utter obliteration. A modestly attired man in a gray robe, exuding a gentle demeanor, respectfully addresses Chi Dream. Chi Dream, momentarily taken aback, turns to gaze at the motionless Nu Yiqing and slowly articulates, "Shanghui, we both understand that the nature of the heavenly Tao is beyond comprehension. The appearance of a soul from another realm here must surely be an arrangement of fate. To allow it to dissipate unchallenged would indeed contravene the heavenly Tao." With that, she strides toward the doorway, her eyes resting upon the vibrant Shangling flowers. Shanghui stands tall and composed, nodding in agreement. Behind him, two ethereal figures linger. One, an elderly man with a strikingly white beard and piercing gaze, is Suhao the Celestial. The other, a languid figure resembling a street rogue, casually chewing on a blade of dogtail grass, is Ichuan the Celestial. After a moment's contemplation, Suhao speaks gravely. It is said that when the heavenly emperor ascended the throne, the goddess Enwa gifted him a snow lotus jade cicada, which possesses the power to gather souls and revive the deceased. It is well known that the snow lotus jade cicada is a treasure of the heavenly emperor. During the devastating battle of the wilderness, he could not bear to part with it, even when the Queen Mother of the West was on the brink of death. Ultimately, it was the Nine Heavens fairy who, exhausting her life force, employed the soul painting technique to restore the Queen Mother to life. Due to this incident, a lingering animosity remains between the Queen Mother and the Heavenly Emperor. Thus, to borrow the treasure for the sake of a demoness may prove exceedingly difficult. Shanghui's face contorts with disdain as he shakes his head in resignation. Chidream's voice resonates as if echoing from the ancient past, hollow yet resolute. I shall devise a way to bring her back to life. In a realm where ice blankets the earth and snow flutters like feathers, the colossal transparent barrier outside is dusted with snowflakes that melt away upon contact. The Xingyi Hall, perched atop Xingqian Mountain, stands as the closest point to the celestial realm, serving as the reception space for esteemed guests from the heavenly domain and the Nine Heavens, as well as a venue for discussions among the three great immortals, where ordinary disciples are forbidden to enter. Cradling the limp Nuyeking, Chidream bids farewell to the three immortals, recounting the developments in Fengqi City before breaking through the barrier and soaring towards the heavenly realm. At the crossing, willows sway gently, their branches and leaves imbued with sentiment. Chidream, carrying the frail Nuyeking, passes through the southern celestial gate, her white garments billowing as she lands gracefully outside the Lingxiao Hall. The gathering of celestial maidens, upon witnessing the arrival of the great deity, retreats 10 paces in deference. Many dignified celestial beings offer slight bows, in unison proclaiming, "We welcome the great deity's arrival." Chidream, as cold as ice, strides unhesitatingly into the resplendent hall, golden and radiant, yet devoid of any presence. The heavenly emperor, preoccupied with matters of state, is nowhere to be seen. Where are the celestial beings? Quickly summon the heavenly emperor to the hall. I have urgent matters to discuss with him. Chapter 53. Seeking medical aid in the celestial realm, Qiming tenderly cradled the soft and delicate Nuyeking in her arms, exchanging farewells with the three celestial beings, and recounted the developments in Fengqi City before she breached the barrier, soaring straight into the celestial realm. The willows at the riverbank swayed gracefully, each branch and leaf imbued with longing, as Qiming carried the feeble Nuyeking across the southern heavenly gate. She descended gracefully in her flowing white attire before the Lingxiao Palace, where a host of celestial maidens discreetly retreated 10 paces upon the arrival of the divine presence. The distinguished celestial beings offered slight bows in unison, respectfully proclaiming, "We welcome the esteemed deity to our midst." Qiming, as cold as ice, moved with unwavering purpose into the Lingxiao Palace. The grand hall, resplendent with golden brilliance and suffused with celestial aura, was utterly devoid of occupants. The heavenly emperor, preoccupied with affairs of state, was nowhere to be found. Where are the celestial beings? Quickly summon the heavenly emperor to the hall. I have pressing matters to discuss with him. The celestial beings exchanged glances, then dispatched someone to fetch the celestial sovereign. The ethereal ambience of the celestial realm, with its swirling mists and enchanting aura, was truly deserving of its title as the supreme of the 9 heavens and the foremost stronghold among the 6 realms. The brilliance was dazzling, the golden hues radiant. The heavenly emperor soon arrived, his commanding voice resonating throughout the Lingxiao Palace. Clad in resplendent robes, the formidable celestial sovereign approached with grace, accompanied by a beauty in a flowing green silk dress, none other than Qianjia. Upon seeing Qiming, her white garments billowing and surrounded by celestial energy, Qianjia's face illuminated with profound joy. However, as her gaze fell upon the fragile Nuyeking in Qiming's embrace, the joy gradually waned, replaced by a hint of sorrow in her bright eyes. The celestial sovereign clasped his hands in salute, respectfully stating, "It is an honor to have the esteemed deity grace the celestial realm. I apologize for my failure to extend a proper welcome." His gaze swept over the injured figure of Nuyeking, whose aura was marred by dark energy, stirring a sense of vigilance within him. Yet, upon realizing she was brought by the revered Qiming, he relaxed his tense demeanor slightly, turning to Qianjia and solemnly remarking, "Today, I invited the fairy Qianjia as a guest to the celestial realm without informing the esteemed deity. This oversight is my fault." Qianjia smiled faintly at the heavenly sovereign's words, then cast a slightly reproachful glance at Qiming, saying, "Please do not hold the heavenly sovereign accountable. It was my folly to leave the 9 heavens for some playful diversion in the celestial realm. I beseech the esteemed deity's forgiveness." As the two exchanged words, Qiming's mind was elsewhere, and she absorbed none of their conversation. Enveloped in the white celestial mist, she seemed to have lost the tranquility that had sustained her for millennia, her heart consumed by the impending doom facing Nuyeking. "Your Highness, please refrain from such accusations. I did not come to seek retribution today, but rather to request your assistance with a matter of great importance, Qimeng asserted, softening her icy demeanor with a hint of earnestness. Qianjia, taken aback by Qimeng's sudden display of humility, found herself momentarily dazed. In her memory, the deity had always been an embodiment of cold detachment and lofty grace, a celestial being wholly removed from the mortal realm. She thought she might be dreaming, her gaze fixed in astonishment upon Qimeng's face. Since ascending to the throne, the heavenly sovereign had only met Qimeng thrice. First, when she came to congratulate him upon his ascension, second during the battle against the monstrous forces when they fought side by side, and now, with this unexpected arrival of the esteemed deity. In the past, the celestial being Qi Dream had always donned an expression that was cold and aloof, as if repelling others from a great distance. Yet at this moment, he found himself taken aback and somewhat at a loss. The celestial being spoke candidly, expressing, "I have long admired your formidable presence. Should I be able to assist you, I would not hesitate to do so." The heavenly lord paused briefly, then cleared his throat twice. "I wish to borrow your snow lotus jade cicada, if you would permit me." Although Qi Dream felt uncertain, this was the only opportunity he had to save Nuyeking, and he had no choice but to attempt it. The heavenly lord, accustomed to polite discourse, assumed Qi Dream sought assistance with a trivial matter and was utterly unprepared for the request to borrow his cherished treasure. His heart and soul was well known throughout the celestial realm that the heavenly lord was a selfish and ruthless individual, who would never part with his most prized possessions lightly. Observing the contorted expression on the heavenly lord's face, Qi Dream understood that he was a celestial being and must maintain composure, as well as an understanding of decorum. Thus, he sorrowfully remarked, "If it is your wish not to lend it, I shall not press you further. I shall take my leave and seek remedies elsewhere." With that, he strode forth, cradling Nuyeking in his arms. Exiting the Lingshao palace with determined steps, the air was frigid, and the night was dim. Each stride he took was laden with the chill of autumn, his heart feeling as though swept by a tempest. Leaving behind only desolation, as he departed, he heard a familiar yet sorrowful voice call from behind. Qi Dream halted, turning to face Qianji, who approached with urgency, speechless. "Your request to borrow the snow lotus jade cicada is for her, is it not?" Qianji spoke softly, her gaze fixated on the seemingly lifeless Nuing. "Is she the girl from another realm, possessed by the demon clan yet harboring noble aspirations, the one who once shared 10 days and nights with you?" Qianji's understated words rendered Qi Dream's previously icy demeanor momentarily unperturbed. The depths of his eyes reflected tumultuous waters, as Nuyeking's tightly shut eyelids appeared to him like a peony on the verge of wilting. "You have never easily revealed your emotions, yet your eyes betray you in her presence." During their time in Mihua Pavilion, he had already sensed the distinct nature of his feelings for her. Yet he never imagined he had already succumbed to mortal affections, while her own had surged uncontrollably upon their first encounter, a sentiment he had yet to perceive. With tears streaming down her face, Qianji was heartbroken. Qi Dream had never considered that her years of unwavering loyalty had evolved beyond mere master-servant ties. "Enough," he said. "The heavenly lord has treated you well. Take care of yourself." With that, he departed without looking back. Ascending into the clouds, love, unbeknownst to its origin, runs deep. Alas, such exquisite beauty cannot withstand the trials of one-sided devotion, leading only to mutual ruin. Qi Dream continuously channeled divine energy into Nuyeking, striving to sustain her fading spirit. If the snow lotus jade cicada could not be borrowed, he would seek out Master Tianzhong at Shoufei Temple to gather her soul. Master Tianzhong was the reincarnation of the Huqin celestial being, and the soul-gathering technique of the Huqin celestial being was a treasured legacy passed through the cycles of reincarnation. He was 80% certain he could restore Nuyeking. "Celestial being? Is that you?" Nuyeking suddenly awakened, gazing at the sharply defined silhouette, her voice a mere whisper. Qimeng, upon hearing the voice, felt an inexplicable joy swell within him. Never before had he witnessed a soul that was seemingly lost return to consciousness and speak. Could this be the peculiar essence of beings from another realm? Yet, as a deity, he maintained a semblance of composure and restraint. Though elated within, his countenance remained aloof and cold. "I am indeed Qimeng, the divine being of the 9 heavens." Niking had previously only speculated, but to hear Qimeng utter these words firsthand was a truth she found hard to accept. The disparity in their identities, the impossibility of their union, and her own hidden sentiments weighed heavily upon her. Her battered body trembled violently, unable to reconcile with this reality. Chapter 54. Qimeng's denial. Mountains have trees, trees have branches. My heart delights in you, Yet you remain unaware. One day of cherished companionship, and upon the falling of blossoms, we part with naught but silence. Within Niking, a fragment of her soul began to leap under the ceaseless influx of divine power. Though her body had awakened, her heart plummeted into despair upon grasping the entirety of the situation, shattered into countless pieces. Her heart lay lifeless, yet her emotions lingered, entwined in a bittersweet embrace. She yearned to break free from this embrace that belonged to no one. Yet no matter how fiercely she struggled, her body remained unresponsive, wholly unyielding to her mind's commands. As a fallen celestial, Guoming's cultivation was nearly akin to that of Zinchenshin, having descended into the demon realm to learn the ancient forbidden arts of the demon clan. Every maneuver against Niking, now in a state of demonic turmoil, was aimed to kill. It was miraculous enough that she could open her eyes and speak. Yet moving with the ease of a mortal was beyond her reach. Unless she could gather other souls, Niking's struggles proved futile, and she closed her eyes, distancing herself from Qimeng's gaze, which was as profound as the waters of a lake. Qimeng glanced at the pallid Niking, a wave of suffocation washing over him, prompting him to hasten his ascent. Through mountains and rivers, two shadows traverse. Whose love is this? Who truly knows? Qimeng descended into the farthest western lands, where mountains rose in layers. Verdant trees provided shade, and clouds wreathed the landscape. The scent of incense wafted for miles. The light of Buddha illuminated the surroundings, radiating a righteous aura. Ascend this Mount Juhua, and you shall find salvation. Qimeng's voice, gentle and resonant like the morning song of birds, brimmed with vitality. Though Niking feigned slumber, a flicker of excitement stirred within her, accompanied by a profound sense of confusion. Internally, her emotions roiled like an ocean in turmoil. Yet her face revealed no trace of disturbance. Qimeng gazed down at the motionless Niking, the brilliance in his eyes dimming momentarily as he lowered his voice. Do you intend to sleep on indefinitely? Sleep on? How could she possibly continue to slumber? Brother Go and the citizens of Fengqi City were engulfed in suffering, drowning in despair. How could she bear to witness their plight without intervening? And what of Zillian, the enchanting woman who had always cared for her, now trapped in the abyss, awaiting her rescue? Then there was Xiaobei, her dear brother, whose life had been so cruelly extinguished due to her own circumstances, and the inferno that had erupted in the Chihua tribe, where countless souls awaited her deliverance. Unbeknownst to her, she had accrued a heavy debt in this foreign realm. If she did not repay it, how could her heart find peace? How could she sleep soundly? Nu Yeching suddenly opened her eyes, and the once bright orbs were now ablaze with a fierce light, embodying the will to survive and an unwavering determination. With every ounce of strength, she cried out, I must live. I absolutely must endure. My life is no longer solely my own since I arrived here, and now this life is even less so. I carry many responsibilities and cannot simply succumb to slumber. Upon witnessing Nu Yeching's frantic outcry, Qimeng's dimmed eyes sparkled with renewed brilliance, and a subtle, wicked smile graced her icy visage, which felt strangely fitting, providing Nu Yeching with warmth and encouragement. Birds soared through the mountains, their calls echoing heavenward. The chimes reverberated across the myriad peaks, startling the woodland creatures into flight. The resonant Buddhist chants pierced the clouds, casting a radiant light upon the earth in her past life. Nu Yeching cherished the practice of bowing to Buddha and studying scriptures, often visiting the most renowned temples outside the capital with her family during auspicious times. Yet, she could not fathom why, upon hearing the sacred sounds and witnessing the divine light, her head threatened to split with unbearable pain, rendering her immobile, forced to endure the torment. Qimeng, observing her distress, understood the cause. You are of the demon race, associated with darkness, while the sacred sounds belong to the realm of light. Your low cultivation naturally cannot withstand such pure resonance. With a casual wave of her hand, she erected a barrier, and the excruciating pain that tormented Nu Yeching swiftly dissipated. A gentle breeze swept by as Qimeng and Nu Yeching ascended into the air, landing gracefully in the main courtyard of the Grand Golden Hall. Gazing over the expanse of the courtyard, they beheld 300 to 500 monks chanting, each radiating a luminous aura, their spirits soaring high. Qimeng nodded slightly and called out, Heavenly Abbot Tianzhong, Qimeng has come to pay her respects today. However, her voice fell upon deaf ears, as the chanting monks remained undisturbed. After a pause, a voice, aged and steady, resonated like the tolling of a bell. This humble monk welcomes the divine presence. Nu Yeching furrowed her brow in confusion. The divine being was the highest cultivator in the 6 realms. Although the ruling body resided in the heavenly realm, everyone typically showed deference to the gods of the 9 heavens. Yet, the heavenly abbot Tianzhong merely transmitted his greeting over a distance, delaying his physical appearance as if disregarding Qi Ming entirely. Before she could ponder further, a monk, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s, emerged from the grand golden hall with a kind expression and a warm demeanor. He respectfully bowed. This humble monk, known as Tiandao, is the abbot's junior disciple and will receive you on his behalf. After speaking, he gestured for them to enter. Qi Ming nodded in acknowledgement and followed Master Tiandao around the grand golden hall to the back courtyard, where the Tiangzi series of meditation rooms awaited. Please rest for a moment. I shall attend to matters within the temple and return to converse, Master Tiandao said before departing. The Tiangzi meditation room was essentially an elegant villa, surrounded by lush, vibrant woods and thriving bamboo, teeming with life. Qi Ming gently laid Nu Yeqing upon the Luohan bed, offering no further words, and turned to stand at the doorway, gazing at the swaying bamboo forest. The ethereal figure clad in moonlight white cast a particularly desolate and solitary reflection upon the ground, and Nu Yeqing then realized that the silhouette she had been so enraptured by now appeared considerably thinner. The ungraspable pain was akin to an everlasting heartache. She could not allow everything to be dismissed before it was even fully revealed. Who was the source of the haunting melody that entwined her heart and soul? To engage in random conjectures and to inquire personally are undoubtedly distinct states of mind that yield different outcomes. Are you not the immortal playing the zither amidst the beast forest? Nu Yeqing tentatively inquired, her voice barely above a whisper. Following her words, she let out a self-deprecating chuckle. Your silhouette has grown significantly frilier than before. Qi Ming's previously motionless form exhibited a slight tremor, and after regaining composure, he turned to gaze at the weakened Nu Yeqing on the Luohan bed. The barely perceptible mist of emotion surfaced in his eyes. I have never played the zither in the beast forest. As he spoke, the knuckles of his tightly clenched fists turned slightly pale. This sudden statement, a mere faint denial, utterly shattered Nu Yeqing's heart, which had long been akin to a desolate void. You are not. Are you not? Nu Yeqing's already frail body succumbed to discomfort from overwhelming emotion, leading to a fit of harsh coughing. But your silhouette, cough, cough. The severe coughing spell rendered Nu Yeqing speechless. Alarmed, Qi Ming swiftly approached, channeling his divine energy into Nu Yeqing's body, gradually calming her violently trembling form. With a cool, impassive expression betraying no emotion, he stated, "It is a miracle that you still possess a single soul capable of awakening. Presently, you can only prolong your life for 9 days and nights under the sustenance of divine energy. To survive, you must avoid any agitation that may disrupt your vital essence." As Nu Yeqing struggled to articulate the words lodged in her throat, her heart felt akin to being pricked by a cat's claw. However, upon hearing Qi Ming's own denial of being the one who played the zither in the beast forest, she realized that the figure haunting her dreams belonged to another. Her previous worries and self-inflicted sorrow were rendered futile, and her once heavy heart lightened considerably. Among the myriad celestial beings in the heavenly realm, any could be that person, except for the divine Qi Ming. An immortal may descend to become a fallen celestial and still share a bond. Yet a deity can only be like Zhuangzhou's dream, as radiant as the moon falling amidst the clouds. Amidst the colorful ethereal essence upon the azure jade table, the gentle moonlight cascaded, casting a solitary, desolate shadow. Ever since Qi Ming infused his divine power into Nu Yeqing, she had succumbed to slumber, a deep sleep lasting 5 or 6 hours. Upon awakening, she beheld Qi Ming at the doorway, his statue-like form appearing exceptionally lonely and desolate beneath the silvery moonlight. Nu Yeqing could not help but feel a weight in her heart. At that moment, the sound of approaching footsteps rustled through the air. Master Tiandao traversed the bamboo grove toward the meditation room. Qi Ming, possessing profound knowledge of the Tao, recognized Master Tiandao instantly and, upon seeing him, finally moved, gracefully stepping forward and addressing him. Master Tiandao. Master Tiandao hurriedly bowed. I apologize for making the esteemed deity wait. It is a grave offense. There is no need for you to blame yourself. Master, the matters within the temple are of utmost importance, Qi Ming replied, taking 2 steps ahead of Master Tiandao before turning to enter the meditation room, with Master Tiandao closely following. Nu Yeqing wished to pay her respects but found herself powerless. She could only softly say, "This humble woman has come to see Master Tiandao. I should have offered my respects. Yet alas, my strength fails me. I hope Master will not take offense." Master Tiandao responded with warmth, a cheerful smile gracing his face as he pressed his palms together and softly intoned. But Nu Yeqing, somewhat bewildered, chose not to dwell on it. Master Tiandao gestured for her to take a seat. Qi Ming cast a fleeting glance at Nu Yeqing before turning to take a seat on the stool. Master Tiandao, perched upon the same stool, regarded Nu Yeqing with a profound gaze, a peculiar smile gracing his lips that left Nu Yeqing with an unsettling sense of something amiss, though the cause eluded her. Had the divine being come to Shoufei Temple in search of Master Tianzhong for the sake of that maiden? Qi Ming nodded slightly, stating, she is left with but a single soul. Only Master Tianzhong's soul-gathering technique can save her. I wonder if he is able to lend his AIDI in an instant. Master Tiandao's countenance darkened, and with a sigh of lament, he replied, the divine being has arrived a moment too late. Master Tianzhong has already attained nirvana. The ceremony today is held in his honor. He then produced an 8 trigrams tray from his sleeve and handed it to Qi Ming, saying, before his passing, Master Tianzhong entrusted me with the task of delivering the 5 elements and 8 trigrams to you. How could Master Tianzhong have suddenly passed away? Qi Ming's mind was consumed with thoughts of him. Among the myriad deities in the 9 heavens, he had been closest to Hu Qin, often reveling in wine and song under the moonlight, occasionally embarking on celestial journeys through the breathtaking landscapes of the 3 realms. Akin to soulmates. During the Battle of the Wilds, Hu Qin led 30,000 elves against the demon army for 5 days and nights, on the brink of a resounding victory, only to fall into a trap laid by the demon clan, resulting in the annihilation of his entire force. When Qi Ming learned of his dear friend's demise, he was overwhelmed with anguish, heart-wrenching despair, and forged Hu Qin's spirit into the Xian Tian mirror, which ultimately repelled the demon horde. Later, Qi Ming guided Hu Qin's soul into reincarnation, and in this life, Hu Qin was reborn as Master Tianzhong, a cherished companion from the past. Being both a confidant and a friend, combined with his present need for assistance, the news of Master Tianzhong's inexplicable passing filled him with profound sorrow. Master Tiandao rose with a heavy demeanor, glancing at the bamboo grove outside draped in silver, where the gentle breeze stirred the leaves, creating a soothing rustle. Turning to Qi Ming, he spoke, what you may not know, great deity, is that 7 days prior, Master Tianzhong was in seclusion, practicing the Shaolin heavenly character technique. Just as he was on the verge of breaking through the 8th layer, he was suddenly ambushed by the demon clanist Baki Iron General, Zhang Qiuzi, along with a host of others, which led to Master Tianzhong's tragic demise through a surge of demonic energy and subsequent bloodshed. The transience of gatherings and partings, accompanied by boundless sorrow. Qi Ming clenched his fists, his lake-like eyes roiling with tumultuous waves of rage, yet he regained his composure in an instant. The bamboo shadows danced, and the solitary figure stood amidst an air of desolation. Master Tiandao, may I have a glimpse of Master Tianzhong's remains? His voice, laced with sorrow, echoed like a somber tolling bell, heavy with lamentation. Master Tiandao nodded, gesturing for him to follow. Please, divine being, accompany me. Qi Ming hesitated momentarily before rising and approaching Nu Yeqing, speaking gently, rest here in the meditation room for now. I shall visit my old friend. I will establish a barrier outside the room to ensure no one intrudes. He turned to leave, only to be halted by Nu Yeqing's voice. Life is marked by the impermanence of gatherings and partings, the uncertainty of life and death, yet to move forward is to embrace calmness. What of you? Have you ever found that calmness? Qi Ming regarded Nu Yeqing with a look of confusion in response. Struck speechless by his inquiry, Nu Yeqing fell silent for a moment before following Master Tiandao out of the meditation room. Time flows like water, and the past rushes by. When have I ever been composed? The very reason I fought so desperately to survive was simply because I could not let go. Time has passed so long, yet I find myself still striving, albeit now burdened with responsibilities and concerns. It is precisely this enmity, along with the weight of these obligations, that has fortified my resolve, has it not? What right do I have to expect others to remain untroubled? The next day dawned bright and sunny, with the shadows of bamboo swaying gently and a cool breeze wafting through, presenting a picturesque scene of serene mountains and forests. However, for the immobile Nu Yeqing, the beauty of the world outside the Zen room was a sight forever out of reach. Today marked the 4th day. I have only 1 more left, and I cannot help but wonder if I will see Brother Yun, Xiaoka, Donga, the Wolf Girl, Zillion, and Brother Go again. Especially that silhouette. Alas, what happened to the promise of saving the world's populace? What became of the vow for vengeance? What of the commitments made? Nu Yeqing awoke in the morning, listless and adrift in thoughts. To my surprise, I have met quite a number of people since arriving in this realm, and the debts I owe have accumulated significantly. The voice of Qi Dream echoed from afar. Upon hearing the sound, Nu Yeqing turned towards the entrance, where Qi Dream had just stepped into the Zen room. Why, Lord, you have returned, she exclaimed. Indeed, Chi Dream replied as he approached the Luohan bed. Lifting Nuyeking effortlessly and carrying her outside it is quite peculiar. Ever since arriving in this world, I have been carried about by others. My lord, where are we headed? Nuyeking, momentarily forgetting her inner musings, breathed in deeply the fragrant essence of the divine flowers and softly inquired. Duan Tianya, he stated, summoning a cloud to carry them westward. The momentary pause felt eternal as they stood atop a waterfall, gazing at the steep cliffs of Duan Tianya, causing their hearts to tremble slightly. The once smooth and unblemished Duan Tianya was now marred by scars from swords and blades, a testament to the fierce battle between the abbot Tianzhong and Zhang Chozi. What brings us here? Nuyeking asked, her gaze fixated on the sharply defined contours, a pang of sorrow piercing her heart as she recalled how much thinner abbot Tianzhong had appeared since she last saw his remains. Chapter 56. Gathering the soul to survive once more, I shall perform the ritual to gather your soul, Chi Dream said, pausing briefly as he gazed at the cascading waterfall, shrouded in mist, his expression a blend of melancholy and coldness. Gathering the soul? Nuyeking pondered, as she had been in a state of unconsciousness during her time at Xingqian Mountain and had not grasped what the immortal Su Hao had meant by soul gathering, nor how it was to be accomplished. Chi Dream withdrew his distant gaze, dispelling the weariness in his eyes, and after a moment, spoke in a low voice. You were struck in a fatal area, your soul scattered, yet miraculously, your heavenly soul remains. The other 2 souls and 7 spirits have long since dissipated. Tio restore you. We must reunite the scattered souls. Nuyeking nodded, though her understanding was vague. But why come to Duan Tianya to perform this soul gathering? Nuyeking questioned, aware of her own limited magical abilities and the inherent differences between sorcery and celestial paths. Naturally, she was oblivious to the methods and prerequisites for soul gathering. My Lord could easily find any location to gather the souls, thus sparing you the trouble of wandering and exhausting yourself. With that said, a flicker of regret crossed Nuyeking's pale face as she murmured, I feel deeply sorry that it has caused you such hardship. Chi Dream noticed the fleeting regret on Nuyeking's face and offered a slight smirk before reverting back to his icy demeanor. Tio wield the art of soul gathering. One must possess both favorable celestial and terrestrial conditions. Firstly, it is essential to select a place rich in spiritual energy, but even more crucial is the origin of the soul. All things are but dust, beginning from the earth and ultimately returning to it. Thus, the Western paradise stands as the optimal choice. The venerable Master Tianzhong had long been aware of Nuking's actions and circumstances, and having foreseen the impending calamity, he had already established 8 focal points at Duantianya: Qiantian, Kundi, Kungvutter, Lihua, Zhenlei, Zhenshan, Xuanfeng, and Duizhao. He entrusted the keys to the 5 elements and the 8 trigrams to the Master of Heavenly Ways, to be handed over to the divine being Chi Dream, facilitating the rescue of Nuking. Upon learning of Master Tianzhong's noble intentions, Nuking's respect and gratitude for him deepened. At noon, with a mere wave of his hand, Chi Dream lifted Nuking effortlessly into the air above Duantianya. A gentle breeze swept through, enveloping her in mist, bestowing upon her a sensation of refreshing coolness. Following this, Chi Dream ascended to the clouds, his crescent-white robe billowing in the wind, exuding an ethereal aura. With his left hand, he held the 5 elements and 8 trigrams, while his right hand, with fingers elegantly poised, whispered incantations. From the heavens descended 8 monks, each embodying the essence of the Western Buddha, sitting cross-legged with hands clasped in prayer, their sonorous chants resonating throughout the cosmos. At that moment, the tray of the 5 elements and 8 trigrams floated above Nuking, gradually transforming into a swirling yin-yang fish, which then evolved into a colossal formation of the 5 elements and 8 trigrams. 3,000 streams of water cascaded vertically, splitting into 8 torrents that surged upwards to infuse the 8 focal points, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Suddenly, an intense radiance enveloped Nuking as she found herself spiraling at the center of the yin-yang fish. Gradually, a sense of dizziness overcame her, and amidst the haze, she discerned 9 dark gray lightning bolts being inexorably drawn back from the 4 corners of the earth. As the 2 souls and 7 spirits entered her being, Nuking felt her blood surge violently, a torrent of heat swelling within her. Unable to withstand the tumult, she succumbed to unconsciousness. Amidst curling wisps of blue smoke, the serene courtyard bathed in moonlight revealed itself through the bamboo grove. A gentle breeze swept over the mountaintop, dispersing the lingering fog. Stars twinkled brilliantly, casting a resplendent glow. Nuking seemed to drift into a lengthy dream, witnessing the tragic inferno that consumed her family, being forcefully confined within a coffin in a marriage of the dead. while the soul-devouring spirit worm of the feathered viewing tower gnawed at her flesh, and the icy blade of Yuanjia pierced her heart, extracting her very essence. All felt as though she were reliving the agony. It was as if a breath held for far too long was suddenly released, and Nooking felt invigorated, as if everything was anew. Upon opening her eyes, she sensed boundless energy coursing through her limbs, granting her ease of movement. Rising to her feet, she found the chamber empty and mused. The divine being must have gone to visit Master Tianzhong again. Stepping outside, the beauty of the courtyard filled her with elation. The moon shone brightly, and a gentle breeze brushed past the silver-clad bamboo grove, serene and elegant. Unable to contain herself, she began to dance, for in her former life, she was the second daughter of a noble family, proficient in all arts, music, chess, calligraphy, and poetry. Yet it was her dancing that she cherished most. Under the moonlight, her enchanting movements captivated all who beheld her. Who would have thought your dance could be so transcendent? I am truly enchanted. A figure emerged from the bamboo grove. Inyeching was startled, halting her graceful movements as she warily observed a dark mass slowly approaching her from the bamboo grove. As the figure emerged into the moonlight, she discerned a skin as smooth as gel, with beguiling purple irises resembling a tranquil lake. Charming yet sinister. The light lavender robe, intricately embroidered with flowing cloud patterns, snugly enveloped her alluring figure. Who else could it be but Feng Zimo? Is it really you? Inyeching thought, recalling how Feng Zimo had taken advantage of her during her elusive encounters at Mihua Pavilion, igniting a surge of indignation. You shameless scoundrel, what brings you to Shoufei Temple? Feng Zimo approached, sizing up Inyeching from head to toe. Upon confirming her well-being, he finally relaxed the tension that had hung in the air. You truly had me worried. I heard rumors that you were utterly devastated by Gu Ming, and I didn't believe it, so I inquired around and learned that your corpse had been discarded at the Weijia grass field. I set off to find you, only to stumble upon Chi Dream rescuing you. I couldn't shake my concern, so I followed you here. Now that I see you're alive and well, my heart can finally rest. With that, he charmingly placed a hand on his chest. Humph, a facade of concern. Inyeching was filled with ire upon seeing him and had no desire to engage, so she turned and headed back to her meditation room. Initially thinking Feng Zimo would follow, she was surprised by his absence and returned to the courtyard. What's the matter? Aren't you coming in for a sit? Feng Zimo, slightly awkward, brushed a strand of purple hair behind his ear and gazed into the void. Since you seem to dislike my presence so much, why should I invite ridicule upon myself by shamelessly entering just to be scolded? Suddenly, Inyeching recalled the splitting headache she had experienced upon her arrival, compounded by the barriers set by the celestial deity of the Tiangu clan, and her understanding deepened. With a melodious laugh, she teased. Stop pretending. Even with your trifling skills, it would be a challenge for you to come in for a cup of tea. Coughing lightly, Feng Zimo regarded Inyeching with a teasing expression, tempted to give her a playful reprimand. However, being on her territory, he couldn't easily reveal his identity, and besides, since he held affection for her, he couldn't bear to scold her. All right, stop laughing. Now that I see you're safe, I shall take my leave. We'll meet again in Fengqi City, he said, impatience creeping into his voice. Chapter 57. The transition of the Grand Hall. It had been nearly 5 days since Inyeching's disappearance. Realizing that the celestial beings at Mihua Pavilion must be quite anxious over not receiving her messages, as well as her brother Go and Xiao Ku still waiting for her return at Yahua Hall, she felt a tightening in her heart at the thought of their prolonged absence and the uncertainties that might ensue. Observing Feng Zimo begin to walk away, Inyeching adopted a serious demeanor and swiftly pursued him, calling out, "Wait a moment, I have something to ask you." Oh? Feng Zimo halted his swift steps, turning to regard Inyeching with a mischievous glint in his eyes. Have you come to a decision about tying the knot with me? A flicker of indignation crossed Inyeching's serious face as she reproached him lightly. Don't wear that insincere expression. I'm speaking of serious matters. Do you know the current situation in Fengqi City? This seemingly earnest inquiry, whispered into the ear of Feng Zimo, resembled little more than idle chatter. What else could it be but a mere matter of conflict and strife? Such trivialities have never held my concern. Wherever you may be, there too lies my heart's intent. Upon finishing this declaration, the bewitching figure glided behind Inyeching like a specter, her frigid fingers brushing through his hair and grazing his scalp, causing him to shudder as if jolted by electricity, retreating several paces in alarm. I warned you not to touch me recklessly, Inyeching retorted, his eyes ablaze as he pointed an accusatory finger at the flower-like smile of Feng Zimo. A gentle breeze swept through, carrying the faint fragrance of the sacred spirit flower, piercing directly to his heart. Feng Zimo, acutely attuned to the scent of the divine, remarked, "I shall await you in Fengqi City. Do not even think of eluding my grasp." With a playful wink, she added, "Oh, by the way, Fengqi City is currently awash in blood." Nuyeking discerned the dire state of Fengqi City and wished to ascertain the specifics of the unfolding chaos. He watched the purple-hued figure vanish like a wisp of smoke into the horizon, prompting him to stomp his foot in frustration. Clad in a crescent-white robe, a figure emerged gracefully from the inky black bamboo grove, pausing momentarily before continuing toward the Zen room of the Tianzi lineage. "It seems you have nearly regained your strength, able to rise and walk unaided." A cold voice returned Nuyeking's attention. "Divine One," Nuyeking quickly turned and bowed slightly. "I am eternally grateful for your life-saving intervention. I cannot express my gratitude enough." Qimeng brushed past Nuyeking, striding directly into the Zen room. "Rise. The mountain breeze is chilly at night, and your condition is delicate. It would be best not to linger outside." The Divine One, Qimeng, a celestial being from the 9 heavens, was known for his compassion towards the suffering, descending to vanquish demons. However, he was also renowned for his frigid demeanor and reluctance to forge connections with others. This was common knowledge throughout the 6 realms, and Nuyeking was no exception to this understanding. Yet, this unexpected concern left Nuyeking flabbergasted. Stammering, "Why yes, thank you for your concern, Divine One." Nuyeking timidly entered the Zen room, where Qimeng had already taken a seat at the tea table, sipping fragrant tea. After a few delicate sips, Qimeng set down his cup and scrutinized Nuyeking for an extended moment, making him feel a tingle of unease, stealing glances at Qimeng until he finally summoned the courage to inquire, "Divine One, why do you gaze at me thus?" A smile, both mischievous and strangely warm, broke across Qimeng's lips as he replied, "You bear an uncanny resemblance to an old friend of mine." "Old friend? What old friend?" Nuyeking asked, curiosity piqued. "I have spoken too much," Qimeng interrupted coldly, extinguishing the flicker of interest ignited within Nuyeking. Rising, he approached the door, hands clasped behind him as he gazed at the luminous moon. "Rest early. Tomorrow, the succession ceremony will be held at Shofei Temple, and you shall accompany me." Nuyeking weakly nodded in acquiescence. "Yes." As the moonlight shifted, marking the passage of time, the dawn broke with brilliant sunshine and a gentle breeze swept over the mountain, rushing towards the Qianjin Hall, with a flourish of his wide sleeves. Qimeng summoned a refreshing zephyr, ascending alone to stand upon the clouds. Although Qimeng invited Nuyeking to journey with him upon the clouds, Nuyeking resolutely declined, insisting on making his own way westward. The two individuals soared into the skies above Jiuhua Mountain, where the entire landscape shimmered with golden light, and the radiance of the Buddha illuminated the surroundings. Sanskrit characters formed a protective barrier, enveloping Jiuhua Mountain entirely. Inyeching, trembling in fear, instinctively sought refuge behind Qi Dream. "Do not be afraid. As long as I am here, the sacred sounds shall not harm you," Qi Dream reassured, noticing Inyeching clutching his sleeve and retreating further behind him. With a gentle wave of his flowing sleeves, Inyeching found herself encased in a protective bubble, shielded from the overwhelming Buddhist light, allowing her to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Suddenly, the sound of 3 resounding bells echoed through the heavens and the earth. Startled, Inyeching covered her head with her hands, her eyes wide in astonishment as she observed the shapes of sacred sounds multiplying and enlarging beneath her feet, surging towards the western sky. In the azure expanse above, a phantasmal figure of the Buddha took form, exuding an air of majesty and righteousness. A gust of cool breeze whisked Inyeching into the courtyard of the Qianjin Hall, where numerous monks sat in meditation, their eyes closed and murmuring Amitabha. Before the entrance of the hall, Master Tiandao also recited the sacred texts, flanked by 2 young monks, one bearing a golden threaded red robe and the other holding a purple golden alms bowl. Qi Dream approached gracefully, his ethereal presence accentuated by the flowing crescent-white garment that swayed with each step. His handsome visage bore an icy calmness, exuding an innate authority without anger as he slightly bowed before the Qianjin Hall, then turned to face the congregation of monks. In accordance with the will of the divine, Master Tianzhong has attained nirvana, and the mantle of teachings is passed to Master Tiandao. As his words resonated, the sacred sounds within the courtyard intensified. Qi Dream received the silk garments and the purple golden bowl from the young monks one by one, offering a few whispered remarks before turning to enter the Qianjin Hall. Closely followed by Master Tiandao, Inyeching, wishing to follow, hesitated, recognizing her own incongruous identity, and remained outside to wait. Unaware of the proceedings within the hall, a sudden burst of golden light erupted from the roof. shooting into the sky and merging with the ethereal Buddha form. As the golden light infused the figure, it gradually solidified, revealing a visage that was kind and approachable. It was then that Qi Dream and Master Tiandao emerged from the Qinjin Hall and offered a slight bow to the celestial Buddha above. Instantly, the Buddha spoke, his voice resonating like celestial music, reverberating endlessly. Tianzhong has traversed through 3,000 cycles. Today, he has attained enlightenment and become a Buddha, for which I must thank my old friend for his assistance. I express my gratitude here. You attaining the way is my fortune. There is no need for thanks, Qi Dream replied. Master Tianzhong, with a benevolent nod, turned to Master Tiandao, stating, today, as my junior takes up the mantle, he must adhere to the Buddha's teachings and strive to liberate all beings. With utmost respect for the Buddha's will, Amitabha, Master Tianzhong affirmed. Yecheng, already terrified by Master Tianzhong's radiant presence, had hidden behind a tree, fearful that the barriers set by Qi Dream might falter, inadvertently shattering the sacred light and causing her harm. Chapter 58. Acquiring the wordless sutra. Peeking from behind the tree, she stole a glance at Master Tianzhong, who had achieved enlightenment, her heart swelling with admiration and longing. How could she rid herself of her demonic lineage and ascend to immortality? Alas, she lamented. Such aspirations were mere fantasies. With wide-eyed wonder, she gazed up at the colossal figure of the monk from Tianzhong, whose radiance illuminated the heavens. Unbeknownst to her, a mysterious force had already begun to elevate her, lifting her gently away from the ground. It was only when a refreshing breeze brushed past her that Yecheng came to her senses. Realizing she had ascended over 1,000 meters into the AI art in a panic, she flailed her limbs, spinning around to behold the serene Xianfeng Zhui'er and the immovable Qiming below. Help! Help! She cried desperately. But no matter how fervently she shouted, Qiming remained impassive, as though she had not uttered a sound, completely unperturbed. What to do? What to do? Was she to endure yet another brush with death? How tragic it would be to perish not by the hand of another, but by the very light itself. Surely, there was no one else in this world who lived and died in such a manner as she did. Should one consider this a testament to her tenacious vitality, or rather a reflection of her unique bond with death? Contemplating this, Yecheng could only shake her head in silence. Amidst the vast golden radiance, the ethereal form of the monk appeared, and Yecheng curled into a ball, cradling her head in her arms, desperately attempting to shield her face from the blinding light. Yet, as her body drew nearer to the source of the golden glow, she felt no searing pain. Fear not, fear not. You are fated to be connected with Buddhism, and this light shall not harm you in the slightest, the monk from Tianzhong declared with a warm smile, his resonant laughter echoing through the expanse. The birds in the Jiuhua mountain forest began to chirp joyously in response to Tianzhong's laughter, as if the sound itself infused them with vitality, bringing life to every corner of their surroundings. Startled yet indifferent, Yecheng lowered her arms and surveyed her surroundings, only to discover she stood within the palm of Tianzhong's hand, which resembled an expansive realm. She felt like an insignificant ant, acutely aware that a mere flick of his wrist could reduce her to mere fragments. A cold sweat broke out across her brow as the realization dawned upon her. Tianzhong, what is your intent? She stammered, wiping her forehead nervously. Surely, you do not mean to vanquish demons and eliminate evil? Ha ha ha. No, no, the monk replied, shaking his head. A gentle breeze swept through, dispersing the thick black mist that shrouded the distant sky, revealing a clear, azure expanse akin to a polished mirror. Today, it is your merit that has allowed me to attain enlightenment. To be precise, it is your tribulation that has aided my ascension. For this, I express my gratitude to you, Yecheng. Before we part, I wish to bestow upon you a treasure that will assist you in your future cultivation. With that, a tome titled The Wordless Scripture materialized in his left hand and was presented to Yecheng. However, her thoughts were not on the scripture, but rather on the name he had called her, Yecheng. In this unfamiliar realm, apart from her own awareness of her alien existence, she had never divulged her true identity to anyone. She had always been referred to simply as Anu, a name she herself scarcely understood. Today, the monk had directly addressed her as Yecheng, suggesting he possessed profound knowledge of her origins, or perhaps the legacy of Anu. Eagerly, Yecheng inclined her body slightly in a gesture of respect. Does the esteemed Tianzhong possess knowledge of my past? I humbly beseech the esteemed Master Tianzhong for guidance. Anu is profoundly grateful. This is a matter of celestial secrets, and I cannot elaborate further. You must remember that everything is predestined in the unseen realm. One must not force outcomes. Yet, The wisdom that success is ordained by heaven while endeavors are the responsibility of man should not be forgotten. You must take heed of this. Master Tianzhong's words were veiled and elusive. I, Niking, could not comprehend them at all. What does it mean that everything is predestined, and one must not force outcomes? And the dichotomy of success being in the hands of heaven while endeavors rest with humanity, these notions seem contradictory. One suggests submission to fate, while the other advocates for resistance. When I, Niking, wished to clarify the meaning of these two statements, I observed Master Tianzhong shaking his head gently, signaling me not to inquire further. Understanding his intent, I reluctantly swallowed my questions, resolving to ponder them later. Perhaps the divine being knows, I comforted myself. Diligently contemplating the cultivation methods within the wordless scripture will surely aid you. Having spoken, Master Tianzhong transformed into a beam of golden light, vanishing into the horizon like a mirror reflecting the sky. In that instant, I, Niking, felt my body lose all support, plummeting into an abyss of unfathomable depth. The winds whistled and the mist swirled around my ears, yet my heart was a tangled mess. The spring's gentle murmurs lamented the delicate flow, while the shade of the trees caressed the water with softness. The tranquility of the Zen abode stood still, clouds swirling around the mountain peaks. I felt an overwhelming ache throughout my body, an extreme discomfort. Frowning, I struggled to open my heavy eyelids, only to behold the unwavering figure in white at the entrance. Attempting to rise, I found myself utterly devoid of strength, unable even to lift my own frame. With immense effort, I finally descended from the bed, standing alongside Qimong at the threshold. The hour was midday. The sun scorched fiercely, devoid of the evening's enchanting allure. Curiosity piqued, I raised an eyebrow, observing Qimong's chiseled profile. Divine One, what do you gaze upon daily from this spot? With that, I stepped out of the Zen room and into the sunlight, the relentless rays causing a sharp sting upon my skin, prompting me to retreat hastily, pouting. Viewing the night scenery from here in the evening is indeed a delightful choice. However, during the day, aside from the punishing sun, there is naught to behold. Qimong regarded my comings and goings with a flicker of melancholy in his eyes. Look at the sky. What is so captivating about the sky? Do you not reside above it? I retorted. Living above allows one to see only the 3 inches beneath one's feet. It is only by standing on the ground that one can survey the vast expanse of the heavens, Qimong remarked with profound significance. I nodded in agreement, finding wisdom in his words, and stood silently by, gazing up at the azure sky. Qimong's gaze fell upon the scar on my right cheek, a pang of sorrow gripping his heart. He recalled how it once bore a mark of beauty, the peony picture, captivating and enchanting. Alas, I have yet to discover a remedy to restore my visage. With a turn, I felt the weight of a gaze upon me. As I glanced towards Qimong, he swiftly averted his eyes, coldly fixating on the sky. You have navigated your death tribulation with Master Tianzhong, yet it has precipitated the premature calamity upon Fengqi City. Prepare yourself, for when night falls, we shall depart for Fengqi City. And Yu Yiqing was only aware that the 9 heavens mysterious line signified the activation of the formation. However, the 9 heavens mysterious line would not manifest until 2 months later, and she remained oblivious to the fact that her disappearance would precipitate this calamity's early arrival. A few days ago, she had intended to glean information from Feng Zimo, yet found him to be utterly unhelpful. Now, upon hearing Qi Ming's words, Nu Yiqing's heart blazed as if set ablaze, compelling her to hasten back to Fengqi City. Chapter 59. Losing little to gain much, the intricately carved railing and the delicate red sleeves framed the window, where the dim light of the candle flickered against the vibrant red. Under Qi Ming's guidance, Nu Yiqing engaged in a brief meditation, harmonizing the 2 turbulent streams of energy within her, one being the demonic energy that had long resided in her, and the other the spiritual essence absorbed from the circular bead during her time with the Qihu tribe. The spiritual essence had entered unbeknownst to her. After a few hours, she felt a significant alleviation of the prior aches and fatigue that had plagued her body. Raising her gaze, she spotted a solitary figure at the door. The familiar silhouette bore a striking resemblance to the one she had once seen playing the zither in the 100 Beasts forest. She had previously speculated and, combined with Gu Ming's words, believed that the deity was the person entwined with her dreams. Upon uncovering the truth, she had endured suffering and despair. Yet, when she inquired directly about the deity, the answer was a firm no, which reignited her flickering hope. However, she could not comprehend why every time she glimpsed the deity's back, an overwhelming sense of sorrow flooded her chest. Sighing, Nu Yiqing shook her head, casting her thoughts aside. She rose from her bed and approached the steadfast Qi Ming, softly calling, "Deity." You seem to be in good spirits, Qimeng replied, glancing back at Nu Yiqing before striding purposefully towards the door. We are to bid farewell to the abbot of Tiandao. Yes, Nu Yiqing replied eagerly, understanding Qimeng's intention, her feet seemingly propelled by the wind as she raced towards the vanishing white figure amidst the bamboo grove. Upon arriving outside the Qinjin Hall, a gentle drizzle fell from the sky, and a soft light emerged from the horizon, exuding a veil of ethereal beauty. The abbot of Tiandao had already positioned himself at the hall's entrance. Gazing up at the celestial phenomena, his entire being radiating a serene Buddhist light, untouched by the surrounding rain, Nu Yiqing observed that since the abbot had taken up his post at the Shofei temple, his spiritual power had significantly increased, his righteous aura reminiscent of a celestial Buddha descending from the west, surpassing ordinary cultivators, though still not quite at the level of the Tiangong abbot. The humble monk awaits the deity and the leader of Mi Hua Zhai. The abbot of Tiandao said with a slight bow. Qimeng gracefully descended beside the abbot, signaling that no further formalities were necessary. Nu Yiqing stood timidly behind them, occasionally shielding herself from the radiant golden light emanating from the Buddha's statue within the hall. However, upon hearing the title leader of Mi Hua Zhai, she suddenly realized her earlier indiscretion. Scratching her head and offering an awkward smile, Anu pays her respects to the Tiangong abbot. There is no need for excessive formality. The abbot replied, I have come to specifically remind the Tiangong abbot that the remnants of the demon clan are stirring, seeking to expand their forces to contend with the celestial realm. We, as righteous sects, must not only eradicate demons but also bolster our defenses against potential treachery, lest we repeat the past mistakes concerning the Tiangong abbot. Qimeng's brow furrowed, her mind racing with thoughts of the demon clan's cunning, their cruel nature, and their disregard for human life, igniting a surge of anger within her. The humble monk will heed the deity's admonitions and ensure that the temple's defenses are fortified to prevent any opportunities for the demon clan to exploit. The first strike of the demon clan fell upon Fengqi City. It is widely known that the depths of the Hell Sea are imprisoned by the sorrow of death, containing countless venomous demons. Here, a blood-soaked formation of purgatory has been set in place, with all its core points set to activate in 7 days. Although Gumeng has missed the opportunity of the 9 heavens mysterious thread this time, the power of the formation remains capable of annihilating the entire Fengqi City, unleashing a portion of the venomous demons, and causing the island to sink, which would inevitably bring disaster upon countless innocent lives in the vicinity. Therefore, whether the situation is grave or trivial, it is imperative to act swiftly and decisively, leaving no room for hesitation. Qimeng's gaze was resolute, his aura exuding a magnificent righteousness, strikingly formidable. After speaking, he turned to Nu Yiqing and coldly declared, as the master of Mi Hua Zhai, you bear the responsibility of averting the calamity of Fengqi City. Not only have you failed to mitigate the disaster, but you have also expedited the activation of the formation. Today, I grant you an opportunity for redemption. You must, by any means necessary, halt the initiation of the formation. Otherwise, you will bear the weight of your sins. Nu Yiqing was taken aback by Qimeng's sudden reprimand, realizing that it was his own provocation of Yen Popo that had led to this hasty turn of events, leaving the citizens of Fengqi City unprepared. With the specter of death looming at their doorstep, I am indeed useless. I apologize. I shall exert every effort to rectify my mistakes, he stammered. Please do not blame the master of the Zhai. Our temple has already dispatched disciples Zhipu, Zhidu, Zhizhong, and Zhishang to assist the master of Mi Hua Zhai in averting the disaster. However, it seems that the master is destined to face this calamity, an inescapable fate, spoke the abbot of Tiandao, Nu Yiqing. Seeing the abbot of Tiandao radiating with the luminous light of Buddhism, felt a surge of warmth and respect for one he had barely encountered. From the moment he first laid eyes on the abbot, he felt an inexplicable closeness. Despite their limited interactions, Nu Yiqing held the abbot in high regard. Could this be the essence of the Buddhist spirit? With tears in his eyes, Nu Yiqing gazed at the abbot, whose brow shimmered with the golden glow of righteous dharma, and spoke with resolute clarity. Thank you, Abbot Tiandao, for elucidating my fate. My calamity is minor, but the plight of the citizens of Fengqi City is grave. I have sacrificed the greater for the lesser, inciting Gumeng to activate the formation prematurely, thereby placing countless innocent lives in peril. I willingly accept my punishment. The abbot Tiandao inclined his head slightly, nodding with profound significance, murmuring, Umitba, he continued. The distinction between divine and demonic lies within a single thought. A trace of goodness is divine, while a trace of malevolence turns to demon. Though you are of demonic nature, your heart is as clear as a bell, a rare quality indeed. A flicker of warmth crossed Qi Ming's eyes, his celestial aura swirling around him. With a graceful flourish of his broad sleeves, he produced a red ling and handed it to Nu Yeqing. This red ling, known as Feng Ling, is one part of a pair. Today, I gift you this as your personal magical artifact. Make good use of it. And what of the other one? Nu Yeqing examined the Feng Ling in his hand. Smooth as silk, light as a feather, imbued with abundant spiritual energy, it was evidently a superior magical artifact, yet he pondered the whereabouts of its twin. Qi Ming strolled away into the gentle rain, remaining silent for a long while. The fine rain fell like threads, the breeze felt like silk. Though refreshing, an inexplicable sadness lingered in the art. As Qi Ming vanished down the mountain path, Nu Yeqing hurriedly bid farewell to the abbot and hastened to follow. The following day, the two soared towards the direction of Fengqi City, riding upon auspicious clouds. Mist enveloped them, and a gentle breeze caressed their ears. The melodious sound of ding-dong emanated from the lush forest beneath. Drawing the curious gaze of Nu Yeqing towards the impassive Qi Ming, a surge of joy filled her heart. Divine One, is there a sound? Regardless of the circumstances, she ought not to worry. Her immediate task was to hasten to Fengqi City to prevent the initiation of the formation, rather than concern herself with other matters. Qi Ming replied coldly, devoid of any emotion, leading Nu Yeqing to believe that he perhaps had never been gentle, or ever shared a laugh. Oh. Nu Yeqing responded reluctantly, yet still found herself occasionally searching the mountains beneath the clouds for the source of that enchanting sound. Chapter 60. Quietly she weeps though her heart yearned to discern the origin of the sound. She never dared to stray even a step from Qi Ming, for she understood that more pressing matters awaited her ahead. Thus, she turned her focus and exerted herself towards Fengqi City. Shoufei Temple lay in the far west, while Fengqi City resided in the east. Typically, it would take a cultivator 2 days to traverse the distance from Shoufei Temple to Fengqi City. However, given Nu Yeqing's current cultivation level at the demon stage, coupled with her soul still not fully restored, her pace was necessarily slower, as the eastern horizon began to reveal a faint light. The crimson sun leapt into the sky. Nu Yeqing concentrated all her spiritual energy to control Feng Ling. As a magical artifact acknowledges its master, Qi Ming had only gifted Feng Ling to her less than 7 hours ago, so true unification required further acclimatization. Beads of sweat formed on her pale forehead as she gasped for breath. Her internal spiritual energy had nearly been exhausted, yet she dared not inform Qi Ming. Persevering through the strain. Let us rest on the mountain ahead, Qi Ming suggested, gliding past the crescent hem of her gown, as the refreshing breeze swept through, scattering her loose hair. His cold visage appeared unusually pale. Nu Yeqing, perplexed yet unaware of the reason, nodded in agreement. Very well. Fluffy willow catkins danced in the air, warm vapors lingered, and a quaint bridge meandered around the homes. The rich aroma of familial warmth enveloped the surroundings, causing Nu Yeqing's eyes to redden, with large teardrops cascading down her cheeks. In the distance, a man diligently chopped firewood in a rustic courtyard, while a playful child clung to his leg, coaxing him affectionately. The man, with a tender smile, ruffled the child's hair and spoke endearingly. Soon, a woman emerged from the house, and the family shared laughter as they returned indoors, while wisps of smoke rose lonely from the chimney, evoking a deep sense of melancholy within Nu Yeqing. A white handkerchief embroidered with the character for dream pulled her back from her swirling thoughts. Nu Yeqing glanced at Qi Ming and offered a faint smile, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Divine One. I apologize for my rudeness. Having said this, she pushed the proffered handkerchief away, hastily wiping her tear-stained face with her sleeve. In her haste, she forgot the wounds upon her face. Pulling too hard caused the scabs to split, and blood began to flow profusely. Oh, not move. Qi Ming's expression tightened as he hurriedly approached, gently dabbing the blood with the handkerchief. Your wounds have yet to heal completely. A moment's carelessness could exacerbate your injuries. Yi Qing gazed at the suddenly gentle and attentive Qi Ming, whose body was ice-cold, and her heart raced like a rabbit, thumping incessantly in her chest, a blush blooming on her face. Qi Ming, realizing the inappropriateness of her actions, handed the handkerchief to Yi Qing and turned away, resuming her aloof demeanor. After a moment of silence, she asked, Why do you weep without reason? Yi Qing clutched the handkerchief, staring intently at the unyielding, ethereal silhouette, feeling a pang of disappointment in her heart. The deity was a god from the 9 heavens, undoubtedly oblivious to the tribulations of mortal emotions, which encompass not only romantic love but also familial bonds. A home is the root of kinship. I once had parents who cherished me, a mischievous younger brother, and diligent household servants, I felt as if I lived in a garden of happiness, believing I would continue on this carefree path, unaware that all of it was merely an illusion. In a single night, my family was annihilated, blood staining the entire estate, and what of me? I was forced into a ghostly marriage, as if trapped in a nightmarish vision, leaving me in profound anguish. The morning breeze turned exceptionally cold, and the desolation within my heart flooded through my entire being. Even the surrounding air grew unbearably oppressive. Qi Ming had lived for over 10,000 years, accustomed to the entanglements of mortal love and enmity, thus showing no emotional response to Yin Yiqing's tale, as if rendered numb. Yet, he realized that Yin Yiqing's cultivation had significantly advanced. The atmosphere around her shifted with her emotional state, indicating that this calamity had bestowed considerable benefits upon her training, allowing her to transcend the demonic threshold and enter the latent demonic phase. I offer but one piece of advice. Do not let past grievances bind your heart, Qi Ming declared, wishing to conclude the conversation swiftly. However, Yin Yiqing had yet to finish her thoughts. How could it be hastily dismissed? You are a deity of the 9 heavens, the most profound god in this realm. Anu has a matter to inquire about, and I hope the deity can illuminate the path. Speak quickly, for we are about to depart, and cannot afford further delays. Does the deity know of my origins, which is why you have repeatedly aided me despite the admonitions against the blurring of good and evil, even bestowing upon me the position of the master of Mi Hua Zhai? Yin Yiqing gazed at Qi Ming with eager anticipation. Qi Ming regarded her with a perplexed scrutiny for a long while before responding. Every individual in this world arrives with a mission, unrelated to their past lives. There is no need for riddles. Ever since the former deity sought to bring about my demise, I have discerned some truths. Since the deity is unwilling to elaborate, I shall refrain from further inquiries. Yin Yiqing had long anticipated Qi Ming's response. It was precisely because of his words that she felt more assured in her suspicions in this world. Not only did the deity know of her origins from another realm, but even the abbot of Tianchong was aware, a god from the 9 heavens and the Buddha of the West. The intricacies within this knowledge still awaited exploration. 2 days hence, dark clouds enveloped the skies above Fengqi City, a fine drizzle fell, and black demonic energy rose from the ground, rushing toward the luminous pearl of the South Sea atop the Yuguan Tower. In the past, rain would only fall during the night, with demonic energy swirling in the air. Yet at this moment, above the dark clouds, the sky was adorned with a brilliant sun, further indicating that the activation of the infernal blood array was imminent. Yin Yiqing, with graceful steps, traversed through the black clouds, her visibility limited to a mere meter. At times, she almost lost sight of Qi Ming, only managing to catch a glimpse of the figure clad in moonlight white through a faint flicker of spiritual energy. For some unknown reason, ever since arriving in Fengqi City, Yin Yiqing felt Qi Ming's aura growing increasingly feeble, at times nearly imperceptible, leaving her puzzled, though it was merely a fleeting thought. The Mihua Pavilion was enveloped by a barrier, protecting it from the encroaching demonic energy. I believe the celestial beings are gathered within Mihua Pavilion. Let us proceed there to rendezvous with them and launch a joint attack on Gu Ming, thereby enhancing our chances of success, Yin Yiqing suggested. Beside her, the spiritually weakened Qi Ming, beads of sweat cascading from her forehead, her breath disordered, responded softly, "Let us go to Mihua Pavilion." The vast circular blue barrier resembled a bubble. With 2 soft pops, the figures clad in white and blue vanished into the darkness. Inside the grand hall of Mihua Pavilion, the sounds of music and storytelling had long faded, replaced by an eerie silence devoid of life. The once vibrant atmosphere now desolate. The opulent decorations lay askew, a scene of utter chaos. Wolf Maiden, celestial beings, Xiao Ji, are you present? Yin Yiqing rushed into the hall, only to find it utterly empty. A cold wind swept through, bringing with it an overwhelming sense of desolation. After a prolonged silence, a figure clad in a deep blue battle attire, adorned with a red cloak, appeared on the topmost corridor. The fabric billowing in the cold breeze, reminiscent of a soaring eagle. Anew the Wolf Maiden's eyes flickered with emotion, alternating between surprise and distraction. At that moment, Xiao Ji, who had closely followed Anu, upon seeing the ethereal figure of Yin Yiqing, erupted in excitement, waving his arms and subsequently leaning over the corridor railing, shouting, "It's Sister Nu, truly Sister Nu. Sister Nu is alive." The Wolf Maiden, uncertain yet compelled to believe, found herself overwhelmed with joy as she descended from the air, enveloping the slender figure of Yin Yiqing in her embrace, as if fearing she might vanish once more. "Anu, it is truly you, it is truly you. I thought I would lose you again." The Wolf Maiden gently caressed Yin Yiqing's warm, soft face, her heart swelling with delight. However, upon noticing the once vibrant peony blossom on her face transformed into a grotesque scar, all her joy morphed into heartache and confusion. What happened to your face? A faint smile graced Nu Yiqing's lips as she touched the scar, softly replying, "It's a long story, one I shall recount in due time. I had previously asked you not to touch the wounds on my face." A weak voice approached from outside, and soon Qi Ming, pale and visibly upset, entered the hall, casting a stern gaze upon Nu Yiqing. "I do not appreciate having the same statement repeated." "Understood." Nu Yiqing stepped aside. Standing beside the wolf maiden, "I must enter seclusion for 2 days to recuperate. Dino 1 is to enter the spirit abode without my summons." Qi Ming coldly concluded his words and ascended into the abode of the spirit. Xiaozhi had long been on his knees in the corridor, hands outstretched, forehead touching the ground, remaining in that posture until the heavy sound of the sandalwood door echoed, prompting him to hurriedly descend the stairs. The wolf girl pulled Nu Yiqing to a table that had yet to be overturned, gripping Nu Yiqing's delicate white hand, her face etched with confusion. "It is truly wonderful that you are alive. The rumors circulating in the City Lord's residence claim that you conspired with demons to harm the City Lord and the second young master, and that you were struck down by the immortal Gu Ming, leaving us to believe you had perished. What on earth is happening? What transpired in the City Lord's residence?" At this moment, the tale was lengthy. Gu Ming, once a minor immortal of Xing Chun Mountain, later fell from grace and became a fallen immortal, subsequently bound to the demonic clan as an elder. They had set up an infernal blood formation here to release the toxic demons suppressed at the bottom of the sea of the infernal abyss, intending to augment their demonic forces and wage war against the celestial realm. As a member of the demon clan, you must have perceived this already. Not only have I succeeded the position of the master of Mi Hua Zhai, but I have also endeavored to prevent the initiation of this formation from being discovered by the demon clan, resulting in Granny Yin placing a death order upon me, seeking to eliminate me. Nevertheless, my fate was not yet sealed. At the moment of my soul's disintegration, I was rescued by the divine Qi Ming, reclaiming my life. Nu Yiqing recounted, her heart aching at the thought of these intricate machinations, especially when she recalled Xiao Bei's tragic fate, as if her entire heart had been pierced by 1,000 swords, unbearable in its pain. She vowed silently, "The enmity with the demon clan has deepened irreparably, but I must avenge Xiao Bei, to bring solace to his spirit in the heavens and alleviate my guilt. You are indeed of the demon race, yet I have never harbored any resentment towards you. I understand that you conceal your identity for your own reasons. I empathize and care not as long as you live. My heart shall find contentment." The wolf girl's eyes radiated a maternal glow, evoking memories of Nu Yiqing's elegant, gentle mother from a past life. Hearing her words filled Nu Yiqing with warmth, causing her eyes to glisten with unshed tears. At that moment, Xiaozhi, breathless, descended from the upper levels, collapsing against Nu Yiqing's arm, tears and snot streaming down his face in a pitiful display. "Sister, I miss you so much." Nu Yiqing hastily wiped away her own tears before attending to Xiaozhi, forcing a faint smile. There, a man does not weep easily. How can you weep like this when you are to vanquish demons and save your sister, and the entire populace of Fengqi City?" Only then did Xiaozhi rise, shaking his small fists and declaring loudly, "I will not cry. I want to become a man and save more people." "Such a little rascal," the wolf girl chuckled, patting Xiaozhi's head. Later, she revealed that after Gu Ming spread slanderous words about her, the following day rumors surged that the city lord had succumbed to his injuries, while the second young master had been poisoned and transformed into a beast, tearing and devouring anyone in sight, causing chaos throughout Fengqi City, where no one could subdue him. The spirits of Mi Hua Zhai were left leaderless, thrown into disarray. Fortunately, under the guidance of Xi and Anlin, a consensus was reached to first subdue Go Wenyao, thereby sparing more innocent lives from suffering. However, Go Wenyao's formidable powers rendered the celestial beings powerless, leading to their capture within the city lord's mansion. Their fates unknown. Now, only the wolf maiden and Xiaozhi remained in the entire Mi Hua Zhai. Upon hearing the entire account, Nu Yiqing was astounded yet unsurprised. After all, Go Wenyao served as the core of the infernal blood formation, and with the imminent activation of the array, his suppressed demonic nature would inevitably be unleashed. Yet what of that little one, Xiao Ku? Xiao Ku had always remained by Go Wenyao's side. With his demonic essence surging, would Xiao Ku also? "Sister Wolf Maiden, have you any news of Xiao Ku?" Nu Yiqing inquired with concern. "I once attempted to infiltrate the city lord's mansion, but alas, I was outnumbered and ultimately returned in distress without encountering Xiao Ku." However, Xiaoku is clever and resourceful, not an ordinary spirit beast. Surely, she will be fine, do not worry, the wolf maiden reassured as she gently adjusted Nu Yiqing's hair. Let us hope so, Nu Yiqing replied. Nu, you mentioned that it was the divine being Qi Ming who saved you. Did you ask him to assist us in extinguishing the flames? The wolf maiden had assumed that the immortal entrusted with Mi Hua Zhai to Nu Yiqing was Shang Hui, thus unaware that the celestial who returned with Nu Yiqing was in fact Qi Ming. Nu Yiqing shook her head. The memory of the deity's icy demeanor sent shivers down her spine, and she dared not utter a single word to him. The thought of beseeching the divine being to quell the flames filled her with trepidation. Yet, despite her fear, she resolved within herself to employ any means necessary to seek the deity's aid in extinguishing the inferno sparked by her own actions. Rest assured, while I may not have had the chance to speak with him, I will certainly implore him to extinguish the infernal flames of the Qi Hu clan as long as we survive and escape from Fengqi City. I will appeal to the deity. The wolf maiden nodded in agreement. Suddenly, beams of light erupted from the 8 warning pillars within Mi Hua Zhai, flickering ominously to signal the impending danger. A tempest arose outside, with rain droplets striking the azure barrier of Mi Hua Zhai like arrows, threatening to burst through like a balloon pricked by a needle, bringing peril directly into the hall where the three resided. The ominous sky loomed overhead like murky sewage, the air so thin it rendered one nearly breathless. The demon beasts had caught the scent of the living and were closing in. The wolf maiden furrowed her brow and abruptly leapt to her feet. Rushing towards the door, I shall go outside to investigate. Yi Qing felt a surge of anxiety and hastily followed the wolf maiden. But after taking 2 steps, she turned to Xiao Ji, who was also preparing to venture out, and said sternly, "You must find a place to hide. Do not emerge unless I call for you. No, I am a man. How can I allow you to face the enemy while I cower and cling to life? I will fight alongside you to protect you," Xiaoji declared, his eyes resolute, exuding a newfound aura of maturity, as if he had suddenly grown in stature. In the depths of her heart, Nu Yiqing felt a warm surge of emotions as she bestowed upon Xiaoji a steadfast yet caring smile. "Your bravery brings me great solace, dear sister. However, the demon beasts possess formidable powers, and even the Xingqianling cannot subdue them. It remains uncertain whether the wolf maiden and I shall return unscathed from this endeavor. Moreover, you are but a mere mortal without any magical abilities. Venturing out would only lead to your untimely demise. Be sensible and seek refuge at once." Tears welled in Xiaoji's eyes, spilling forth in a chorus of sobs. "Wu, I'm useless, truly useless, unable to assist in any way. Who says you are of no use? It is merely that you are unfit for combat. Currently, aside from Mi Hua Zhai, the entirety of Fengqi City lies under the dominion of the demon clan. Thus, Mi Hua Zhai must remain our final bastion and cannot be relinquished to the enemy. I, as the master of Mi Hua Zhai, hereby command you to vow to defend our last line of defense with your life." With that, Nu Yiqing's gaze dimmed ominously. "Should the wolf maiden and I fall, you must notify the Divine One. He is our last glimmer of hope to avert the catastrophe befalling Fengqi City. Do you understand?" Xiaoji, suddenly grasping the gravity of the situation, stifled her sobs and nodded fervently. "Sister, I vow to protect Mi Hua Zhai with my life." Nu Yiqing felt a sense of relief wash over her as she turned and hurried towards the unknown dangers beyond the door. At that moment, the outermost stone gate of Mi Hua Zhai was enveloped by a translucent blue barrier that cleaved the world in two. Outside, a tempest raged, filled with swirling demonic energy. Inside, the air was thin and the atmosphere tense, punctuated by the urgent sounds that signified the wolf maiden and Nu Yiqing's mounting anxiety. The demon beast loomed large, its eyes ablaze, with 2 sharp, gleaming fangs protruding beneath a maw exhaling puffs of white mist. A viscous, transparent substance dangled from the corners of its mouth, and massive wings beat against the storm, sending forth streaks of black light crashing against the barrier, resounding with thunderous impacts. The once genteel and dashing Go Wenyo had transformed into this fearsome creature, casting a shadow of sorrow over Nu Yiqing's heart. Despite her overwhelming terror at this moment, she clung to a flicker of hope to awaken him. Yet, as she took a couple of hurried steps forward, the wolf maiden grasped her sleeve tightly. "It's far too dangerous. Do not approach. It's all right. I merely wish to speak with Brother Go." Nu Yiqing forced a bittersweet smile, her heart heavy with regret. She had once promised Go Wenyo to help him dispel the demonic energy within him. Yet now she found herself having to betray that promise, compelled to confront him. The wolf maiden, sensing the sorrow in Nu Yiqing's eyes, did not know the reason, but nonetheless released her, preparing herself for defense. Should the demon beast make any hostile move, she would be the first to respond. With a graceful demeanor, Nu Yeking slipped through the barrier, resembling a delicate butterfly. She conjured a protective water barrier around herself, positioning herself at a safe distance from the beast to mitigate the risk of an attack. Brother Go, can you hear me? It is Anu. I have come to rescue you. Nu Yeking amplified her voice through a sound transmission spell, her gentle words echoing into the ears of the demon beast. The frenzied assault of the deranged beast came to an abrupt halt as it turned to behold a radiant bubble shimmering 100 meters away, its brilliance overwhelming and incandescent. With a formidable momentum, it charged towards Nu Yeking, murderous intent palpable in the air. Startled, the wolf girl swiftly positioned herself in front of Nu Yeking, raising her long whip high, its deep blue glow shrouded within the dim atmosphere. Latent killing intent surging forth, her crimson cloak billowing like a war deity's descent, as the beast approached within 10 meters. The whip, infused with spiritual energy, unexpectedly elongated significantly. The sharp crack of the whip pierced the shadowy heavens, followed by a resounding clap of thunder that struck the beast, eliciting a heart-wrenching wail from its maw. The sequence of events unfolded with astonishing rapidity. Nu Yeking had yet to fully comprehend the situation when she witnessed the beast, driven to madness, pounding its chest in fury, cold raindrops pelting its darkened form, revealing bloody whip marks and singe wounds along its back, crimson blood mingling with rainwater as it streamed down. Initially intending to reason with compassion, Nu Yeking found the wolf girl's 2 lashes had thoroughly incensed the beast in a frenzy. It unleashed a torrent of venomous water from its maw, devoid of any finesse. With keen reflexes, Nu Yeking seized the wolf girl, evading the onslaught. Enraged and humiliated, the beast concentrated its demonic energy, conjuring its internal venom into serpentine forms. Countless venomous tongues surged forth from its mouth, homing in on Nu Yeking and the wolf girl as if endowed with sentience. In this dire moment, overwhelmed by the sheer number of serpents, the wolf girl could only fend for herself, wielding her whip to deflect the most concentrated onslaught. She trusted that Anu could handle a few of the serpents, and those that made contact with the whip instantly disintegrated into a pool of toxic ichor, scattered across the ground. Nu Yeking's waterproof barrier, hampered by her low magical prowess, proved insufficient, and within moments, the serpents shattered it with their relentless bites. In a flurry of urgency, she summoned her energy, invoking the Buddha's golden bell, which not only shielded her form but also transformed any surrounding minutiae into lethal projectiles to counter the assailants. This technique was one she had gleaned from the Wuzi Jing gifted to her by the abbot of Tianzhong. That moment, the most readily available resource was the rainwater. Countless droplets were absorbed by the golden bell, rapidly freezing into icy beads. These were then hurled forth in a swift whirl from the bell, striking the serpents with devastating effect. Instantly, the surrounding serpents retreated in disarray, while a number of icy beads targeted the beast, pummeling its vast, dark body and causing numerous wounds to erupt, blood beads the size of fingernails oozing forth from its skin. Anu, you, the wolf girl gazed in astonishment at Nu Yeking, the technique imbued with an aura of Buddhism. A being of the demon clan not only receiving salvation from a deity, but now entangled with the Buddhist realm as well. She suddenly realized that she had never truly understood Anu, neither in the past nor in the present. In the realm of fleeting existence, where life resembles a transient dream, Anu Yeking's body had yet to fully recuperate. The exertion of the Buddha's golden bell had nearly drained the meager spiritual energy that resided within her. Once the last remnants of her spiritual power were expended, her body fell like a leaf swayed by the wind, collapsing onto the stone floor stained with toxic blood, allowing the dark liquid to saturate her once pristine garments. Anu, the wolf girl, in a state of bewilderment, watched as Anu Yeking crumpled to the ground like a puddle of mud. She rushed forward, but it was too late to catch the frail form of Anu Yeking. Gently lifting her from the ground, concern etched on her face, she inquired, Anu, what has happened to you? Anu Yeking's complexion was ashen, her faint breaths barely escaping her lips, which were as pale as paper, moving without the strength to utter a single word. As the wolf girl focused on Anu Yeking's silent words, she felt a sticky sensation on her hands, and soon the metallic scent of blood filled the air. Alarmed, she withdrew her hand, only to see bright crimson blood cascading down to the floor, washed away by the rain. The wolf girl, momentarily dazed, caught sight of a dark, venomous snake fiercely clinging to Anu Yeking's delicate skin. With a cry, she seized the snake in one hand and exerted all her strength to crush it to death. Anu, the wolf girl cried out in desperation, tears mingling with the rain. As she wept, she forced her inner core to expel energy, gradually channeling it into Anu Yeking's crown. Although Anu Yeching had yet to achieve the state of unity with Feng Ling's spirit still entwined around Anu Yeching's waist, tightly binding the wound inflicted by the snake's bite. That moment, the wolf girl prioritized saving her companion over confronting the beast head-on, utilizing the scant remnants of her magical power to guide Anu Yeching away from the creature, heading towards the Mi Hua Pavilion. However, the enraged beast launched a new wave of assault, unfurling its black wings to obscure half the sky, generating powerful shockwaves that scattered the surrounding structures. Black toxic blood gushed forth from the beast's maw, unleashing a tempest of poisonous rain upon the Mi Hua Pavilion and the entirety of Feng Chi City. Meanwhile, Anu Yeching's once fair skin began to darken to an inky hue. Though the wolf girl's inner core momentarily suppressed the poison within Anu Yeching, complete eradication would require time, leaving her in a state of unconsciousness. The wolf girl, having lost her inner core, was left with but a fraction of her magical power, rendering her defenseless against the ferocious assaults of the beast. In that moment, both Anu Yeching and the wolf girl were akin to lambs, devoid of any means to fight back in the blink of an eye. As they approached the protective barrier, an endless tide of black toxic blood surged forth, engulfing Feng Chi City in an instant. The Mi Hua Pavilion, encased within the blue barrier, resembled a solitary boat adrift in a tumultuous sea, on the verge of capsizing. Life is but a dream, and dust is as ephemeral as air. How much joy can one truly glean from existence, amidst the myriad twists and turns? It felt as if time itself had frozen in that moment. With darkness enveloping the heavens and the earth in her chaotic state, Anu Yeching sensed a pervasive ache throughout her body, her strength waning. As she struggled to open her eyes, she beheld the ethereal visage of a divine being, their sharply defined features illuminated by a radiant glow, exuding a hazy beauty that evoked an involuntary sense of a wet. Was undeniable that the beauty of the divine being amidst the realms was truly unparalleled. The divine being, an aura of frailty enveloped the hoarse voice, which resonated only for Anu Yeching to hear. In a fleeting moment, a vision flashed through her mind like a lightning bolt. The wolf maiden expelling the fiery inner elixir from her body and transferring it into Anu Yeching's own, thus preserving her life. Suddenly, an inexplicable surge of strength coursed through her, prompting her to sit upright and glance at the divine being before surveying the room. Where was the wolf maiden? She is unharmed. She is recuperating in the chamber, Chi Dream replied nonchalantly, as if nothing had transpired. No, she has given me her inner elixir. She is utterly unable to restore her vitality. I must return it to her at once. With that, Anu Yeching grimaced against the sharp pain in her back and rose from the bed, heading towards the door. Chi Dream swiftly pulled Anu Yeching back, forcefully pressing her onto the bed. I have already extracted the inner elixir from you and returned it to the wolf maiden. You need not worry. Upon hearing Chi Dream's words, Anu Yeching's apprehensions eased slightly, allowing her to recline comfortably on the bed. She observed the beads of sweat glistening on Chi Dream's forehead, her fair complexion appearing unusually pallid. Divine One, what troubles you? Ever since the incident at Shofei Temple, your celestial energy seems exceedingly diminished. Your magical prowess has waned considerably. Are you injured? Chi Dream abruptly rose, her expression cold. I am fine. You should rest well. I shall take my leave. Anu Yeching watched as Chi Dream's solitary, weakened silhouette vanished from the divine spirit abode. The vast expanse of the abode felt desolately quiet, an unsettling stillness enveloping the atmosphere. Faintly, she discerned footsteps approaching from outside. One person? No, two individuals, Anu Yeching murmured to herself. What is this? A melodious female voice resonated. Anu Yeching initially assumed it belonged to the wolf maiden, but upon closer listening, it became evident it was not. Leaving her perplexed, greetings, Fairy Qianjia. This is the Ziwu Longja Dam that the Divine One instructed me to prepare for Anu Yeching. I am on my way to deliver it. The youthful voice of Xiaoji brimmed with reverence. Very well, please take it to Anu. I will handle it from here. You may leave, Anu Yeching replied. Is that so? Xiaoji hesitated, reluctant to trouble the fairy with the task, insisting, I shall go instead. What, are you afraid I might harm her? Qianjia's voice, once like silver bells, turned sharply piercing and frigid. Sensing the chill and ire in the woman's tone, Anu Yeching feared Xiaoji might provoke the fairy and attract unnecessary retribution. She urged, Xiaoji, please leave. Allow the fairy to deliver it herself. Understood, sister, Xiaoji acquiesced, adding, then I shall trouble the fairy. Soon, the hurried footsteps faded into the distance. Anu Yeching chuckled softly. Xiaoji, being young and impulsive, often acted rashly. The irregularity of her footsteps was telling. Yet she realized she had never encountered Fairy Chinjia and knew little of her identity. However, the ability to summon a fairy surely indicated her celestial origins, and her presence here must be to thwart the infernal blood-soaked array. With this thought, Nuyeking lowered her guard. Feeling a sense of relief wash over her in contemplation, Fairy Chinjia soon appeared, draped in resplendent attire, her azure garments flowing elegantly as she moved. The ethereal aura surrounding her was nothing short of regal, and Nuyeking was entranced, having never before witnessed such a noble and graceful fairy. Until Chinchi stepped forward, holding the medicinal bowl as she approached the bedside, Nuyeking finally regained her senses. She composed her somewhat disheveled expression and awkwardly rose to pay her respects. Anu pays her respects to the fairy Chinchi. Chinchi, maintaining her noble demeanor and adhering to proper etiquette, placed the medicinal bowl on the stool beside the bed and offered a slight bow, devoid of any colorful words. Chinchi has met the master of the altar. With a light laugh, her delicate brows arched, and her voice, as melodious as a nightingale, belied the discomforting words that followed. Fengqi City is the economic hub of the entire celestial realm. Its destruction would directly harm the fundamental interests of the heavens. It is indeed commendable that the master of the altar, often looked down upon as a member of the demon clan, would risk his life to save Fengqi City. Furthermore, your heroic deeds have spread widely among the celestial beings, and thus the divine beings, showing compassion for those who uphold righteousness, have bestowed upon you this precious medicine. You must not squander it, lest the other celestial beings believe I have slighted you. A light chuckle from her cast Nuyeking's previously buoyant heart into depths of despair, as if water had inundated the golden mountain. Did the fairy truly take offense at the minor words spoken by Xiaoji earlier? Consequently, she adopted a more humble demeanor and replied with a faint smile. Fairy, what you say is far from the truth. Go rescue the populace from peril is the way of heaven. Mihua Altar serves as the stronghold of the celestial realm in Fengqi City, and it is my duty to protect it. I have merely done what I believe to be right. However, my cultivation is still lacking. Not only can I not prevent the calamities of Fengqi City, but I have also caused trouble for others. I feel great shame and have no right to accept the divine reward. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Chinchi's phoenix-like eyes as she pulled a stool to sit at the bedside, hesitating as she began to speak. Master of the altar, what you say is far from the truth. It is just that. Just what? Nuyeking inquired, puzzled. Sigh. Just that you are of the demon clan. Otherwise, you would undoubtedly be granted a position in the celestial realm. Chinchi emphasized the phrase you are of the demon clan heavily. In an instant, Nuyeking felt as though she were a frostbitten eggplant, her eyes filled with despondency. She forced a smile and replied, Fairy, there is no need for regret, as a member of the demon clan. I am indeed unsuited for a position in the celestial realm. Besides, without an official post, one is free as a bird. I prefer a life of freedom. You are truly exceptional, Master of the Altar. It is no wonder the divine beings regard you with such distinction. However, I must advise you to keep your distance from the divine beings in the future. The heavy demonic aura you carry could easily erode their divine essence. For the past few days, he has been enduring the pain of the demonic aura invading his being, so that was it. No wonder that ever since returning from Shoufei Temple to Fengqi City, Chiming had appeared weak and often drenched in cold sweat. The true culprit behind it all was none other than myself. My demonic aura had harmed the divine being, while I foolishly believed he was merely injured. With every step I took closer to him, his suffering would only intensify. The lamenting voice within Nuyeking resonated in her chest, filling her with regret beyond remedy. Chinchi's cryptic admonitions lingered for a moment before she departed, leaving Nuyeking alone in the vast emptiness of the divine essence, sitting in a daze upon the bed, as the once steaming medicinal bowl gradually lost its warmth. After gathering her thoughts, Nuyeking resolved to check on the wolf maiden. She felt a warm surge of affection mixed with heartache at the thought of a friend who would unhesitatingly sacrifice her own inner core for her sake. Such friends, willing to lay down their lives, are the most vibrant hues in the tapestry of life. Once Nuyeking had nurtured her energy, she made her way to the guest chamber, which was adjacent to Shinpoju, where the wolf maiden resided. Perhaps the celestial being had discerned Nuyeking's concern for the wolf maiden's safety and had placed her in this room. Wolf maiden. Nuyeking gently knocked on the door, cautious not to disturb the recovering maiden within. Shortly after, a familiar voice called out, "Is that you, Anu? Come in." Nuyeking pushed the door open to find the wolf maiden seated cross-legged on the bed, finishing her final meditative exercises. With graceful agility, the wolf maiden descended from the bed and approached Nuyeking. "Anu, how could you leave your bed while still unwell? Come, let me help you sit down." Seeing the wolf maiden in good spirits eased Nuyeking's worries, and she followed her to a nearby couch. Sister, in my time of peril, you selflessly relinquished your inner core to save me. I cannot express my gratitude enough. Upon saying this, she bent her knees, preparing to kneel, but the wolf maiden swiftly pulled her back up. What are you doing? I saved you willingly, not for your gratitude. Sister, Nuyeking felt a wave of emotion wash over her, tears welling up as a warm current filled her heart, nourishing her long dry spirit. Once she confirmed the wolf maiden's well-being, Nuyeking inquired about her lingering doubts. Despite having witnessed their entrapment in the venomous blood of the demonic beast, they had awakened alive. However, she had asked the wrong person. The wolf maiden had also been rendered unconscious and was unaware of what had transpired. Ultimately, Nuyeking could only attribute their survival to the celestial being Chi-Dream, who had emerged to rescue them in their dire time of need. After exchanging a few casual words with the wolf maiden, Nuyeking took her leave. Wandering aimlessly, lost in thought, Nuyeking found herself in the peach blossom grove behind Mihua Zhai. Petals danced gracefully through the air, while the lake shimmered in tranquil blue. Her once heavy heart felt considerably lighter, for the beauty of nature had the power to soothe all inner turmoil, and she yearned to immerse herself freely in its splendor. Delicate peach petals settled upon her shoulders, their pink hue contrasting beautifully against her azure attire. Unable to contain her delight, she twirled, her skirt swirling like a blooming lotus, both ethereal and enchanting, surrounded by a flurry of petals, a scene reminiscent of a painting. Who would have thought you could dance so beautifully? Chi-Dream, unbeknownst to her, had already taken her place in the pavilion on the lake, clad in a crescent-white celestial robe that billowed with the wind. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, exuding an undeniable aura of the divine. Her graceful form was mirrored in the azure depths below, a solitary figure amidst the beauty. Suddenly, the flurry of peach blossoms ceased, falling gently to the ground. Nuyeking looked on in terror as Chi-Dream drifted toward her, instinctively stepping back a few paces. Anu did not realize the celestial being was here enjoying the scenery and has disturbed your elegance. Please forgive me, esteemed one. This grove of peach blossoms suits you well, Chi-Dream remarked, her response seemingly unrelated as she approached, now just a breath away. Nuyeking bowed her head deeply, retreating 2 more steps. Anu does not dare to harbor such hopes. After a prolonged absence, Chi-Dream's echoes faded, and she remarked, Anu still has matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Without waiting for Chi-Dream to respond, she swiftly turned and departed. Recognizing that her presence could cause distress to the deity, she resolved to minimize contact with him, silently affirming her intent. Having been busy for some time, she felt a gnawing emptiness in her stomach, which grumbled incessantly. Though she contemplated checking on the situation in Fengqi City, her feet, as if possessed by some unseen force, led her to the kitchen instead. Xiaoji, sister is hungry. Prepare something to eat for me, called Nuyeking as she stepped through the door. Upon seeing Nuyeking at the kitchen entrance, looking like a famished ghost, Xiaoji joyfully rushed over to embrace her, cooing, Sister, are you feeling better? Yes, much improved, Nuyeking replied, forcibly prying Xiaoji's arms from around her waist. Go on, make me something to eat. I'm starving. Xiaoji nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at grains. I will make noodles for you. You little sprite truly understands your sister's heart, Nuyeking remarked, patting Xiaoji's head before rubbing her belly and finding a stool to sit down lazily, resting her chin on the table. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted outside, voices clamoring in a tumultuous din. She observed 5 or 6 celestial beings passing through the courtyard, leaving her momentarily perplexed. Previously, during the calamity, Xianlan and other celestial beings had been captured by Guomeng and taken to the Lord's mansion. Their fates unknown. Now, only the wolf girl, Xiaoji, the deity Chi-Dream, and Qianji remained in Mihuazhai. How could these celestial beings have appeared so unexpectedly? From Xiaoji, she learned that the day before, demonic beasts had inundated the entire Fengqi city with their venom. However, Nuyeking, the wolf girl, and the demon were no match for the beasts, each utterly exhausted and grievously injured. Just when they were on the brink of death, fortunately, Xiaoji had not hidden away alone. Worried for them, she had kept a close watch on the battle unfolding outside Mihuazhai. Seeing them overwhelmed and submerged in a sea of venom, she felt a sense of urgency yet was powerless to assist, leading her to seek help from the deity Chi-Dream. Unfortunately, Chi-Dream, afflicted by demonic energy, was unable to cast spells and had to venture to Xingchen Mountain in search of the Immortal Shanghui. The Immortal personally led 30 accomplished disciples into battle against the demonic beasts, fighting fiercely until they subdued them, dissipating the poisonous blood that had engulfed Fengqi City and rescuing the trio. Nuyeking was taken aback, but rather than pondering who had saved her, she was struck by the phrase "the demonic beasts have been subdued." Exclaiming in astonishment, "Brother Go has been subdued?" Indeed, if he had not been subdued, how could he have withdrawn the venom to save you? Xiaoji replied with an innocent smile. Nuyeking's expression turned grim. The demonic beast was Go Wenyao, who had lost his humanity after being forced to bathe in the waters of the magic pool and consuming the white spirit goo worm. He had resorted to devouring souls, inflicting harm upon all living beings and wreaking havoc upon the world. In light of this, Go Wenyao's demise was inevitable. If he were subdued by the celestial beings, he would be mistakenly regarded as a true demonic beast and executed as a warning to others. Moreover, the purgatory blood array was about to be activated, and the heavenly realm could only effectively prevent its initiation by destroying the array's focal point. However, Go Wenyao is not a demon beast. He was originally well-educated, refined, and possessed a kind-hearted nature. If he were to be killed, would it not be a grave injustice? His aspiration to seek immortality remains unfulfilled, and I cannot allow him to perish, for I have vowed to ensure his survival. Nuyeking abruptly rose to her feet, urgently inquiring, "Do you know where he is imprisoned?" "I do not know." Xiaoji placed the prepared noodles on the table before Nuyeking. "The noodles are ready. Let us dine." Nuyeking ceased her contemplation and resolved to seek the deity to plead for his situation, urging him to consider alternative methods. In the kitchen, Xiaoji's voice echoed as he hurried outside. Drawing puzzled glances from the passers-by, on a tranquil path adorned with swirling peach blossoms, she traversed the serene trail and arrived at the peach grove, a picturesque scene where petals danced in the breeze. Yet the figure of Chi-Dream was nowhere to be found. Nuyeking could only return to Shinpoju, feeling a mixture of disappointment and anxiety. As the wolf girl emerged from her chamber, she noticed Nuyeking returning in haste. "Anu, what has transpired? You are gravely injured and have not yet healed. Running about like this will impede your recovery." "Oh, thank you, sister, for your concern. I merely have matters to discuss with the deity." Nuyeking paused, offered a faint smile, and turned back towards Shinpoju. The deity was absent from Shinpoju. The wolf girl remarked, "The fairy Qinxia just came by looking for you. I saw the two of them leave together." "Oh," Nuyeking replied despondently. Then, upon a sudden thought, she asked urgently, "Sister, do you know where Brother Go is imprisoned?" "It seems he is confined within a portable glass sphere carried by the deity. At the time, I was too weak to see clearly," the wolf girl replied. Just as Nuyeking was about to say something, she noticed the 8 pillars in the great hall flickering incessantly, their illumination wavering. "There is danger? Let us descend and investigate." Without further thought, they leapt into the air, and in the spacious hall, a multitude of cultivators appeared, each wielding long spears, clad in silver armor, emanating an imposing presence. At that moment, Chi-Dream and Qinxia had somehow joined the throng, and the assembled crowd parted to create a pathway. Nuyeking beheld Chi-Dream, whose demeanor exuded an ethereal grace and striking handsomeness, radiating an aura that commanded reverence. Beside him stood Qinxia, resplendent in a flowing emerald gown, her beauty captivating and her countenance adorned with an air of superiority. In that instant, Nuyeking felt a mixture of confusion and discontent. She had intended to navigate through the crowd discreetly. However, realizing the imminent peril, she understood that as the master of Mihua Pavilion, she could not shy away from the challenge. Only by leading the charge could she truly inspire morale and vanquish the enemy. Thus, she took a deep breath, held her head high, and strode confidently towards Chi-Dream, slightly bowing in greeting. Anu pays her respects to the deity and fairy Qinxia. Chi-Dream's gaze darkened as he stared at her for several moments. Then with a gentle wave of his flowing sleeves, he inquired softly, "Is your health improving?" As Nui Qing rose, she beheld Chi-Dream's companion, Qinxia, whose face was suffused with an unmistakable jealousy, yet she feigned an air of calmness. Unbidden, the words spoken by Qinxia resurfaced. The deity suffers greatly, tormented by the encroaching demonic energy upon their soul. She also recalled Xiaoji's assertion that Chi-Dream was unable to wield their powers, and her heart ached with guilt. "Thank you, esteemed deity, for your compassion. Anu has greatly improved, but it seems the deity is not faring as well. When time permits, I shall instruct Xiaoji to concoct some restorative elixirs for you." As a gesture of my hospitality, Chi-Dream, taken aback, felt a slight tremor in their pallid visage, their handsome brows knitting together in a tight frown as they coldly replied, "There is no need for the shrine master to concern themselves. I have never partaken of medicinal brews." With that, they brushed past Nui Qing, striding towards the exit. Hearing Chi-Dream's voice, as frigid as the most distant northern snows, a pang of sorrow pierced Nui Qing's heart. Chi-Dream had always addressed her as Anu, and had previously referred to themselves simply as I. This time, however, the use of this deity created an impassable chasm between them, leaving her heart wounded. Yet, for Chi-Dream's well-being, she resolved to endure the anguish. Regaining her composure, she swiftly followed in Chi-Dream's wake, catching a glimpse of Qinjia's triumphant smile, which momentarily startled her. The sky was clear, devoid of clouds, and a gentle, briny sea breeze swept through the entirety of Fengqi City. Jiu Ming, clad in purple, stood upon the clouds, the vast expanse of purple-tinted sky casting an exquisite beauty around him. Behind him stood Ling Long, also adorned in purple, her blood-red lips plump and glistening, her Danfeng eyes filled with a fierce intensity. Though she was an old acquaintance of Nui Qing, her beauty remained strikingly unchanged after all this time. With meticulously drawn brows and painted lips, Nui Qing, however, unconsciously brushed her fingers against the scars that traced from her ear to her jawline. She had never placed great importance on physical appearance, yet the adage that a woman beautifies herself for the one she cherishes had long since seeped into the hearts of women. Chi-Dream, you dare to meddle in affairs with but a fragment of your soul remaining? Return my demonic beast at once, Gu Ming bellowed, oblivious to Nui Qing, who was hidden behind Chi-Dream, her voice ringing out with unrestrained arrogance. The resounding voice echoed across the heavens, sending ripples through the atmosphere, causing the less powerful immortals to stagger back 2 steps. With the assistance of the wolf girl, Nui Qing steadied herself, casting a scornful glance at Gu Ming. Secretly, she mused, is Gu Ming attempting to scare them off with sheer volume? Hoping to unearth Go Wenyo from the depths? Such a tactic seemed rather antiquated. Then, she remembered that Gu Ming was indeed one of the 4 great immortals of Zinqinshan, possessing formidable prowess, which was understandable. Yet in the presence of the esteemed Chi-Dream, he was merely a defeated foe, seeking to gain an advantage through intimidation. Chi-Dream appeared remarkably composed, their countenance serene, exuding a unique beauty amidst the golden radiance, their gaze devoid of emotion, seemingly lost within the swirling purple light above. Qinjia gracefully approached, her skirts flowing, a refreshing breeze of emerald green swirling around her. Though her brow was furrowed, her expression remained tranquil, yet an enigmatic glimmer danced in her bright eyes. As her delicate eyelids slightly reddened, she fixated on the imposing figure of Gu Ming, who loomed with an air of menace. Perhaps regaining her senses, Gu Ming's astonished countenance broke into a faint smile. Although somewhat awkward, it was undeniably a smile. She was the first to speak. Sister, it has been a long time. Sister? Gu Ming referred to Qinxia as her sister. It turns out that Qinxia is Gu Ming's biological sister. Both are descendants of the 9-tailed celestial fox and share a close bond. During the early stages of the War of the Wilderness 3,000 years ago, the demon clan joined forces with the monster clan to launch a massive invasion of the human realm, committing acts of arson, murder, and plunder, wreaking havoc upon innocent lives in an attempt to undermine the foundations of the celestial realm. At that time, Qianxia's parents were merely ordinary fox spirits, lacking the profound cultivation necessary to protect the unborn Qianxia and the young Gu Ming. To safeguard their daughters, they planned to send them to Xingqian Mountain for martial training and cultivation. However, en route, Gu Ming and Qianxia witnessed their parents being brutally torn apart by demons, powerless to intervene. From that moment, the sisters vowed to diligently cultivate their powers to avenge their parents. Heaven does not forsake the diligent. Later, although Qianxia did not ascend to the ranks of immortals, she caught the favor of the celestial lord and directly advanced to the celestial realm as a fairy, becoming the sole disciple of the esteemed god Qi Ming. Meanwhile, Gu Ming fortuitously encountered the demon clan elder Wu Qin and, together, they fell into the river of. Through a twist of fate and with Wu Qin's assistance, she evaded the heavenly tribulations and successfully ranked among the lesser immortals. To become an immortal, one must possess a pure heart and desires untainted. Only then can one truly attain the status of an immortal. However, immortals are also the most susceptible to demonic influences. A slight misstep may lead one to fall into the abyss of despair, and Gu Ming is one such case. Unable to escape the trials of love, she became a fallen immortal. Perhaps caught between familial affection and romantic desire, she chose the latter, thus reconciling with the demon clan and seeking the essence of Wu Qin. Brother, turning back is salvation. Do not descend further into error. Qinxia floated gracefully, standing tall and ethereal, exuding an aura of celestial grace. Xia, I have no path of retreat. Ever since I encountered her, I could never turn back. She is destined to transform me into someone like her. Jiu Ming's expression wandered. her mind frequently conjuring the image of Wu Qin, bewitching and enchanting, a beauty that could topple kingdoms. Suddenly, she cast a fierce glance at Qi Ming below, roaring with rage. "It is you. You are the cause of all this if it weren't for you. Wu Qin would not have died if it weren't for you. Wu Qin would still be by my side. You are responsible for all of this. Return Wu Qin to me." With that, a bolt of violet light surged towards Qi Ming like a streak of lightning. Inu Yi, with keen eyes and swift hands, acted without a moment's hesitation, quickly positioning himself before Qi Ming to block Gu Ming's strike. In that instant, Qi Ming's usually tranquil countenance was overwhelmed with tumultuous emotions, fear etched upon his face. Anu, Sister Nu, be careful. The wolf girl and Xiaozhi were taken aback, while the other celestial beings were similarly alarmed. When they saw that Qi Ming had sustained no injuries, they each sighed in relief, hastily brandishing their magical artifacts and directing them towards the frenzied Gu Ming above. Instantly, the sky was filled with a dazzling array of sword lights and blinding colors, with white-robed immortals plummeting from the heavens like meteors crashing to the earth. Qi Ming trembled as she pushed the wolf girl and Xiaozhi aside, tightly embracing the gravely injured Nu Yeking, whose butterfly-like eyelashes fluttered, the flickering light in her eyes dimming. She then turned her gaze towards the battlefield in the sky, where it was evident that the combined efforts of the immortals were no match for the formidable dream. They were clearly at a disadvantage, and if this continued, the righteous path would suffer devastating losses. Xiaozhi, hasten to the Dan room and summon the immortal Shanghui to assist us. Yes, I shall go at once. Xiaozhi stumbled and rushed towards the Mihua pavilion. Nu Yeking felt a surge of vitality within her, a metallic sweetness rising in her throat, and with a cough, she expelled a mouthful of blood. A droplet of blood fell into the pendant at her chest, causing it to emit a faint warmth and gradually glow with a golden hue, becoming ever more radiant. Then, amidst the swirling mist, a colossal Kui suddenly appeared before them, its gaping maw roaring towards the heavens, shaking the three realms to their core. A hint of joy graced Qi Ming's face, reminiscent of a hibiscus blooming in the spring breeze. She lifted Nu Yeking and gracefully soared onto Kuei's back, addressing the anxious wolf girl below. "Come along with me." With that, she turned and ascended into the skies, climbing to the ninth heaven. The atmosphere was thick with celestial energy and resplendent brilliance, yet the newcomers were far too preoccupied to appreciate the beauty around them. Qi Ming carried Nu Yeking to the divine spring platform, a trapezoidal structure set atop the celestial waters, where ethereal mists floated above the surface, revealing glimpses of lotus flowers, vibrant and exquisite, a sight to behold. Scattered across the platform were shards of broken glass, each gleaming with a dazzling radiance, except for one fragment that retained a few drops of divine water. After a moment of contemplation, Qi Ming unhesitatingly dripped the divine water onto Nu Yeking's forehead. The originally faintly blood-red mark instantly blazed crimson, as if it were about to bleed, and even the terrifying scar on her face gradually faded until it vanished completely, along with the once vibrant peony. This was the swiftest and most effective method to resolve the upheaval in Fengqi City, heal your wounds, and dispel the demonic energy within you, all at the cost of making you forget me. Qi Ming's heart ached with sorrow, her once pale visage becoming even more ghostly, gradually nearing transparency. Shangshan? Shangshan? The wolf girl stood at the edge of the celestial waters, watching Qi Ming's fading figure dissolve into mist, her heart racing with anxiety, uncertain of Nu Yeking's fate. Just as she was overwhelmed with concern, Nu Yeking regained consciousness, finding herself alone on the high platform, puzzled. Rising to her feet, she gazed at the boundless celestial waters, enveloped in ethereal energy, the refreshing breeze invigorating her spirit. In a fleeting glance, she saw the wolf girl desperately tugging at Kuei, who seemed unwilling to budge. Nu Yeking couldn't help but chuckle, floating gracefully to the edge of the waters, smiling brightly. "Sister, what are you doing? You seem to be exerting all your strength." Hearing the voice, the wolf girl turned to find Nu Yeking standing there unharmed. Rushing excitedly to her side, inspecting her from head to toe. "Nu, you're all right. You're truly all right. Where is Shangshan? Do you know where Shangshan has gone?" "What Shangshan? It's just me here." Nu Yeking, perplexed, scratched his head and turned to glance once more at the spirit spring platform, which lay barren and desolate. "Very well, let us hasten to Fengqi City and the grand tapestry of dreams that span the 6 realms. Let us not forget that our initial encounter amidst the beast forest was orchestrated by the ethereal strains of music, a fleeting connection that ultimately resembled but a dream. This dream, the most unforgettable of all, was one spent in your cherished company. Another year has passed, the season of blossoming flowers arrives, yet I ponder, where art thou?" Nuyeking gracefully descended, accompanied by the elegant wolf maiden clad in azure armor, while the formidable Kuei trailed closely behind them. Their presence astonished the few celestial beings within the Mi Hua Pavilion, for they had never beheld such an exquisite and unearthly fairy. The discerning among them soon recognized her, dispatching a messenger to inform the esteemed Shanghui and the ethereal Qianjia. Meanwhile, some of the more oblivious celestial beings engaged in fervent speculation. Who might that be? She seems so familiar. You fool, how can you not recognize her? She is none other than that witch. It's just that the scar on her face has vanished. Indeed, that's her. But look at the monstrous creature trailing behind her. It appears quite fearsome. Could it be a beast come to attack us? Yes, that beast seems oddly familiar, as though I have seen it before. I told you, you lack experience. That is Kuei, the ancient thunder goddess steed. It breathes fire and possesses a colossal form, typically appearing in a grayish hue, with but a single foot, capable of traversing the seas. Each entrance and exit heralds storms, and its roar is akin to thunder, one of the 10 great divine beasts of antiquity. When Pangu split the heavens, the thunder god and Kuei were born simultaneously, hence their profound bond akin to that of brothers. However, it is said that following the Battle of the Wilderness, the thunder god committed a grave transgression, plunging into the extermination platform, leaving only ashes behind. Kuei, unable to bear the loss of its master, succumbed to the darkness within, transforming into a demonic beast and vanishing from the world. The celestial figure in white, refined and cultured, gently waved a folding fan, exuding an aura of literary mastery. A wave of panic swept through the crowd. If Kuei has turned to darkness and become a demonic beast, then our fate is surely sealed. The timid among them spoke with trembling voices. At that moment, in a robe of pale blue, Shanghui and Qianjia descended gracefully from the spirit abode, their presence commanding yet devoid of hostility. Fear not, everyone. Though we have triumphed in battle, we must remain vigilant against the potential resurgence of the demonic forces. Should we succumb to chaos, we would be granting our adversaries an opportunity to strike. The words of Shanghui provided reassurance to the assembled immortals, silencing the murmurs that had filled the air. Standing coldly within the grand hall, Niking observed as Shanghui, the esteemed celestial, approached with elegant strides. Niking gracefully stepped forward and offered a slight bow, saying, Anu pays her respects to the esteemed celestial. At that moment, upon hearing of Niking's safe return, a flustered figure dashed into the hall. Upon spotting Shanghui, they halted, standing behind the other immortals. Due to their petite stature, they stood atop a stool, gesturing animatedly to convey their feelings. Niking caught a glimpse of the mischievous little Ji and playfully winked at him. Shanghui regarded Niking and remarked, You are now the master of Mi Hua Pavilion. Your position holds equal standing with that of the immortal at Xingshan Mountain. There is no need for you to bow. Dressed in a blue robe and skirt, Niking maintained her composure, stating, Anu is fully aware of her humble status. It is only proper. Qianjia softly inquired, You have returned, but what of the supreme deity? How does he fare? Niking paused, addressing the anxious Qianjia. I have not encountered the supreme deity, nor do I know his condition. Perhaps you have mistaken me for someone else. I see that the fairy is quite concerned about the safety of the supreme deity. Why not venture to the 9 heavens yourself for clarity? Upon hearing Niking's words, Qianjia's expression darkened with frustration, her delicate features turning ashen. However, mindful of the presence of the other immortals, she restrained her anger. Speaking in a soft yet piercing tone, What you say is indeed valid, but 2 days prior, you selflessly shielded the supreme deity from a deadly blow and subsequently vanished alongside him, leaving us in uncertainty. Now that you have returned safely, yet the whereabouts of the supreme deity remain unknown. What transpired during that time? I implore you, Master, to enlighten us, for the sake of soothing the hearts of the immortals. The other immortals nodded in agreement. Niking was momentarily taken aback. She had no recollection of ever having seen the supreme deity, let alone sacrificing herself to save him. Yet, under the scrutiny of so many eyes, she felt as though she had overlooked something significant, although it eluded her grasp. The wolf maiden, noticing Niking's bewilderment and evident distress, stepped forward and saluted the gathered immortals, saying, The wolf maiden pays her respects to all esteemed immortals. The master, due to her injuries, has temporarily forgotten certain matters. However, I have been closely following both the supreme deity and the master and am reasonably well versed in the events that transpired. Allow me to clarify the situation for everyone. The wolf maiden recounted her observations in detail, eliciting gasps of shock and expressions of fear from the immortals. Chi Dream is the sole deity across the 6 realms, a steadfast anchor for the human realm. the heavenly realm and the 9 heavens. His very soul seals away the demon lord of the demon race. If Chi Dream were to vanish, the power binding the demon lord would dissipate, allowing him to re-emerge in the world, plunging the 6 realms into chaos and bloodshed. What? The supreme deity has vanished. What is happening? An impatient immortal voiced their concern. Indeed, I witnessed it myself. The supreme deity transformed into a wisp of smoke and vanished atop the divine spring terrace. Shang Hui's gaze, half smiling, fell upon the vivid red mark on Niking's forehead. Fairy Qinjia, there is no need to trouble the master. You are most aware of the truth behind these events. Reveal what you know to the assembly. To ease their minds, Qinji glanced at Nuyeking, her face filled with skepticism, a fleeting smirk passing her lips. She then turned to the assembly of celestial beings, her expression transforming into one of serene contentment. As the sole disciple of the Divine One, I am naturally the most acquainted with his circumstances. It is widely acknowledged that during the Battle of the Wilderness, the Divine One sealed the demon sovereign with his own soul, leaving him with only a fragment of spirit and soul. The incompleteness of his essence has resulted in his frequent slumber. 3 days ago, the Divine One confided in me that he felt greatly stifled in the 9 heavens and wished to traverse the 6 realms. He thus vowed to dream of the 6 realms for 10 days and nights. However, a single day in the heavens equates to 10 years in the mortal realm, and today marks the 30th year of the Divine One's slumber. What you perceive as the Divine One is merely a reflection of himself within his dreams. Should he awaken, the dream's inhabitants will naturally vanish. Therefore, there is no need for concern. When the celestial banquet occurs once every decade, we shall undoubtedly see the Divine One once more. Upon hearing Qinji's words, the worry etched on the faces of the celestial beings dissipated, and they collectively exhaled in relief. However, Nuyeking found herself bewildered, as her memories contained no inkling of the Divine One's dream journey. She felt an unsettling disorientation, as if she were the only one left in the dark, grappling with the headache of forgotten recollections. All she remembered was a celestial being aiding her across the sea, bestowing upon her the title of the Master of Mihua Pavilion and escorting her to Shoufei Temple for medical assistance. Yet the identity and appearance of that individual remained elusive. Regardless of the events that transpired, Qinji's mocking demeanor left her with a sense of being toyed with. Since Qinji was already aware of the Divine One's dreamlike travels, her deliberate questioning before the assembly of celestial beings about the Divine One's inexplicable absence, while Nuyeking remained unscathed, was clearly intended to cast doubt upon her, undermining her efforts, though discomfort swirled within her. Nuyeking refrained from speaking out, mindful of Shanghui's presence, yet she resolved to remember that Qinji bore her ill will and sought to hinder her at every turn. Observing Nuyeking's flushed face, Qinji chose not to press further, instead turning to Shanghui with a respectful bow, softly stating, "Since the Divine One has awakened, this humble fairy shall take her leave." Shanghui nodded in acknowledgement, and as Qinji began to step away, the sky suddenly filled with auspicious clouds and radiant light, golden beams streaming through the window into the grand hall. A middle-aged man clad in celestial official robes materialized amidst the golden glow. It was none other than the celestial summoning officer, Songming. Aside from Shanghui and Qinji, who offered slight bows, the other celestial beings knelt in reverence. "We pay our respects to the Heavenly Lord." Nuyeking, still disoriented and unable to recognize the man, reluctantly crouched down under the insistence of the she-wolf, her gaze fixed uncomfortably upon the summoning officer. Songming's voice resonated powerfully, echoing through the heavens. "The Heavenly Lord summons Fairy Qinji. Please return to the celestial realm at once to report." Qinji's face betrayed her reluctance, yet she respectfully replied, "Yes." Receiving the decree, Qinji bid farewell to Shanghui and the others, departing with Songming, but not before casting a peculiar glance at Nuyeking. Leaving her feeling profoundly unsettled, as the multitude gazed at the silhouette of Qinji fading into the horizon, Nuyeking turned her attention, her brow furrowed, and inquired of Shanghui, "Esteemed Immortal, I have a matter I wish to consult you about." "Speak freely." "I shall answer truthfully," Shanghui replied, waving his voluminous sleeves to signal the assembled immortals to disperse. Once the gathering had vacated the grand hall, only Nuyeking and Shanghui remained. "Is it true that the demon beast has been subdued and sealed within the luminous orb carried by the divine being?" Nuyeking blinked, her voice imbued with a plethora of uncertainty and trepidation. If indeed the creature resided within the divine being's orb, then rescuing Wenyo from his grasp while he dwelled in the 9 heavens would surely prove to be an arduous task. The demon beast is indeed imprisoned within the luminous orb, yet it is not in the possession of the divine being. Rather, it is sealed within the 5 elements and 8 trigrams formation at the residence of the divine spirit. Upon my return to the mountain, I shall cast it into the molten lava to ensure its complete annihilation, preventing it from wreaking further havoc upon the world. Therefore, do not fret, Master Zhai, Shanghui assured, mistakenly believing Nuyeking was concerned about the demon beast's potential escape to endanger humanity once more. Upon hearing that Guo Wenyo would be cast into the molten lava, Nuyeking's face blanched with terror, and she implored fervently, I beseech you to show mercy, esteemed Immortal. He is but the second son of Fengqi City, possessing a kind heart and harboring no wicked thoughts. He had once aspired to become your disciple. Alas, it was Gu Ming who manipulated Lu Piapiao to control Guo Wenhua. Guo Wenyo, being deeply loyal, was tragically forced to immerse himself in demonic waters and consumed the 100-spirit Gu, which transformed him into a demon beast. Esteemed Immortal, you have always been compassionate towards the world. I implore you to extend your hand in salvation and restore him to his ordinary existence. Shanghui pondered silently, his countenance betraying no words. Nuyeking continued, Fengqi City serves as the economic hub of the celestial realm. With the city lord Guo Wenhua having fallen victim to Gu Ming, if Guo Wenyo were to perish as well, who would govern Fengqi City? Should there be no one to lead, Mi Huazhai would become an orphan without a home. This is your root, and indeed the root of the celestial realm. For the sake of the entire celestial realm, I urge you to deliberate carefully before making a decision. Master Zhai speaks with sound reasoning. For both public and private matters, Guo Wenyo has compelling reasons to remain alive. I shall confer with the divine being before reaching a conclusion. Shanghui remarked, a look of satisfaction gracing his features as he nodded affirmatively. Nuyeking's anxious expression faded, replaced by a radiant smile, as if the sky were adorned with blossoming branches, captivatingly beautiful. Yet, her thoughts shifted to the fate of Xian Xianling and others, who had been captured by Gu Ming, their fates uncertain. Not having seen them in the hall earlier, an uneasy feeling settled within her. The 10 great celestial spirits, the 4 masters, and the twin flowers have all been taken to the city lord's mansion by Gu Ming. Do you have any news of their whereabouts? Shanghui's tranquil visage suddenly darkened with dismay. He turned and slowly ascended to the high seat in the grand hall, whereupon an immortal presented him with tea. Elegantly lifting the cup, he allowed a few leaves to float before moistening his throat. He spoke. I led my disciples in a thorough search of the city lord's mansion, yet we found no trace of Xian Anlin and the others. Their life stones have not illuminated since their abduction. I fear they may have met with tragedy. However, within the Fengjin, we did discover young boys and girls whose souls had been siphoned away, and they have since been returned to their homes. Suddenly, a heavy stone weighed upon Nuyeking's heart, leaving her breathless and in despair. She could not possibly accept the tragic reality of the celestial being's demise. Without witnessing their calamity with her own eyes, she resolutely refused to believe that the celestial spirits had vanished into thin air. Moreover, her heart ached even more for the young boys and girls whose souls had been siphoned away within the confines of Fengjin. Trembling with sorrow, she clenched her hands tightly together, her sharp nails digging deep into her palms. The excruciating pain forced her to stifle the simmering rage and guilt within her, blaming herself for the disaster that had unfolded due to her momentary negligence. Tears welled up in her bright eyes and streamed down her cheeks. At that moment, the atmosphere in the hall was heavy, as silent as the grave, with only the intensity of her suppressed fury igniting the entire space. After a long while, Nuyeking managed to rein in her wrath, hastily wiping away her tears, and choked out, I wish to personally visit the city lord's residence. Perhaps I can uncover some clues. If it is true that the celestial beings, such as Xian Xianling, have perished, I cannot escape my culpability. I shall impose the severest punishment upon myself. Shanghui quietly observed Nuyeking before him. She emanated a formidable aura of celestial energy, devoid of any trace of demonic influence. He perhaps grasped the gravity of the situation, and with a steady voice he declared, for the time being, I entrust Fengqi City to your care. I must hasten to meet the divine being to report the situation in Fengqi City, and also to discuss matters concerning the demonic beasts. Henceforth, you shall be the sole authority on affairs pertaining to Fengqi City. Understood, Nuyeking replied, but then suddenly had a thought and stepped forward briskly. Might you convey a message to the divine being on my behalf? Certainly, speak your mind, Shanghui said, halting his departure and turning to face Nuyeking. Feeling awkward yet unable to suppress her embarrassment, Nuyeking scratched her head, though the pain in her eyes remained palpable. This is a long story. You must have heard of the inferno of the Dragon Soul Forest. It was ignited because of me. The elder of the demon clan, Tonglan, inexplicably employed the Qihu tribe to pursue me. In my quest for the truth, I infiltrated the Qihu tribe, only to be discovered by Tonglan. who then unleashed the inferno upon them. I narrowly escaped in order to seek the divine being's assistance in extinguishing the flames and rescuing the lives of those in the Chi-Hu. The inferno has raged for over a month, and I fear the surrounding beings are enduring immense suffering. If the fire is not extinguished in a timely manner, the consequences will be dire. And even if I had 1,000 lives, I could never atone for my sins. I beseech you to relay my request to the divine being for his intervention to quell the fire. As she spoke, Nu Yeching, overwhelmed by her guilt, knelt down before him. This was her first act of kneeling in this world, and it was for the calamity she had caused, a gesture born from her concern for the lives affected. Shanghui, with a calm countenance, responded, I see it is indeed commendable that you can atone for your transgressions, but do not be overly harsh on yourself. The beings in the Dragon Soul Forest were fated to encounter this tribulation. If they manage to survive, it is their fortune, and they shall gain from it. However, to extinguish the flames of hell, the one who tied the knot must be the one to untie it. Contemplate this deeply. The one who ties the knot must be the one to untie it. In Yeching stared in astonishment at Shanghui, her eyes wide with disbelief. She noticed Shanghui offering her a reassuring glance, indicating that the root of all this turmoil lay within her, and thus it should be concluded by her as well. Yet, how was she to proceed? Shanghui raised her hand, silencing the question, and rose to soar towards the divine spirit abode, leaving behind the lingering echo. When the time comes, you will naturally know what to do. Yeching stood there, dazed, watching as Shanghui vanished into the grand hall. As night fell, the moonlight cascaded upon the jade-like floor, casting a chilling glow. The Lord's mansion lay in desolation, a scene of utter ruin. The opulent Yaohua Hall was swept by a cold wind, resembling an ice cavern where a careless misstep could lead to becoming a frozen statue. In Yeching and the Wolf Maiden stood outside the Yaohua Hall, gazing at the plaque radiating a golden halo under the moonlight. Wasn't this the Grand Hall of Gowenyo? Now, with Gowenyo's fall, it had transformed into such a state of despair. The Wolf Maiden followed closely behind in Yeching, surveying their surroundings. Indeed, the once vast and spacious hall now seemed profoundly lonely, bereft of its master. Moved by the scene, In Yeching momentarily lost her composure but soon reined in her surging emotions, turning to the Wolf Maiden. Xiaoka's fate remains uncertain, and I cannot find peace. This place is the most likely refuge for Xiaoka. I must take the risk. The Wolf Maiden nodded firmly in agreement. In the ensuing hours, the two scoured the ground for any trace. Xiaoka, where are you? Please speak up. Your sister has returned. Why do you not come out? After several hours of turning the Yaohua Hall upside down, they still failed to catch sight of the lively, purplish figure. In Yeching's anxiety escalated into sobs. Upon hearing In Yeching's cries, the Wolf Maiden felt a pang of sorrow and approached. Squatting beside her, "Do not weep. Perhaps he has been tempted to venture out in search of food and will return shortly. No, he will not return. I have searched the entire Fengqi city with my consciousness and found no trace of him. He cannot truly be." In Yeching slumped to the ground, hugging her knees, tears streaming down her face, weeping incoherently like a child who had lost their toy. Throughout this journey, he was my sole companion. When I was perplexed, he would always awaken me with a single word. When I felt dejected, he would playfully lift my spirits. In moments of peril, he would protect me without hesitation. Yet I always bullied him. Even resorting to throwing him aside, I deeply regret it. My heart bleeds. Why must one only realize the weight of their losses when everything is gone? Why? Sister. The Wolf Maiden, moved by In Yeching's torrent of tears, instinctively pulled her trembling form into a tight embrace, gently patting her back, tenderly soothing her wounds like a mother would. Suddenly, a glimmer of light flickered in the dim southwestern corner of the hall. Slicing through the darkness that enveloped it, the Wolf Maiden sprang to her feet, exclaiming in surprise. Anu. In Yeching, bewildered, rose to see the tension etched on the Wolf Maiden's face, then followed her gaze to the corner where tiny sparks of light flickered incessantly, resembling a cluster of fireflies gathered together. The remnants of a past dream have already fled in defeat, and within the Lord's manor, besides the dutiful inhabitants, no outsiders remain. This moment, as night deepens, they have retreated to a separate courtyard for rest. What could have caused such a spectacle in the Yaohua Hall? Could it be that Nu Yeching and the Wolf Maiden discreetly drew forth their weapons, cautiously making their way towards the source of the light? Upon reaching the southwestern corner, Nu Yeching waved her hand, illuminating the entire room with the flicker of a lamp. This was an intricately arranged study, and the luminous glow emanated from a painting on the wall. The artwork depicted a woman clad in a water blue chiffon gown, gracefully dancing upon the waves of a vast sea. Her delicate, oval face was adorned with a fiery red peony, exuding an enchanting allure, while her expressive eyes gazed longingly into the unknown. The inky blackness of her long hair danced in the sea breeze. And perhaps the woman's beauty was so striking that the fish beneath the waves surfaced to gaze at her in a WNU. Yeching stared dumbfounded at the figure in the painting. Captivated by her beauty, so ethereal, so otherworldly. But why did she seem familiar? Anew. Is that not you? The wolf maiden exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment as she turned to Nu Yiqing. It suddenly dawned on Nu Yiqing. Having never looked into a mirror due to the scars on her face, she had been oblivious to her own beauty. However, her gaze fell upon the shoulder of the painted woman, where a lively figure, Xiaoku, blinked animatedly at her, her lips moving as if in speech. Nu Yiqing felt a flicker of confusion. The more she looked, the more peculiar Xiaoku appeared. Are you Xiaoku? Nu Yiqing asked, her voice laced with charm and concern as she stepped closer, her delicate hand reaching out to touch Xiaoku. The moment her fingers brushed against the figure, a surge of spiritual energy coursed through her, illuminating the truth. Sister, Xiaoku is truly here. Nu Yiqing exclaimed, her eyes brimming with tears of joy as she glanced at the wolf maiden. The wolf maiden, perplexed, acknowledged that it indeed resembled Xiaoku, albeit the Xiaoku of the painting. She assumed Nu Yiqing was merely lost in her sorrow, and gently urged, we must depart. We still need to search for the traces of the celestial spirit. No, it is truly Xiaoku, Nu Yiqing insisted, noticing the wolf maiden had not grasped her meaning. Without hesitation, she channeled her magic, a blue light shooting from her hands and hovering above the painting. Within moments, the light dissipated, and Xiaoku began to take on a tangible form. Sister! Xiaoku exclaimed as she soared towards Nu Yiqing, nuzzling against her cheek. Sister, why did you take so long? I nearly perished, fearing I would never see you again. Nu Yiqing, her face alight with affection, showered Xiaoku with tender kisses, her voice filled with remorse. I'm so sorry, so sorry. It is my fault, sister. I will never leave you again. I promise if you ever abandon me again, I will draw circles and curse you. May your meals be tasteless, may you choke on water, may you suffer from insomnia, and above all, never find a husband, only ever playing with me. Little Ku, with tears and snot adorning her cherubic face, flailed her tiny hooves about, embodying the expression of a sorceress who holds victory in her grasp. Very well, very well. Nu Yiqing nodded in response, fearing the loss that could be regained. She was willing to acquiesce to any condition, so long as little Ku remained alive. The abruptness of these events left the wolf girl in a state of disbelief, yet witnessing the exchange between Nu Yiqing and little Ku filled her with indescribable joy. The silvery moonlight shimmered brilliantly, draping the garden of tulips in a delicate veil, as they traversed the serene bamboo grove. A gentle breeze wafted through, dancing playfully from the lush branches to the silken strands of hair, caressing their tender skin and slipping through the layers of their garments, cooling them to their very core. The feather viewing tower was indeed a magnificent sight, yet the solitary white tulip, standing alone, stirred a deep sense of pity within the wolf girl. Indeed, flowers bloom to manifest their worth, she mused, as Nu Yiqing stared blankly at the blossoms vying to unfold at the tower. Suddenly, a wisp of blue mist swept by, and she found herself holding a pristine white tulip, embodying nobility and purity. And what of her? She willingly embraced solitude in her pursuit of worth. However, gains and losses are intertwined. Though she forfeited her freedom, she validated the value of her sacrifices, thus acquiring an invaluable treasure. What treasure? The wolf girl inquired, accepting the white tulip from Nu Yiqing and examining it closely. The unwavering loyalty of Guo Wenhua, Nu Yiqing replied, and with a swift flick of her sleeve, the white tulip vanished from her grasp. The wolf girl instinctively reached out, only to grasp a lingering fragrance that danced around her fingertips. Nu Yiqing strode purposefully toward the entrance of the feather viewing tower, determined to uncover its mysteries. Unfortunately, after several attempts, she was repelled by the barrier surrounding the tower, landing on the ground in defeat. It seemed that a barrier had been established here before the dream of the past fled. Could there be something amiss within? The wolf girl helped Nu Yiqing to her feet. Nu Yiqing did not directly respond to the wolf girl but instead continued toward the grand door beneath the tower. Sister, someone is approaching, little Ku alerted, having sensed the presence of others from 100 meters away. Nu Yiqing turned to glance at little Ku and the wolf girl. We must find a place to hide. With that, she soared toward the vacant central space of the tower, where the entire plaza came into clear view in the blink of an eye. she spotted Tonglan and Linglong gradually emerging from the shadows, landing at the base of the feather viewing tower, uttering incantations before vanishing from the plaza, two beams of purple light darting into the tower's interior. Once Tonglan and Linglong disappeared from sight, Nuyeking and the wolf girl descended from above, their gazes fixed intently on the tower's grand entrance. How dare they return? I shall go and slay them. The wolf girl seethed. Her hatred for Tonglan deepened ever since learning of the latter's exploitation of the Chi-Hu clan and the malevolent use of hellfire to torment innocent lives. Upon seeing Tonglan again, her teeth clenched and a long whip materialized in her hand, ready to force her way into the feather viewing tower. Sister, do not act impulsively, Nuyeking cautioned. Niking grasped the wolf maiden's arm and gently implored. In the aftermath of the recent battle between the celestial beings and the demons, the demonic faction scheme in Fengqi City has been thwarted. Yet, they audaciously return to the Yuguan Tower after their retreat, which surely harbors some hidden motives. If you recklessly charge in, it may alarm them and forfeit our chance to unravel their deceit. I share your sorrow regarding the matters of the Chihua tribe and harbor deep resentment towards Tonglan. But our immediate priority must be to prevent them from further harming innocent lives here. Otherwise, the cost may far outweigh the benefits. Moreover, even with our combined strength, we are not a match for Tonglan and Linglong. Seeking vengeance might only entangle us in peril, which is hardly worthwhile. I cannot swallow this indignation, the wolf maiden replied, trembling from her restraint. While the mountains remain, there is no fear of lacking firewood. Revenge need not be pursued in haste. It is far more satisfying to see our enemies seething with rage before we strike, chimed Xiaoka, a bamboo leaf clutched between her teeth, reclining comfortably on Niking's shoulder with an air of self-satisfaction. Niking shot her a disapproving glance before turning back to the wolf maiden, saying, Sister, Xiaoka does have a point. Gradually calming her fury, the wolf maiden retracted her whip, asking, So what shall we do now? Let us stealthily infiltrate and ascertain their intentions, Niking suggested. With that, the two joined forces to dispel the barrier and slipped into the Yuguan Tower. Inside, a crimson mist swirled, saturated with demonic energy, and the stifling air rendered breathing a struggle. Niking surveyed the surroundings with her consciousness but found no sign of Tonglan or Linglong, her brow furrowing as she murmured, Where is everyone? I clearly saw them enter. This is peculiar. The wolf maiden approached a large iron cage that could contain a single person, noticing a water-blue garment draped over its edge. She reached out to touch it, her brow knitting in concern as she turned to Niking's tattered skirt, fully comprehending the implications. Anew, this, Niking, wishing to say something, was suddenly reminded of the days when she had been trapped like a bird within a cage, ensnared by countless blood-red tendrils, droplets of blood cascading down, and that fatal sword strike that had nearly claimed her life. Shaking her head, she cleared her throat and, after reciting an incantation, summoned a blazing inferno that engulfed the iron cage. In less than a quarter of an hour, it had been reduced to a puddle of tungsten. Such instruments of cruelty towards living beings have no reason to persist. Xiaoka soared through the space, completing a circuit but finding nothing of note. However, in a corner, she discovered a glass lamp, its flickering candlelight undeterred by the surrounding demonic energy, radiating an aura of celestial essence that set it apart. Come quickly and see this lamp. It resembles something from the celestial realm, Xiaoka exclaimed in astonishment, her voice echoing. Niking and the wolf maiden approached the lamp, their gazes locking, and both instinctively knew the answer that awaited them. In contemplation, Niking reached out to touch the lamp's wick. As her fingers grazed it, a wave of warmth surged from her fingertips, coursing through her entire being. Suddenly, the glass lamp burst forth with a brilliant radiance, casting a vivid golden light that rendered the entire space nearly blank. The two individuals were transported to the pinnacle of the Yuguan Tower by a radiant white halo. The atmosphere at the top floor was starkly different from the previous one. It was a resplendent crystal palace, dazzling in its beauty. Along the crystal pathway, every 10 paces stood a blooming purple tulip, reminiscent of a splash of purple cinnabar against the snow, unique and exquisite, truly captivating. Faint echoes of conversation drifted in, akin to the cooing of a cuckoo in a deep valley. Sister, there's a small room here. Xiaoka discovered an exceedingly concealed space on the first level of the passageway, easily overlooked if one was not attentive. Let us hide here for a while. This way, we can protect ourselves while eavesdropping on their schemes, don't you think? Am I not clever? Upon saying this, Xiaoka displayed an air of smug satisfaction, a bamboo leaf held between her teeth as she detached herself from Nu Yeching's shoulder and fluttered toward the small room. Sighing, Nu Yeqing felt a twinge of annoyance, but had no choice but to follow the wolf girl in pursuit of Xiaoku. What a beautiful little room. I want to reside here too, Xiaoku exclaimed, her excitement causing her to dance with glee as she explored the entirety of the small chamber. It felt like a sea of snow, and naturally, this little room was no exception. However, the four-dimensional layout failed to capture Nu Yeqing's attention. Instead, it was the diminutive coffin at the center that deeply ensnared her gaze. Surrounding the tiny coffin were tulips crafted from crystal, sparkling magnificently, yet the faint hint of blood red at the tips of the tulip petals was strikingly poignant, evoking a sense of sorrow. Instinctively, Nu Yeqing crouched beside the coffin, brushing away the mist on the lid with her sleeve. To her astonishment, a cherubic face emerged, plump and exceedingly adorable, with little black pearl-like eyes darting about. The infant lay bare inside, limbs flailing in the air like lotus roots, and a small mouth that seemed to smile with joy. Nu Yeqing was momentarily entranced by the sound of innocent laughter that seemed to envelop the entire coffin. Regrettably, all of this joy was confined within the coffin, and the wolf girl and Xiaoku heard nothing. Standing foolishly around the coffin, gazing at the child-baby, Nu Yeqing's maternal instinct surged, her affection overwhelming as she instinctively attempted to communicate with the child. However, all her efforts were in vain. She tried various methods to open the coffin and rescue the child, but to no avail, leaving her heart heavy with disappointment. Sister, don't be sad. Look at the baby dancing about. They seem quite healthy, so there must be no danger. Xiaoku perched upon Nu Yeqing's shoulder, nudging her cheek with her chubby body. I'll warm you up with my little bottom, and soon you won't feel sad anymore. At Xiaoku's words, Nu Yeqing chuckled softly, playfully poking her finger at Xiaoku's form. Oh, you. Xiaoku made a valid point. The baby being confined within the coffin must have been intentional, thus ensuring the child's safety. However, since our attempts to open it have been fruitless, there must be a mechanism involved. Nevertheless, we must first ascertain the purpose of Tong Tang's visit before devising a plan to rescue the baby after they depart. Nu Yeqing concurred with the wolf girl, and thus she employed her spiritual insight to survey the entire space. Originally, the place where they now resided was none other than the uppermost level of the feather viewing tower, the very same location that Lu Piapiao occupied in the expansive central chamber of the Grand Crystal Palace. There rested a crystal coffin, within which lay a woman in serene repose. She exuded an ethereal elegance, her otherworldly aura captivating to the point of enchantment. A droplet of vermilion rested between her brows, reminiscent of a blood-stained landscape in a painting, her beauty rivaling that of celestial maidens. Truly, she was deserving of her status as an immortal. Even in slumber, her allure was irresistible. Her visage could only be described as one that could topple kingdoms, justifying the lengths to which Go Wenhua would go for her. Nu Yeqing was instantly smitten by the woman within the crystal coffin. Oh dear. Why are you poking me? She turned around, only to find a sturdy hair resembling a steel needle protruding from the plump backside of Xiaoku, jabbing sharply into her shoulder. I merely sought to remind you not to be entranced by the lady. Look, you're practically drooling, Xiaoku remarked, her expression one of disdain as she looked at Nu Yeqing. The wolf girl couldn't help but chuckle. Nu Yeqing shot a glare at Xiaoku, then resumed her focused exploration. Tong Luan, clad in a black brocade robe, had clusters of snow-white hair framing his slightly mature visage, which lent him an air of severity. He gazed coldly at Lu Piapiao within the crystal coffin, stating icily, so this is Tai Yuanyang. It appears that the old rogue Shang Hui remains oblivious to her presence. Master, what shall we do next? Ling Long, seemingly unscathed by the recent battle, adorned in her purple attire that accentuated her fair skin, spoke with vibrant allure, her blood-red lips parting slightly. Regarding the previous incident with the Chihu tribe, Granny Yin has already expressed her reservations towards me. To bridge this gap, we must expedite the activation of the Purgatory Blood Array. Once the poisonous demons of the Purgatory Sea are unleashed, we will have accomplished a significant feat for the demon clan, thus demonstrating our loyalty to Granny Yin. Moreover, while proving our allegiance, we can also ascend to the leadership of the poisonous demons, thereby expanding our own power. This is indeed a twofold opportunity, and my ascension to becoming the demon sovereign, ruling over the 6 realms, will be but a matter of time. As Tong Luan spoke with increasing bravado. He spread his arms wide, embodying the notion that the world lay within his grasp. Master, you are truly remarkable, Ling Long exclaimed, her pride in her master evident. She joyfully nestled into Tong Luan's embrace, resting her head upon his shoulder, her eyes brimming with admiration. After a moment, she lifted her head and said, Master, the array's focal point has been captured by those so-called righteous individuals. It is uncertain whether they are alive or dead. Furthermore, Elder Gu Ming mentioned that the array can only be activated during the Nine Heavens mystic line. How shall we proceed to initiate the array? Humph. Elder Gu Ming merely seeks to intimidate. Tong Luan retorted, I have already gleaned from Granny Yin that the true focal point of the array is the Iron Phoenix, not Go Wenyo. Go Wenyo has been transformed into a beast. This serves to mislead the masses and is part of Elder Gu's scheme to cultivate his own beastly legion as long as we shatter the Phoenix Dan within the Iron Phoenix. The time required to activate the array will be halved, and its effectiveness will remain undiminished. At that point, if I merely drop a drop of my blood upon the Phoenix Dan, I will become the leader of the poisonous demons. Granny Yin still cares for you, Master, yet it seems she harbors no fondness for Ling Long. Having been within the demon clan for 17 years, I have never witnessed Granny Yin offer Ling Long a single word of praise. Instead, she seems to favor that wretched Anu. Humph. Ling Long spoke through gritted teeth, her frustration evident. Having spoken, she turned sharply and struck the ice pillar 10 meters away with a fierce palm, causing shards of ice to scatter and fall like delicate snowflakes upon the ground. How could Granny Yin permit that little wretch to step foot into the hall of earthly sovereignty, even assigning her tasks personally? Such privileges have never been bestowed upon me. In truth, my capabilities far exceed those of that little vixen. Why am I not the one favored? Tang Ling gently patted Ling Long's shoulder, saying, Do not dwell on it, my apprentice. The reason you do not garner Granny Yan's attention is that you are merely an ordinary mortal with a corporeal body, whereas that Anu is different. Her blood possesses the power to unleash the most formidable and ferocious demons known to this world, a treasure that our demon clan covets dearly. Thus, she is indeed Granny Yan's cherished jewel. In Yeching was taken aback, pondering how her blood could possibly release such demons. Steadying her soft legs, she perked up her ears to gather more information. What on earth is happening? Why does her blood hold such immense power? Ling Long's curiosity urged her to seek further understanding. Your inquiries have already brushed against the taboos of our clan. Until I possess the strength to protect you adequately, it is prudent for us to value our lives. Tang Ling cautioned. Ling Long's inquisitiveness displeased Tang Ling, who coldly turned her gaze towards the crystal coffin. Let me impart one more lesson. Curiosity killed the cat. Tang Ling had always indulged Ling Long, who had never witnessed her mentor's ire. Thus, this sudden warning startled her. Her eyes flickered as she rushed to Tang Ling, playfully pleading, Master, your teachings shall be etched in my heart. Tang Ling's demeanor softened immediately, casting a tender glance at Ling Long as long as you remember. Now, let us combine our yin and yang energies to shatter the Phoenix Dan. Yes, Master, Ling Long replied, swiftly circling around the crystal coffin to stand opposite Tang Ling. Their gazes locked, and their palms met with a resounding clap as they channeled their magic. A swirl of black energy emanated from Tang Ling's crown, while a white mist ascended from Ling Long's. The two energies intertwined and rapidly surged into Lu Piapiao's belly. Subsequently, the baby within Yeching's space let out an ear-piercing wail, the tender cry piercing through the coffin and resonating in the 4 dimensions. The sound startled Yeching and the wolf girl, throwing them into disarray as they rushed to the little coffin, attempting to soothe, amuse, and even intimidate, desperate to silence the cries, fearing the arrival of Tang Ling and Ling Long. My dear little aunt, please stop crying. Your cries are truly thunderous. Surely they'll attract those 2 villains. I beg you, let us cease the weeping, for I have no desire to meet my demise, the little one pleaded, her cries unabated. What to do? If this crying continues, it will undoubtedly draw their attention. The wolf girl also panicked, placing all her hopes on the ever-cunning Yeching. After a moment's contemplation, Yeching slowly nodded, her expression turning serious as she stated, I distinctly observed them inserting a mysterious energy into Lu Piapiao's body, after which the baby began to cry. Could it be that the baby is the offspring of Lu Piapiao and Go Wenhua? It appears that Lu Piapiao did not succumb to the shattering of her soul during the 3rd heavenly tribulation because her child shielded her from it. Thus, it follows that Lu Piapiao survived. While the child perished, if my conjecture is accurate, the calamity surrounding the blood-stained array of purgatory commenced when Lu Piapiao arrived in Fengqi City. How could this be? The child is undeniably still alive. Just listen to the strength of her cries, remarked Xiao Ke. New Yeching was momentarily taken aback, glancing at the wolf girl and Xiao Ku. Perhaps this is merely an illusion. As she spoke, she cast a spell to dispel the veil of deception, revealing that the once vibrant child had transformed into a lifeless corpse. The crystalline tulips surrounding the coffin had withered, melting into a pool of icy water. Ah! The wolf girl and Xiao Ku were startled, collapsing onto the ground. Hush! Nu Yeqing heard footsteps approaching and gestured for silence. They observed Tonglan and Linglong hastily departing. After a quarter of an hour, confirming that Tonglan and Linglong had ventured far away, the three emerged from their concealed space, standing before Lu Piapiao's crystal coffin, within which she lay, breathtakingly beautiful beyond description. "What a stunning woman," the wolf girl exclaimed. Nu Yeqing glanced at the wolf girl, curling her lips in a wry smile. "Initially, I too was captivated by her beauty, but it was Xiao Ku's jab at my backside that jolted me back to reality. Humph, you should be grateful to me. Had it not been for my intervention, you would have been utterly entranced by her allure, completely neglecting the purpose of our visit," Xiao Ku declared proudly. "Just how impressive you are," Nu Yeqing retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Xiao Ku before turning to the wolf girl. "Sister, they have already shattered the Iron Phoenix's Phoenix Dan formation, and its activation time has been advanced by half. This means that in approximately 15 days, the formation will be fully operational, and we must find a solution." "Indeed, but at present, we are like headless flies, utterly at a loss," the wolf girl expressed her concern. The two fell into a deep contemplation. Xiao Ku, feeling bored, leaned on Nu Yeqing's shoulder. "Why don't we return for now? The frigid environment is quite unbearable, and the luminous pearl overhead instills a sense of unease. Since we have no solutions, it may be wiser to return and discuss it with everyone. Perhaps we can devise a plan." The wolf girl nodded in agreement. Anew, it would not be unwise to return and seek solutions. Very well. In the Yaohua Palace, the dim sky began to blush faintly as the morning breeze, laden with moisture, brushed against them pleasantly. However, Nu Yeqing's heart felt anything but at ease. Suddenly, she sensed the ring on her finger growing unbearably hot. So much so that it felt as if her finger might snap in haste. Nu Yeqing removed the ring and cast it to the ground. As it lay there, the ring continued to radiate heat, revealing a blooming rhododendron that mirrored the emblem on the ring, within which emerged a familiar and gentle smile that eased Nu Yeqing's tumultuous emotions considerably to anew. "It has been quite some time since we last parted. How have you fared?" Yunling's gentle smile was as captivating as the morning breeze. "Brother Yun," Nu Yeqing replied, feeling somewhat at a loss. How could she claim to be well? How could she possibly be well? The resentment stemming from the unjust demise of her entire family in a past life caused her heart to ache to the point of shattering. The horrific sight of Xiao Bei's dismembered body, coupled with the extreme punishment imposed on Zilian as a hostage, weighed heavily upon her, as the burden of saving countless innocent lives in Fengqi City rested squarely on her shoulders. All these pressures left her gasping for breath, the pain nearly unbearable. She swallowed the tears that threatened to spill over, forcing a smile and nodding. "I am well. Everything is fine. Then I can rest easy. I have good news to share. I have resolved matters at home, and I have informed my family in a few days I shall come to find you," Yunling said joyfully. Nu Yeqing could hardly contain her excitement. Yun Ji's prowess in the mystical arts was profound and enigmatic. Perhaps his arrival could offer her some assistance. I will await you in Fengqi City." After exchanging pleasantries, the conversation came to an end. Nu Yeqing brushed aside all her unpleasant thoughts, exhilarated as she slipped the ring onto her finger, gazing longingly at the horizon in a dreamlike state, beneath a cerulean expanse of cloudless sky. The morning sun bathed the world in a gentle warmth, shimmering like pure gold. The fresh air was imbued with the delicate fragrance of flowers, invigorating her senses. As Nu Yeqing withdrew her gaze and turned to leave, she caught a glimpse of the disheveled Gengyu approaching the Yaohua Hall, prompting her to halt and instinctively await his arrival. Gengyu's face bore the marks of weariness, his once proud demeanor now replaced by a subdued countenance. It was said that his brother, Geng Wu, had perished in the battle between immortals and demons, sacrificing himself to save Gengyu amidst the chaos of clashing swords. Though their aspirations diverged, the bond of blood remained strong. Surviving under his brother's protection in times of turmoil must have been a heavy burden, and the loss likely dealt him a significant blow. In this moment, he perhaps felt as she did. Living in such anguish was surely more torturous than death itself. Gengyu's plight struck Nu Yeqing deeply, and she forced a smile. "Gengyu, what brings you here, esteemed master?" "It is I who has been remiss," Gengyu replied, hands clasped together in reverence as he knelt before her. "In the past, I failed to recognize your status and did not properly honor you. I hope you can forgive my transgressions." Nu Yeqing was taken aback, though the surprise quickly faded. Since the war between the immortals and demons, her identity as the master of Mi Hua Zhai had spread widely. Regrettably, her previous intention to discreetly relinquish that title after unraveling the infernal blood array could no longer be concealed. With a resigned shake of her head, she hurried to assist Gung Yu to his feet. You are my benefactor. I have yet to express my gratitude to you, yet here you are, feeling remorse. Please, rise. And no. Gung Yu stammered, astonished, as he awkwardly stood. How could the master, who was renowned alongside the celestial beings atop Xingqian Mountain, deign to personally assist me? I shall rise on my own. Your words are misplaced. You have saved my life. Thus, you are indeed my benefactor and entirely deserving of this honor. Come, let us retreat indoors for tea. Nu Yiqing gestured, preparing to offer tea in place of wine to honor Gung Yu's life-saving deed. By the way, I did not come here merely to sip tea. I have heard that the master of the temple is in search of several celestial beings who battled fiercely with Gu Ming a few days ago, and I have come specifically for this matter. Gung Yu, in his naive manner, stated this. Nu Yiqing suddenly threw her body forward and, filled with excitement, inquired, Do you know whether those celestial beings are alive or dead? Where are they? To this, I shall speak candidly. They have been captured by Gu Ming and are said to be taken back to the demon clan, to be imprisoned within the Inferno Palace. I fear they are facing a perilous fate, likely to encounter death multiple times. The Inferno Palace of the demon clan is akin to hell itself. If the demon clan represents the underworld, then the Inferno is the very embodiment of the 18 layers of hell, heavily guarded and accessible only by the command of the demon sovereign. This prison was specifically constructed by the demon sovereign to detain captured celestial beings and to punish those of the demon clan who have erred. Notably, celestial beings are subjected to the agonizing torment of the soul snare, perpetually suspended above the soul-eating pool. There, relentless snowfall blankets the ground, and the biting cold wind pierces through one's very being. What is even more horrifying is the wretched cries of the punished, echoing through the desolate corridors, as their suffering renders them almost lifeless. Nu Yiqing recalled how her own misdeeds had led to Zilian being imprisoned by Yin Pupur in the Inferno, causing her heart to tremble with fear. After Gung Yu took his leave, Nu Yiqing hurriedly returned to Hua Zhai with Wolf Girl and Xiao Ku. Uncertain of what to do next, she felt lost. Both Shang Hui and Qian Qi had departed, leaving her to confront the monumental challenge before her in Feng Qi City. She was at a loss, even lacking someone to consult. Her mind burdened with a weight greater than two in a state of turmoil, she unwittingly found herself at the dilapidated temple where she first met Go Wenyao, before the statue that had intrigued her from the moment she laid eyes upon it. She knelt in reverence. Overcome with suppression, she yearned for a listener to her woes, and that listener was this very statue. Oh, celestial being, I wonder if you can hear my voice. Ha, how foolish of me. You are merely a statue. How could you possibly hear? It seemed she was utterly exhausted, so fatigued that she could hardly breathe. As if she were on the brink of death, I feel as though I could simply sleep. Sleep until the end of time. Sleep until the heavens crumble and the earth decays. Gradually, Nu Yiqing leaned against the statue and drifted into slumber. In her dreams, the distant mountains were painted in shades of deep blue. Their peaks undulating. Nu Yiqing found herself standing upon a gently flowing river, its surface wreathed in ethereal mist, enveloping the waters tightly, as if everything were frozen in silence. Birds soared through the air without a sound, and even the fish that swam around the hem of her skirt appeared lifeless, a wave of dread surging through her mind. What is this place? Where am I? Nu Yiqing cried out in panic. After a moment, she noticed a figure in official attire approaching, holding the hand of a 5 or 6-year-old child. The innocent laughter shattered the stillness. Xiaoji, is that you? Nu Yiqing recognized the laughter as that of her younger brother, Nu Tianji. Sister, we have come to see you. Nu Ruei and Nu Tianji suddenly appeared before her, their faces alight with joy as they looked at Nu Yiqing. Father, brother. Overwhelmed with delight, Nu Yiqing lunged towards Nu Ruei and Nu Tianji, only to find herself grasping at air, her hands passing gently through Nu Ruei's form. She was instantly engulfed in confusion and terror. What is happening? What is going on? As the figures of Nu Ruei and Nu Tianji dissipated into nothingness, a heart-wrenching cry echoed. Father, father, brother. Father, brother, wait for me, do not leave me alone in this world, burdened with hatred and pain that makes life unbearable. This time, please do not abandon me. Nu Yiqing gazed in despair at her beloved kin vanishing from sight, her heart aching as if cut by a knife. In that instant, all her desolation ignited, and she raised her hand, channeling her power towards her forehead. Unawed, a clear and resonant voice halted Nu Yiqing's actions. Turning around, she beheld Beifeng clad in a crescent white robe, armor adorning his form, exuding an extraordinary handsomeness. The playful glint in his eyes stirred her emotions, prompting her to rush toward him. Yet, as she took a step forward, the haunting images of her father and brother resurfaced, causing her to abruptly stop, tears marking her face as she gazed at Beifong. With trembling hands, she reached out to caress his face through the air, desperately feeling his warmth. Xiao Bei, I miss you so much that my heart feels like it's bleeding. I miss you too, and I long to snatch your sweet and sour fish, he replied with a cheerful laugh. Hearing Beifeng's joyful tone, Nu Yeqing felt a wave of sorrow crash over her, regret twisting her insides. Cradling her head in her hands, she lamented, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. If it weren't for my curiosity, you wouldn't have revealed the secrets buried in your heart for years. It's my fault. I caused you harm. I'm truly sorry. Do not speak of apologies. Meeting you has been the greatest happiness of my life. Though it was but a fleeting few days, I have no regrets. Who has harmed you? Tell me, and I shall avenge you, Nu Yeqing declared fiercely, rising to her feet, her eyes ablaze with fury. No, I do not wish for you to seek vengeance on my behalf, for it would bear no fruit. Above all, I want you to live well, to live on. Beifeng's figure grew increasingly distant. Nu Yeqing's heart sank. Beifeng, Nu Yeqing watched helplessly as Beifeng's silhouette faded further away, longing to reach out and grasp him. Yet the images of her father and brother weighed heavily on her heart, reminding her of the futility of her efforts. She beheld Beifeng's form gradually dissolve. Tears streamed down her face, her sorrow profound and uncontainable. Surrounding mist began to dissipate, revealing a solitary woman clad in a flowing red garment adorned with golden phoenix embroidery, seated by the lakeside, playing a lute. The melody wove through the air, transporting one to a realm of dreams, her flowing hair framing a delicate figure amidst the encircling mountains. The tranquil lake shimmered with light, its surface veiled in a gentle mist, enhancing the woman's ethereal grace against nature's backdrop. Nu Yeqing furrowed her brow in curiosity. Who could she be? Unable to suppress her intrigue, she stepped forward, positioning herself behind the woman. Just as she reached out to inquire, the music ceased abruptly. The woman turned gracefully, meeting Nu Yeqing's gaze with a gentle smile that rendered the world around them pale in comparison. Nu Yeqing gazed in astonishment, her eyes fixated on the woman before her, utterly captivated by her beauty. Never had she encountered a lady of such exquisite allure. Among all the women she had observed, only Lu Piapiao could rival her. Yet Lu Piapiao's beauty was one of ethereal grace and serene elegance. In stark contrast, the woman before her possessed a breathtaking beauty that could topple kingdoms, rendering any descriptive term a mere blemish upon her splendor. A striking vermilion mark, resembling a blooming rhododendron, adorned her brow. Startling to behold. You have finally arrived. I have awaited your presence for quite some time, the woman softly uttered, parting her delicate lips. Await me? Nu Yeqing furrowed her brows, perplexed, unable to recall any prior acquaintance with her. Straightening her somewhat disheveled appearance, she offered a slight bow. My lady. I believe there has been a misunderstanding. I do not seem to remember having met you. A gentle laugh danced across the woman's graceful visage, as if the blossoms of the world had withered in an instant. She stepped closer with elegance. No, I have not misidentified you. How could I possibly be mistaken? You are the one I brought into this world. There can be no error. Nu Yeqing felt a pang of sympathy as she noted the woman's icy touch. Yet upon hearing her claim of having brought her here, her body stiffened in astonishment. You brought me here? Why? After a moment of contemplation, Nu Yeqing suddenly dropped to her knees, her eyes brimming with desperation. Since it was you who brought me here, I implore you, please return me home. I do not wish to remain in this place any longer. I long for my family, to be by their side. I beseech you, out of your great compassion, to take me back. Your parents are deceased, and you have lost your home. How can you return to be with them? The woman gently lifted Nu Yeqing, her face radiating kindness and compassion. You have been in this world for a while now, and I merely wish to ask you a few questions. Will you answer them truthfully? Indeed, if I have lost my family, how can I ever return? My home lies within a coffin, dark, cold, and terrifying, Nu Yeqing lamented. Engulfed in despair, if you leave in this manner, have you considered the suffering of Zilian, who awaits your rescue in the Inferno Palace? And what of the mysterious circumstances surrounding Bei Fu's demise? Do you not wish to uncover the truth? The great conflagration in Longhun Forest was ignited because of you. Do you intend to abandon it all? Furthermore, what of the impending peril facing Feng Qicheng, which is on the brink of sinking into the sea of hell? As the master of Mi Hua Zhai, do you truly plan to flee from your responsibilities? The woman disregarded Nu Yeqing's turmoil, her series of pointed questions resonating with an undeniable weight, leaving Yin Yiqing momentarily speechless. After a prolonged silence, Yin Yiqing finally spoke. I cannot let go. I cannot let go because I am not made of stone. Yet, it is precisely because I am not heartless that I find myself burdened so heavily. I carry with me hatred, responsibility, and regret, all of which have sustained me until now. However, I lack the strength to continue this charade. I am utterly exhausted. Yet, why does my heart still struggle so painfully? Yin Yiqing's heart felt as though it were being mercilessly crushed, bleeding and fracturing within her chest. Her voice rose slightly. Ultimately, should I despise you? It was you who brought me here, making me bear so much. Why can you not allow me to simply perish? The young woman squinted her eyes slightly, a crystalline tear cascading down and transforming into a resplendent diamond in her palm. With her delicate, alabaster hand, she pressed the diamond firmly into her palm. Gripping Nu Yeqing's hand tightly, Yu Yeqing felt a piercing pain radiate from her palm. Your tears nearly shatter my heart. I believe you are not one to surrender easily. Go forth, carry this tear that has turned into a diamond, and resolve the calamity of Fengqi City. As a fleeting wisp of smoke passed, all images vanished as if nothing had transpired, and Yu Yeqing abruptly opened her eyes and sat up, hastily surveying her surroundings, which remained the dilapidated temple and an oddly peculiar statue. Raising her hand, she beheld the brilliant diamond nestled within her grasp, and upon glancing at the statue, a realization dawned upon her. She quickly knelt, exclaiming, "Thank you, Immortal, for bestowing upon Anu the method to dissolve the Hell's Blood Array." As soon as Nu Yeqing uttered her gratitude, a gentle laugh of a woman seemed to echo from the depths of antiquity. Each person arrives in this world bearing a mission. The conclusion of one life paves the way for you to fulfill the unfinished tasks in this realm. Anu understood, pondering the Immortal's name and vowing, in the future, I shall repay your kindness today. What is yours is mine, and what is mine is yours. There is no need for repayment. Present the mirror, and I shall be there. With that, the statue before her shattered into countless fragments, which then transformed into peach blossoms, soaring into the heavens. Subsequently, Nu Yeqing returned to Huajai, where the wolf girl stood at the entrance, anxiously glancing around as if in haste. Upon seeing Nu Yeqing leisurely approaching from outside the city, she rushed over. Sister, what is the matter? Nu Yeqing inquired, observing the wolf girl's breathless demeanor. Hurry back, a noble person has come for you, the wolf girl replied mysteriously. Noble person? What noble person? Nu Yeqing questioned, perplexed, for she could not recall ever knowing anyone of such stature. Oh, not ponder further. Just come with me. Led by the wolf girl back to Huajai, they traversed the tranquil path to the peach blossom grove, where a figure clad in white stood amidst the flurry of petals, hands clasped behind his back. The familiar silhouette brought tears to Nu Yeqing's eyes. Brother Yun. The utterance of his name encapsulated all her pain and grievances since their separation. Perhaps only his shoulders could provide solace for her loneliness and anxiety. Once, she had rejected his kindness, and now, she began to question whether she had erred in her decision. Yunling turned around, the crescent-white robe sweeping the petals from the ground. He strode towards Nu Yeqing, embracing her with fervor, murmuring softly, Anu, it has been a long time since we last met. Why have you come so suddenly? Did you not say it would take some time? Nu Yeqing spoke, her words a blend of excitement and confusion. Your hasty arrival suggests that matters at home remain unresolved, does it not? Rest assured. The matters concerning my family have been resolved. It was my overwhelming desire to see you that compelled me to rush over. Yunling gazed affectionately at Nu Yeqing. Nu Yeqing, suppressing her exaggerated excitement, awkwardly pushed Yunling away from her embrace. I have missed you dearly, Brother Yun. Come, let us retire to the pavilion and enjoy a fine drink together. With that, she took Yunling's hand and floated towards the pavilion. That moment, the stone table within the pavilion was already laden with wine and delicacies. After graciously allowing Nu Yeqing to take her seat, Yunling positioned himself opposite her, then, as if performing a magic trick, produced 2 flasks of peach blossom wine from behind him. The peach blossom wine, sourced from the blooming orchards, was sweet and fragrant, captivating the hearts of all who tasted it. Brother Yun, you truly are thoughtful, knowing my fondness for your brewed peach blossom wine and bringing 2 flasks just for me. Nu Yeqing eagerly downed 3 cups in quick succession. Excellent wine. Ever since I tasted the peach blossom wine you offered me in the 100 Beasts Forest, I have been utterly enchanted, unable to forget its exquisite aroma. As long as you enjoy it, tonight we shall drink to our heart's content. Come, let us toast, Yunling declared, raising his cup and downing its contents in one gulp. having not seen each other for quite some time. They found themselves immersed in endless conversation. Nuyeking became slightly intoxicated. The emotions she had suppressed surged forth, leading her to lament and share her troubles, with Yunling playing the role of a devoted listener. They continued to drink until the deep hours of the night, and soon Nuyeking had succumbed to sleep, her head resting on the table. Yunling gazed quietly at her visage, unmarred by scars, devoid of the peony mark, and even the demonic aura that had once surrounded her seemed to have vanished. He was left wondering what she had endured during their time apart. Outwardly, she appeared well, yet her tears revealed the truth of her struggles, causing an ache within him. The stars twinkled like chess pieces against the backdrop of a full moon, while a few night birds nestled on the robust branches of the peach trees, asleep. The night breeze, cool and gentle, swept across the lake's surface, carrying a faint chill. Petals from the ground danced in the air, with a few playfully landing atop Nuyeking's hair. A sudden gust of wind slipped beneath Yunling's collar, sending a shiver down his spine. Regaining his senses, he rose and gently shook Nuyeking from behind. Anu, wake up. The effects of the wine had already clouded her mind, and Nuyeking mumbled something incoherent before turning over and drifting back to sleep. It's chilly by the lake tonight. Allow me to escort you back to your chamber for some rest. With affectionate tenderness, Yunling brushed the petals from Nuyeking's hair, then lifted her effortlessly, soaring towards the realm of the divine spirits. At that moment, a wisp of purple light, resembling a spectral presence, floated up from the lake's depths and settled upon the pavilion. The purple light swiftly coalesced into a solid form, a handsome visage observing the departing figures with a piercing gaze. Who was this impudent lad daring to vie for Anu's affection? Humph! With that, Feng Zimo casually plucked a petal from the air, inhaling its fragrance, before trailing after Yunling and Nuyen in the blink of an eye. Yunling had returned to the realm of the divine spirits. Laying Nuyeking gently upon the bed, with a flick of his wrist, he summoned a blanket from the bedding to cover her. May you have sweet dreams, he whispered, placing a gentle kiss upon her forehead, his eyes filled with tender affection as he watched her for a moment. Just as he turned to leave, Nuyeking grasped his hand tightly. Do not go, do not go. Yunling turned back in astonishment and excitement, only to find Nuyeking with her eyes tightly shut, mumbling incoherently. Why did you leave me? You abandoned me all alone. I am truly exhausted. Unable to bear it, Yunling crouched down, grasping Nuyeking's icy hands with both of his, and gently kissed her, softly murmuring, You have never been alone. You still have me. From the very first moment I laid eyes upon you, I was captivated. I shall always guard your side, ensuring you never feel solitude. Within Nuyeking's muddled mind, she heard the voice she had long yearned for, a wave of warmth surging through her entire being. She vaguely perceived the silhouette of a crescent moon standing before her, as the soothing strains of a lute nourished her withered heart. Instinctively, she uttered husband and tightly embraced the figure before her, pressing her fragrant lips against his. Yunling, caught off guard, found himself momentarily at a loss, striving to push away Nuyeking's advance, yet unable to bear the thought of letting go. They became entwined in each other's arms. In the warm, red glow of the tent, Feng Zimo, standing gracefully in the grand hall of Shinpa residence, watched the two figures entangled before him, his expression a mixture of panic and then fury as he shouted, What are you doing? At that moment, tears streamed down his face. Yunling was jolted back to reality by the sudden outburst. Even the dazed Nuyeking instantly regained her senses, realizing their intimate predicament. Her face turned pale as she let out a startled cry. Yunling, equally flustered, waved his arm and miraculously donned his attire, then gestured again to dress Nuyeking. He stood before her, flustered and apologetic. I am so sorry, Anu. I did not mean to. Please forgive me. Feng Zimo, filled with rage, approached Yunling and struck him in the face, his eyes ablaze with fury. She is already my wife. How could you dare to commit such an act? I will not let you live today. With that, he struck twice more. Yunling, unable to withstand the blows, felt blood trickle from the corner of his mouth. Casting an apologetic glance at Nuyeking, ignoring Feng Zimo's wrath, Anu, I am sorry. I am so sorry. Please forgive me. I will take responsibility. I promise. Dodging Feng Zimo's relentless attacks, he fell before Nuyeking's bed, his gaze resolute. Marry me, marry me. Marry you? You wishful thinker. She is already my fiancée, Feng Zimo. How dare you be so shameless? Get out, get out. Feng Zimo, in a fit of madness, seized Yunling by the collar and flung him several meters away. Their ruckus had awakened everyone in the Mihuajai, and some were rushing toward Shinpa residence. Anu, what has happened? The wolf maiden knocked urgently at the door, Is it the demon clan attacking you? Nu Yeking, with her eyes tightly shut, allowed 2 streams of tears to cascade down her cheeks. She was acutely aware that she must not allow anyone to discover the stain upon her honor. Should it become known, it would not only undermine the trust of the celestial beings in her, but would also cause concern for both the Wolf Maiden and Xiao Ku. More significantly, Yunling would thereafter be subject to scorn and ridicule. No, she absolutely could not let this knowledge slip into the world. Thus, she cleared her throat and softly spoke. Sister, I am perfectly fine. I was merely practicing my cultivation, and some of my energy became unstable, nearly leading me astray. Thankfully, Brother Yun helped me regain my composure, and I assure you, all is well now. Please do not worry. Perhaps I could come in and assist you with your meditation. The Wolf Maiden remained somewhat unconvinced. Are you truly all right, sister? You should take Xiao Ku and return to rest promptly. Very well, but do take care of yourself, the Wolf Maiden replied, and soon the sound of her footsteps faded into the distance. Nu Yiqing lifted her head, allowing the tears that overflowed from her eyes to cascade down her cheeks. She slowly rose from the bed, lost in thought, and supported Yunling, forcing a smile that masked her inner turmoil. Brother Yun, do not concern yourself. I am fine. Yunling gazed at Nu Yiqing with urgency. Anew, you know that from the very first moment I encountered you, I've been enamored with you. Will you marry me? Preposterous. You remain utterly shameless. I have already stated that Anu is my fiancée. You have no right to claim her. If anyone is to marry her, it shall be me. Feng Ziamo retorted, stepping forward to pull Nu Yiqing behind him protectively. Anu, tell him that you are already my fiancée. Yunling shook his head in disbelief, his tear-filled eyes meeting Nu Yiqing's. We have already shared the bonds of marriage. We are indeed husband and wife. With that, he struck Feng Ziamo down, pointing a finger at the startled Nu Yiqing. You have seen with your own eyes. She is now my wife. Do you understand? Feng Ziamo, unwilling to concede, swiftly countered. Were it not for your opportunistic behavior, your drunken deception of Anu, none of this would have transpired, I tell you. She belongs to me. Feng Ziamo. Nu Yiqing tightly closed her eyes, sorting through her tangled thoughts. She faintly recalled a familiar silhouette and the sound of a well-known melody, how she had instinctively called out to her husband, and how she had unwittingly acquiesced. The unfolding events could not solely be blamed on Yunling. She bore her share of the responsibility as well. Yet, now that it had occurred, was she destined to become Yunling's wife? No, no, no. She had always regarded Yunling as a savior, a brother, never once contemplating a union with him. At this moment, her heart felt hollow, even aching slightly. The thought of marrying Yunling filled her with the dread of lifelong regret. She must not marry Yunling, absolutely must not. Concealing her sorrow and distress, she donned a facade of nonchalance and chuckled. What are you two doing? Fear not the prospect of a fatal confrontation. If a fight must ensue, let it unfold beyond these walls, lest the tranquility of this abode be disturbed, along with the creation of unpleasant noises that would undoubtedly disrupt my slumber. I have affairs to attend to on the morrow, so I kindly implore you, my esteemed brothers, to take your leave swiftly. With a gesture of invitation, she wore an expression that left Yunling and Feng Ziamo utterly perplexed as they clashed. Anu, you, Nu Yiqing, growing impatient, stamped her foot. Will you two never cease? If you do not depart soon, I shall take my leave instead. With that, she raised her foot and stepped towards the door. Wait! Yunling and Feng Ziamo exclaimed in unison. You may go, but we shall remain. Nu Yiqing gazed at the receding figures of the two, her brow furrowing in distress, and a single crystalline tear slipped from her tightly shut eyes, landing softly on the floor. The following day dawned with a gentle breeze and a scorching sun. Nu Yiqing awoke early, intending to discreetly summon the Wolf Maiden to accompany her to the feather viewing tower to shatter the Phoenix Dan. However, upon opening the door, she found Yunling standing outside with a tray of tea. Anu. Yunling's expression was somewhat awkward as he raised the tea in his hands. I brewed your favorite osmanthus tea. Would you care to sample it? Good morning, Brother Yun. You prepared tea so early? Nu Yiqing beamed. Yes, please bring it in. Yunling momentarily froze, then followed Nu Yiqing back into the spirit abode, carrying the tea. The two sat at the table, quietly sipping their tea, neither daring to speak, while Yunling occasionally stole glances at Nu Yiqing. Anu, about last night, Yunling ventured. Nothing of consequence transpired. You merely assisted me in regulating my erratic energy, Nu Yiqing interrupted calmly, dismissing Yunling's words. Have you finished your tea? If so, you should rest. I have matters to attend to shortly. Then, very well, I shall take my leave. Yunling's gaze dimmed as he exited. Nu Yiqing remained, staring blankly at the tea in her cup. An osmanthus petal swirling endlessly, never settling. It was only when the wolf maiden arrived with the little pet that Nuyeking snapped back to reality, setting her cup down. Sister, you have arrived, Nuyeking greeted as she stood to welcome her. Anu, the wolf maiden scrutinized Nuyeking's face for a moment. You appear unwell. Has last night's treatment not fully restored you? Would you like me to assist you further? Is that so? Nuyeking touched her cheek. Declining, perhaps I did not sleep well. It is of no great concern. Little Kashi did not cause you any trouble yesterday, did she? Not at all. Sister always thinks so poorly of me. I am a very obedient little pet. Wouldn't you agree, Sister Wolf Maiden? Kashi perched with her legs crossed, gazing at the wolf maiden. She has not caused much trouble, merely a bit too spirited for my liking. I find her quite beyond my control. I believe only you can tame this little one, the wolf maiden teased Kashi. Upon hearing this, Kashi pouted, throwing a playful tantrum. Wurwu, Sister Wolf Maiden does not like me. If she does not like me, then I shall not like her either, and I will no longer play with you. Nuyeking and the wolf maiden erupted into laughter at the exchange. Sister, I may have discovered something that can break the phoenix pill, but I am uncertain of its efficacy. Would you accompany me to the feather viewing tower to test it? Nu Yiqing restrained her laughter. The wolf girl's eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed. Really? What is it? Look, Nu Yiqing said, unfurling her hand to reveal a lustrous diamond embedded in her palm. This is... Ah? The wolf girl curiously reached out to touch the diamond, but as soon as her fingers made contact, she was propelled backward by a surge of white light. Sister! Nu Yiqing and Xiaoke cried out in terror as she hurried to support her. Sister, are you all right? I'm fine, the wolf girl replied, wincing as she clutched her chest, gazing curiously at the diamond embedded in Nu Yiqing's palm. What is this? Where did you acquire it? It was embedded in your palm, and when I touched it, my spiritual power was repelled. It's quite peculiar, Nu Yiqing shook her head. I do not know what it is. Yesterday, in a dilapidated temple by the seaside fishing village, I had a dream. Upon awakening, I found it set in my palm. You had a dream? Xiaoku exclaimed in surprise. Yes, I dreamt of a woman clad in red, whose beauty is beyond description. She said she had been waiting for me for a long time, then bestowed upon me her tears, claiming they could dissolve the purity of Phoenix Pool City. Behold, this diamond must be the tears she transformed into. Nu Yiqing recounted the events of her dream. It must be the dream fairy. Yes, it undoubtedly is the dream fairy, Xiaoku exclaimed joyfully. The dream fairy? Nu Yiqing and the wolf girl echoed in unison. Who is the dream fairy? You two are unaware of the dream fairy? How could you live in this world without knowing? But then again, it's not entirely surprising. Allow me to enlighten you about history, Xiaoku said as she flew onto Nu Yiqing's shoulder. It is widely acknowledged that the current realm is divided into 5 parts. The celestial realm, Shangke, the demon clan, DK, the mortal realm, Gongke, the monster clan, Weike, and the 9 heavens, Tianke. However, in the annals of time, there existed another race known as the Blood Clan. The Blood Clan is the most enigmatic lineage since Pangu created the heavens and the earth, possessing unfathomable powers, yet their disposition is serene, shunning conflict with other races. Although they have the capability to unify all realms, they have remained hidden from the world. The Blood Clan has always consisted of 5 members. Endowed with immortality, the only means to extinguish their existence is through 2 methods. One is to bestow their life upon another, and the other is to use the Nuwa stone to capture their soul, melding it into the underworld for a millennium of refinement. A millennium ago, due to misfortune, the entire Blood Clan perished, and the Dream Fairy, originally named Blood Shadow, was the last sovereign of the Blood Clan. Has she already transcended? Nu Yiqing asked in astonishment, recalling vividly her appearance in her dream, stating that she had brought her into this world. A tremor coursed through Nu Yiqing's heart, troubled by the notion of being connected to the deceased. Indeed, she once absorbed the grievances of countless souls to eliminate the chaotic beasts of the void, ultimately succumbing to madness and the end. She was personally escorted to the underworld by the god of dreams. Xiaoku explained. It seems that this matter is once again entangled with Shunqi Ming, yet Nu Yiqing retains no memory of past events. Nevertheless, she does not regard these matters with much concern, as her priority lies in discovering a way to resolve the calamity besetting Fengqi City. Enough of such trivialities. Our immediate task is to shatter the Phoenix Pill and unravel the hellish blood-painting array, urged the wolf girl, her impatience evident. Nu Yiqing, in conjunction with the wolf girl and Xiaoke, proceeded towards the Yuguan Tower, oblivious to Yunling, who strolled pensively along the corridor behind them, contemplating the departing figures. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the Yuguan Tower, they found the crystal coffin completely devoid of its occupant, with Lu Piapiao's body vanished without a trace. The lid of the crystal coffin leaned askew upon the casket, resembling an enigmatic crystal monument. Nuyeking was taken aback, her face a canvas of terror as she glanced between the coffin and the equally bewildered expression of the wolf girl. What is going on? How could she simply disappear? I am uncertain. The day before yesterday, when we stealthily approached Lu Piapiao, no one was aware of our presence. Besides us, the only ones who knew Lu Piapiao was the Iron Phoenix were those from the demon clan. Could it be? The wolf girl speculated. Impossible. It appears she emerged of her own volition, Xiaoka interjected, adopting a detective's demeanor. Her legs crossed as she thoughtfully stroked her chin. Look at the coffin lid. It is facing outward, as if it were forcefully struck from within, causing it to fly up and collide with the crystal pillar. Xiaoka then soared to a spot adjacent to the crystal pillar, where a dent suggested a powerful impact. Behold, this is the evidence, she declared. Nuyeking nodded affirmatively. That makes sense. She must have fled from within. It seems Lu Piapiao has awakened after 5 years. But where has she gone? The wolf girl inquired. Nuyeking's mind flickered with a realization as she hastened to a small space in the corridor, where she beheld Lu Piapiao, tears streaming down her face as she cradled the lifeless form of her child within a small coffin. Soon after, the wolf girl and Xiaoka arrived, staring dumbfounded at the scene before them. Lu Piapiao, Nuyeking ventured cautiously. Lu Piapiao, her expression laden with sorrow, gazed at Nuyeking with a mixture of confusion and astonishment, which gradually settled into a placid demeanor. This sequence of emotions was etched into Nuyeking's mind, leaving her perplexed. Lu Piapiao then spoke. Who are you to intrude upon the Yuguan Tower? I am Anu, the master of Mihua Pavilion. I have come here because of curiosity, Nuyeking stammered, ultimately deflecting the truth. How could she reveal to Lu Piapiao that her purpose was to end her life? It was unfathomable to strike at the heart of a mother who had already suffered the loss of her child. The wolf girl and Xiaoka looked at Nuyeking with confusion. Curiosity? Is that the sole explanation you offer for my inquiry? Lu Piapiao challenged. We are both perceptive individuals. I am fully aware of your intentions, and I know you are the emissary Anu, personally appointed by the demon clanus Yamada. It appeared that Lu Piapiao, in her prolonged slumber within the crystal coffin, had maintained a keen awareness of the world outside, suggesting that Anu had underestimated her. Nuyeking smiled faintly. You are the Lu Piapiao who was but a step away from ascending to immortality. Xiaoku, in a delightful surprise, flew to Lu Piapiao's side, circling around her twice. Indeed, she was enveloped in an ethereal aura. Greetings, I am Xiaoku, she said. I have admired you for a long time. Not only are you stunningly beautiful, but your magical prowess is also formidable. Please, teach me how to transform into a human. Upon seeing Xiaoku's innocent demeanor, Lu Piapiao's sorrowful expression gradually softened. You little one, you are not as mundane as you seem. She walked gracefully, cradling the lifeless infant. Towards Nuyeking. That little pet is yours, is it not? You are indeed fortunate. Not only have you dispelled the demonic energy surrounding you, but you have also acquired such a spiritual entity. It appears this is all a twist of fate. Nuyeking furrowed her brows tightly, then slightly nodded with a faint smile. I shall speak plainly. We have come to slay you, for the phoenix Dan within you has transformed you into an iron phoenix, controlling the activation of the entire infernal blood array. Only by shattering the Phoenix Dan can we prevent the calamity of Fengqi City and thwart the demon race's expansion of their demonic army and their plans to undermine the heavenly realm. Lu Piapiao's eyes sparkled with a similar light as she suddenly burst into laughter. You, a specter of the demon race, have betrayed your kin so easily. Aren't you afraid that Granny Yin will not spare you? What of being a specter? My heart is not filled with ambition or the grand designs of the demon race, but rather with the desire to prevent further loss of life. Nuyeking replied. Are you not the same? Lu Piapiao asked, somewhat taken aback. How do you know? I do not know for certain. It is merely a conjecture. However, seeing your current expression, I believe my guess is quite accurate. Nuyeking responded. Lu Piapiao gazed at the lifeless infant in her arms, a sense of relief washing over her as a faint smile graced her lips. Indeed, we are kindred spirits. Yet, I transformed for love. While you transformed for the sake of the living, it seems you possess a deeper understanding of the heavenly principles than I. The heavenly principles. How laughable it is for individuals like us to speak of them. You are correct in your assumption. I am Wu Qin, an elder of the demon race, a millennium ago. I received Granny Yan's decree to become a specter, to peel away souls and bones, transforming into a little fox. With the assistance of Granny Yan's elixirs, I cultivated myself to human form. on the verge of becoming immortal and ascending to the celestial ranks as a spy in the heavenly realm. However, upon arriving in Fengqi City, I fell deeply in love with Go Wenhua. Love caused me to forget my mission, and I bore his child. When Granny Yin discovered I had abandoned my duty, she sent Gu Ming to personally end my life. Gu Ming, who had loved me for a millennium, ultimately forsook his celestial position and fell into the demonic path for my sake. I let him down, and though he loved me deeply and could not bring himself to kill me, he employed the most cruel means to ensure my suffering for all eternity. During the third heavenly tribulation, he redirected the tribulation onto our child, and thus my child was taken from me. From that moment, he set the infernal blood array in Fengqi City, condensing my child's soul within me to forge the Phoenix Dan. Nu Yeqing, taken aback, then reflected softly, "What is love in this world?" To me, it is both a poison and a remedy. I in that moment, the remnants of a bygone dream, could never have anticipated that you had succumbed to another, and furthermore, carried the offspring of another. He, originally a celestial being, possessed a naturally benevolent heart, yet ultimately fell into madness, losing his sanity and committing acts that contravened the heavenly mandate. Lu Piapiao's gaze was filled with desolation as she let out a melancholic sigh. Wenhua is dead, the child is dead, and my heart has perished alongside them. All of this is the doing of the bygone dream. I ought to harbor resentment, yet I find myself incapable of hatred, for it is I who wronged him first. Now, all I desire is death. If I were to perish, the innocent citizens of Fengqi City would be saved, and our family of 3 could be reunited. Abruptly, she fell to her knees, pleading with Nu Yeqing. Nu Yeqing, taken aback by the situation, hurriedly assisted Lu Piapiao to her feet. "What are you doing? Please, do not act this way." "May the ghostly emissary grant my wish," Lu Piapiao implored urgently. Nu Yeqing, somewhat bewildered, responded. "You? What are you? Oh dear, please rise. Nothing can be resolved through death. We do not even know if the city lord is alive or dead. It is merely external rumor, and we have not witnessed it with our own eyes. He may have been taken by the bygone dream to the realm of demons. If you die and the city lord is rescued, what would happen if he learned of your demise? How could he possibly continue to live?" Lu Piapiao's exquisite features were marred by tears as she shook her head. "He cannot possibly still be alive. The bygone dream explicitly told me he killed Wenhua. Perhaps he deceived you, solely to plunge you into despair and draw you back to him," the Wolf Maiden remarked. "Indeed, Sister Wolf Maiden speaks wisely. One must believe that miracles can occur in this world. Just as I have," Nu Yeqing encouraged. Lu Piapiao rose, asserting, "No, impossible. He has lost his mind. He has always been able to speak and act upon his words. For the sake of our shared path, trust me," Nu Yeqing affirmed with a nod of encouragement. Lu Piapiao gradually quelled her suicidal thoughts. What she said held truth. Her knowledge of Wenhua's demise stemmed only from hearsay, never witnessed by her own eyes. "Very well, I will trust you," Xiaoke pouted, stepping between Nu Yeqing and Lu Piapiao. "We did not come here for idle chatter. We must attend to the matter at hand. Let us swiftly shatter the Phoenix Pill." Agreed. A fleeting smile graced Lu Piapiao's face, yet her moonlit beauty was soon overshadowed by frost as she pondered for a moment. "I have heard the bygone dream say that he infused the Phoenix Pill into my body, both to torment me and to establish the blood purgatory array. This blood purgatory array, it is said, was devised by the Blood Clan's holy sovereign, Blood Shadow, eons ago, in order to vanquish the demonic beasts lurking within the void, utilizing his countless tears of emotional tribulation. Its power is formidable, capable of awakening the most sinister and toxic of demons, a force that could upend the world and disrupt the 6 realms. Ultimately, in a critical moment, the Holy Sovereign, having lost his rationality, was awakened by his own kin and shattered the Phoenix Pill embedded within him with his tears of profound love, thus dispelling the array. He recorded this formation in the annals of the Blood Clan, yet left no tears of profound love behind. How shall you shatter it? Look. Yiqing delicately unfurled her slender hand, revealing a diamond in her palm that sparkled with an exquisite brilliance under the snow-like illumination. Is this the tear of the Holy Lord? Lu Piapiao gazed in astonishment, asking, how did you come by such a precious item? That's a long story, but I promise to share it with you when I find the time. Yiqing replied with a gentle smile, her arms outstretched in preparation to invoke a spell. However, after a considerable pause, no action ensued. Anu, what's wrong? The wolf girl inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion as she observed Yiqing. Glancing at the tear in her palm, Yiqing awkwardly scratched her head and admitted, well, I'm not quite sure how to use it. Xiaoku exclaimed in disbelief, while the wolf girl wore an expression of utter incredulity. Didn't he, the Holy Lord, teach you how to utilize it? And Yiqing shook her head. Then what shall we do? If you can't activate this thing, how will we break the Phoenix Elixir? Xiaoku shrugged her shoulders, her face contorted with disdain. How could you have procured the tear yet remain clueless about its application? Sister, I must express my doubts about your capabilities and intellect. Yiqing's eyes widened in shock, her forehead adorned with sweat beads of embarrassment. It's you who has the intelligence issue. Go stand against that wall and reflect on your actions. You are not allowed to turn around until I say so, she exclaimed angrily, pointing assertively at the wall to her right. The wolf girl and Lu Piapiao exchanged glances before bursting into laughter, covering their faces to stifle the sound. Realizing that Yiqing appeared genuinely upset, Xiaoku lowered her head, a whimper escaping her lips. Woo-woo, sister. She gazed at Yiqing with a pitiful expression, yet was met with a glare filled with ire, prompting her to retreat, glancing back reluctantly as she trudged towards the wall. Lu Piapiao stifled her laughter and remarked, "This is a matter that can be deemed simple, yet also quite complex. How so?" Yiqing asked, puzzled. Well, Lu Piapiao hesitated before continuing, "You are an innocent young maiden. Discussing this might be a bit inappropriate. Speak freely. I can handle it regardless," Yiqing insisted. "Very well. You are now the owner of the tear of utmost affection. It necessitates that you harmonize the yin and yang, allowing both parties' blood to drip upon the tear before invoking the spell to integrate it into my being." Lu Piapiao elucidated. Yiqing felt her face flush with embarrassment, a rosy hue creeping across her fair complexion, even her ears turning crimson, while the wolf girl mirrored her blushing visage. Sensing Yiqing's discomfort, Lu Piapiao quickly attempted to diffuse the tension. "Alternatively, you could simply take my life. Without me, the Phoenix Elixir would lose its host, and the Iron Phoenix would dissipate into nothingness." "Absolutely not," Yiqing interjected resolutely. "You cannot die. Rest assured, I will find a way. For the tear of utmost affection to activate, the blood of both parties must be harmonized first. Only then can the Phoenix Elixir be shattered." The thought of yin and yang harmony inadvertently led Yiqing's mind to recall the events of that fateful night, causing her cheeks to redden further. While she had engaged in an act of desperation, it ultimately served a noble purpose. If it meant averting calamity in Fengqi City, what mattered if it was deemed improper? In the peach blossom grove, the stars twinkled brilliantly, and the lake shimmered gently, its surface adorned with fallen petals that conveyed a myriad of emotions. Yiqing sat in a pavilion by the lake, sipping a modest drink, her thoughts consumed by how to articulate her feelings to Yunling. Anew, a clear and resonant voice emerged from the flurry of peach blossoms, draped in a flowing gown of crescent white embroidered with golden peonies. The pink petals adorned the hem, cascading like a waterfall of silken strands, while a slender figure exuded an undeniable charm, yet revealed an exquisite loneliness. Yiqing, momentarily lost in reverie, found her mind flooded with fragments of scattered memories. Deep within her consciousness lay the echo of such a silhouette, one that had once ensnared her heart and soul, akin to the figure that haunted her dreams after a night of revelry. Unconsciously, she uttered the word husband. 79, Qianlan array with sword in hand. "I have succumbed to madness in this mortal realm, drunkenly lounging upon the clouds, laughing at the human world. Anu, what troubles you?" Yunling had approached Yiqing unbeknownst to her. Noticing her intense gaze, he waved his hand before her eyes. Oh, it's you? Brother Yun. Yiqing snapped back to reality, feeling somewhat embarrassed as she recognized Yunling. She hastily took a seat and gestured for him to do the same. "The night is deepening. Why does Brother Yun linger here instead of resting? Are you not also awake?" Yunling replied with a gentle smile. "This night is splendid. To admire the moon and blossoms here calms the spirit. I cherish such evenings." Yiqing, averting her gaze from Yunling's eyes, looked towards the luminous moon in the night sky. "Do you think the inhabitants of the Moon Palace gaze down upon the vast earth as we do?" "Perhaps," Yunling replied, seemingly distracted, merely echoing her sentiment. Yiqing detected his evasiveness and surmised that the events of that night had cast a shadow over their interactions. To alleviate the awkwardness, she stretched and yawned. "I am quite tired. I shall retire now. If you wish to continue enjoying the moon, please do." With that, without waiting for Yunling's response, she took flight on her crimson ribbons. Yunling had intended to say something to keep her from leaving, yet with no sign of her pausing, he relented. Suddenly, the red ribbons that sprang forth from Yiqing's waist caught him off guard, and a fleeting expression of regret crossed his features, his fair hand clenched into a fist, producing a soft thud. The following day, Before Nu Yeqing had fully awakened from her slumber, she was roused by the frantic knocking of Xiao Ji. Sister, open the door quickly. Something terrible has happened. Nu Yeqing, still drowsy and languid, rubbed her eyes. What could possibly warrant such alarm? Sister. All right, I'm coming. She dressed hastily and opened the door to find Xiaoji rushing in, struggling to articulate his words. Says something dreadful has occurred. What has happened? Come, have some tea and explain it slowly. Nu Yeqing poured a cup of tea and handed it to him. Xiaoji gulped it down in one go. In the city, for reasons unknown, many living corpses have appeared, and they are all former boys and girls whose souls were captured by the dream of the deceased. Living corpses? Nu Yeqing exclaimed in shock, and before Xiaoji could respond, she dashed out the door. She stood at the entrance of Mihuazhai, surrounded by countless living dead, who formed layers upon layers outside the blue barrier. Each of these wretched souls had disheveled hair, bloodshot eyes, and pallid faces twisted in expressions of agony, as if they were enduring ceaseless torment. Their blackened nails occasionally pierced their own flesh, crimson blood gushing forth, while some even tore at their own skin and flesh to consume it. What could be the cause of this? Inyuqing hastily advanced to stand beside the wolf maiden. I believe this is profoundly connected to the blood-soaked array of purgatory. The wolf maiden furrowed her brow. Although Lu Piapiao's phoenix pill had not shattered, there remained some time before the formation would activate. It was implausible for such events to unfold suddenly. There must be some hidden intricacies at play. Inyuqing speculated. However, to uncover the truth, we must make our way to Yuguan Tower. Suddenly, a section of the barrier was torn open by several living dead, startling everyone. This barrier had been set by the three celestial beings of Xingqian Mountain, impervious to ordinary beings. Even the beastly creatures from a few days prior had failed to breach it, yet today it had been irrevocably damaged by a handful of living dead, causing a palpable sense of dread among the crowd. The disciples of Xingqian Mountain promptly arranged the Qinlan formation to attempt to restore the barrier. Long Wenjin, the third disciple of the celestial being Shanghui from Xingqian Mountain, rushed to engage in battle. Yes, everyone responded in unison. Master of the Zhai, the barrier is on the verge of collapse. How shall we counter this? Long Wenjin turned to Inyuqing with a question. Inyuqing, lost in thought, remained silent. The Qinlan formation could only serve as a temporary measure. To achieve complete restoration was beyond our capabilities. Once the disciple's spiritual energy was exhausted, those living dead would still breach the barrier. Thus I implore the Zhai Master to command the disciples to break through and eliminate the living dead. Long Wenjin urged. Inyuqing furrowed her brow. These living dead were once innocent civilians, whose souls had been seized by Guomeng, leaving them in a state of madness. Now, inexplicably transformed into mindless beings, she found herself reluctant to deal them a fatal blow. No, this cannot be. They are innocent people. We cultivate for the sake of all living beings. How can we strike them down? Absolutely not. Inyuqing firmly rejected. The Zhai Master is compassionate and kind-hearted. Yet they have become pawns of the demonic forces. If we do not eliminate them, they will harm even more innocent lives. I beseech you, Zhai Master, to reconsider. We cannot sacrifice the greater good for the sake of the few. Long Wenjin implored earnestly. Inyuqing found herself in a dilemma. Please, Zhai Master, act decisively. Long Wenjin urged. Very well, you shall hold them off for now. If it becomes untenable, we shall resort to slaughter, though it may be regrettable. Inyuqing steeled her resolve. Understood. Long Wenjin acknowledged and returned to the formation. Inyuqing gazed at Long Wenjin's departing figure, feeling an unspeakable conflict, yet also a sense of admiration. Alas, were his brother Yun gone? She snapped back to her senses, scanning her surroundings, but saw no trace of the familiar white figure. The wolf maiden also surveyed the area, shaking her head. I have not seen him since the morning. Perhaps he has gone out for some matter. Inyuqing dismissed the thought. Let us proceed to Yuguan Tower to investigate. Inyuqing and the wolf maiden quickly briefed the urgent matters at hand before soaring towards Yuguan Tower. The summit of the Yuguan Tower has long since lost its crystalline ice, as if everything had melted away. Lu Piapiao? The wolf maiden was the first to enter, searching for the figure of Lu Piapiao. Lu Piapiao, are you there? As the wolf maiden ventured deeper, she discovered that the once pristine crystal coffin lay shattered, its white form no longer in sight. Anu, this is bad. She hurriedly ran to the side of the belated Nu Yeqing and Xiaoka. Lu Piapiao has vanished? Vanished? How could she be gone? Wasn't she unable to leave the Yuguan Tower? Xiaoka exclaimed in astonishment. Nu Yeqing also wore a look of disbelief as she approached the shattered remains of the crystal coffin, scanning the area. The icy crystals had disappeared, leaving behind only a scene of chaos. Could it be that Lu Piapiao deceived us? What should we do now? Xiaoka fumed. Lu Piapiao has tricked us. She never truly repented but instead exploited our trust to escape. I believe these undead were conjured by her as well. I once regarded her as a celestial being and even sought her guidance on the art of transformation. How foolish I was. Anu, look, the wolf maiden called out. Nuyeking followed the wolf maiden's pointing finger and gazed upwards. Where a dark void now existed, the once brilliant South Sea Night Pearl vanished without a trace. That pearl was crucial in suppressing the poisonous demons of the infernal sea, and its absence seems to have incited the uprising of these undead. This is dire. We must return to the Mihua Pavilion. Nuyeking suddenly recalled something and shouted as she soared towards the opening above. The wolf maiden and Xiaoka were momentarily stunned but quickly followed Nuyeking. Under the azure sky, the air was thick with a sweet, metallic scent of blood. Nuyeking stood atop the pedestal where the South Sea Night Pearl had been placed, gazing towards the Mihua Pavilion, her flowing cerulean gown billowing in the wind, resembling a spider poised to strike. The wolf maiden and Xiaoka joined her, following her line of sight. At that moment, smoke billowed, buildings crumbled, and chaos reigned. A scene of carnage unfolded. Sister, what are you waiting for? The Mihua Pavilion is in trouble. Xiaoka, frantic and confused by Nuyeking's stillness, urged her to act. Before Xiaoka could catch her breath, Nuyeking darted forward with lightning speed, engaging the throng of undead. As she watched the once sentient beings succumb to madness and perish at her hands, her heart felt as though it was bleeding, tears streaming from her eyes. Long Wenjin, breathless, fought off the relentless undead. Retreating to Nuyeking's side, her voice filled with urgency. Pavilion Master, what are we to do? Look to the northwest. A greater horde of undead is advancing towards us. If this continues, we shall be drained and defeated without a fight. Nuyeking furrowed her brow, her facial muscles twitching involuntarily as she glanced at the blood-soaked Long Wenjin, murmuring, "How many have we lost?" Long Wenjin's gaze bore a hint of regret and sorrow. More than half have perished. Now, fewer than 30 remain steadfast. A pang of anguish surged within Nuyeking's heart. Notify everyone. Those still alive must immediately retreat into the stronghold. Yes, replied Long Wenjin. Sister Wolf Maiden, quickly lead Xiaoka back to the stronghold. Nuyeking called out to the Wolf Maiden and Xiaoka, who were valiantly fighting not far away as night descended. The Mihua Zhai was ablaze with lights, permeated by anguished cries and a profound silence. At that moment, Xiaoka and the Wolf Maiden were utterly exhausted, on the verge of sleep, while Nuyeking paced anxiously, contemplating solutions. Master, you should rest for a while. Your eyes are sunken, Long Wenjin advised. The undead outside have ceased their assault. I suspect the next wave may take several hours. I will guard here for now. Observing Nuyeking lost in thought and unable to utter a word, Long Wenjin continued, rest assured, Master, we will defend Mihua Zhai to the death. Nuyeking halted, gazing at Long Wenjin's resolute countenance. She internally lamented that he truly deserved to be Shanhui's third disciple, intelligent and decisive, earning her a measure of admiration. Yet, a thought flickered through her mind, and she chuckled softly. Are you so confident in my resting? Have you never considered that these undead were summoned by me? Long Wenjin was momentarily taken aback, a look of embarrassment crossing his face. Nuyeking noted this expression, aware that despite their titles of respect, these righteous individuals had never genuinely trusted her, constrained by duty. However, uttering such words, her identity as a member of the demon clan rendered her future increasingly fraught with challenges. Master, how can you say such things? You are a benefactor to the entire celestial realm, having saved the divine being and willingly opposing the demon clan to avert the catastrophe of Fengqi City. Each of these deeds attests to your virtue, Long Wenjin implored, kneeling in earnest reverence. Rise, Nuyeking replied with a resigned smile. I will take a moment in the peach blossom grove. Should anything arise, notify me immediately. With that, she vanished from the grand hall. Long Wenjin secretly wiped away a bead of cold sweat and rose to tend to the injured disciples. For reasons unknown, Nuyeking held an extraordinary affection for the peach blossom grove, often retreating there in moments of joy or sorrow, where her restless spirit found a measure of tranquility. She gazed upward, allowing the night wind to tousle her hair. This wild, disheveled sensation brought her comfort. For a fleeting moment, this ease made her oblivious to the strange calm of the lake, where bubbles began to rise unexpectedly. Anu, why did you betray the demon clan? The sudden voice startled Nuyeking, prompting her to lower her gaze to the water's surface, where a familiar yet strange violet figure materialized. Fixing her eyes upon it, Nuyeking gasped in disbelief. Zillion, is it really you? Why did you betray the demon clan? Why turn against Granny Yin? Zillion's expression remained impassive, coldly responding, Do you know? Your betrayal has plunged me into depths of despair, rendering me unable to seek life or embrace death. You were my dear sister, a companion I cherished and defended at every turn. In your moments of suffering, I risked my life to protect you. Yet now, as I endure my own torment, you have callously cast me aside. How could you be such a treacherous woman? My judgment of character has evidently faltered, leaving me blind to your true nature. The once ethereal violet figure in the water has morphed into a harrowing image of Zillion in anguish. Her once bright eyes have become mere voids, and her lips part in silence, unable to utter a word. With each breath, dark blood surges forth, and her hands and feet have vanished from sight. This is not the Zillion I know. No, I have not misidentified you. I will not permit your demise. I shall rescue you. Nuyeking's heart ached as if pierced by 1,000 daggers. Her desperate cries echoed as she frantically reached out to grasp Zillion. Yet her efforts were in vain, mere reflections in a mirror, shadows in the water. As her sanity teetered on the brink of collapse, Long Wenjin's voice resonated through a distance, delivering an urgent message. The undead are launching another assault. Please return swiftly, master. Nuyeking felt like a tautly drawn bowstring, caught in a dilemma. After a moment's contemplation, she resolved to act, dispatching the message with a wave of her hand before hastily taking flight. Outside Mihua Pavilion, chaos reigned once more, with blades flashing and blood spilling like rain. Nuyeking surged into the fray, yet as she witnessed her comrades falling into pools of blood, doubts plagued her conscience. Was she committing sins of her own? Yet, confronted by the frenzied undead, she found herself powerless to devise a solution, her mind clouded with confusion. Mechanically, she wielded her weapon against the assailants, striking down the undead that lunged at her. Just as despair began to engulf her, a figure clad in crescent white appeared, holding a luminous night pearl that radiated brilliance from above. Nuyeking squinted through the scattered light, recognizing the familiar presence. Yunling, the one who always emerged in her moments of peril, Brother Yun. He cast the night pearl into the air, channeling energy into it, causing its radiance to intensify. The undead within its glow gradually ceased their movements, awakening from their stupor. Once all the undead had vanished, he halted the flow of his power. With determination renewed, Nuyeking gazed upward as Yunling tucked the night pearl into his sleeve and approached her, clad in his moonlit attire. His eyes sparkled like stars, and a subtle smile danced on his lips. Brother Yun, I am profoundly grateful for your timely intervention. Without you, we would have perished beneath the grasp of the undead. Nuyeking spoke, a mix of excitement and gratitude coloring her voice. Yunling smiled gently, offering his hand to help her rise. I promised I would always protect you, ensuring you suffer no harm. This was true in the past, and it remains so now. Enough, Yunling interjected, turning to survey the surroundings. The immediate danger has passed. Let us usher the injured immortals into the great hall for their recovery. Yunyeqing gazed at Yunling's handsome silhouette, her expression caught between words and silence. A smile gracing her lips. He always had a penchant for uttering such sentimental phrases. Yet each time she heard his earnest declarations, her verbal rejections belied a heart that had already melted into a pool of tender affection. He had risked his life to rescue her in the beast forest, unflinchingly accompanying her into the depths of danger to uncover the truth, and had valiantly battled against Tonghuan to liberate her from the fires of purgatory. Furthermore, driven by her curiosity, he had personally imparted cultivation skills to her. Each of these actions laid bare his feelings for her, raw and profoundly moving. In the past, her self-doubt had led her to repeatedly spurn his affections. Yet now, with her beauty restored and a marital bond established between them, who else could the figure in her dreams possibly be? Perhaps she had accepted him long ago, and it was time to cease fleeing from the torrent of emotions that had enveloped her. Resolutely, she made a silent decision. Yunyeqing gazed at him with eyes full of tenderness. Yunling cautiously inquired, "What are you thinking about, An?" "Thinking a secret," Yunyeqing replied playfully, her laughter ringing out as she turned to stride into the grand hall. When she had covered a distance of 10 paces, she turned back to find Yunling looking somewhat perplexed. "Tonight, let us meet at the pavilion by the peach blossom forest," she said. "You must come. I shall await you." Yunling's eyes widened in astonishment, his lips parting in a wide grin, reminiscent of a child who had just received praise from a teacher, nodding eagerly like a chick pecking at grains. By this time, the sky had begun to lighten, a half-red disk of sun bouncing up from the horizon. The aftermath of the recent battles in Fengqi City had left devastation in its wake. Yet fortunately, the innocent populace had suffered relatively few casualties. Now, the streets buzzed with people seeking the inept healer in the western corner of the city. either to treat their injuries or to procure remedies against the lingering toxins in the air. In Yeching, Yunling, the Wolf Maiden, and Long Wenjin were among the more powerful beings residing within the Mi Hua Zhai, having sustained minimal injuries. Consequently, the burden of healing the wounded immortals fell squarely upon their shoulders. After a long day of toil, only 24 other immortals had survived, marking this as one of the most devastating losses in the ongoing war between the celestial and demonic realms. Yeching's brows knitted tightly, a sense of frustration simmering within her. Seeking solace, she ascended to the rooftop of Mi Hua Zhai, her gaze lingering on the horizon where water met sky, one half a clear azure brilliance, the other a turbulent swirl of dark currents. How starkly this mirrored her current predicament. In the eyes of the celestial realm, despite her countless virtuous deeds, eradicating treacherous ministers and vanquishing demons, she remained a creature of demonic lineage, and her true intentions were shrouded in mystery, prompting caution and suspicion. Conversely, within the demonic realm, she bore the heavy responsibilities of a ghostly envoy, yet her actions had consistently defied the will of her kin. A clear act of rebellion recorded in black and white, already marked for execution. She teetered on the tightrope of morality and malevolence, a precarious existence where the slightest misstep could plunge her into an abyss of ruin. She was weary, truly weary. She could not exhaust herself merely for self-preservation, yet this wretched life of hers sustained another life along with a heart brimming with deep-seated grievances, thus rendering it precious, compelling her to cherish her existence. The thought of Zillion plunged her heart into a torment akin to being cleaved by a blade. She wondered, since the last time she dreamt of Zillion's demise at her own hands, had the rumors of her tragic fate also ensnared Zillion? Otherwise, how could she have witnessed Zillion enduring inhumane torment without cause? In a moment of fervor, she gathered her magical energy in her palm, preparing to strike a large stone in the courtyard to vent her pent-up frustration. Just as she raised her arm, a warm hand grasped her tightly, and a wave of coolness flowed from her arm into her heart, soothing her rage. She turned to see none other than Yunling. What sort of fire are you igniting? Such a fierce blaze would surely bring calamity upon the entire courtyard, Yunling remarked, his gaze soft as flowing water, and a faint smile gracing his lips like a gentle spring breeze, dispersing the troubling images from her mind. What brings you here? Nuyeking murmured with a slight nod and a smile as she sat down. Yunling, a person of meticulous cleanliness, would never allow stains to tarnish his garments. With a gentle sweep, he conjured a crimson silk blanket, settling comfortably thereafter. I came to keep you company. After a brief silence, noticing Nuyeking's lack of speech, he smiled lightly. Aren't you curious why I possess the South Sea Night Pearl? Nuyeking turned to gaze intently at Yunling. You will speak of it when you feel inclined. Yunling chuckled softly. Given your intelligence, you may have already surmised it. It was Lu Piapiao. She stole the South Sea Night Pearl with the intent to escape back to the demon clan. I captured her, and after a fierce battle of 300 exchanges, she ultimately fell to me and fled downstream along the Julie River. Fled? Nuyeking was taken aback. Why would she steal the South Sea Night Pearl? Lu Piapiao had a phoenix pill implanted within her, transforming her into an iron phoenix. She could only survive under the energy of the South Sea Night Pearl. Upon learning that Go Wenhua might be captured back to the demon clan, she stole the pearl to return. Her return would undoubtedly be to rescue Go Wenhua, hastening the opening of the infernal blood array under the demon lord's coercion. Thus, this calamity is ultimately unavoidable, and it would unleash yet another storm of bloodshed. As a celestial being, I cannot allow such a possibility to transpire. Only by eliminating her can the threat be extinguished in its infancy. However, she is cunning and managed to escape. Yet she is now devoid of the South Sea Night Pearl. I doubt she will survive until dawn, Yunling stated. You? Nuyeking struggled to comprehend yet found herself compelled to accept. However, she had already discovered a method to resolve the matter. It required merely a drop of blood. Why must lives be taken? Yet, in the face of urgency, Yunling's actions were those any celestial being would undertake, leaving her with a sense of regret. I have found a way to break the formation. How could such a tragedy occur? Given the circumstances, do not harbor regrets. Everyone has their own aspirations. Yunling gazed intently at the sorrowful profile of Nuyeking, which, under the slanting rays of sunlight, radiated a faint halo. An inexplicable affection blossomed within him, as this extraordinary flower had long taken root in his heart, sprouting and even bearing fruit since that fateful night. This thought, he felt a surge of secret delight and excitement, yet he maintained an air of composure as he continued to observe her. Nuyeking remained silent, her gaze lost in contemplation as she looked towards the horizon. She attempted to meet the sun's gaze directly, only to be thwarted by its blinding brilliance, forcing her eyes shut. In this world, there are two things one cannot bear to gaze upon: the sun and the human heart. Perhaps the turmoil within Lu Piapiao's heart was something she had never dared to confront, fearing that the sorrow and bitterness concealed within would overwhelm her. The two silhouettes atop the Mihuajai appeared as ethereal beings, quietly entwined in the air, inciting envy among passers-by. Sister in, sister in. The thunderous voice of Xiao Ji shattered the tranquility of the moment, prompting Nuyeking to withdraw her gaze and cast a mildly irritated glance at Yunling. She then spread her arms wide, her skirt billowing in the wind, resembling a butterfly descending from the heavens. That voice of yours could surely rouse even the mice from their holes, she remarked with a raised eyebrow, hinting at reproach. Xiao Ji, unfazed, seized Nuyeking's hand and dashed towards the grand hall, traversing the long corridor and passing the ancient calligraphy and painting screens. There she beheld a frail woman in a simple azure dress, languidly seated and sipping tea. The delicate softness in her eyes and the pallor on her face rendered her an exquisite sight. Xiao Yu, Nuyeking exclaimed joyfully, releasing Xiao Ji's hand to rush towards Xiao Yu. Her bright eyes shimmering with unshed tears to Anu. It is such a delight to see you again. Cough. Xiao Yu, overwhelmed with emotion, struggled to catch her breath and began to cough. Nuyeking, her concern palpable, assisted Xiao Yu in sitting down and assessed the tea before offering it to her. Do not rush. First, have a cup of tea. She then instructed, Xiao Ji, please go prepare some pear water and brew a cup of bitter tea for Xiao Yu Anu. There is no need to trouble yourself. My ailment has long become a chronic condition, and it poses no significant threat, Xiao Yu gently declined. Xiao Ji, why are you still standing there? Go and do as I instructed, Nuyeking admonished, noticing Xiao Ji's nervous hesitation. It was only then that Xiao Yu regained her composure and hurried towards the kitchen. Nuyeking settled beside Xiao Yu, her voice softening. Since that day we parted, we have not seen each other again. How have you fared during this time? Thanks to you, my brother and I have managed to look after one another. That is my happiness. How could I possibly complain? Xiao Yu replied, her face contorting slightly as she tried to suppress a cough. Nuyeking, visibly concerned, remarked, Xiao Yu, your cough appears quite severe. I shall take you to see that incompetent doctor in the west of the city. With that, she rose and began to lead Xiao Yu outside. Xiao Yu looked at Nuyeking with gratitude but did not move, shaking her head gently. Anu, please do not trouble yourself. It is futile. I have visited that doctor many times, yet my condition shows no signs of improvement. I fear I may never recover in this lifetime. Sister, the tea has arrived. Xiaoji hurriedly approached, carrying the bitter snow pear tea, and handed it to Xiao Yu, saying, Sister, please drink quickly. Just now, Brother Yun came to the kitchen looking for something to eat and inquired about this tea. I told him the truth, and he said it is a wonderful remedy for coughs. Once you drink it, you will surely feel better. Xiao Yu smiled with gratitude and affectionately caressed Xiaoji's face, saying, Sister will be a burden to you for this lifetime. No, how could I be a burden? Xiaoji replied earnestly, with you by my side, everything I do holds meaning. Tears had already welled up in Xiaoji's youthful eyes. It was then that Nu Yiqing realized the sister Xiaoji had always spoken of was indeed Xiao Yu. She had once promised to rescue his sister, yet it seemed she had never fulfilled that vow. Fortunately, Xiao Yu was alive, and the siblings were safely reunited. Although she felt a twinge of guilt, she was relieved that it had not resulted in a lifelong regret. The bond between you siblings makes me feel a tinge of envy. Xiao Yu placed the teacup on the table and pulled Xiaoji to kneel before her, leaving Nu Yiqing somewhat flustered as she hurriedly supported both of them. What are you two doing? The stubborn siblings remained on their knees, and Xiao Yu said, I have come specifically to express my gratitude to Anu. You selflessly resolved the calamity in Fengqi City, saving numerous innocent lives, and took such meticulous care of my brother. I am truly beyond grateful. You may not know, but our parents passed away when we were young, leaving just the two of us to rely on each other in this world. Asked the elder sister. I should have taken care of my brother, but my health has always been frail, and instead, it has been my brother who has worried for me, suffering in silence. Seeing him endure such hardship breaks my heart. I once attempted to take my own life, believing that only in death could I free my brother to live well, but I was mistaken. After experiencing this separation, I have come to realize that leaving is not the best way to ensure happiness for one another. Rather, true happiness lies in staying together as a family. Therefore, thank you for giving me the chance to live, and you Jia. I should be the one thanking you, Xiaoji interjected. Even in the direst of times, you thought of protecting me. You are truly my sister. Inu Yiqing was moved to tears by their words, her heart blossoming with a beauty akin to flowers in full bloom, filled with happiness. She held Xiao Yu with her left hand and Xiao Ji with her right, saying, "Xiao Yu, our meeting in Fengjin is fate. Fate has allowed us to know and depend on one another, to live and die together. You need not express your thanks. I am not as noble as you believe. As long as you are well, I shall be content." Turning to Xiao Ji, the boy whose features mirrored those of her own brother, she declared, "You are my only true brother in this world." With that, the three embraced tightly. The night wind was mournful, the moon dim, the lake restless, and the peach blossoms withering. For reasons unknown, the sky suddenly grew oppressive and gloomy that night. To keep her appointment with Yun Ling from the morning, Nu Yiqing had prepared drinks early and awaited by the lakeside pavilion. The nightingale's mournful cry echoed like a sorrowful lament of a forsaken woman. Stirring an involuntary tremor within one's heart, Nu Yiqing sat upon a stone bench, propping her head with one hand while the other idly toyed with a wine glass, her brow furrowed in deep contemplation as she gazed into the distance. 3 hours had slipped by since dusk descended, and as midnight approached, Yunling's silhouette remained elusive. Could it be that he was reluctant to come, or perhaps he had long since lost his affection for her? Yet, she distinctly recalled his tender words and the warmth of his embrace. Just a little longer, she mused. Perhaps he was preoccupied with matters of importance and would arrive shortly, lost in her swirling thoughts. Nu Yiqing succumbed to the deepening night, her weariness overtaking her as she drifted into slumber. The sky was shrouded in a gray haze, and a gentle rain fell, reminiscent of a forlorn maiden weeping with pearly tears. The morning breeze crept coldly into Nu Yiqing's collar, sending a shiver down her spine and rousing her from her lethargy. Lazily, she rubbed her eyes and surveyed her surroundings, finding no one but herself amid the soft drizzle. A wave of despondency washed over her heart, akin to a tightening ache, her eyes brimming with tears that fell like rain. She pressed her face into her arms, unwilling to lift her head for what felt like an eternity. The day's gloom mirrored her own melancholic spirit. As the rain began to ease, she gathered her thoughts and forced a faint smile towards the lake. Perhaps I have been too petty. It is possible that Brother Yun is simply busy with his own affairs. I shall go seek him out now. With that thought, she waved her hand, and her water blue dress transformed into a flowing gown of sheer white fabric, the hem adorned with a striking peach pink that resembled a freshly bloomed hibiscus, pure and resplendent. Just as she prepared to glide away, a violet shadow blocked her path, revealing a stunningly beautiful figure before her. Nu Yiqing halted, her incantation caught in her throat, rendered motionless. Feng Zimo walked upon the water's surface as if traversing solid ground, her gaze transfixed upon Nu Yiqing. Are you truly so eager to find him? Have you genuinely fallen for him? Nu Yiqing pondered for a moment before nodding affirmatively. Since that fateful night, I have reflected deeply and have an inkling that he is the one I have been searching for. I am truly sorry for having disappointed your affections. You will undoubtedly find a woman who is truly suited to you. Feng Zimo managed to force a smile, albeit one that appeared rather unsettling. Do you truly believe he is the one you seek? Perhaps he is not. Nu Yiqing, taken aback, recalled the figure from her dreams, strikingly similar to him, exuding an ethereal grace and charm. His kindness towards her was undeniable. He had always been there to rescue her from peril. In her heart, gratitude had morphed into profound emotion and yearning. I trust my own judgment. Feng Zimo, suddenly engulfed in despair, sighed deeply. Ah, your belief is commendable. I must take my leave. I have come to bid you farewell. Take your leave? Where are you going? Although the encounters with Feng Zimo have been infrequent, there exists a bond that cannot be dismissed. He once vowed that he would take her as his wife. A promise that caused her heart to flutter with excitement. Now, with his sudden declaration of departure, she finds herself enveloped in sadness and disappointment. To the ends of the earth, to the vastness of the sea and sky, to the breaking of the heavens, to realms uncharted. Feng Zimo gazes at the horizon, as if the places he spoke of lie before him. When will you return? Will we ever meet again? Nu Yiqing lamented. Feng Zimo, in an unexpected return to his usual carefree demeanor, quipped, What? Are you reluctant to see me go? If you truly can't bear it, then stay and keep me company. Nu Yiqing, taken aback by her sudden surge of emotion, knew she could not be so selfish. Having resolved to be with Yun Ling, she understood that she must not tether Feng Zimo but instead allow him to seek his own happiness. How could I possibly be reluctant? I would gladly see you off, you pestering spirit that haunts me like a ghost, appearing unannounced. Even with 100 hearts, you frighten me, Nu Yiqing jested, though she recognized that if Feng Zimo truly cared for her, her every word would pierce his heart like a dagger. Yet, She felt compelled to speak thus. Feng Zimo's enchanting visage twisted momentarily, but he managed to muster a smile. Indeed, we shall meet again in the not-so-distant future. Nu Yeqing feigned ignorance, cheerfully affirming, yes, we will surely reunite. Before she could finish, Feng Zimo transformed into a wisp of purple smoke and vanished. Nu Yeqing gathered her scattered emotions and departed on her steed. At Mihua Zhai, she gently knocked on the door. Brother Yun, are you there? Brother Yun. After a prolonged silence, she assumed he must have been occupied and felt a pang of disappointment as she turned toward the realm of the spirits. As she passed the wolf girl's chamber, she noticed the door ajar and recalled that she had not seen the wolf girl for several days. Thus, she decided to check in. However, upon reaching the threshold, she heard soft sobbing. Uncertain of the cause, she prepared to push the door open when a man's voice resonated clearly. Do not be sorrowful. Although he is past, his spirit endures. After a millennium, he shall surely return. That voice, so familiar, warm and steady. Who but Dong Fu could it be? Filled with excitement, Nu Yeqing flung the door wide open and stepped inside. Dong Fu gently patted the wolf girl's shoulder, his gaze filled with compassion. Dong Fu, rising abruptly, exclaimed, anew. He strode swiftly to her side, taking her in his arms, surveying her with a mixture of disbelief and relief. You're alive, truly alive. He then embraced her tightly. Nu Yeqing, overwhelmed with joy, wept, Dong Gu, I've missed you so much. I thought I would never see you again. The wolf girl, wiping her tears away, stood up. You two sisters catch up. I shall prepare some tea. Sister, where is Xiaoku? Why is he absent? Xiaoku was always chattering away, and she had thought to suggest that the wolf girl send him away. He went out with Yunling yesterday and has yet to return. The she-wolf spoke. Brother Yun? You did not keep our appointment last night, and when I knocked on your door this morning, there was no sign of you. It turns out you took the little one out with you. This revelation lightened the burden in her heart. What could they have been doing? I heard they went to Julie to find Lu Piao Piao. I thought they would return soon. So do not worry. The she-wolf consoled her. Oh, then you should go. Nu Yeqing replied, turning her gaze tenderly yet with a hint of sorrow towards Dong Fu. Brother Dong, what brings you here? How fares the demon clan? Dong Fu's bronze-hued countenance darkened as he regarded Nu Yeqing with an unusual expression. Grandma Yin has learned of your enmity towards the demon clan and has issued a 1,000-kill order, commanding various factions to hunt you down. Some days ago, Gu Ming, who had taken your life, returned to the demon clan's stronghold with the Tong Tian Jade, leading 30,000 elite soldiers who train day and night in formations and spells. It seems a fierce battle is imminent. Furthermore, since the Chi Hu tribe incident, Tong Yin, although under Grandma Yan's protection, has become a mere shell of an elder, devoid of genuine military strength, constantly seeking to prove his loyalty through acts of plunder and violence against the mortal realm and cultivation families. It appears Gu Ming's ambition extends far beyond merely winning Wu Qin's heart. Nu Yeqing pondered. What of Zilian? Is she well? I was dispatched to deliver the 1,000-kill order specifically for her. Now that they know of my betrayal, will she not also be implicated? Days prior, she had inexplicably caught a glimpse of Zilian, causing her to break into a cold sweat. I have come for Zilian. Dong Fu stated. She is well, and Grandma Yin has never believed you to be dead. She secretly sent me to assist you, delivering the token to the demon clan. Nu Yeqing had long suspected that Grandma Yin would not consider her deceased. Her esteemed position in the upper realm, where she was entrusted with significant responsibilities within the demon clan, was not solely due to her profound magical prowess, but also her wisdom, cunning, and ruthless decisiveness. Therefore, until she had seen the evidence of Nu Yeqing's demise, she would not easily accept it as truth. Presently, Gu Ming had gained her favor through the pretense of purging the ranks, but this was likely a facade, and Nu Yeqing could not fathom her true intentions, yet she remained deeply unsettled since witnessing Zilian endure severe punishment that night. The token was a safeguard for Zilian's life. As long as it remained undelivered, she should remain unharmed, though surely she could not escape physical torment. Nu Yeqing felt a pang of anguish for the tortures Zilian faced daily. However, enduring such torment for an extended period, even the strongest will succumb to madness, if not death. I have resolved to set out for the demon clan soon, to rescue Zilian and avoid a lifetime of regret. Her determination shone in her teary eyes. Dong Fu affectionately brushed her hair aside and nodded slightly. I shall inform them immediately and resign from my position as the master of Mihua Zhai, cleansing myself before embarking on this journey. After Nu Yeqing finished speaking, she stood up, intending to leave. However, after taking 2 steps, she suddenly halted, turning to face Dong Fu. Xiao Bei, upon hearing the name Xiao Bei. Dongfu's brow furrowed tightly, and the muscles on his face twitched slightly. The fourth brother. He is already dead. A vivid image of Beifeng's severed body flashed before Nu Yeking's eyes, twisting her heart in anguish. Tears streaming down her face. The weight of guilt nearly suffocated her. I'm so sorry, brother, it was I who caused Xiao Bei's demise. You can hit me, you can scold me. Overcome with emotion, she knelt on the ground, pleading for Dongfu's forgiveness. Dongfu, with his eyes gently closed, took a deep breath and stepped forward to lift Nu Yeking. Get up. This is not your fault. Bai Ti is only unfortunate that the fourth brother learned of matters he should not have known. Before his passing, Xiao Bei entrusted me with the care of you. He said that since rescuing you from the wild forest, the days spent together were the happiest of his millennia, and he died without regrets. He asked me to convey to you not to be sad, for he will always be by your side. Nu Yeking, upon hearing Dongfu's words, felt her heart shatter further. Her body, as if drained of strength, collapsed into Dongfu's embrace, her eyes tightly closed as torrents of tears cascaded down. Foolish Xiao Bei, clumsy Xiao Bei, during our time together, I often bullied you. Yet you not only held no grudge against me but also cared for me so deeply. It was my curiosity that led to your demise. You should despise me. If you hated me, perhaps I could find some solace, but you grant me not even this small comfort. What you should resent is the parting and the heartache. Must you drive me to my guilt-ridden end? Must you leave me restless day and night? Xiao Bei. Oh, Xiao Bei, how I long for you to cuddle up to me. How I miss you snatching sweet and sour pork from my bowl. How I yearn to see you soaring in the blue sky. How I wish to behold your smile, as radiant as peach blossoms. I truly miss you anew. Do not grieve. He is my dear brother. I witnessed his death before my very eyes, yet was powerless to save him. I loathe my own impotence, and even more, I despise that coward who reported to Granny Yin. I will avenge the fourth brother's death with my own hands. You must not grieve any longer. You still hold the life of Zillion in your hands. If we do not wish to lose another loved one, we must do everything in our power to rescue them, Dongfu declared. Nu Yeking suddenly opened her eyes wide, glaring coldly at Dongfu, her eyes filled with hatred, sending a chill down Dongfu's spine. Who else, besides me, knows the secret Xiao Bei has hidden for a millennium and has told Granny Yin about it? It remains uncertain. I have already dispatched trusted allies to investigate discreetly, and we will be notified at the earliest sign of news, Dongfu replied. Very well, inform me immediately upon any discovery. I shall notify them now. We leave tomorrow, Nu Yeking said with a slight nod. Stay inside for the time being. Do not venture out easily. The Mihuajai is currently filled with cultivators, and as a member of the demon clan. Should they encounter you, it would surely spark another calamity. Rest assured, on Nu I considered this upon my arrival and have already concealed my demonic aura. Moreover, I will not engage with cultivators unless absolutely necessary. That is good. Take care of yourself, Nu Yeking instructed before departing. Within the grand hall of the Mihuajai, the 24 immortals had already gathered, each whispering among themselves. What could be the reason for the call of the Zhai Master? One mused. Now that the infernal blood formations have been disrupted and the machinations of the demonic clan have been thwarted, there should be no immediate actions from them. Perhaps the Zhai Master intends to send us back to Xing Chan Mountain. I concur. Another replied, I once believed the Zhai Master to be one of the demonic clan, undoubtedly linked to this calamity, secretly colluding with them to oppress us. However, it appears I have misjudged her. When the opportunity arises, I shall surely bow my head in apology to express my remorse. Enough chatter, the Zhai Master approaches. The elegant figure of Nu Yiqing descended gracefully from the highest corridor, a fragrant breeze following her every step. She stood poised upon the altar, embodying an ethereal presence. Disciples, I greet you, the gathered cultivators, led by Long Wenjin, called in unison. There is no need for such formalities. Please rise and take your seats, Nu Yiqing replied softly, as the cultivators complied one by one. I have summoned you all today to convey an important matter, Nu Yiqing continued gently. The calamity that has befallen Fengqi City has now subsided, and the demonic clan is unlikely to make any significant moves in the near future. My appointment as the Zhai Master of Mihuajai was intended to alleviate the disaster in Fengqi City. It is common knowledge that my origins are of the demonic clan, and thus my ascension to this position has raised doubts and dissatisfaction among you. However, what none of you realized is that I never truly aspired to be this Zhai Master. It was a necessity born of circumstance. With Fengqi City now at peace, I wish to formally announce my resignation from this position before all of you. Nu Yiqing spoke with grace, and with a flick of her wrist, a scroll of golden silk materialized from thin air. This is my letter of resignation. I kindly ask you to convey it to the esteemed Immortal. A collective gasp filled the air, as none had anticipated such a decision from Niu Yiqing. Long Wenjin rose and clasped her hands urgently. Zhai Master, please reconsider. The other 23 followed suit, imploring, Zhai Master, please reconsider. Long Wenjin then knelt on one knee. Is your desire to resign due to our suspicions? If so, I humbly apologize to you. We have indeed held reservations against you due to your origins, but over these past few days, we have come to see clearly that you possess a heart of great virtue. You are deserving of the Zhai Master title. Yi Qing felt a surge of emotion, the transformation from doubt to trust and respect overwhelming her. Was this not what she had longed for? Though she often professed her actions were motivated by a desire to spare the innocent from suffering, there lay a kernel of self-interest within her. She yearned to be esteemed like her fellow cultivators, to achieve success in a prestigious lineage, and to emerge as a hero revered by many. Furthermore, she aspired to transcend to immortality, believing that by becoming a deity, she would gain boundless powers, allowing her to return to her former life with ease. However, while everyone urged her to think twice, her mind had long been devoid of selfish desires. She was simply moved. Perhaps this is what one might call contentment. Inu Yeching surveyed the ground below and, contemplating, stepped forward to assist Long Wenjin. Everyone, please rise. As a member of the demon clan, gaining the recognition of esteemed immortals is indeed a blessing for me. Yet, I do not seek to use this matter to absolve myself of my identity. I merely wish to spare the innocent populace from suffering. Now that I have achieved my goal, I see no reason to continue occupying the position of the head of the temple. Ultimately, this position rightfully belongs to its original owner, does it not? Long Wenjin was rendered speechless. Inu Yeching continued. I still have personal grievances to resolve, and thus, I have no reason to bask in your admiration here. With a single wave of her hand, golden silk fell into her grasp, which she handed to Long Wenjin. I trust you understand my intentions. Please deliver my resignation letter to the esteemed Immortal and convey my gratitude. Long Wenjin nodded regretfully. Then, oh no, Nu, take care in all matters, and should you need assistance, come find me at Xingchen Mountain. Niu Yeching nodded in affirmation. Indeed, I will. At that moment, Yunling and Xiaoke returned, weary from their travels. Observing the scene within the grand hall, they were puzzled. Yunling approached Niu Yeching. Nu, what has transpired? As he spoke, his gaze fell upon the golden silk in Long Wenjin's hand, and he inquired, May I take a look? Long Wenjin nodded, and Yunling received the silk, opening it for inspection, fully comprehending the situation. Nu, have you made your decision? Niu Yeching replied resolutely. I have decided. I will depart tomorrow. Xiaoke's eyes widened like brass bells. Are you leaving tomorrow? What about my brother Go? I have yet to see him one last time. Do not cry, brother Go as well. He has been taken by the esteemed Immortal for guidance, and I believe he will return safe and sound after some time. Inu Yeching cradled Xiaoke in her arms, playfully poking his belly for comfort. When the time comes, I shall take you back to Fengqi City to see him. How does that sound? Xiaoke's expression shifted like a barometer. Moments ago it had been overcast, but now it radiated sunshine, as he giggled uncontrollably. Sister is the best. Niu Yeching turned to Long Wenjin. The 10 celestial spirits, the 4 masters, and the profound practitioners of the dual flower path may have been captured by the demon clan. After our departure, the city lord's mansion and Mi Huazhai will be left without leadership. Among these individuals, you possess the greatest power, so I entrust you with the affairs of Mi Huazhai. Not leave without authorization, lest the common folk become unsettled. And you is right. We shall remain steadfast in Fengqi City. Long Wenjin affirmed. No, I must insist you act swiftly. Arrange for a slightly more skilled disciple to head to Xingchen Mountain and report the situation accurately, so that the esteemed Immortal may come here promptly to oversee matters, in case the demon clan receives word and takes advantage of the situation. Otherwise, our efforts over these past days will have been in vain. Inu Yeching, still troubled, responded, Very well, I shall make the arrangements. Long Wenjin nodded in agreement and turned, leading the disciples to the inner hall. At this moment, the vast hall was left with only Niu Yeching, Yunling, and Xiaoke. Xiaoke stretched lazily and chuckled, having flown all night. I feel as if my bones are about to crumble. I shall retire for a beauty sleep to rejuvenate myself. With that, she soared away. Yunling chuckled softly, but upon catching sight of Niu Yeching, he was reminded of the previous night's missed appointment, and feelings of guilt washed over him. He intended to offer an explanation, but Niu Yeching preemptively interrupted. Brother Yun, I shall depart tomorrow. I wonder if you will accompany me or return home. Are you upset? Last night Yunling surmised Niu Yeching's displeasure. I had intended to surprise you, but I lost track of time, So, you needn't explain. In truth, I too missed our engagement last night, so there is no need for concern. Nuyeking decisively dismissed Yunling's explanation, her mood not conducive to romantic discourse. If there's nothing else, I shall return to my quarters. Yunling attempted to call her back, but alas, her white figure had already receded into the distance, leaving him to lower his gaze in silence. The night was splendid, with a gentle breeze wafting through the air. Nuyeking strolled alone through the peach blossom grove when she chanced upon Yunling, clad in moonlight white, dancing with his sword upon the lake's surface, surrounded by swirling petals, resembling an enchanting maiden entwined around him. A sight most captivating. Nuyeking initially intended to retreat, but Yunling, catching sight of her, halted his movements and darted toward her like a swift swallow, affectionately saying, I knew you would come here, so I awaited your arrival. Brother Yun, you are thoughtful. May I inquire what you wish to discuss? Nuyeking ambled through the grove, her white cloud boots now muddied from the rain that had fallen earlier that day. Yunling, sword in hand, followed closely behind her. I came to address last night's matter, hoping to offer an explanation and perhaps earn a modicum of your forgiveness. I have already said, no explanation is necessary, for I too failed to keep our appointment. We are even now. Nuyeking halted, chuckling lightly. I believe you would be eager to hear my explanation. Yunling replied confidently. Observing his demeanor, Nuyeking grew curious. Oh, so certain? What if I am not inclined to listen? Yunling turned his head to glance at Nuyeking, flashing a mischievous smile. Very well, if you are uninterested in the fate of Lu Piapiao, then I shall refrain from divulging it, lest I stir unnecessary trouble. I shall take my leave. With that, he turned to depart. As for Lu Piapiao, Nuyeking could not help but feel a tinge of envy in her lifetime. Lu Piapiao had garnered the affection of two men willing to lay bare their hearts for her. One, a cultivator who forsook the opportunity to transcend as he succumbed to his passion for her, transforming into a demon merely to draw closer to her. The other, a refined city lord who willingly sacrificed an entire royal city and risked his life solely to save her. Such was the envy-inducing existence of a woman who inspired admiration in all. However, for Nuyeking, her feelings towards her were not merely envy. They were steeped in a profound sense of pity. These tribulations rendered her existence akin to a living hell, filled with unbearable pain. For years, she had been caught in a relentless struggle between two men, unable to attain a resolution. From the very beginning, she harbored no desire to hurt anyone, yet in the end, she had wounded them all, leading to a tragic outcome of disappearance and degradation, ultimately leaving behind nothing but a heart-wrenching dream. I heard you, Nuyeking exclaimed, calling out to Yunling with urgency, her small mouth pouting defiantly. Revealing her displeasure, it seemed that Yunling had anticipated her interruption, for he halted his steps with an air of triumph, a mischievous smile spreading across his lips. He turned playfully to Nuyeking and gently teased her by brushing his fingers against her nose, saying, "Isn't that just splendid?" As Nuyeking gazed upon Yunling's striking visage, all her worries dissipated into thin air. Yunling continued, "Yesterday, we had arranged to meet in the peach blossom grove, and I pondered whether to bring you a gift. While I was deep in thought, I encountered Xiaoka, who enlightened me. It reminded me of the pain and disappointment etched on your face when I mentioned that Lu Piapiao might not survive until dawn. Thus, I resolved to seek her out, hoping against hope that she might yet be saved. I ventured with Xiaoka along the Julie Creek, and upon discovering her on the riverbank downstream, she was barely clinging to life, yet still breathing. You are aware that she possesses the Phoenix Pill, which is imbued with the essence of fire. Only the Night Pearl of the South Sea can suppress its toxic flames. I intended to bring her back to Fengqi City, but she insisted on rescuing Go Wenhua from the demon clan, and I could not sway her resolve. After careful consideration, I had no choice but to render her unconscious and transport her to the ice cave on Ice and Snow Peak, a place where the demon kin would not easily find her. The cold there counteracts the poisonous flames of the Phoenix Pill, allowing me to preserve her life temporarily while also preventing the hellish blood array from activating. Nuyeking listened with wide eyes, exclaiming in astonishment, "What a splendid solution! Brother Yun, you are truly brilliant." Overwhelmed with excitement, she disregarded the ancient adage regarding propriety between men and women, enveloping Yunling in a tight embrace. Yunling, momentarily taken aback, soon regained his composure, a mischievous grin forming on his face. "You're not angry anymore?" Nuyeking nodded. "No, I am no longer angry." "Then have you forgiven me?" "Yes, I forgive you." "Are you willing to be my wife?" "Yes, I am willing." With the answer he had longed for, Yunling joyfully swept Nuyeking off her feet, spinning her around in delight. It was only then that she realized she had been outwitted. She struggled to push him away, but her efforts were in vain, and in exasperation, she protested, "You manipulated me. I do not consent. I do not consent." Yet, no matter how many times she expressed her reluctance, Yunling was impervious to her words, his mind filled solely with visions of a beautiful future. A gentle breeze wafted through the peach blossom grove, carrying with it the fragrant scent of blossoms, meandering through the myriad floating petals, and settling deep within the hearts of those present. The following day, as dawn's light began to break, Nooking, Yunling, Wolfgirl, and Xiaoka bid farewell to the citizens of Fengqi City and Longwenjin, embarking on their journey toward the east. Upon reaching the shores of the infernal sea, a faint scent of brine filled the air, accompanied by waves of nauseating stench, likely a result of the recent emergence of toxic demons, which had tainted the waters. Nooking stood on the shore, gazing at the distant fishing village, then turned to Yunling, saying, "Please wait here for a moment. I shall return shortly. I will accompany you." Yunling replied with concern, "And no need. I will be back in no time." With that, she soared away on her ling, vanishing into the fishing village. She arrived at the temple where she had first encountered Go Wonyao. The dilapidated structure, soaked by the rain, emanated a faint odor of decay. Pushing the door open, she found that the statue before her had long since disappeared, and memories of a dream flooded her mind. "Thank you for encouraging me during my most helpless moments, for igniting the spark within me. You were right. Every individual in this world arrives with a mission. You granted me a second chance at life, and I shall cherish this hard-won existence. I have wonderful news to share with you. I have found someone who will accompany me for the rest of my days, and I hope to receive your blessings." The azure expanse stretched endlessly, unmarred by clouds, as sunlight bathed her in warmth, creating a comforting sensation. Nooking stepped forward upon the Fengling, leading the way, while Xiaoka, seeking respite, nestled against Wolfgirl's shoulder, fast asleep. Yunling, gliding on his sword, observed Nooking's Fengling and pondered for a moment before inquiring, "Nu, from whence did your Fengling come? I recall that you once wielded a broken sword incapable of even slicing through tofu. When did you acquire such a remarkable artifact?" "You mean this? It was bestowed upon me by an immortal in Fengqi City. I was nearly slain by Gu Ming, but he saved me, seeing my shabby sword. He gifted me the Fengling. I have heard that there is a pair, the other being called Huangling. When used together, their power would surely surpass what I possess now by several thousand times," Nooking explained, gesturing to the Fengling beneath her feet. "Who is this immortal? When time allows, I shall seek him out to request the Huangling, and we could cultivate together at double the speed." Yunling laughed. "The other one? I have no idea where it is. I suppose the immortal must be using it himself, though I have forgotten which immortal it was." Nooking chuckled innocently, her memories intact, yet the shadow of Qi Dream eluded her, rendering all recollections of him hazy and indistinct. Yunling laughed lightly. "Look at you being so stingy. I was merely jesting." Nooking wished to explain but found herself at a loss for words, for she truly could not recall. After several days, they finally soared beyond the infernal sea, stopping to rest in Wulyo Town, coincidentally arriving during the local Feast of Gluttony, which took place annually on the 15th day of the 5th month. It is said that during the primordial creation of the universe by Pengu, there existed a small creature known as the Yinji beast. Innately benevolent and gentle, it endeared itself to all living beings in the vicinity. However, it possessed a significant flaw, an insatiable appetite, particularly for vegetarian fare. Initially, the townsfolk were understanding of its voraciousness. Yet, as time passed, the Yinji beast grew larger and its consumption escalated. Within a mere few years, the verdant landscape surrounding Wulyo Town was devoured entirely, leaving behind a barren expanse of yellow earth. The climate turned exceedingly harsh, rendering survival impossible for the creatures of the land, prompting the inhabitants to seek refuge elsewhere. Witnessing the devastation it had wrought, the Yinji beast was engulfed in profound sorrow. Ultimately, on the 15th day of the 5th month, it expended its remaining magical essence to restore the picturesque beauty of Wulyo Town, transforming it into a realm of lush mountains and clear waters, shaded by willows. In doing so, it dissipated into countless particles, forever safeguarding the life forms of that land. To commemorate the Yinji beast, the townspeople established a grand feast on this day, known as the Gluttony Festival. Oh, how delectable the array of food is! The little creature flitted about, zipping here and there. Fruits, meats, and, oh joy, chestnuts, its absolute favorite. Nooking, Yunling, and the wolf girl exchanged resigned glances and chuckled at the little creature, though Nooking secretly felt a pang of envy, her stomach beginning to grumble in protest. Yunling, noticing Nooking's unusual reaction, couldn't help but smile mischievously. Wolf girl and little creature, why not explore a bit? We shall meet at the street corner of Shirley Poo in 2 hours. With that, he took Nooking's hand, guiding her through the throngs of people. As if they alone existed amidst the festive chaos, in less than a quarter of an hour, they arrived at a noodle stall, where the proprietress, a woman of about 50, eagerly welcomed them, exclaiming, "Come in, esteemed guests. Please, have a seat here." Following her to a table, they exchanged smiles and settled down. The proprietress served 2 bowls of tea and engaged in polite conversation, observing, "You two seem to be from afar. Indeed, you have a keen eye, madam. We are indeed visitors, fortunate enough to arrive during the Gluttony Festival, and we are here to savor the sights," Yunling replied cheerfully. The Gluttony Festival not only commemorates the Yinji beast, but also serves as a day for romantic rendezvous. You two are quite the pair. Handsome gentleman and lovely lady, a perfect match. The proprietress, ever the hostess, delighted in her banter. "Madam, please, no need for jest," Nooking responded, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks. "How about this? Let us order 2 bowls of clear noodles to celebrate our bond today?" Yunling proposed with exuberance. "I have heard that your noodles are the finest in town. We simply must indulge." Never having mentioned to Yunling my fondness for noodles, I surmise she must have gleaned this information from Xiao Ji with great care. Inu Yiqing, unable to contain her emotions, gazed at Yunling with eyes brimming with sentiment. "Please, make yourselves comfortable. The noodles will be here shortly," the proprietress cheerfully assured, laughing as she proceeded to the noodle stall. Upon noticing Nu Yiqing's expression, Yunling understood her sentiment. There was no need to be so moved over such a trivial matter. I had merely exerted a little thoughtfulness. "Why are you so kind to me?" Nu Yiqing asked with a gentle smile, taking a delicate sip of tea, her voice emanating from the depths of her heart. Yunling, gazing at her with tender eyes, softly replied, "Because I hold you dear. From the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I was utterly captivated. Hence I have no reason to treat you poorly." At that moment, the proprietress approached with 2 bowls of clear noodles, interrupting their conversation. "Dear guests, your noodles have arrived." Both expressed their gratitude and picked up their chopsticks to begin their meal. Yunling had anticipated Nu Yiqing would say something, but seeing her with her head down in silence, he chose to let it be. After finishing their noodles, Yunling led Nu Yiqing on a leisurely stroll through the bustling streets of the small town, where throngs of people flowed like a river. Every so often, a competitive eating contest would take place, with victors receiving various rewards. Inu Yiqing, brimming with curiosity, decided to participate in a sweet potato eating contest, where the winner would be determined by who could consume the most within half an hour. The prize was a legendary elixir passed down through generations in Wulyo Town, known as the Zuyandin, rumored to restore beauty and grant eternal youth, a coveted treasure sought after by many. However, Nu Yiqing did not enter for the sake of the Zuyandin. Her motivation stemmed from curiosity and a competitive spirit, embracing the notion of friendship first, competition second. Approximately 500 contestants, including local Gurmans and those from afar drawn by tales of the Zuyandin, gathered for the challenge. To her astonishment, Nu Yiqing's appetite proved exceptional. She managed to consume 363 sweet potatoes within the allotted time, surpassing the second-place contender by 19. She was crowned the sweet potato queen of Wulyo Town, receiving her prize directly from the town's mayor. Siard, as Nu Yiqing held the resplendent Zuyandin in both hands. She remained blissfully unaware of the envious gazes cast upon her, filled with longing and jealousy, piercing her like daggers. Little did she know that her victory and the Zuyandin would unknowingly plant the seeds of danger for her. Meanwhile, the wolf girl and Xiao Ku, who had been waiting for quite some time at Shirley Poo, felt their anxious hearts finally settle upon seeing Nu Yiqing and Yunling return in high spirits. "Where have you two been?" "I've been waiting here for several hours. I was nearly worried to death," the wolf girl chided with slight annoyance. "And me? I was starving and had to go searching for you. Look how much my stomach has shrunk." Xiao Ku pouted, puffing her cheeks in a humorous display of indignation. Feeling guilty for causing the wolf girl and Xiao Ku such worry due to her momentary indulgence, Nu Yiqing sincerely apologized. "I'm sorry, it was my fault." All right, see what this is," Yunling exclaimed as he magically produced 2 sweet potatoes from behind him, handing one to the wolf girl and the other to Xiao Ku. "These are specially brought by Anu for both of you. We nearly scoured the entire town for these 2 sweet potatoes," I said. "Yunling, you really should come up with better lies. There are plenty of these shabby sweet potatoes all over the streets. You could trip over them, and yet you have the audacity to claim you ran all over Wulyo Town to find them for us. I think you simply abandoned us to frolic around the town by yourselves." Although Xiao Ku's words were sharp, his teeth did not cease their relentless gnawing. With a few swift bites, he devoured nearly half of one sweet potato, which was as large as his 2 hands combined. Yunling, already in the wrong, found himself at a loss for words, his lips pursed in silence. Nuyeking poked Xiaoka in the belly and reproached him gently, "Why is your mouth so foul? I should fetch you some soapberry water to wash it out." Xiaoka, in a state of mock terror, cowered behind the wolf girl, exclaiming, "Sister, how cruel you are! You've truly forgotten your friends in the presence of beauty. My heart is shattered. I am utterly heartbroken." His expression was one of profound despair, and he began to wail inconsolably. Just as Nuyeking intended to comfort him and reached out to pull him close for a kiss, a sharp shadow streaked past her. "Anu, be careful," Yunling shouted, panic rising within him as he realized how close Anu had come to danger. After confirming that Nuyeking was unharmed, he turned his gaze toward the source of the shadow, catching a fleeting glimpse of a dark figure. Acting swiftly, he unleashed a gusting palm strike into the air. The shadow vanished into the night sky. "Wolf girl, stay close to Anu. I will investigate." Yunling, unwilling to let matters end this way, uttered a parting line and dashed toward the place where the shadow had disappeared. Encountering an ambush, Nuyeking, unable to quell her concern for Yunling going alone, disregarded the wolf girl's objections and insisted on following, leaving the wolf girl and Xiaoka behind to wait. She delved into her spiritual senses, tracing Yunling's path until she arrived at a forest shrouded in swirling mist and pulsating purple light, its air thick with mystery. For some inexplicable reason, an inner force compelled her to a gravestone, whispering secrets concealed within its depths. Examining the material and patterns of the gravestone, she discerned that the occupant belonged to a family of wealth and privilege, yet the peculiarities eluded her understanding. Only by abandoning the grave could she hope to dispel the fog clouding her mind. Suddenly, the distant clashing of blades echoed ominously. It seemed Yunling had indeed pursued the shadow that had attacked her. No longer hesitating, she resolved to investigate, driven by a desire to uncover who wished her harm. She floated lightly toward the commotion, witnessing Yunling locked in a fierce struggle with the shadow. Yet, it appeared the shadow was gradually losing ground. Had it not been for the shimmering golden sword in its grasp, it might have already succumbed to Yunling's onslaught. Yeching stood aside, observing the unfolding events, not hastening to join the ranks of Yunling in a bid to swiftly conclude this inexplicable war. Instead, she chose to watch the developments unfold. From the scene of the battle, it was evident that the shadowy figure's martial prowess bore no resemblance to that of an immortal cultivator. Rather, he appeared to be an ordinary mortal. Yet, astonishingly, he managed to engage Yunling, a formidable practitioner of magic, in a contest spanning dozens of exchanges. This was no trivial matter. It seemed he was relying heavily on that sword. As time wore on, the shadow's stamina waned, and in a climactic moment, his final move, the raging storm of thunder, drained every ounce of his strength. Despite its grandiose nature, the technique lacked the finesse of true mastery and was merely a show of bravado. Yunling deftly evaded the attack and effortlessly subdued him. Just as Yunling was poised to deliver a fatal blow, Yeching intervened in the nick of time, calling for mercy. "Spare him," she intoned, her incantation resonating with an ethereal quality. The fiery red foamling flickered with a dazzling light, intercepting Yunling's descending blade. Confounded, Yunling questioned, "Anu, he seeks to harm you." Yeching approached Yunling, casting a glance at the figure whose masked visage concealed half of his face, his eyes glaring with malice. She turned to Yunling and said, "Brother Yun, until we ascertain the truth of the matter, we cannot recklessly take his life. He may very well be a reluctant good soul caught in dire straits. If we were to end his life in such haste, would that not make us the villains?" "What if he is not?" Yunling countered, his concern palpable. "What if he is a demon in disguise, poised to harm you?" Yeching offered a comforting touch, gently brushing a stray strand of hair from Yunling's brow. "Do not worry. I shall ensure my own safety. Release him." Upon gazing into Yeching's resolute eyes, Yunling, though reluctant, ultimately acquiesced, loosening his grip. In that moment, the shadowy figure, swift as lightning, seized the sword that had fallen to the ground, aiming it at Yeching's throat. Startled, she gasped, while Yunling's palm coalesced with spiritual energy, ready to strike. The shadow warned, "Do not entertain any nefarious thoughts. If you truly intend to harm me, let us see whether your wind of qi or my sword strikes faster." At this juncture, Yunling found himself flustered. It was evident that the shadow was on the brink of desperation. Should he choose to act, the consequences could lead to mutual destruction, a perilous end for both. Thus, he retracted the energy from his palm and lowered his voice. "Who exactly are you?" Why do you wish harm upon a new? Indeed, who are you? I harbor no grievance against you. Why would you wish to injure me? And Yeching inquired, her expression tense and cautious. Who I am is of little consequence. I do not seek conflict with you. I merely wish to borrow the rejuvenating pill you possess, the shadow declared, tearing away his mask to reveal a strikingly handsome visage. His small eyes glimmered with the brightest lights of the night, yet fatigue and pain etched deep lines upon his alluring face. The rejuvenating pill? Yeching exclaimed, astonished. You seek it for the rejuvenating pill. The shadow spoke. In my quest for the rejuvenating elixir, I traversed the vast expanse of the land for 3 arduous years, delving into both celestial realms and infernal depths, yet no tidings of the elixir graced my ears. Just a month ago, on the brink of despair, a venerable elder whispered of its emergence in Woolyo Town. Thus, I hastened to Woolyo Town, seeking the mayor's assistance. However, the ancient customs of Woolyo Town, steadfast for a millennium, dictate that only a fated individual who triumphs in the sweet potato contest during the Gluttony Festival may claim it. I have never possessed a particular fondness for food, and was eliminated before the finals. It was only when you appeared, devouring 663 sweet potatoes, that a nefarious thought took root in my mind. To eliminate you and seize the elixir for myself. What purpose do you have for this rejuvenating elixir? Nui Ching inquired, suspicion lacing her tone, as if her words had provoked him. The shadow pressed the blade of his sword against her throat, his voice chillingly cold. If you wish to live, hand over the elixir swiftly, or I shall take your life. Observing Nui Ching's questioning gaze, yet finding her unmoving, he grew agitated and drove the sword in slightly, eliciting a sharp intake of breath from her. Yuling, witnessing this, felt a surge of concern and attempted to channel her spiritual energy, only to have her hand firmly grasped by Nui Ching, who conveyed via a silent incantation. It's all right. I shall give you the elixir. With that, she relinquished the rejuvenating elixir from her sleeve. Overjoyed, the shadow accepted the elixir, uttered a brief word of thanks, and vanished into the night sky. Yuling, in a flurry of worry, rushed to inspect Nu Ching's wound, employing her healing arts to mend her injuries, perplexed as she questioned. Why did you not allow me to slay him, and instead, relinquish the elixir to him? Nui Ching tilted her head, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Seeing her bleed, Yuling felt a measure of relief. Nui Ching wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. He will return to seek me. With that, she grasped Yuling's hand, leading her deeper into the forest. The following day, the mist-laden morning in Woolyo Town was enchanting, with verdant mountains and flowing waters, truly a place to linger. Nui Ching resolved to remain in Woolyo Town for 2 days before departing. The mayor, a warm-hearted and hospitable gentleman, welcomed Nui Ching and her companions to stay at his estate, perhaps because she had become the town's most renowned gourmand. After breakfast, Nui Ching strolled through the town alone, unknowingly arriving at a grove. She stifled her curiosity and surveyed the forest before her, which consisted solely of ginkgo trees. Gazing up at the sky, she noticed an eerie purplish hue in the azure expanse. Taking a deep breath, she ventured deeper into the woods, surrounded by the vibrant green of the ginkgo trees, which invigorated her spirit. Having wandered for an extended period and feeling parched, she spotted some wild berries along the roadside and plucked them to quench her thirst. As she walked and picked, beads of sweat soon drenched her, and the peculiar feeling within her dissipated. Contentedly following an inner force, she found herself standing before a grave, the intricately carved tombstone inscribed with the 6 characters, Grave of Chi Honor. She meticulously examined her surroundings, noting the fresh fruits laid before the tombstone and the remnants of incense that had long since burned out, suggesting that someone had come to pay their respects the previous night. Nu Ching wandered around the grave in a state of confusion, circling it repeatedly until she paused on the 3rd round. Just as she was pondering, a voice broke the silence, prompting her to follow the sound. There, she discovered 2 adorable little rabbits nibbling on carrots, occasionally engaging in playful banter. Treading lightly, she approached cautiously, fearful that her sudden appearance might startle the small white creatures. When she was but 5 steps away, she gently spoke. Excuse me, Upon hearing her voice, the rabbits scattered in fright. One darted into the carrot patch while the other concealed itself behind the stone they had been sitting on. Peeking out timidly with trembling bodies. Who are you? How did you come to be here? One of them stammered in an effort to alleviate the rabbit's fear. Nu Ching knelt down to meet their gaze at eye level, chuckling softly, Fear not, little rabbits, for I am no villain. I merely heard voices and came to inquire about something. The little rabbit, with its round crimson eyes, scrutinized her for a moment, sensing no malice in her demeanor. Gradually, it lowered its guard, fully emerging from its hiding spot atop the stone. Holding a half-eaten carrot with both paws, it cautiously replied, "Well, if you have something to ask, do so quickly and then leave. Otherwise, you may invite a calamity upon yourself." A calamity? Nu Yiqing laughed it off, intrigued, in broad daylight. With neither wolves nor tigers about, nor any ill-intentioned individuals, how could there be such a disaster? "I suspect you are merely trying to frighten me." "Little rascal." She playfully tapped the rabbit on the head. "I am not trying to scare you. Did you not notice the mysterious purple light in the sky?" The little rabbit pointed upwards, speaking in a conspiratorial tone. "That is the omen of calamity." Following the rabbit's gaze, Nu Yiqing observed the sudden appearance of a strange purple glow, perplexing enough that a common person might overlook it. "Indeed, I noticed the purple light last night, but it appeared rather ordinary. You seem quite secretive. Pray tell, what is truly going on?" The little rabbit glanced around, ensuring they were alone, then leaned closer to Nu Yiqing's ear and whispered a lengthy explanation. "This forest is called the ginkgo forest, named so because it is entirely filled with ginkgo trees, devoid of any others. The climate here is mild, the air humid, and the vegetation lush, making it an ideal locale for herbalists seeking rare herbs for alchemy. However, half a millennium ago, a grave mysteriously appeared in the ginkgo forest, and soon after, spirits began to haunt the area. Those who entered were inexplicably and brutally slain. Initially, some brave souls ventured in to investigate but were flayed alive. Their bloody remains discarded before the shrine in Wulyo town. In an effort to appease the frightened townsfolk, the mayor summoned numerous cultivators to exorcise the malevolent spirit, yet they all met the same grim fate. Left with no recourse, the mayor decreed that no one should enter the forest again, and since then, no one has dared to set foot inside. Nu Yiqing, startled, sat up abruptly, her eyes wide as copper bells. "Skinned alive? How cruel! I've already entered twice. Does that mean I will soon be skinned and discarded before the ancestral hall as well? It seems likely. You should hasten to save yourself," suggested the kind little rabbit. In a flash, Nu Yiqing sprang to her feet and bolted, but after merely 2 steps, she halted, muttering to herself, "Why am I running? I haven't even grasped the situation, and here I am, fleeing in vain. Furthermore, I am a cultivator destined for greatness. Not only a recipient of Brother Yun's teachings, but also favored by the Master of Heavenly Path with the gift of the unwritten scripture. How can I simply run away in fear? No, I must uncover the truth and rid the people of their woes, restoring peace to Wulyo town." After this fervent declaration, she turned back, only to find that the little rabbit had already vanished without a trace. With a long sigh, she settled on a stone to ponder. Half a year prior, a grave had mysteriously appeared, followed by a string of hauntings and deaths. The root of it all lay with that very grave. Rising, she surveyed her surroundings and found no other graves apart from the one belonging to Honor. It seemed the issue resided there. Approaching Honor's grave, she bowed respectfully and said, "Miss Honor, I sincerely apologize. To uncover the truth, I must commit an act of disrespect. I hope you can forgive my audacity. Thank you." After uttering these words, she cautiously maneuvered to the rear of the grave, gathering a sphere of spiritual energy in her palms, and struck the grave. However, the moment her energy made contact, it was met with a powerful rebound, ricocheting back and striking her instead. Taken by surprise, Nu Yiqing coughed up a mouthful of blood. Before she could regain her footing, a melodious laughter emanated from the grave, a sound so enchanting it felt as if it were divinely inspired, wrapping her in a sense of comfort. Yet the birds perched in the treetops, startled as if by a clap of thunder, scattered in fright. This is what they call returning one's own methods against them. How does it feel to strike yourself? Nu Yiqing instinctively found herself entranced by the beautiful voice, yet her pallid complexion turned even grayer. Suddenly, she realized that this beguiling sound concealed a deadly allure. Hastily, she partially sealed her ears and fixed her gaze on the frigid grave, enduring the pain as she stammered, "Are you human or ghost?" The voice did not directly respond to Nu Yiqing's inquiry. "Such a beautiful flower has come to my door. Should I not thank you?" Nu Yiqing trembled from the pain, yet for some reason, she felt her spiritual energy inexplicably seeping out of her body. A sudden realization struck her, and in a moment of desperation, she executed a technique known as lighting the lantern to view the moon. A feint to distract. Amidst the execution of her technique, she swiftly conjured a golden bell barrier, enveloping herself securely within. The withering leaves swirling around her transformed into her weapons of counterattack, launching towards the grave. Although they did not harm the woman within, they devoured the grave's protective barrier, firmly binding the occupant inside. ensuring her escape would not be easy for at least 3 hours. You possess the remarkable skill of the Golden Bell Shield from Shofei Temple. I must confess, I have underestimated you, the man exclaimed in exasperation. Nuyeking, gravely injured and incapable of resistance, seized the opportune moment to hastily retreat, pain-ridden and desperate. That moment, the mayor's residence resembled a boiling cauldron. As Yunling anxiously paced the courtyard with his hands on his hips, casting glances towards the door, an elderly gentleman, slightly advanced in years, donned in a luxurious silk robe, with hair interspersed in black and white and a countenance radiating kindness, followed Yunling's movements with keen eyes. This man was none other than Sir, the mayor of Wulyo Town, who had personally bestowed the youth-preserving pill upon Nuyeking. He approached Yunling with a vigorous stride, betraying none of his age, and reassured him, "Young Master Yun, do not be anxious. I have already dispatched a message to the townsfolk. Once they encounter Anu, they will surely report back." "Alas, how can I not be anxious?" Yunling lamented. "She has vanished as if into thin air. I have sent her a 1,000-mile message, yet received no reply, nor has my ring conveyed any tidings. How can one remain calm in such circumstances?" His brow furrowed in worry as he continued. "The Zhejiang ring ensures that any living being within the 6 realms receives its message, unless what?" Yunling shook his head in terror. "No, it cannot be. She will not die." At that moment, the wolf girl and Xiaoka returned, weary and dejected from their arduous journey. Before they could regain their footing, Yunling stepped forward, grasping the wolf girl's hand, demanding, "Did you find her?" The wolf girl shook her head in disappointment. Xiaoka, already overwhelmed with sorrow, had been striving to suppress her emotions. However, when Yunling inquired, her feelings erupted, and she wept uncontrollably. Sister, where are you? You wouldn't abandon me, would you? You promised you would always be by my side. How could you be so cruel?" Initially, Yunling had harbored a glimmer of hope from the wolf girl and Xiaoka, but now that hope was utterly extinguished. He felt as though his world had plunged into darkness. Without Nuyeking, there would be no warmth or light. "I must go find her," he declared, striding towards the door with determination. "I shall accompany you." The wolf girl and Xiaoka echoed in unison. Suddenly, a fleeting white figure appeared on the high steps outside the door. As they discerned that it was Nuyeking, joy overwhelmed them, and they wept tears of happiness. Nuyeking, in a daze, was unaware of how she had dragged her feeble body back. Gazing at the nearly 100 steps before her, she thought, "Has the mayor nothing better to do than to construct such high steps? What if someone were to stumble and fall in the night?" With a few grumbles in her heart, she exerted herself to ascend. Just as she reached the threshold, she spotted Yunling hastily departing, and she lifted her lips, unable to utter a single word. Yunling, overwhelmed with emotion, embraced her tightly. Ever since he woke up that morning to find Anu missing, a sense of panic had gripped his heart. He questioned everyone in the household, but none had seen her. It was then that he realized how indispensable she was to his existence. Only by holding her close, feeling her warmth and caressing her hair could his heart find tranquility. In that moment, he silently vowed to himself that no matter how the world turned upside down, how the heavens collapsed, or how the universe vanished, he would never lose her again. Even if it meant betraying his mission, forsaking his responsibilities, and disappointing all those dear to him, he would possess her, and she would be his. "Where have you been?" "I was frantic with worry," he said, his voice laced with a hint of reproach. Upon hearing Yunling's concerned inquiry, Nuyeking opened her mouth to respond but fainted, her head drooping heavily. Noticing her pallor and the unsteady rhythm of her breath, Yunling's expression shifted from joy to sheer terror and anxiety. Anu. Without a moment's hesitation, he scooped her up and carried her back to their chamber. She could not be in danger. He would not allow it. He could not bear the thought of failing to protect her when she began to accept him, leaving her severely injured. "Is her condition grave?" the wolf girl asked, handing a steaming cloth to Yunling. As he checked her pulse, he sensed chaos within her, her vital energy in disarray, and her dantian filled with blood expelled from her liver. All methods of healing were rendered ineffective at this moment. It was imperative to cleanse the stagnant blood from her dantian before the threat could be alleviated. Otherwise, the accumulation of blood would worsen, disrupting her spiritual energy and potentially leading to her demise. Yunling gently wiped Nuyeking's pale forehead with the cloth. The wolf girl gasped in alarm at his words. "What shall we do? I have heard that purging the stagnant blood from the dantian requires the essence of a millennium snow cicada to dilute it," the mayor remarked. "What do you mean by unfortunately?" the wolf girl inquired. "Regrettably, there is only one such cicada in existence, nurtured by the divine maiden Yaohua with her own blood that it possesses the ability to absorb toxins and dilute blood. Alas, it is said that during the Battle of the Wilderness, Yaohua suffered a devastating defeat, leaving her soul shattered, and the cicada has since vanished without a trace. For the past 3,000 years, there has been no word of its existence, the mayor replied, shaking his head. I know where it is. I will go find it, Yunling declared, rising abruptly with unwavering determination and his gaze fixed upon Nuyeking's face. She had become an integral part of his vitality, and he would not allow her to perish so easily. The night was tranquil, the moon hanging serenely in the sky, casting its light upon the quiet chamber adorned with delicate orchids. A tall figure in a black robe obscured half of the moonlight. Anu, you have been hurt again. I am so sorry, dear sister. Though I hid behind you, I failed to protect you in time. The East Bat, crouched at the bedside, grasped Nuyeking's slender hand tightly. I am no longer that devoted brother who would cook for you and shield you from harm. I always believed I could care for you like in a paradise. Watching over you, I wanted to be the first to protect you when you were injured, to be the first to prepare your favorite meals when you were hungry, to comfort you when you cried. I was willing to endure suffering and bear all hardships for you. I always thought we five could continue to live happily together. However, everything changed the moment you departed from the demon clan. Zilian endured inhuman torment, struggling for survival in the depths of purgatory, while Bei Fu met an inexplicable and tragic end. As for Shi and Nan Fu, they fell victim to Yen Peipa, who seized their souls, transforming them into mere puppets of death, devoid of life. All of this transpired because of you. When these events unfolded before my eyes, I began to harbor resentment towards you. Resentment for your excessive kindness, for your unwavering rationality, and even deeper resentment for your affection towards those who ought not to be cherished. Ultimately, the fault lies with me. Had I not allowed you to leave the demon clan, might all this have been averted? We could have remained the simple, joyful beings we once were. Dong Fu, the she-wolf, entered, holding a bowl of medicine, and upon witnessing Dong Fu's tear-streaked face, she realized that he was not there to aid Anu, but rather to seek vengeance. Regardless of the events that transpired within the demon clan, whether they stemmed from Anu or not, she was unwilling to see Anu suffer even the slightest harm, solely because of her innate kindness and humanity. You may leave. Anu does not require your visitation. The she-wolf regarded Dong Fu with caution, having initially assumed his sudden appearance was merely to discuss Bei Fu's matters with Anu. Unaware that this was merely a pretext, she harbored feelings for Bei Fu, yet the budding emotions faded away before they could fully bloom. Should she act as Dong Fu did? But what reason did she have to do so? She understood Anu's character better than anyone else. Her acquaintance with Bei Fu was brief, leaving no grounds for vengeance. Her heart began to waver. Dong Fu noticed the flickering light in the she-wolf's eyes, and a trace of a sinister smile crept across his lips, casting a shadow upon his demeanor. He smoothed the slightly wrinkled sleeves of his attire and brushed past the she-wolf, his voice cold and laced with warning. You are a perceptive individual. You know what should and should not be said. I trust you understand. The she-wolf shot Dong Fu a defiant glare, her almond-shaped eyes filled with indignation, and disregarding him, she strode directly towards the bedside. As night fell and the moon ascended, luminous and radiant as a jade plate, Nu Yiqing found herself in a daze, beholding a figure of immaculate white amidst a sea of scarlet, like a pristine speck of dust in the universe. Long silken hair cascaded like a waterfall, enveloped in an ethereal aura. The otherworldly grace of the figure left her momentarily mesmerized. The petals of the sacred spirit flower, drifting in the wind, stained the white gown, bestowing an added touch of serene beauty. Brother Yun, is that you? The figure bore an uncanny resemblance to Yunling. The figure remained silent, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Brother Yun, she tentatively continued, uncertainty lacing her voice. A gentle laugh shattered the silence of that moment. Have you forgotten? So familiar, yet so nonchalant was the voice. Why did it carry an undertone of helplessness and sorrow that caused her heart to ache? A warm surge of longing coursed through her being, momentarily blanking her mind and burying all worldly concerns beneath a veil of white. Sister has awakened. Sister has awakened. Xiaoke twirled joyfully above Nu Yiqing, dancing with glee. Little did she expect the town chief's soul-reviving elixir to be so extraordinary. The wolf girl was as exhilarated as a child, and she promptly retrieved a pill from a small brocade box, offering it to her lips once more. Here, take this elixir to nourish your blood and fortify your womb. Inu Yiqing was taken aback. Fortify my womb? For what? I'm not even pregnant. Why would I need to do that? You are with child. Xiaoke nodded, lost in fantasies. From now on, I shall never feel lonely again. With a little baby, we can play together every day. Just thinking about it brings me joy. Hee hee. Pregnant? Impossible. How could that be? I haven't even married. Where would a child come from? Nonsense. You wretched hedgehog. How dare you utter such ridiculous words? Just watch as I don't knock you senseless. She found an unexpected surge of strength and sent the pill flying from the wolf girl's hand, then seized Xiaoku and jabbed his backside with her finger, eliciting a chorus of wails. It's true, Xiaoku did not deceive you. You are indeed pregnant. The wolf girl's expression shifted from one of difficulty to pure excitement. You must learn to care for yourself even more, refrain from getting hurt, lest you harm yourself and the child. Nu Yeching gazed at the wolf girl. Her emotions gradually settled, no longer in a panic. Beyond the shock and fear, there was an undercurrent of relief. She recalled that drunken night at Huajai, her own indiscretions while inebriated, and felt a twinge of embarrassment. Yet, inexplicably, she also felt a pang of loss and heartache. She should have been elated, but she didn't understand why. Where has Brother Yun gone? Why can't I see him? A faint blush crept onto her pallid face, her frail form swaying like a candle in the wind as she struggled to rise and find him. Eager to share this joyous news, she was carrying their baby. The wolf girl observed Nu Yeching's emotions transform from panic to calmness, even tinged with a hint of joy and a touch of melancholy. She had spent every day with Nu Yeching, yet remained unaware of her feelings. Yet, witnessing her nurture a new life stirred an inexplicable joy within her. He has gone to search for the Millennium Snow Cicada. He should return shortly. A wave of despondency washed over Nu Yeching as she returned to the bedside. Sister, it is late. You should go rest. The wolf girl looked at her with concern. You are gravely injured and cannot be left without care. Nu Yeching smiled softly. See, I'm perfectly fine now, aren't I? Do not worry. Let Xiaoku stay. If anything arises that I cannot handle, I will call for him. The wolf girl, unable to persuade Nu Yeching otherwise, relented. Very well, but call for me immediately if anything happens. Nu Yeching nodded with a smile. The night breeze gently swept across the sky as Nu Yeching stood barefoot outside, gazing heavenward. The myriad stars twinkled like diamonds, forming a silver river that spanned the night sky, while a few mischievous stars streaked across the horizon with long tails in tow. The entire Wulyo town lay enveloped in silence, and nearby, pear blossom petals danced in the wind, fluttering down the streets and rooftops. The moonlight bathed the world in a silvery glow, and the occasional sound of barking dogs added a touch of life to the tranquil night. Little Ku, in a fit of enthusiasm, decided to move her small bed outdoors, transforming it into a makeshift trampoline. She bounced up and down with glee, as if the joyous laughter of the world had converged in her mouth. Eventually, exhausted, she collapsed onto the bed like a puddle of mud, lost in melancholic thoughts. What could have happened to the little puppy? And Yeching lifted Little Ku into her palm, grinning widely. Have you developed a crush? Little one? Little Ku, puffed up with indignation, sprang to her feet, hands on her hips, her face a picture of fury. What crush? How could I possibly like him? His cooking is terrible. He can't make me laugh. And he always seems to be lost in some bookish world. Just the sight of him makes me angry. And Yeching cast a disdainful glance at Little Ku, tossing her back onto the small bed and ignoring her. She then gazed up at the full moon in the sky and down at the town nestled among the sea of flowers. Never had she envisioned living a blissful life in such a tranquil and harmonious place. If only she could firmly establish herself here and live simply alongside her children. Already burdened with injuries, she braved the night breeze, unafraid of the toll it might take on her body. Dong Fu draped a cloak over her shoulders. Let me escort you back to rest, and Yeching smiled knowingly. It must be difficult for you to remain hidden in the shadows. The following day, Little Ku was taken by the wolf girl to explore the market, while Yeching, weakened by the previous night's chill, sat on her bed attempting to cultivate her energy, striving to expel the stagnant blood from her dantian. Suddenly, a small golden crane fluttered in and landed before her. Typically, cultivators convey messages through sound transmission techniques or specific tokens, while the use of a crane for communication is reserved for those who possess both knowledge and virtue. However, only members of the royal family in the Eastern K realm could utilize a golden crane for such purposes. The flight speed of a crane is contingent upon the magical prowess of the message sender. Those with lesser power may take days or even months, while those of high caliber might accomplish it in mere minutes or hours. Yeching opened the golden crane, and the ink was still wet, indicating the remarkable magical depth of the sender. The characters flowed gracefully, exuding an air of nobility, with a subtle hint of dominance that left her in a W at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The signature read Gongsuan Zhao. She felt a slight unease. Among countless surnames in the world, only the royal lineage of the Huangdi, the progenitor of the Huaxia, bore the surname Gongsun. This implied that only direct royal relatives could carry the name Gongsun, and the single name Zhao, signifying the brilliance of the sun and moon, could only belong to an emperor, suggesting that Gongsun Zhao was the supreme ruler of the Eastern Ke realm. Anxiously, she tucked the letter into her sleeve and glanced at the time, realizing it was already the hour of the snake. Although her father had served in the court for many years, every tale he recounted of the emperor's wisdom and martial prowess, and the way he welcomed virtuous ministers, stirred her excitement. Even a simple meal would be paused in reverence, until the events of the second year of the Jinyuan era, where the then-emperor was led astray by female charms and deceived by treacherous advisors, earning the scorn of all for his foolishness and tyranny. Since then, her admiration and reverence for the exalted emperor of the human realm had, through a series of blood-soaked events, transformed into an intense loathing and hatred. Perhaps, when one reigns supreme for too long, they become tainted by the dust of time, rendering them utterly unworthy of respect. Gyoher, all rulers of this world were fundamentally the same. Beauty seduces with deceit, harming the loyal and virtuous, and she harbored a deep-seated resentment. Should she meet him or not? The arrival of a personal letter would undoubtedly signify an important matter. Yet, if she were to see him, she feared. She feared repeating her father's tragic fate. Once fueled by a heart of loyalty and fervor for the nation, he had ultimately been branded a traitor, reviled by the world. At the appointed hour, she kept her promise. The trees shed their leaves, and the winds of 3,000 years stealthily swept through the spiral gaps of foliage, while the humid air gradually transformed into a parched, desolate atmosphere. The hourglass of time meticulously chronicled the stories of this era once again. Nui Qing, resembling a withered leaf carried by the wind, struggled to maintain her precarious stance, leaning against a ginkgo tree as she awaited the stranger who embodied both her admiration and disdain, her heart brimming with trepidation and a newfound sense of vigilance. To her astonishment, "You arrived as promised. It seems I underestimated your courage." With long, inky hair standing tall, beneath a strikingly handsome visage lay a pair of slender, phoenix-like eyes that exuded an air of dominance, yet could not conceal a hint of sorrow. His extraordinary bearing commanded submission, a regal presence that proclaimed his imperial authority. Nui Qing was momentarily taken aback, and in that instant, she comprehended. The shadow that had stealthily attacked her to seize the longevity elixir was none other than the emperor of the human realm before her. She braced herself, scrutinizing the features of this imperial figure, who could indeed be deemed a paragon of humanity. Yet, when compared to Brother Yun, he paled slightly. In comparison to Feng Zimo's enchanting beauty, he was utterly incomparable. But why had he journeyed all the way from the Eastern Palace in the west to the mist-laden Willow Town in the east to seize the longevity elixir? Anu pays her respects to the emperor. The four simple words momentarily startled the lofty Gongsun Zhao, who then offered a subtle, enigmatic smile that dispelled all awkwardness. As the emperor of humanity, he was thoroughly familiar with Nui Qing's background. It was hardly surprising that he recognized her as the emperor of the human realm, and he chuckled lightly in apology. "It has been 2 days since our last encounter in the ginkgo grove. Miss Anu, I trust you have been well." Nui Qing paused for a few seconds, but upon hearing Gongsun Zhao's gentle tone, she nodded slightly in gratitude. She could not fathom what he was truly after. First, he had ambushed her for a longevity elixir, and now he sought to be close. What was his ulterior motive? Could it be? She understood now. The town chief had mentioned when handing over the longevity elixir that such a rare treasure could only be forged once every 1,000 years, crafted from the tears of countless hearts and the essence of the sun and moon, making it exceedingly precious and nearly impossible to obtain. When a fated individual appeared, the elixir would recognize its master, and only the master's tears could activate its power. It seemed that the emperor sought something from her. As the adage went, when one is in a position of power, they may be as arrogant as they wish. The principle began to coalesce in her mind. "The longevity elixir has been presented to you. May I inquire if there is any other matter you wish to discuss? If it is merely to exchange pleasantries, then I must decline." Nui Qing elevated her status with intent, compelling him for reasons of her own. Additionally, the blood stagnation within her dantian had yet to be resolved, and her forced exertion of energy had rendered her exceedingly weak. If she did not depart at this moment, she would surely faint. Gongsun Zhao had long anticipated that she would not readily assist him and had prepared himself to be tenacious. He exaggeratedly clung to her arm, adopting a childlike tone. "Oh, Nuyu, please don't leave. You must be aware of the purpose of my visit. Just lend me your aid, and if you help me unleash the efficacy of the youth elixir, I shall treat you to a complimentary 7-day royal palace excursion. What do you say? Nu Yeking was taken aback by his fervent demeanor and further astonished by his endearingly childish voice. What was happening? Shouldn't the emperor of the human realm embody the utmost seriousness and authority? How had he so swiftly transformed from a figure of regal majesty into a mischievous, neighborly brother? She found herself utterly bewildered, lost in a haze, oblivious to the passage of time or the distinctions between day and night. When she finally regained consciousness, she discovered herself in the bed of the town mayoress' residence. As she struggled to open her eyes, the first sight that met her gaze was the anxious and concerned visage of a wolf girl, the peacefully slumbering little one, a sheepish Gongsun Zhao scratching his head, and the kindly countenance of Sir Mayor. Unbeknownst to her, she had surreptitiously caressed her own abdomen, perhaps hinting at emerging maternal instincts. A rosy hue crept across Gongsun Zhao's fair face. I apologize. I was unaware of your injury and still invited you to such a distant place. Nu Yeking, observing Gongsun Zhao's expression, was momentarily transported to thoughts of Beifu, that playful little brother who incessantly sought her company. Now, she could only reminisce about his visage through the faces of others, a faint sorrow quietly creeping into her heart. She intended to respond with your highness, but upon seeing Gongsun Zhao shake his head, she understood. Do not concern yourself. I am not gravely harmed. I in the cavern. The gentle sound of flowing water was faintly audible, surrounded by an array of stone forests and stalagmites. The hanging stone formations were rugged and peculiar, reflecting an array of light and shadow under the shimmering waters, creating an enchanting spectacle. A figure cloaked in brown-green stood steadfast by the water's edge, flanked by 2 women in black, kneeling on one knee. The oppressive atmosphere rendered the air almost palpable, leaving only the sound of the trickling water. Spies of the demon clan have already infiltrated the royal palace. If we do not promptly restore the princess's appearance, it is feared that within days, the entire palace will fall under the control of the demon clan. One woman declared, I will exhaust every effort to secure Nuyu's assistance in restoring the princess's visage. You all must return and mobilize all members of the shadows to monitor every individual within the palace at all times, whether they be royal kin, nobles, or officials. Should you discover any demon spies, do not report to me. Simply execute them on the spot. Understood. Point 93, as clear as day. Lying on the bed, Nu Yeking stared blankly at the doorway, her mind adrift as she seemed to envision herself being spirited away by a white-robed immortal to Shofei Temple, where Master Tian Chong would gather her scattered soul after being struck by a haunting dream. In the Zen room of the Tian lineage, she lay weakly on the bed, and each time she opened her eyes, she would behold the ethereal figure standing steadfastly at the entrance, shrouded in an aura of celestial grace. For reasons unknown, the mere sight of that silhouette would evoke an inexplicable pang of heartache within her, while simultaneously enveloping her in a profound sense of comfort. Despite the murkiness of her future, despair had never gripped her heart. Yet now, she remained battered and bruised, and that reassuring figure had vanished from her sight. A wave of melancholy enveloped her, for she had never experienced such profound despondency, and no matter how she strained to recollect, the visage behind that silhouette remained obscured. Her dimly lit eyes glistened with unshed tears, warm currents cascading down the corners of her eyes, dampening her hair. Xiao Ku, oblivious to the sorrow, stirred slightly in discomfort from the sticky moisture that clung to him, shifting positions to continue his slumber. Observing the carefree and untroubled Xiao Ku, Nu Yeking could not help but feel a twinge of envy. If only she could share in his bliss, perhaps she would not endure such hardships. She extended her hand to caress Xiao Ku's lustrous purple fur, noting with satisfaction how its sheen had increased, a clear indication of his growing spiritual energy. Yet, she regretted having neglected him, never having devoted the care and concern he deserved. Leaning down, she pressed a gentle kiss upon his head, and the little creature, sensing her affection, merely closed his eyes and shifted his nest. She smiled indulgently. According to the wolf maiden, Yun Ling had ventured out to seek the Millennium Snow Cicada to purge the stagnant blood from her Dantian. However, the whereabouts of the cicada were unknown, and she pondered how he would manage to find it, likely enduring countless hardships along the way. The thought stirred her heart with compassion. He had suffered greatly for her sake, investing considerable effort. From the perilous crises of the 100 Beasts Forest to the dangers faced within the Chihu tribe, and then to the celestial and demonic conflict in Fengqi City, he was now undertaking a long journey in search of medicine. How could she ever repay such profound loyalty? Instinctively, she placed a hand on her belly and smiled tenderly, relieved to have finally accomplished something for him. Anu, are you feeling any better? Gong Sunjiao entered, holding a large bouquet of colorful wildflowers that filled the room with a subtle fragrance. Patients should breathe in fresh air. It aids in recovery. Look, I just picked these from the mountain over there. Aren't they beautiful? Nu Yeqing returned a smile, expressing her gratitude. They are lovely, Your Majesty. Thank you for your efforts. Upon hearing her words, Gong Sunjiao's expression soured, and he glanced around anxiously, relieved to find no one else present before settling at her bedside. Please, do not address me so formally. I snuck out from Donkey Palace. If I were to appear openly, it might expose my whereabouts, leading to potential plots against me or even assassination and abduction. Wouldn't that throw the human realm into chaos? His seriousness transformed the gravity of his words into a rather amusing tone, prompting Nu Yeqing to stifle a laugh. He scratched his head sheepishly. So, just call me Gongzun. It sounds much more pleasant to my ears. Very well, Nu Yeqing replied with a smile. Look, your smile is still enchanting. Although you are currently injured, maintaining a cheerful disposition is immensely beneficial for your recovery. Oh, by the way, I just discovered a lava cave in the back mountains when I went to. The stalactites inside are absolutely stunning. Once you feel better, I shall take you there. I'm certain you will adore it. Gong Sunjiao moved about like a child, full of exuberance. Yeqing nodded slightly, gazing at him intently. After a long moment, Gong Sunjiao, feeling somewhat awkward, glanced at himself and blushed slightly. Why do you look at me so? Is it that my imperial visage is so striking that you have already succumbed to my charm? Yeqing smiled helplessly. She had an inkling that beneath his playful demeanor and innocent countenance lay some hidden secret. Otherwise, it was unfathomable to explain his covert advances and the forceful acquisition of the beauty elixir. She mustered her strength to sit up, and Gong Sunjiao, perceptive as ever, promptly poured her a cup of tea. His earnest attempts to win her favor were glaringly evident. You rescued me in the ginkgo grove, and now you are so diligently courting my favor. Your motives must be the beauty elixir. Gong Sunjiao's previously charming and amiable expression suddenly turned somewhat dull, as the warm sunlit smile transformed into an icy demeanor. He had not anticipated that she would already be aware. It seemed he had underestimated her. Yeqing's feelings towards the title of emperor shifted overnight from deep admiration to profound hatred, to the extent that she wished to consume their flesh and drink their blood. Each time the bloody warning crossed her mind, it ignited her disdain for all who bore the title of emperor. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, in the presence of this exquisite and charming young man, her hatred dissipated, replaced by a warm sentiment. Despite his ulterior motives in approaching her, she had never entertained a trace of murderous intent. Indeed, I have grown close to you for the sake of the beauty elixir. It is a rare elixir.